At the beginning of the story, a little boy is rubbing his tiny hands, his tone hesitant. Brother, can't you go? The brother that the boy is asking about is Hyuk Musang, our main character. Hearing this, he immediately looks up and replies, "What are you talking about, Tiho?" The child hesitates, turns his head to show avoidance. "I heard that the Martial Arts Alliance has summoned you. Tuyong brother told me that you will soon have to go to the battlefield." Upon hearing this, the boy lowers his head, his voice becoming sadder. "Isn't it said that people often die in battle?" Hyuk Musang, after hearing the boy's words, feels surprised. He opens his eyes wide to look at the child in front of him. Then he bursts out laughing, reaching out to pat the boy's head to reassure him. "Haha, our Tiho has grown up enough to worry about his brother now. Don't take it so seriously. They won't send a useless person like me to do anything important. They probably just want me to be a guard or something." Hyuk Musang extends his pinky towards the boy. "If you're still worried, let's make a promise. I promise to come back safe, so you need to be strong and wait for me, okay?" The boy Taeho, upon hearing those words, also looks at his brother with a surprised expression. Then Taeho also breaks into a bright smile. "Yes, I promise, brother." The two of them then hook their pinkies to make a promise, and Taeho happily says, "You must come back, we promised each other." Hyuk Musang smiles back, "I promise." Those are the beautiful memories before Hyuk Musang goes to the battlefield. At this moment, his body is covered in wounds, and he is breathing heavily. He can only silently apologize to his younger brother. "Tiho, I'm sorry. It seems I can't come back now." In the brutal battle, only Hyuk Musang remains. In front of him is an old man wearing a flowing red cloak. Surrounding him are scattered corpses. The old man slowly speaks. "About 30 years ago, I wiped out the young Shaolin in Fujian. As I just said, after wiping them out, I turned over every corner of the Shaolin Temple. The battlefield now is a scene of devastation. Even the deceased cannot keep their bodies intact." The old man holds a small box in his hand, gazing at it intently. "And then I found this. But I can't understand, how could such a tiny wooden box remain after my blood-tied technique, without a scratch?" Hyuk Musang, on the opposite side, is still panting heavily, seemingly curious about the origins of this formidable man. The old man slowly raised his head to look at something distant, and since then, this solid object has made me extremely curious. Then he suddenly turned around. His tone became indifferent. "I didn't expect a little brat like you to continue to surprise me like this. This old man is the leader of the Dark Alliance, the Blood Hand Violent King." The Blood Hand Violent King radiated a suffocating killing intent, causing Hyuk Musang's body to feel crushed, and his face became very grim. He thought to himself, "What the hell is this terrifying killing intent?" He extended his hand to cast the technique, and immediately, countless red threads of spiritual power appeared, rushing towards Hyuk Musang. Those threads of spiritual power quickly wrapped tightly around Hyuk Musang's neck, making his breathing increasingly difficult. A single move from that old man truly shocked him. Could it be that he could manipulate the void from such a great distance? The Blood Hand Violent King raised his hand slightly, and Hyuk Musang was lifted into the air. Hyuk Musang cried out a few times, and the old man saw his struggling expression and continued to speak. "I know this martial art technique has not yet reached its highest level, but I didn't expect you to still hold on." The old man recalled his previous move, which with just one hand could create an incredibly domineering shockwave, simultaneously knocking back 5 martial artists charging at him. They are all now dead, leaving only Hyuk Musang as the sole survivor. A mediocre person like you could find such a fragile flaw? Truly remarkable talent. The threads of spiritual power gradually turned pitch black, and the old man's gaze at Hyuk Musang now resembled that of a hungry wolf looking at its prey. He lowered his voice. "I will be brief, become my disciple." Hyuk Musang was also very surprised to hear this. The leader of the Dark Alliance was actually offering to take him in. He immediately asked, "Do you mean?" As if anticipating the young man's reaction, the old man tightened his grip a little more to increase the intimidation. Immediately, the threads of spiritual power around Hyuk Musang tightened, and blood began to ooze out. Unable to bear it, Hyuk Musang let out a painful scream. The threads tightened sequentially from his hands, then down to his feet. Each inch of flesh being constricted by the threads caused Hyuk Musang to feel as if he were dying and coming back to life again. The vital energy in Hyuk Musang's body was completely blocked by those threads of spiritual power, and his blood could not be contained. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face twisted in a pitiful manner. The Blood Hand Tyrant saw the scene before him, and knew it was time to make a decision. He coldly spoke, "If you agree, I am ready to give you everything. If not, I will destroy you here. I don't have much patience, so choose wisely." Having been tortured for a while, Hyuk Musang's face was already smeared with blood. However, his spirit was absolutely unaffected. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly, "Master." The Blood Hand Tyrant heard the noise and paid attention, seemingly guessing what choice the opponent would make. Although Hyuk Musang was tightly bound by those annoying threads of spiritual power, his words were clear and distinct. Even if he had to die today, Hyuk Musang was determined to maintain his dignity. The dignity of the martial school. The disciple would never betray the master. If not, the master could deal with the disciple directly. Hearing the answer, the Blood Hand Tyrant sneered, as if he had already anticipated this response. He laughed loudly, not intending to give the opponent another chance to speak. He immediately gathered his energy, planning to finish off the stubborn one before him in just one move. Hyuk Musang tightly closed his eyes. Wasn't it just death? It was better this way than to walk the path of evil. He was ready. But a strange phenomenon occurred. The threads of spiritual power controlled by the Blood Hand Tyrant were gradually dissipating. No longer being restrained, Hyuk Musang fell to the ground with a thud, unable to help but let out a cry. Seeing what had just happened, the Blood Hand Tyrant looked down at his hands, now devoid of any trace of spiritual power. Was it true? Then he looked down at the person sitting before him, who now appeared extremely miserable, his body battered and covered in wounds, breathing heavily. Yet his eyes still held a wary gaze towards the tyrant. The tyrant continued, "I don't just like your martial arts, I also admire your will. But..." He suddenly lunged at Hyuk Musang as fast as the wind. A palm strike was unleashed, aimed directly at Hyuk Musang's chest. He couldn't react in time and took the full brunt of the deadly blow. Hyuk Musang was hit by the deadly strike. For him, considering his injuries, it was difficult to match this technique. He could only watch helplessly as the old man took his life. The bloodthirsty tyrant truly struck with great brutality. This move pierced right through Hyuk Musang's body, and surely in a moment, he would meet the same fate as his teammates. Dying on this battlefield. He withdrew his hand from Hyuk Musang's body. The blood from Hyuk Musang splattered out, further staining the tyrant's cloak red. Hyuk Musang collapsed. It seemed that this time he would not survive. Until now, even during the fight, the bloodthirsty tyrant had only used one hand. His other hand remained tightly grasping the square-shaped orb that intrigued him. After a moment of battle, the entire orb was now smeared with Hyuk Musang's blood. After finishing his attack, the bloodthirsty tyrant threw Hyuk Musang a sharp glance, his voice still cold and indifferent as at the beginning. "I truly despise being rejected. You should feel grateful to die at my hands." Hyuk Musang writhed in pain on the ground. The old man's mocking words could not penetrate. At this moment, he was solely focused on the promise he made to Tiho long ago. Hyuk Musang had arrived. He slowly closed his eyes, the final thoughts flashing through his mind, not expecting to die so tragically. Taeho. Hyuk Musang fell into a blank void. In this place, his body seemed to float weightlessly in the air. The injuries from the previous battle seemed to have vanished, and his clothes were no longer torn, as if the battle had just been a dream. Hyuk Musang regained consciousness, suddenly opening his eyes wide. He then sat up abruptly, breathing heavily. He looked around, trying to determine where he was. Where am I? Then he noticed the wounds on his body. Hyuk Musang felt around, checking the injuries, but now they had all disappeared. He panicked. My body is... Suddenly, a strange light appeared to his right, from which emanated a mysterious voice. "Hey, young man. You have been chosen to receive a blessing, so I will give you all that I have." Hyuk Musang turned around and saw a person dressed in pure white, their entire body shining like the sun. Hyuk Musang fell into a state of panic. He truly did not understand what was happening. Who are you? In the real world, the mysterious square in the bloodthirsty tyrant's hand stirred slightly. Then it suddenly emitted mysterious sparks. The sphere suddenly shone brightly for a brief moment, resembling a miniature sun, slowly rising into the air, away from the hand of the Blood Hand Tyrant, who was also surprised. Not understanding what was happening, what is this? Why did it suddenly turn out like this? The body of Hyuk Muzang, lying on the ground, also began to rise, his entire body radiating a brilliant light, identical to that of the sphere. Upon witnessing the scene, the Blood Hand Tyrant exclaimed, "Don't tell me." The square object in Hyuk Muzang's body seemed like two magnets. Seeing the mysterious square flying towards his opponent, the Blood Hand Tyrant panicked and reached out to stop it. But it seemed the attraction was too strong. The Blood Hand Tyrant could not stop it despite straining with all his might. Even his hand was trembling from the effort. "Why is it like this?" The wound on Hyuk Muzang's mouth emitted a dazzling light, and the sphere continued to move towards it, seemingly about to merge. The old man was helpless, only able to shout in regret, "No! I have tried my best to obtain it, and yet a person like you," he shouted, his other hand moving back to gather momentum. He was gathering spiritual power. "I must crush you to dust." But before he could unleash his attack, a powerful beam of light appeared, shocking him. At this moment, the mysterious square had touched Hyuk Muzang's body. Even if he wanted to stop it, he was powerless now. The Blood Hand Tyrant screamed in despair. Now he could only watch as Hyuk Muzang merged with this thing. The light grew even stronger, shining directly into his face, causing him to scream in pain. And then, at that location, a massive explosion occurred, shaking the entire area. This was a brutal war, becoming increasingly bloodier over the years. Blood had flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up like mountains, yet the battle continued. But suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. The strongest martial artist, the leader of the Dark Alliance, the Blood Hand Tyrant, had been assassinated. Suspicion spread widely in the martial arts community, but no one knew who the mysterious assassin was. The Dark Alliance was scattered everywhere, while the Martial Arts Alliance declared that the war had ended. 2 years after the war ended, in Yanzhou, Gansu Province, Longhu Martial School, in the courtyard, a scene unfolded that made people bleed. A young man, for reasons unknown, had fallen, face down on the ground. On the opposite side, a younger disciple with a still immature face was being restrained by a big guy, who was holding his hair with one hand and tightly gripping the teenager's arm behind his back with the other. Seeing his fellow disciple being bullied, he wanted to intervene but couldn't escape the grip of the big guy, so he could only helplessly shout. "Senior brother, he is Young Taeho, the 5th disciple of the Longhu Martial Arts School, and also the 2nd son of the Master Yoongun. The leader of this group of thugs is named Dong Gukmying, belonging to the ghost-selling gang. He is the captain of the action team," and the thug sitting there joked. "You should listen to me while I'm still speaking gently. The debt has been overdue for a long time. Why haven't you paid us back yet?" The disciple with a bruised face lying on the ground is Kang Wonhyang, the 2nd disciple of the Longhu Martial Arts School. Facing the thugs, he seemed to have no chance of winning and was beaten to this state, so he had to grit his teeth and respond, "We only borrowed 5 gold bars from you, and we have already paid you back 20 gold bars, yet you still come to demand more?" Dong Gukmying's accomplices surrounded him, constantly mocking him. Dong Gukmying squatted down in front of Kang Wonhyang, picking his nose while continuing to speak with disdain. "Listen here, kid, that's what you call a loan. If you think the interest is too high, then you should have paid the debt on time." Wonhyang gritted his teeth, trying to swallow his indignation because he knew he was no match for them. He thought to himself, "These damn bastards, even if they take all the money from the Longhu Martial Arts School, they still. But I can't overlook the need to treat my master's critical condition. It's so helpless." Wonhyang clenched his fists, struggling to utter each word. One week. Please give me one more week." Dong Gukmying pondered for a moment, secretly observing and assessing the attitude of the one referred to as the 2nd disciple. Then he burst out laughing. "1 week?" He pointed behind him, where Taeho was being restrained by the big guy, and loudly ordered, "Bring that guy here and pin him to the ground." The subordinate quickly responded to the order, much to the astonishment of the two brothers. "Yes, big brother." The guy quickly took action, and Taeho knew that both he and his senior brother would likely not come out unscathed today. He turned his head back to Wonhyang, panicking and shouting, Senior brother." But before he could break free, the big guy quickly restrained him, growling, "Just do as we say." Seeing his fifth junior brother being restrained like that, Won-hyung panicked and reacted. He stood up and shouted loudly, "What do you think you're doing, you bastard? Stop right now or else." But before he could finish his sentence, a large hand swung another punch into his face. He staggered, clutching his face and crouching down, while Dong Gukmyang looked down at Won-hyung, rubbing his wrist and looking at Won-hyung with disdain. "That annoying guy, do you think you can get an extra week just by talking?" Then he turned his face to the back, where his gang was ready with weapons. "Have you subdued him yet?" At this moment, Taeho had been pinned down to the ground by the big guy from earlier. He heard the question and quickly replied, "Yes, brother." Taeho saw his senior brother take a heavy blow and looked up, struggling to reach his senior brother, who was now bleeding profusely and trembling. "Brother." After observing for a while, Dong Gukmyang lowered his voice. "Fine, I will give you another week, but not for free. I will ask for one of his hands." As soon as he heard that, the guy immediately grabbed Taeho's left arm and held it out straight. Taeho's face now clearly showed horror. "It's over. How will you practice martial arts after this?" Won-hyung, seeing the situation before him, was shocked. His pupils widened, his heart directed towards his little junior brother. Won-hyung panicked and rushed towards the thug, grabbing his clothes with both hands. Every word he uttered was filled with despair, but no matter how humiliating it was, he still had to protect his little brother. Wait. I was wrong. I will return him sooner. 3 days, no, just 2 days. No. I will manage to return everything tonight." But the guy was not so easy to negotiate with. He kicked Won-hyung straight in the stomach. While kicking, he shouted loudly, "You're too stubborn." Calm Won-hyung fell back, trembling all over. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Won-hyung clutched his stomach, continuing to try to negotiate with the guy. Cough, cough. Then take my hand, please. Spare my junior brother." Dong Gukmyang showed no change. He looked at the one he considered pathetic and gritted his teeth. "No, you still have to earn money." Saying that, he raised his hand to signal his gang behind him. "You guys, handle it cleanly." The group was now each doing their own thing. Some were restraining Taeho, some were holding his hands, while others had drawn their knives waiting for orders. "Yes, brother." Taeho screamed in horror. Brother. He was indeed a killer. This body was far superior to the disciples in the martial arts school. His face showed no compassion as he raised the knife high to gain momentum. "Don't move, I might accidentally cut off your head." Taeho looked up at the blade that was about to take his arm, tears ready to spill over, his face now pale with fear, his voice trembling. Wait a moment." On the opposite side, Won-hyung could only helplessly shout a few words at the scene unfolding before him. The blade began to descend, the thug putting all his strength into his arms, gripping the knife tightly to impress his boss. Calm Won-hyung roared in despair. "No!" Taeho's tears had also spilled uncontrollably. "Senior brother." The scene before them was too brutal. The thugs were all pleased with their achievement, while Taeho could only grit his teeth and shut his eyes, accepting his fate. Kang Won-yang could not bear to look anymore. He shut his eyes tightly, tears slowly streaming down. He remembered his senior brother, TSK, at such a moment. Could it be that senior brother is still alive? Senior brother. Suddenly, from afar, a dart whistled through the air. The mysterious dart struck the blade, immediately causing cracks to appear on it. And then, the sword in the thug's hand was knocked away by some tremendous force just before it could take Yoon Taeho's arm. Kang Won-hyung opened his eyes wide at the strange sight, and Dong Gukmyang quickly turned around to see what was happening. The one holding the blade was also surprised by what had just happened. He turned to the direction from which the dart had come, loudly asking, "Who is it?" A footstep slowly approached, piquing the curiosity of the crowd, even though I had been away for a while. The person slowly lifted the hat from his head, revealing half of his face. He continued, "Without thinking that someone could have forgotten who I am in this land of Yangzhou." Won-hyung was moved, opening his eyes wide to see the face of the person, thinking to himself, this voice, could it be? The person had completely removed the hat, revealing his handsome face. A gust of wind accidentally swept by, causing his hair and clothes to flutter. He spoke coldly, his serious face looking at the scene before him. "You over there. I am their senior brother." Kang Won-yang, realizing he was right, joyfully exclaimed, "Senior brother." Taeho was also moved. He struggled to push himself off the ground. "Is it really you, brother?" Dong Gukmying seemed to sense the danger of this person, but was still a bit unsure. He leaned his head towards the subordinate next to him and asked, "Do you know him?" The other quickly replied that 7 years ago, right in the middle of the great battle between good and evil, it was said that the eldest disciple of the Longhu martial arts school had gone missing. According to rumors, he seemed to have died fighting against the evil sect, but it looks like he has returned. Hyuk Muzang threw his hat to the ground and slowly walked towards the crowd, who quickly took a fighting stance, continuously asking each other if that guy had lost his mind. Dong Gukmying understood the situation after hearing this. What then he is? Before he could finish his sentence, a strange scene unfolded. Hyuk Muzang, who was just standing at the door, had now vanished. The others were frantically searching for his figure. And Dong Gukmying was also panicking. Where did he disappear to? I was always watching him when he appeared. I'm sorry, Taeho. Hyuk Muzang gently inquired. It seems I'm too late. Hyuk Muzang gently patted Taeho's head, kindly asking him. To the astonishment of the thugs, Hyuk Muzang had somehow rescued his 2 junior brothers from the control of those people. Dong Gukmying, hearing the commotion, turned around in panic. What? Since when? To the amazement of everyone, Hyuk Muzang remained calm and concerned for his 5th, carefully checking his little brother's face. Are you hurt anywhere? Taeho was still a bit startled but politely replied no. Kang Wenyang, feeling aggrieved that the senior brother only cared about the 5th, spoke up. Senior brother. I'm the one who is injured, not him. At this moment, Dong Gukmying was sweating profusely, thinking to himself, how did he get to those 2 so quickly? A martial arts master? That's impossible. Even if he is from the Martial Arts Alliance, he is just a disciple of a small martial arts school. No matter how strong he is. He was a bit scared but still tried to act like he was fine. Threatening Hyuk Muzang, you bastard, how dare you play tricks in front of me? Hyuk Muzang, hearing those questions, turned around to respond, you bastard, you know nothing. Hyuk Muzang glared, his face radiating a terrifying killing intent. Do you still dare to harm the youngest disciple of the Longhu martial arts school? Wonhyang, hearing this, felt aggrieved and interjected, Senior brother, it's not him who is injured, it's me who is injured, it's me. Hyuk Muzang slowly stood up, his spiritual energy surrounding him, making him glow. Lightning bolts of spiritual energy emanated from his body, causing the others to shudder. Don't think I will let you leave here in one piece. This thought is terrifying. Dong Gukmying was horrified, his face was pale, sweat was pouring down his face, and his voice was no longer smooth. What is happening? Quickly, he regained his composure. After all, they had the advantage in numbers, and Hyuk Muzang alone might not be able to handle it. He turned to his companions and signaled with his hand. What are you doing? Capture him. Immediately, the group of thugs with knives and swords rushed forward, charging at Hyuk Muzang. Even though all 4 of them charged at once, Hyuk Muzang remained standing still, waiting to see what moves the thugs would make. The blades were almost touching him, yet Hyuk Muzang did not move at all. Seeing this scene, Wonhyang and Taeho shouted loudly, rushing towards their senior brother, watch out! With a clang, all 4 blades were converging at the same point. But Hyuk Muzang had vanished, now standing behind them, and all 4 stared in astonishment at the strange sight before them. One person in the group gasped. Immediately after, unseen strikes suddenly rained down on each of them. Each blow was surprisingly accurate, and all 4 thugs were left with mixed-up teeth and lips, with at least one of them losing a tooth. Dong Gukmying, witnessing the scene before him, was even more panicked. What just happened? His 2 junior brothers were also left speechless in shock. It can't be. All 4 thugs were taken down in an instant, and Hyuk Muzang turned to walk away, leaving the 4 of them unconscious. And in the blink of an eye, Hyuk Muzang's position had changed again. Dong Gukmying's hands and feet were now trembling uncontrollably. Currently, Hyuk Muzang was standing right in front of him, his face pale. It was over. This time it was really over. He couldn't even move, only able to stare into the terrifying killing intent of Hyuk Muzang. Hyuk Muzang spoke, I can kill in an instant. But I do not wish to kill anyone in this sacred place. Indeed, while those people were beaten badly, their injuries did not threaten their lives. So I will spare you. Taeho and Wonhyang, witnessing the fight from the beginning, were also extremely astonished. Is he really that strong? Hyuk Muzang continued, but it is not that simple. Hyuk Muzang stretched out his hand, raised it high, and lowered his voice. I will ask you for an arm. With a swift motion, Hyuk Muzang passed by like a gust of wind. That wind also swept Dong Gukyeon's arm up into the sky. This bloody scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. It took a few seconds for the scream of that thug to echo, shaking the entire area. The blade that had just been thrown was now embedded in the wall showing several cracks, revealing how formidable Hyuk Muzang's strength was. After the brief battle just now, the blood of the thugs splattered all over the yard, staining a large area red. In the blink of an eye, Hyuk Muzang changed his position again. This time his hand was resting on the astonished face of Young Taeho. Hyuk Muzang said nothing, only meticulously observed every detail on his junior's face. Hyuk Muzang shook the boy's head back and forth, making even Wonhyung, who was standing behind, feel dizzy. He hesitated to speak, apologizing. Big brother. Suddenly, Hyuk Muzang spoke. Junior brother. Wonhyung jumped in surprise, stammering a reply. Yes, elder brother. Hyuk Muzang turned around, flashing a bright smile. Fortunately, our little brother wasn't hurt, right? Haha. Wonhyung was truly at a loss for words. Elder brother, you are the one who got beaten. Not long after, while Hyuk Muzang was checking the pulse of his master, he closed his eyes, focusing all his attention on the pulse to find out the cause of his master's serious illness at that moment. As if sensing something, Hyuk Muzang opened his eyes wide, his face mixed with a bit of panic. Internal injuries. Hyuk Muzang thought to himself, the attacker must be a top-tier expert. And the person lying motionless on the bed was Young-gun, the head of the Long-Hu martial arts school. He bit his lip tightly. Who dared to do this to his master? Outside, the sky was still bright. Perhaps it was because of the return of the eldest disciple that today's scenery was unusually beautiful. Hyuk Muzang gently stepped out of his master's room and quietly closed the door. At that moment, he also heard someone calling him, elder brother. It was Yang Sichun, the third disciple of the Long-Hu martial arts school, who was both crying and laughing as he rushed towards Hyuk Muzang, his voice clearly filled with joy. You have come back to life. Behind him, Wonhyung and Taeho were also smiling, watching the touching reunion scene before them. Yang Sichun hugged his elder brother tightly and cried out, Why did you just come back now? Hyuk Muzang also joyfully embraced his junior, a smile clearly visible on his face. Silly, when the elder brother returns, you should be happy, right? Why are you crying? After waiting for the third brother to calm down a bit, Hyuk Muzang finally separated him. Looking around and immediately noticing something strange, he wondered aloud. Where is the fourth brother? Why can't I see him? Hearing that question, the three younger brothers present all jumped in surprise. All three of them seemed to be avoiding the issue. Young Taeho bowed his head in silence. Calm Wonhyung scratched his mouth and turned his head away. Only Yang Sichun, who was standing opposite the elder brother, couldn't avoid it. He stammered, Well, actually. Hyuk Muzang glared at them, as if he had also noticed the oddity in his younger brother's attitudes. This stammering? Young Jaeho, you are Terong's brother, tell me what happened. Taeho, hearing his elder brother call his name, jumped in surprise. He pointed at himself with his finger and stammered in response. Huh? Are you asking me? Then he stepped forward and began to recount the situation to his elder brother. Terong went to the Van Ha district to earn money for his father's medical treatment. But I lost contact with him 6 months ago. We sent someone to look for him but still have no results. On their faces at this moment were expressions of sadness and disappointment. Even a hint of despair. Hyuk Muzang listened silently from beginning to end. It was hard to tell what expression was on his face now, sorrow, disappointment, or perhaps a face full of self-blame. After a moment of silence, Hyuk Muzang slowly spoke. It has been 7 years since I left here. He thought of the unruly gang from earlier, remembering the master who was still unconscious in bed, and continued, Not only that, but the loan sharks have also come to disturb our martial arts school. The master is still lying there due to internal injuries. Speaking of this, a kind of killing intent emanated from him that made others shiver. Even the fourth brother is still missing? You all tell me everything that happened while I was not here, okay? The three brothers saw the fierce expression on their elder brother's face and were startled. Each of them sweating profusely, their faces pale. They all shared the same thought. The elder brother has gone mad. According to the account of the third brother Kong Wonhyung, the memories of the disciples gradually emerged. 3 years ago, a stranger came to our martial arts school. We had never met that person before, but he insisted on challenging the master. Of course, the master politely refused him. Wonhyung bowed his head, looking sad, but he continued to sit stubbornly at the gate of the martial arts school and attack the innocent disciples. Hyuk Musang sat upright, silently listening to this story. In Wonhyung's memory, this person was arrogant and strong like a wild beast. The image of him attacking the master with brutality still haunted the minds of their brothers. Wonhyung continued, but it turned out that we were not the only victims of him. The leader of the Five Dragons Martial Arts School had died, while the leader of the KMTUC Martial Arts School was crippled and had to close the school. One by one, the martial arts schools closed down, and the county of Yangzhou quickly became a gathering point for troublemakers. As predicted, they began to obstruct the activities of the martial arts schools. The disciples had to buy medicine for their master, so they fell into debt. It turned out that their place was a branch of the ghost-selling sect. At this moment, all three brothers looked guilty and awkward, as they did not have the ability to protect the martial arts school, so none of them had the courage to face the senior brother directly. Hyuk Musang had not said a word until now. After hearing the story, he crossed his arms and pondered. The other three maintained an evasive attitude. Only Wonhyung, sitting in the middle, secretly raised his head to observe the expression of the senior brother sitting opposite him. Hyuk Musang frowned and thought, it was really strange. A wanderer came to the legitimate martial arts schools, pretending to request a duel. He vaguely imagined what that person looked like. And then, he envisioned an organization of dangerous individuals standing behind them, then connected it with the events that had occurred at the martial arts school in the past period. And then, a group of thugs backed by an evil sect began to cause chaos, just in time for them to lend money? What they were doing must have only one purpose. Hyuk Musang spoke up, they want to tear apart Yangzhou. Then he suddenly stood up, everyone quickly prepare. The three brothers Taeho, Wonhyung, and Sichin looked at the senior brother. They still hadn't processed what he was saying. Huh? What are you talking about? Hyuk Musang looked far away, his eyes filled with determination and killing intent. How the evil sect expanded its influence was not the issue. We will give them a good fight. Do they dare to touch the Longhu Martial Arts School? At the lair of the ghost-selling sect, a deafening shout rang out, a bunch of useless people. A scar-faced man sat arrogantly in a chair, looking down at the one-armed man kneeling below and scolding him. I told you to go get the money, yet you left a hand behind and went. Huh? The one kneeling there must be the thug Dong Gukmying. Who else could it be? The boss sat up straight, his face full of anger as he shouted loudly. Who do they think we are? He is Ban Gui, the leader of the ghost-selling sect. Dong Gukmying tightly hugged his arms. My lords, please forgive me, although he is currently afraid of being punished by his superiors. Facing a master like earlier is nothing compared to that. He is lucky to have kept his life. Ban Gui, seeing through his subordinate's attitude, continued to ask, who is he? Does he dare to touch the ghost-selling sect? Dong Gukmying bowed and replied, regarding that matter, he claimed to be the eldest disciple of the Longhu Martial Arts School. Hearing the word martial arts school, he became even angrier. What? A martial arts school? Isn't that just a training hall, not a sect? Wait a minute, he suddenly felt cold all over. Longhu Martial Arts School. Where have I heard that name before? He must have heard that name before. He placed both hands on his forehead, his face now pale, sweat starting to pour out. He had a feeling that he could not forget that name. A martial arts school that someone like him, who always lived in hiding, must remember. Ben Gui kept murmuring a phrase, Longhu Martial Arts School, Longhu Martial Arts School. In the curiosity and amazement of his subordinates, they all wondered why their leader had such a strange expression. Then suddenly, Ban Gui's eyes widened. He recalled the name of the long-haired monster he had encountered in a battle. Even now, that name was a terrifying nightmare in Ban Gui's mind. He immediately became anxious. Don't tell me I am. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a huge commotion at the main door interrupted the story, leaving Ban Gui in horror. A mysterious footsteps slowly entered inside. The subordinates, hearing the noise, quickly drew their swords and stood in front of their leader. Who dares? Dong Gukmying, hearing the familiar sound, was so scared that he fell over. Huh? Hyuk Muzang casually walked in from outside. "Oh, I was wondering who this notorious ghost-selling sect was. Turns out it's that half-baked guy Ben Cho?" Seeing the person who just entered, Ben Gui became extremely terrified. His face turned as green as a banana leaf, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. He stood up abruptly and coughed. "Hyuk Muzang." Hyuk Muzang brought along 3 junior brothers. Except for him, who looked calm, the other 3 were all timid and highly alert, each of them ready for battle. Hyuk Muzang looked at the leader with a bored expression. "Ben Cho, have you forgotten the promise from 10 years ago?" Wonhyung and Taeho were surprised to hear this. "Senior brother, do they know each other?" Hyuk Muzang pointed his sword at Ben Gui and continued, "If you dare to set foot in Yangzhou County again, I will castrate you." To the surprise of his subordinates, Ben Gui was now pale with fear, quickly covering his groin with his hands. The subordinates, however, were not like that, as they did not know who our main character was, so they were still full of bravado, shouting in unison, "Who do you think you are? Do you want to die?" Hyuk Muzang remained expressionless. He spoke, "My brothers, just stay there, observe and learn." The thugs from the various factions rushed forward, weapons aimed directly at Hyuk Muzang, but he stood still. The 3 brothers behind him shouted a warning, "Senior brother." And the attacks began to be unleashed, but the unfortunate thing was that Hyuk Muzang only targeted the most important parts of them. The 3 Wonhyung, Taeho, and Sichin watched in silence, feeling sympathy for the thugs. Hyuk Muzang continuously unleashed his moves, leaving behind faces filled with pain. To the left, then to the right, Hyuk Muzang took down one person after another, and soon he reached the last few. The 3 brothers widened their eyes witnessing the scene before them. The battlefield was filled with pitiful moans. They silently lamented, "Senior brother. We cannot watch any longer." They covered their eyes, crying for the unruly thugs. They were enemies, but they felt pity for them. Taeho even bit his own hand. He was too cruel. This place, although not stained with blood like previous battles, looked even more tragic. Everyone was trembling, hugging themselves, their mouths constantly moaning. Dong Gukmying trembled as he looked at the scene before him. Then he was visibly relieved. Thankfully, he had only chopped off his own hand and did not cut off his own rim. Hyuk Muzang lightly raised his sword. Until now the sword had only been stained with a little blood at the tip. Now, who wants to be the next to be castrated? Hyuk Muzang extended his hand forward, lightly provoking the remaining thugs. The thugs, seeing Hyuk Muzang's swift and deadly moves, panicked. All instinctively took a step back. Too scary. Ben Gui, sitting there witnessing everything, trembled, unsure if it was from anger or fear. This was not. Then he shouted, "Everyone retreat." Ben Gui slowly stood up from his chair, his voice showing indifference. "A bunch of useless fools, it's time for me to take action." He slowly approached Hyuk Muzang and said, "Hyuk Muzang, it's been a while since we last met, and you've become much stronger, worthy of being my longtime rival." He cracked his knuckles and moved forward, while his companions each wore different expressions. Some apologized, while others blurted out a few exclamations. Ben Gui rubbed his neck, twisting it a few times, trying to convince himself that he looked really cool right now. "But I can't stop thinking about the events from 10 years ago." Hyuk Muzang stood still observing, but his junior disciples were not as calm. They were afraid something was about to happen, and each of them wore a nervous expression. At this moment, Ben Gui stood right in front of Hyuk Muzang, and anyone who looked at him had to admit that he was indeed twice as big as him. He continued with a face full of hatred. "The humiliation and fear you brought upon me back then, and these lingering pains." Hyuk Muzang, hearing him say that, glared at his opponent. Ben Gui responded with a gaze filled with deep hatred. The people inside were divided into 2 extremes. The disciples of the Long-Hu martial arts school became tense, paying close attention to every move of their opponent. While on the other side, the remaining thugs smirked with self-satisfaction, knowing that their boss had taken action, so they no longer needed to worry. Ben Gui clenched his fists and continued, "So today." Suddenly, with a thud, both of Ben Gui's knees hit the ground. He knelt down before Hyuk Muzang, bowing deeply, his voice extremely earnest, "I want to apologize to you for everything." The 3 of Taeho, Wonyoung, and Sichin were stunned. What the hell was happening? The faces of the thugs from the various factions also froze. They could not believe the story was taking this turn. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ben Gui was so scared that his whole body turned pale, trembling intermittently, his voice barely a whisper. Please don't castrate me. Hyuk Muzang silently assessed for a moment before speaking normally. I would beat you to a pulp and castrate you before you die. Upon hearing this, Ben Gei's eyes widened, and sweat poured down heavily. He was so frightened that his face lost all color. Hyuk Muzang continued, raising his hand to his chin, pretending to ponder, but seeing you kneeling under the gaze of my subordinates really moves me. Then he let his sword drop to the ground and said, I will give you a chance. Ben Gei, hearing this, joyfully looked up and asked, Really? But facing him now was the face full of murderous intent of Hyuk Muzang, staring intently at him. He cracked his knuckles, ready to give the thug a good beating. I give you two choices. Do you want me to beat you or do you want me to castrate you? Ben Gei, seeing that scene, was so scared that he almost lost his mind. So he reluctantly made a choice. Just beat me, please. A piece of paper covered in writing slowly fell to the ground, and Hyuk Muzang's voice rang out, Sign here. The remaining gang members were forced to raise both hands straight up to the sky, their faces all showing one word, shocked. The leader had been beaten so badly that his face was swollen, and he couldn't even open his eyes. What is this? I can't see anything. Hyuk Muzang explained about the paper over there. This is a confirmation paper stating that you have cheated 150 gold bars from us. Hearing that terrifying number, Ben Gei jumped in shock, quickly stood up to refute. 150 gold bars. We only took 20 gold bars, what is this? Just as he finished speaking, Ben Gei received a blow to the head, causing blood to spurt from his nose. He was already in a miserable state, and now it was even worse. Hyuk Muzang tapped Ben Gei's head with a wooden sword, considering this a punishment for disturbing my disciples in the martial arts school. I'll raise it to 300. And you should be grateful to me for giving you such a light punishment. Ben Gei could not resist, only able to hold his head and endure. Although he was furious to the point of turning red, veins bulging on his face, he still did not dare to argue back. Ben Gei trembled, both scared and angry. Reluctantly accepted that enormous debt. Ah well, thank you then. Hyuk Muzang clasped his hands behind his back and turned to leave. Thank you for what? I'm not done yet. At this moment, Ben Gei dared to show his emotions outwardly. But it was only a secret display behind Hyuk Muzang's back. His mind was screaming, that bastard, that stingy guy. Hyuk Muzang heard some movement and turned around. Immediately Ben Gei retracted his thoughts and turned his head away. Hyuk Muzang spoke. What were you just doing? Ben Gei's sweat was pouring down, thinking to himself, this crazy guy. Ben Gei turned his face away to avoid Hyuk Muzang's gaze, mumbling a reply. I don't know what you're talking about. Hyuk Muzang, hearing this, did not ask much more. He stood high above, looking down, and said in a low voice, Go get the money quickly. Ben Gei was stunned by the response. Right now. I still have to check if I have enough money. Hyuk Muzang slowly extended his hand forward. Then he clenched his fist with a very intimidating expression. What did you just say? Ben Gei saw this and was terrified, knowing exactly what Hyuk Muzang was referring to. He hurriedly nodded repeatedly, Yes, sir. Ben Gei immediately turned to his subordinates and said, What are you still doing there? Go get the money quickly. The subordinates hurriedly obeyed, Yes, sir. On the way back to the martial arts school, Taeho happily struck up a conversation. You are truly amazing, handling 30 men all by yourself. Hyuk Muzang's expression remained unchanged as he leisurely replied to his junior. Although they were more numerous, they were not even as strong as third-rate experts. There are many stronger people in the martial world. But Taeho did not think so. He pouted and mimicked how his senior held the sword earlier. But in my eyes, you are still amazing. However, it seemed that Hyuk Muzang found something strange. He turned his head to look at the juniors behind him, making a sound of surprise. You don't seem very happy, Kong. Are you worried about something? Hearing that question, Kong was startled and gasped. Then he awkwardly turned his head away, seemingly afraid of making everyone worry with him. There is something. Seeing him stammer like that, Hyuk Muzang looked at his junior with curiosity. Kong Wenyang began to explain, scratching his neck, his face showing some fear. Behind the ghostly cult is a group of evil sects called the Great Power Gang. And I'm afraid they will take revenge for what happened today. Upon hearing this, Hyuk Muzang showed no concern at all. He turned around and continued walking. What's there to worry about? I've already planned for everything. The juniors behind him were overjoyed to hear that. Whoa, that's great, the senior brother has already thought it through. Hyuk Muzang continued with a mysterious expression. It's simple, if the opponents I face are too strong. The three of Wonhyung, Taeho, and Sichin held their breath, waiting to hear what solution their senior brother would propose. Hyuk Muzang seriously emphasized with a somewhat quirky expression, then I must be stronger than them. After all, whoever is stronger wins. But upon hearing that, the three brothers were once again shocked, mouths agape. Huh? Kam Wonyang spoke up first. Senior brother, I know you are very strong, but what if they have 100 men? How can you handle them all by yourself? Hyuk Muzang turned to look at his second brother with a puzzled expression. Me? No, it's not just me. The scene changed, and Kam Wonyang's face at that moment looked truly terrible. He had a huge rock on his shoulder. His face was covered in sweat, red as if he had eaten chili. Veins were popping out, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. A force caused Hyuk Muzang to lean to the right, but he still sat seriously with his eyes closed and arms crossed, saying, no matter how strong we are, if they attack while we are absent, the dojo is finished. He leaned to the left, so the younger disciples had to take on the responsibility themselves. Oh my God! Indeed, the three brothers Wonhyung, Sichin, and Taeho were undergoing a rigorous training session. Each of them had to lift a stone 3 to 4 times their body weight. And Wonhyung even had to carry the senior brother sitting comfortably on top. Hyuk Muzang continued, stating clearly, you all need to get stronger. Keep practicing. To become strong, one must have combat experience. The next exercise appeared. A wooden sword was rushing towards them from a distance. It was Hyuk Muzang. He pointed the wooden sword at Kam Wonhyung and continued, through real combat, you will improve your skills much faster than just training. You will also learn how to use weapons and enhance your fighting instincts. If there is no combat experience, the body will become stiff and unable to move. In short, if you do not push to your limits, just as he finished speaking, Hyuk Muzang had already swiftly moved behind Kam Wonhyung and struck him 3 times on the head, stomach, and legs. Hyuk Muzang swung his hand and continued, the result will be. At that moment, the sword had stabbed right next to Kam Wonhyung's face, making him turn pale with fear. Hyuk Muzang concluded with a single phrase, dead. Kam Wonhyung thought in fear, the wooden sword pierced through the wall. Hyuk Muzang took a breath and turned around. Next. Over there, Sichin and Taeho were both panting heavily, so exhausted that their faces turned pale. Taeho spoke up, huff. Senior brother, wait a moment, isn't this a bit too much? Yang Sichin quickly chimed in, let us rest a bit, brother. Hearing this, Hyuk Muzang glared. Whoever comes in last will be punished with an extra round. Both of them shuddered, damn it. Then both rushed towards Hyuk Muzang. Let me go first. No, let me. Me first. And throughout that session, the courtyard of the Long Tiger Martial Arts School was filled with the sounds of the brothers practicing sword fighting. Before long, the sky was about to darken. Hyuk Muzang placed the wooden sword on the rack and said, you all have worked hard today. But I think since it's the first day, we should take it easy like this. He turned his head and continued, starting tomorrow, I will train you all seriously, so make sure to rest well. Saying that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind trembling arms. All 3 of them lay flat on the ground, trembling all over, foaming at the mouth. Yang Sichin trembled and said softly, is this really light? Kam Wonhyung chimed in. Tomorrow, will we train seriously? Then Yang Sichin struggled to get up, but what about the training earlier? Did the brothers see how strong the senior brother was? Was he that strong from the very beginning? The other 2 quickly got up as well. Taeho thought for a moment and replied, although he was already famous in the town for being strong, back then he was nothing compared to how he is now. Kam Wonhyung quickly added, 10 years ago, there was a time he fought against 20 sword-wielding men alone. But he was severely injured and nearly died. It was nothing compared to today's one-sided battle. The image of the senior brother at that time slowly came back to their minds. Yang Sichin confirmed, the senior brother is indeed extremely strong. Taeho quickly supplemented, today he didn't even break a sweat or get injured at all. However, Kam Wonhyung was meticulous. He raised his hand to his chin and pondered, the senior brother is really strange. Did he learn some secret technique? The lights in the master's room were brightly lit. On the bed, Hyuk Muzang was closing his eyes, using spiritual energy to probe the master's injuries. He frowned. I knew it. The master not only has serious internal injuries but has also been affected for a long time, impacting his internal organs. At some point, the master might not be able to hold on any longer. The master was still tightly closing his eyes, showing no signs of waking up. He remembered the appearance of his 3 junior brothers. Thanks to the brothers taking good care of him, the master was still alive until now. However, Hyuk Muzang suddenly became serious. The master has reached his limit. He pinched 2 fingers together and raised them high. There can be no more delays. He must treat the master immediately. He immediately began to clear the meridians for him, calculating each movement with utmost care. The master's body also showed some changes, with veins quickly rising from his neck to his face. And finally, Hyuk Muzang unleashed a powerful strike, causing the master to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. The amount of blood was not much, but enough to stain a patch of red on the carpet. All right. The blood clot has been expelled from the body. The real treatment begins. Thinking that, he immediately placed his hand to channel energy to his master. He silently assessed the situation. The master's meridians had been damaged, and he had to transmit internal energy carefully. The streams of energy within the master's body began to react. But then something was wrong. The master's body exhibited a backlash phenomenon that surprised Hyuk Muzang greatly. He immediately reacted, thinking, oh no, the energy inside the master is reacting too violently. I'm about to lose control. Hyuk Muzang gritted his teeth, gathering all his strength once more. He would not allow this to happen. The master trembled violently, continuously spitting out fresh blood. Hyuk Muzang became even more anxious. Why was the master's body reacting instead of accepting his energy? If this continued, the master wouldn't be able to hold on. This won't do. It would be safer to stop. I need to reluctantly restore the master's energy and unblock his meridians. Hyuk Muzang gathered his energy once again. The power of this move was so strong that it blew both their hair and clothes into the air. All at once, the streams of spiritual energy collided, creating a dazzling array of light, illuminating the master's room right in the middle of the night. The master of Hyuk Muzang's face had now returned to normal. Not long after, he slowly opened his eyes. Right in front of him was the figure of Hyuk Muzang. Hyuk Muzang saw that the master had awakened and was overjoyed. Master, you're awake. He slowly spoke. Is that you, Muzang? Oh, my Hyuk Muzang, is that you? Hyuk Muzang immediately stood up. He knelt down, bowing his head to the master still lying on the bed, respectfully saying, Master, I, your disciple Hyuk Muzang, have returned. I have returned late. Please punish this useless disciple. The master extended his trembling hands towards Hyuk Muzang and said, Come here. He immediately obeyed, standing up and walking over to his master. The master's trembling hand slowly touched his cheek. He gently spoke, You have done very well. Thank heaven you have returned safely. At this moment, Hyuk Muzang could no longer hold back his tears. The master continued, Thank you, Buddha. Hyuk Muzang no longer tried to appear strong and cried in the warm hands of his master like a child. In another place, a cup was placed down on the table with a thud by a mysterious hand, and the person shouted loudly, What did you say? He was Myung-Hubin, the leader of the great power sect, and at this moment, his face was not very pleasant as he gritted his teeth and asked, The demon cult was robbed? He turned to the left where his subordinate was standing and asked, Why is the Longhu martial arts school still operating? The subordinate, named Oh Chisholm from the Great Power Gang, was the local leader. Oh Chisholm quickly replied, I could not negotiate with them openly because they have compromised with the Martial Arts Alliance, pretending it was just an exchange of martial arts. I have injured the leader of the martial arts school. However, the senior disciple Hyuk Muzang returned just in time. Old Myung-Hubin frowned and asked back, Senior disciple? Isn't he a master in the martial arts school? Oh Chisholm bowed respectfully and replied, 30 members of the half-demon sect were defeated by that one person. This also surprised Myung-Hubin quite a bit. Myung-Hubin raised his hand to stroke his beard and said, Could it be that you let this matter slide just because of the Martial Arts Alliance? You must know that no one touches my money and survives. He slowly stood up, turned his back to his subordinate, and ordered, Send the Iron Demon, Gok Chujul, to deal with him. Use the old method, trick him into a duel. Once that bastard is dead, send the half-demons to wipe out that damned Long-Hu martial arts school completely. Upon hearing the order, Oh Chisholm clasped his hands and replied, Understood. Myung-Hubin looked into the distance and continued to instruct, Make sure the Martial Arts Alliance does not have a chance to intervene, to which the other side replied, Yes. The door to the room was closed, and Oh Chisholm had now left to carry out the orders. Myung-Hubin gazed out the window, lost in thought, his eyes suddenly turning red. Hyuk Muzang. The scarred back of Hyuk Muzang slowly appeared in his thoughts. He is indeed a fool. You were lucky to survive the righteous evil battle. You should not return here to waste that life. Somewhere, a sword was thrown to the ground. A middle-aged man in red clothing fell heavily to the ground, trembling as he checked the bleeding wound on his shoulder. In front, Kam Won-hyung, Yang Sichun, and Young Tae-ho had also finished dealing with the riffraff. They were all surprised by their enhanced strength, continuously cheering. I have one. Meanwhile, Hyuk Muzang approached the man in red and asked, Are you the leader of the scoundrels here? The man clutched his shoulder tightly, his eyes filled with bloodshot anger, and shouted, How dare you? Do you think you can escape? Do you know who is behind me? Hyuk Muzang replied without changing his expression, Then send them this message. An pointed his leg straight at that guy, using a piercing gaze to look at him, and continued, The matter of Yangzhou belongs to the Long-Hu Martial Arts School. If you continue to cause trouble with us, then you will regret it. After that, the sounds of feet and hands moving continuously rang out. Have you heard any rumors yet? At a restaurant, two men were eating noodles and chatting. The older one started the conversation. Last night those rascals got beaten up badly. The chubby man, upon hearing this, immediately reacted, Huh? Is it really those guys? The other man continued to tell the story. It seems like it was the Long-Hu Martial Arts School again. Their leader is already crippled. The chubby man was so shocked that his mouth fell open. Whoa, not long ago they drove the ghost cult away. But didn't they only have about 5 masters? Those thugs have at least 50. The other man proudly continued, But this time Master Hyuk Muzang has returned. He has long been famous for his talent. The listener laughed heartily with a satisfied expression. Indeed, it is a relief. They have harmed too many people already. The man winked and continued, And that's not all. They even returned the money to those who were robbed by them. The chubby man, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in surprise. Then he stood up abruptly and shouted loudly, saliva spraying all over the listener's face, Oh my God! Why didn't you say something so important from the beginning? Do you know how much they took from me? The other man raised his hand to block but was too late. The chubby man helplessly frowned. But I was about to say. The chubby man then left the place, staggering while running quickly towards the door, shouting, Long-Hu Martial Arts School! I am also a victim! The other man was still wiping his face with his sleeve. And when he turned around, the other had already run away. He could only call out a few words, Hey, wait a minute. He was also at a loss for words, displaying a helpless expression, Really? Then he sighed, smiled with satisfaction, but it seems that finally, Yangzhou County is peaceful again. In front of the martial arts school, a crowd of people was jostling each other. Everyone was eager to get back the money they had lost. I came from the fabric shop. They took 10 taels of silver from me. I came from that farm over there. They also took 10 taels of silver from me and ruined the land. I lost 1 gold tael. They even took what my father left behind. 3 taels of silver. That much is enough for my child to have a full stomach, 150 coins. Half of it is fine. Give me my money back. All 3 of them, Tae-ho, Sichun, and Won-hyung, were overwhelmed by the crowd. Yang Sichun and Won-hyung spoke up trying to calm the crowd. Everyone, please calm down, but the crowd continued, That is the money for my mother's medicine. Tae-ho looked at the crowd in front of him, sweating profusely. The martial arts school had never experienced anything like this before, so the 3 brothers didn't know how to handle it. Tae-ho wondered what to do now. It was out of control. Suddenly, a large hand touched Tae-ho's shoulder, and he turned to look. Turning around, he was surprised to say, Senior brother. At that moment, Hyuk Muzang was standing behind him, quietly observing the crowd in front. Hyuk Muzang took a deep breath and spoke up. Calm down. The crowd, which had been chaotic just moments ago, fell silent, all curious to see who the new speaker was. Taeho looked up at his senior brother, unable to close his mouth, thinking to himself, so cool. So cool. Taeho's eyes lit up as he looked at his senior brother with a face full of admiration. Although he spoke very softly, everyone heard him, and of course, both Sejin and Wonhyung admired him just as much. Hyuk Musang raised his hand to his mouth, cleared his throat a few times, ahem, ahem. I know you have suffered a lot because of those bastards. They have disrupted your businesses and robbed you under the guise of collecting protection money. Because of their threats, you have lost a lot of money, and many of you have accumulated debts because you had to borrow money. Every word he spoke struck a chord with the villagers, and some of them even cried, looking very pitiful. But Hyuk Musang raised his face, placed his hand on his chest, and declared loudly, I, Hyuk Musang, have returned. I will not allow anyone to make you suffer like this again. I will protect you and restore this place to the peaceful Yangzhou it once was. The elderly and young people all raised their hands to wipe their tears, both out of hatred for the cruel thugs and joy at the prospect of escaping their suffering. Then he reached out to pat his junior brother Taeho's head, positioning Wonhyung and Sejin behind him. He continued, so please calm down and listen to the guidance of my junior brothers. If everyone lines up one by one, we can pay you all. The three brothers blushed, filled with pride for their senior brother. A pair of trembling legs stepped forward, feeling so humiliated. Everyone stepped aside, revealing the figure of a bald old man stepping forward. As he became clearer, they all shouted in unison, Elder O. The old man slowly spoke, you volunteered to help, yet here we are causing such a ruckus. He took Hyuk Musang's hand with his wrinkled one and said gently, I am sorry, Musang. Then it seemed that a few tears also appeared at the corners of his eyes, and he thanked his child very much, all thanks to you. We should have said this a long time ago. Hyuk Musang smiled and politely replied, this is what we should do. The people below, seeing that scene, were all moved, and they all looked forward to a bright future. But then Elder O continued, but Musang. He smiled back, yes, the old man trembled all over, aye. The old man's face became unusually cheerful. He joyfully pointed at himself. I am the one at the front of the line, right? You said to line up in order, so give me my money first. Okay? Hee hee hee. The people below saw that scene, and everyone's face showed the same expression, speechless. Suddenly another figure stepped forward from behind. He spoke up, is this the Longhu Martial Arts School? Both Hyuk Musang and everyone turned curiously to look back. Hyuk Musang looked in that direction and replied, yes, you are. Elder O, seeing someone else coming, hurriedly said, who wants to cut in line? I am the first one here. The stranger grinned. It seemed that he was the Hyuk Musang from the rumors. Hyuk Musang immediately became alert. Yes, it is me. The stranger had an extremely cunning expression. He continued to grin, clasped his hands towards Hyuk Musang and said, I am just a traveler passing by. I came here to challenge the famous disciple of the Longhu Martial Arts School. The three people Wonhyung, Sejin, and Taeho were startled in their hearts. A traveler? Suddenly, a voice entered Taeho's mind. Is he the one who injured the master? Taeho was taken aback. Is this telepathy? Taeho immediately knew who was asking. He turned to his senior brother, and cautiously shook his head. Hyuk Musang looked at the so-called traveler and thought to himself, I didn't expect to be challenged right after defeating two gangs. Then he smiled, such an easy-to-guess strategy. Hyuk Musang turned around and said to the stranger, why don't you go in first? Inside the martial arts school, the walls were lined with sharp weapons for the training of their brothers. The people quickly gathered around, rushing in to eavesdrop. Everyone was chattering excitedly. What is happening? Are they going to fight? Don't they know what martial arts is? It looks so scary. Elder O was still shouting in despair. I said I am the one at the front, that damn guy. The wanderer stood with his arms crossed, looking around and assessing the place, thinking to himself that it was just an ordinary martial arts school in the countryside. Nothing particularly special that warranted his effort to come all the way here. Hyuk Musang stepped forward and greeted, pulling him back to reality. I am the senior disciple of the Long Tiger Martial Arts School, Hyuk Musang. He also followed the rules and replied, I am Gol Chijul. However, in his heart, he still looked down on Hyuk Musang, wondering what was so special about this guy. Suddenly, Hyuk Musang spoke up, Yang De. Yang Sejin, hearing his name called, jumped in surprise. Yes. Hyuk Muzang turned to his junior brother and ordered, "Fight him." Upon hearing that, Yang Sichin turned pale with fear, hurriedly asking, "Me? Why?" Joel Chijul on the opposite side was also surprised. "What?" He was so angry that he trembled, his hands clenched tightly, the veins on his face bulging, thinking to himself that this guy was trying to play a trick. Nevertheless, he still maintained a polite demeanor, extending his hand forward and saying, "Come on, senior disciple, you should fight me yourself." Hyuk Muzang on the other side immediately raised his hand to refuse. How could the senior disciple of the Long Tiger Martial Arts School, renowned throughout the world, accept a challenge from an unknown wanderer? Hearing this, the other guy was furious, immediately jumping up and retorting, What did you say?" Meanwhile, behind Hyuk Muzang, Yang Sichin was still feeling wronged and on the verge of tears, shouting, "What about my opinion?" Joel Chijul was also furious, shouting, "How dare you? Who do you think I am?" Hyuk Muzang remained calm, replying to him with a blank expression, "Who are you?" He was immediately silenced, quickly retracting his hand. "Ugh, that." Hyuk Muzang raised his hand to his chin, pretending to be curious, and continued to ask, "Which major sect do you belong to? Who could you possibly be?" Joel Chijul felt like he had slipped up and began to sweat profusely, stammering in response, that. Then he had to grit his teeth and swallow his anger, trembling as he spoke each word, "I am just an ordinary wanderer." Hyuk Muzang turned to his junior brother, pretending to whisper but speaking loud enough for him to hear, "It seems like he's a bit foolish." Yang Sichin heard this and panicked. Sweating profusely, senior brother." He heard that. On the opposite side, Joel Chijul was so furious he looked like he was about to breathe fire, silently screaming in his heart, "That bastard." Hyuk Muzang became serious again, declaring, "Let's make that decision." "Yang Sichin, come on," he ordered from outside. At this moment, Yang Sichin was standing straight on the fighting platform, his whole body trembling, even the sword in his hand couldn't stay still. Why is it me?" Joel Chijul was so furious he was about to turn into a monster. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Hyuk Muzang and growled, "Do you look down on me this much?" Then he fiercely swung his sword. "Fine. I will kill your junior right in front of you." Yang Sichin was scared to the point of tears, his mind was screaming, "Don't spare me." Immediately, Joel Chijul moved, charging towards Yang Sichin. Before long, Joel Chijul appeared right in front of Yang Sichin. He seriously lowered his sword, delivering a powerful strike. Luckily, Sichin managed to swing his sword to block it. But that attack was quite strong compared to Sichin's current state. He was knocked back, sliding away. On the other side, Kang Wonhyong and Young Taeho were anxiously calling out, "Sichin! Third brother!" Yang Sichin's whole body was shaking uncontrollably, but he still held the sword tightly. Yang Sichin was panting, having only blocked one strike. Sweat was pouring down. He thought to himself, "He is too strong." Joel Chijul also smiled. He arrogantly said, "Mahaha. You managed to block it, but it seems like it was just luck. You are done for." Yang Sichin silently assessed his strength. "Damn it, he seems like a top-tier warrior." Joel Chijul was sure he would win this match. His smile became even more cunning. "It's all your senior brother's fault." Yang Sichin, though terrified to the point of turning pale, still gritted his teeth, trying to control his trembling body. Wonhyong and Taeho outside were also extremely worried. Both of them blurted out a few words, "Third brother." Meanwhile, Hyuk Muzang was unusually calm. He didn't show a hint of worry, casually picking his nose while observing the situation. At this moment, the arena was filled with dust. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting to see what the next move would be. Kang Wonyang anxiously approached Hyuk Muzang. Senior brother, the opponent seems quite strong. Is third brother going to be okay alone?" Hyuk Muzang did not hesitate. He immediately spoke up, "Yang junior brother. Do you want to give up?" Yang Sichin reacted immediately upon hearing this, and Joel Chijul also curiously looked at Hyuk Muzang. Yang Sichin quickly adjusted his stance, firmly gripping the sword again. He then spoke with determination, "No, I can do it." Hyuk Muzang heard that and felt relieved. He crossed his arms and continued to reassure his junior disciple, "It's okay. Just act as usual, and you will be fine." Yang Sichin replied seriously to his senior brother, "Yes. Joel Chijul saw that they were not taking him seriously and became furious. These guys dare to make a fuss in front of me? He gritted his teeth. Good. Let's see what your blood looks like. I will end this quickly. Saying that, he suddenly lunged forward, rushing towards Yang Xichen. Yang Xichen swallowed hard, thinking to himself, clearly, the enemy is stronger than me. However, in no time, Joel Chijul had charged right in front of him, but Yang Xichen managed to move his sword slightly, firmly believing that his senior brother's sword was much better than his. The two swords clashed, creating a dazzling flash of light. Both were gritting their teeth, trying to overpower each other. Joel Chijul continued to charge in, swinging his sword 3 more times, but each time was blocked by Yang Xichen's sword, yet Yang Xichen did not counterattack. He could only defend against his opponent's strikes and was forced to retreat a bit. The crowd watching the fight kept asking each other, who is winning? It's obvious, right? Yang is being pushed back a lot. Adu, he should have stopped it. Joel Chijul gritted his teeth. He had also noticed something. He was sweating coldly. What the hell is this? How can this guy block all my attacks? With such ability, he is only ranked 3rd? Joel Chijul launched 2 more strikes but was still blocked by Yang Xichen. This time, he gripped his sword tightly, firmly believing, but even so, I will chop you down. He gathered all his strength, and swung his sword with determination on his face. Yang Xichen saw him preparing seriously and turned pale, fear rising in his heart. This attack, too dangerous. Hyuk Muzang had been closely observing every move of the two. Of course, he had guessed what Joel Chijul's next attack would be. He frowned, his gaze serious towards the battle. Suddenly, Hyuk Muzang shouted loudly, Dragon Tiger Stance, to the left, 2 steps. Execute the 4 forms. Over there, Yang Xichen heard the instructions. Immediately, Yang Xichen's feet moved quickly to the left. And then, Yang Xichen successfully dodged a deadly blow right in front of Joel Chijul, surprising him as well. From behind, Yang Xichen turned around, gathering all his strength to swing his sword. With a swift motion, Yang Xichen executed his technique so quickly that even Joel Chijul couldn't retract his sword in time to defend himself. On the other side, Hyuk Muzang crossed his arms and smiled at the scene before him, while Kam Won-yang and Jung Taeho were left in shock, mouths agape. The crowd below was equally astonished, all eyes wide open, closely watching what was happening here. Joel Chijul gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, this is unbelievable. The hem of his garment had been sliced by Yang Xichen's sword, and he was taken aback, not even having time to lower his hands. Yang Xichen was startled, his mind in chaos. It was too hard to believe. Yang Xichen quickly assumed a defensive stance, but his mind kept evaluating the furious figure before him. Just that much was enough to cut the hem of a top martial artist? Could it be that this guy is that weak? No way, he had to have been quick to block his attack earlier. Then he turned his gaze towards Hyuk Muzang, who was standing with his arms crossed on the other side. It must be the guidance of the senior brother. Joel Chijul's arm holding the sword began to tremble. Veins bulged on his face, and his eyes showed an incredible anger. He roared, how dare someone do this? If that's the case, don't even think about dying peacefully. He was furious and raised his sword high. Outside, Hyuk Muzang continued to give instructions. Long tiger stance, step back 2 steps. Execute the 3rd technique. Yang Xichen immediately followed his senior brother's words, successfully blocking the attack from the hungry beast Joel Chijul. Hyuk Muzang's voice rang out again. Long tiger stance, advance 3 steps. Execute the 2nd technique. Yang Xichen moved forward, thrusting his sword powerfully at his opponent. But he was fortunate enough to block it. Long tiger stance, to the right. Long tiger sword, execute the 6th technique. Long tiger fist, recovery. Yang Xichen turned around and threw a punch, but Joel Chijul managed to block it with his hand. Long tiger sword, execute the 1st technique. Long tiger stance, step back 2 steps. Yang Xichen moved back and forth smoothly, following his senior brother's guidance. Finally managing to push back his opponent, even nearly drawing blood from him with his sword. Yang Xichen completed his technique and returned to a defensive stance, thinking to himself, all right. Finally, I managed to block that guy's sword technique. Joel Chijul was so angry that his hair stood on end. The instructions from the senior brother were very clear. He was very trustworthy, Hyuk Musang's voice echoed again, dragon and tiger kick, executing the 4 techniques. Yang Sichin delivered a precise kick in front of Gol Chijul's astonishment and panic. This time he couldn't defend himself in time. Hyuk Musang continued, dragon and tiger sword, executing the 7 techniques. Yang Sichin quickly assumed a stance, so all I need to do is just follow. A loud noise rang out. A pool of blood appeared on the arena. Yang Sichin's sword was now embedded directly into Gol Chijul's shoulder, shocking him. At this moment, Hyuk Musang also slowly stepped out. It seemed like it was over, right? He put his arm around Yang Sichin's shoulder and said to the other guy, with such strength, you are not worthy to compete with me. Gol Chijul, holding his wound, felt dissatisfied upon hearing Hyuk Musang's words. He immediately shouted, You! What are you doing? How can you act so trashy like this? Instantly, a cold aura radiated around Hyuk Musang. He turned around, revealing a gaze filled with murderous intent that made Gol Chijul jump in fright. Gol Chijul's eyes widened in shock, his face turned pale. Hyuk Musang unleashed a super powerful punch straight into his stomach. The blow was delivered at the speed of light, and Gol Chijul naturally ran for his life. That strike had terrifying power, causing everything nearby to shatter. Gol Chijul took the full force of the blow and was sent flying far away. He lay on the ground, barely able to mumble a few words, and Hyuk Musang slowly approached. I had intended to spare you, but you spoke too recklessly. The murderous aura from Hyuk Musang was incredibly intense. How dare you insult us? Gol Chijul's face was now drenched in sweat. He was so scared that his face turned pale and red, thinking to himself, I will die. Looking up, Hyuk Musang still held that angry and murderous gaze fixed on him. Gol Chijul, trembling, slowly placed his shaking hand on the ground. His voice was filled with fear. I sincerely apologize. Then Gol Chijul knelt down before Hyuk Musang, his voice somewhat earnest, Please forgive me. Hyuk Musang glanced at the crowd watching him from behind and spoke. Now I will spare you. Gol Chijul could only hope for that. Upon hearing those words, his face reacted immediately. Hyuk Musang continued, but this time with a very decisive attitude, Get lost out of my sight. The hands of the disciples behind him clenched tightly. And they, along with the crowd of people, joyfully shouted, Yeah. The man Gol Chijul staggered away. Behind him the praises for Hyuk Musang kept ringing out. So cool. Master Hyuk Musang is really strong. So awesome. I have to enroll my son here right away. Sign me up. Hyuk Musang Mu sang. Hyuk Musang Mu sang. Night fell, the scene shifted to that forest. On the path, a pair of feet were rushing forward. That person was none other than Gol Chijul. He did not dare to stop, just sprinting ahead. He was running while thinking, I must report immediately. He is definitely not ordinary at all. The image of Hyuk Musang appeared in his mind again, perhaps a top-notch master, or even more than that. Really dangerous. From behind, a mysterious dark figure suddenly appeared. He came with the wind along with a sharp sword. The sword quickly touched Gol Chijul's face. With a bang, Gol Chijul was sent flying a distance by the terrifying force of the attack from that person. The trees along the road also fell down. Gol Chijul was knocked back into a fallen tree. His blood vessels felt like they were bursting. Gol Chijul struggled to get up, his mouth constantly groaning. Hyuk Musang executed a technique, slowly flying to stand in front of Gol Chijul. Sorry, but I cannot let you report about me. He adjusted his sword-holding posture and continued, I am not the kind of person who ignores disasters. However, if you answer my question properly. Gol Chijul seemed to clearly see the wrath of Hyuk Musang. He turned pale with fear, his voice stammering, You. In front of him, Hyuk Musang was looking down with eyes full of killing intent. A gust of wind swept by, making his clothes and hair flutter lightly, adding to the terrifying aura. I will end you painlessly. The scene opened up to a brutal torture. A red-hot iron was being pressed against the firm chest of a young man. That young man also screamed in pain. Then the iron was thrown back into the coal pot to continue heating. The young man was tightly bound to the chair, trembling continuously from the recent torture. In front of him stood a man dressed in red, wearing a mask, and behind him was a mysterious figure in black observing the situation. The masked man frowned and asked, Have you decided to confess yet? The young man, still shaking, replied, Who am I supposed to tell you about? The man raised an eyebrow at that. Who is that? The one who ordered you to be our spy. The young man's body was covered in wounds. In addition to the charred flesh from the iron rod, he was also marked with numerous cuts. He answered the question in a weary voice. I told you I don't know what you're talking about. I came to work as a guard to earn some money. I don't even have any acquaintances there, let alone someone who ordered me. Upon hearing the response, the masked man turned back, seemingly gauging the reaction of the man in black. The mysterious man remained expressionless, and gave a slight nod. The masked man understood the cue, turned back, and grasped the hilt of his sword. If what you say is true, then you are indeed a very unfortunate person. The young man gritted his teeth and spat out each word. You will regret this. The opponent took notice upon hearing this. The young man raised his face, which had become battered from the torture, his eyes bloodshot. Angrily, he continued, my senior brother will never forgive you. He is Young Terong, the fourth disciple of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School, the eldest son of the school leader Young-gun. Behind the mask, the man smiled with disdain. You mean your senior brother? Don't worry, he slowly drew the sword from its sheath. He swung the sword high before the horrified face of Young Terong. Just wait a moment, I will help you and your brothers reunite in the afterlife. Back in the forest, a flash of light streaked across Joel Chijul's neck. Instantly, Joel Chijul's head fell from his body, and Hugh Muzang glanced at it before quickly sheathing his sword. He focused on the corpse on the ground, assessing, is the bloodthirsty king involved in this? The bloodthirsty king is one of the top 10 masters of the martial world and also one of the 4 great demon kings, along with the leader of the evil alliance who was killed, the Bloodhand Violent King. So the Great Power Gang is just a group of subordinates of Bao Tangtrui and me. Is he really leading them as I predicted? Surely he doesn't intend to only take over Yangzhou County, but is aiming for the entire Kamtu province. Hugh Muzang thought to himself, but currently, the Demon Alliance is divided and cannot provoke the Martial Arts Alliance. Then he raised his hand to his chin and cautiously said, the Iron Blood King is not foolish enough for that. He imagined a martial arts school that had been sealed tightly, continuing to think, and more than that, how could the 8 great kings in the Martial Arts Alliance not know about it? Then Hugh Muzang jumped up. Suddenly he was hovering in the air. He thought to himself, the atmosphere in Yangzhou is indeed suspicious. At the Longhu Martial Arts School, Master Yunguan was standing in contemplation in front of a tree. He said nothing, just silently touched the tree in front of him. He looked up high, softly spoke, Master, are you still well up there? Then he rubbed the rough trunk of the tree. I thought I had come to meet you that time, but in the end, I couldn't, please forgive me. Then Yunguan closed his eyes, contentedly continued, I don't know how, but Muzang has returned and treated me. I hope that when we meet again, you will feel happy. He recalled the first day he met Hugh Muzang. At that time the boy appeared in tattered clothes. His body was thin and frail. He continued to talk to himself. I didn't expect a scrawny kid who didn't even eat properly could grow up so fast. Surely you must feel very proud. He remembered the day Hugh Muzang drove away the mysterious wanderer Joel Chijul. Thanks to Muzang's return, the martial arts school and this village have revived. And because of that, this morning, we have recruited more than 20 disciples. He touched the tree again, leaned his mouth close to the trunk and silently reminisced. Seeing that scene made me remember the martial arts school of the past. But suddenly he frowned, no longer looking cheerful as before. He gripped the tree trunk tightly. But a long-lost person suddenly appeared. At this moment, the master's whole body trembled, his hands clinging to the trunk to support himself. He remembered the appearance of his son, and his eldest son had to go out to earn money to save this sick father. He leaned his head against the trunk, hot tears rolled down his cheeks. I wonder if he is hungry or hurt somewhere. Why can't I keep him by my side? Terong, he cried and trembled. Behind the wall, Hugh Muzang stood there and heard everything. Then Hugh Muzang also closed his eyes, and the memories of the past slowly emerged. On the hospital bed, a weak woman was uttering each word, Terong Teho. You are still so young. She tightly held the hand of the youngest child, who was Young Teho of the past. Beside the bed were currently 5 children, except for the oldest, Hugh Muzang. The rest were crying and sobbing. Terong choked out, Mother. On the other side, a man, the Master Yungun, was also tightly holding his wife's hand, trying to hold back his tears. The woman continued to weakly speak. Mother is sorry. Terong and Taeho cried out, Mother, don't go. The woman looked up a little, trying to smile. Muzang. Hyuk Muzang did not look directly at the woman lying on the bed but only bowed his head and replied, Yes, dear master. The woman said again, You must listen to my last wish. Yes, master. Hyuk Muzang replied. The woman slightly moved her head. I have worked very hard to love and take care of my disciples like you. So, you must take care of Terong and Taeho of mine. Treat them like your younger brothers, and love them like the old master who is about to leave. Okay? She gently stroked the head of Taeho, who was crying loudly. Hyuk Muzang's hand also trembled. He clutched his hand tightly into the hem of his shirt, trying to control his emotions. But then Hyuk Muzang's tears also fell. He sobbed and replied, Yes, dear master. She finally smiled brightly. A few tears appeared in her eyes. Thank you, my child. Thanks to you, I can rest easy now. Those were the last memories he had of his master. Now, Hyuk Muzang was sitting in front of the writing desk. The pen and paper were neatly prepared. He picked up the brush, thinking to himself, After the battle between good and evil, I promised hundreds of times that I would not get involved with them again. But he dipped the nib of the brush strongly into the ink tray and began to write each word clearly. The thoughts flowed continuously. The scoundrels were targeting Yangzhou and my missing fourth brother. The speed of his writing increased a little. Now was not the time to worry about trivial matters. Then even faster, Hyuk Muzang looked like he was not writing at all but rather going into battle. Now was not the time to worry about trivial matters. He silently made up his mind. Finally, he placed the brush down with a clatter back into the holder. On the paper appeared short lines of text. This is a plea. Please keep it a secret, Muzang. Early the next morning, at some corner of the market, a beggar was happily singing a song whose meaning no one knew, yet he still sang loudly and carefree, going here and there. Why don't you just die already? Wherever he went, the people around him showed their discomfort, and a man in a nearby restaurant was no exception. He covered his nose with his hand and said, irritably, Huff, that disgusting smell is unbearable. He paid no attention to those words and continued to sing, Wankata, immortal. The beggar was still waving a spoon while singing when from behind, the figure of Hyuk Muzang slowly emerged. Suddenly, a bucket of water was splashed straight into the beggar's face, accompanied by a shout, Shut up! It was a large woman. After splashing the water, she continued to scold, This beggar is ruining our business. Her husband saw this and rushed to intervene. Oh my dear, wait a minute. He raised his hand to signal for silence, whispering, What if he is a hero of the beggar clan? The woman was still angry, shouting, The beggar? If that filthy beggar belongs to the beggar clan, then I am a princess, right? Meanwhile, behind her, the beggar was holding his face, exclaiming, Oh my. Then the beggar turned around, lowered his hands to reveal a cheerful face. Thanks to the young lady, my face is clean now. Give me some more water. He opened his mouth again, pointing inside, and while you're at it, throw me a cup of wine too. Both the man and his wife had to cover their noses and exclaimed, Oh my, it stinks so much. Suddenly from behind, Hyuk Muzang brushed past and bumped into the beggar's back. The old man fell flat on the ground, crying out, Oh, I'm dead. Suddenly, the beggar's eyes widened, as if he sensed something unusual. In an instant, he flipped over, pushing his hands down on the ground to gain momentum. With a swoosh, the beggar performed a complete somersault in the air, landing with his limbs in a stance ready to attack. In the astonishment of the crowd, the beggar's head kept turning to find the whereabouts of the one who had just bumped into him. He silently assessed the people around him. Who was it? I don't see anyone suspicious at all. He raised his vigilance to the highest level. At this moment his face was already beaded with sweat. Unexpectedly, a beggar with high martial arts skills like him could not sense his presence until he was touched. Surely he was a great master. Then he glanced at his right arm, surprised that he was currently holding a piece of paper in his hand. He looked closely at the piece of paper in his hand. Finally, he discovered the special mark inscribed on the edge of the paper. He unexpectedly whispered, This is. Then he quickly turned around, hurriedly stuffed the piece of paper inside his coat. His actions became frantic, thinking that there was another mysterious great master who knew this code. I must report this to the elder immediately. Then the beggar took a leap, jumped up to the first floor of a building, and then jumped to a higher spot of the opposite building. In just 3 steps, The beggar had soared into the sky before the astonished crowd. The voice of the woman who had witnessed the scene earlier became stammering, "Oh my God! Is he really a master of the beggar clan?" Her husband standing beside her was also astonished, partly out of fear, his mouth agape, "Oh my God!" Somewhere, a large hand tightly squeezed a glass. The glass could not withstand such tremendous force and shattered into pieces. "What did you say?" In the room, there were two men, none other than the powerful leader of the gang, Hyung Mubin, and his subordinate, Oh Chisum. Hyung Mubin angrily spoke, "Even he was defeated?" Oh Chisum could only bow his head in response, "Yes, my lord." Oh Chisum's expression was extremely serious. He cautiously continued, "This news has spread throughout Yangzhou. That duel has become a hot topic for the people to discuss. The reputation of the martial arts school has thus skyrocketed." Hyung Mubin did not turn around, asking further, "What about the Gok Chijul? He suddenly disappeared after the duel. The possibility that he has escaped is almost impossible, as he is still very afraid of facing punishment." Hyung Mubin took a nearby handkerchief to wipe his hands clean, continuing to speak, "Catch that guy and bring him back here. I am sure he hasn't gone far." Oh Chisum, hearing this, slightly raised his head. Then, "What about the Longhu Martial Arts School?" Hyung Mubin glared, "Yang Site." Immediately, a black-clad master suddenly appeared behind him. Even Oh Chisum was startled. The man with a gaunt figure, pale skin, and a large scar on his face quickly replied, "The gang leader called for me. He is the demon of death in Guangdong." Yang Siote and Oh Chisum stood there, secretly terrified. His stealth technique was indeed frightening. Hyung Mubin turned to Yang Site, his tone probing, "What do you think?" He quickly replied, "Since the one who was defeated was Gok Chijul, a genuine second-tier master. So whether the rumors are exaggerated or not, I am sure we are facing a formidable opponent." He paused for a moment, however, then smiled slyly. "If that guy was assassinated, it would be a different story." Old Hyung Mubin stroked his beard under his chin, pondering for a moment. Then he ordered, taking advantage of the fact that Hyuk Muzang is not here, "Let's eliminate that martial arts school." Yang Siote was surprised by his master's order. He hurriedly asked, "What about Hyuk Muzang?" Hyung Mubin turned his face towards the distant sky. "First we need to lure him in, wait until he returns," collapsing before the scene of blood flowing like a river. Then he suddenly turned back, his eyes gleaming with deadly intent. At that moment, "You must strike from behind, finish him off." The next morning, at the Longhu Martial Arts School, Hyuk Muzang and his disciples were cleaning the school when a man approached. "Oh, Master Hyuk Muzang." Hyuk Muzang politely replied, "Hello, Old Gam." He was the old man from the restaurant the day before. Old Gam pointed at the cleaning they were doing. "Are you still sweeping the yard by yourself as usual? You should have someone else do this." Hyuk Muzang smiled in response, "It's nothing. I've been used to doing these things since I was young." Hearing this, Old Gam laughed happily, admiringly, "You are really diligent." He patted Hyuk Muzang's shoulder, "Just like I was back in the day." "Wonderful." Hyuk Muzang froze upon hearing this. "Well then it's a bit." Above, in the window frame, a pair of eyes were watching Hyuk Muzang's every move. It was a young lady with neatly braided brown hair, wearing a slightly dark outfit. She looked at the scene below, her brows slightly furrowed. The old woman across from her looked at her with impatience. "This young lady. You've been sitting here for 2 whole days. Who are you waiting for?" The young lady sighed, still continuing to look down. "This old woman. Do you think people can change?" The old woman replied, "Change? What do you mean by change?" She rested her chin on her hand, her voice carrying a hint of sadness. "The personality of a person. He used to be a very quiet person, and also extremely cold." Below, Hyuk Muzang and the old man Gam were still chatting happily. She continued, "But now he often laughed and greeted everyone, chatting very closely with the townsfolk, as if he were a completely different person." The old woman clasped her hands together. Her face darkened. She spoke in a serious tone. "Isn't it common for such things to happen when a person is nearing the end of their life?" Upon receiving that answer, the young lady's face also darkened. A few veins bulged. Clearly she was not pleased. The old woman jumped in surprise, hurriedly raising her hands to shield her chest. What was that look? People do tend to change when they are about to die. If not, then what are you? The old woman had not finished her sentence when Hyuk Muzang below seemed to have heard the noise. He cast a wary glance towards where they were sitting. The young lady quickly reacted. She lowered her head to hide, also pushing the old woman's head down onto the table, causing her to let out a small yelp. Oh. Suddenly, the old man Gam noticed something in the sky. He exclaimed, "Oh, what is that? A kite?" Hyuk Muzang followed his words and looked up at the sky. It was. The old man Gam continued, "It's flying so high." This kite, although intricately made, had a strange shape. Instead of the bright drawings that children usually play with, it had a devil's face. In his mind, Hyuk Muzang was secretly delighted. Finally, it has arrived. Hyuk Muzang turned back, clasped his hands, and slightly bowed towards the old man Gam, happily saying, "Old man, I have to go now. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just call for me." The old man smiled back, "Of course. Take care on your journey." Behind the window, the old woman was now holding her head, struggling to get up, her mouth continuously muttering "oh" a few times. She peeked her head out to see what was happening outside. The old man Gam was waving goodbye, while Hyuk Muzang was handing the broom back to his fourth disciple. "Kam Won-hyung, I will return soon. Remember to take good care of the martial arts school." He quickly received it. "Yes, master brother?" The old woman curiously asked. "Isn't the young lady waiting for that young man?" The young lady, seeing this, anxiously whispered, "Grandmother, lower your head, hurry up." The old woman now had a bump on her head. She propped herself up with both hands to look out the window, puzzled. Wasn't he just a disciple of an ordinary martial arts school? Why would the prestigious Mo Dung family, the most esteemed clan in the martial arts world, pay attention to this? She immediately thought of the tall house and wide alley along with the father of this young lady. The young lady's face immediately turned red. She dejectedly crossed her arms and laid her head on the table. "Who told me to pay attention to him? It's just that I wasn't mentally prepared." Suddenly, something caught the girl's attention. She stood up abruptly, looking down below, and the old woman paused, wondering what was happening. The young lady's face darkened after a few seconds of observation. "That person is—" From a distance, there was indeed a mysterious figure approaching. Kam Won-hyung, who was sweeping the yard, paused upon seeing someone coming and looked up. It was Yang Seotae, who disdainfully surveyed the martial arts school. "Oh wow, it's really surprising how shabby this martial arts school looks." Kam Won-hyung became alert and cautiously asked, "Who are you?" In his mind, he secretly felt terrified. This person looks too dangerous. Right after the senior brother left, he arrived. In the blink of an eye, Yang Seotae stood right in front of the four disciples, raising his hand to his chin as if pondering. You look like you're only at the third rank. But you are the one who defeated Gok Chijul, huh?" Kam Won-hyung quickly raised the broom to block him from getting closer, loudly saying, I asked who you are." Then he tightened his grip on the broom, lowering his voice. "If you came here to spar, then please leave. Our martial arts school is currently not accepting any challenges." Upon hearing this, Yang Seotae sneered, "Sparring, huh? Don't worry. I'm not here to spar." Kam Won-hyung immediately heightened his guard, instantly taking a defensive stance. He hadn't even finished his second word when, whoosh, Yang Seotae lunged forward, leaving behind a mysterious dark flash. He charged in and struck Kam Won-hyung right in the stomach. The blow was so fast that he couldn't react in time, taking the hit directly. He was immediately sent flying a distance due to the terrifying power of that punch. That last blow created a tremendous shockwave. Kam Won-hyung was knocked back into the courtyard of the martial arts school. Everyone in the martial arts school heard the noise and immediately paid attention. Yang Seotae shouted, "What happened?" The master in the room was also drawn by the noise, bursting out to ask loudly, "What was that sound?" In front, Kam Won-hyung was slumped on the ground. Yang Seotae saw him and shouted, "Third senior brother!" Kam Won-hyung suddenly turned pale, his cheeks puffed up. Then he spat a large mouthful of blood onto the ground, staining a patch red. Yang Seotae pointed the tip of his sword to the ground, slowly dragging the sword as he walked forward. "We are not of the same level to have a duel, are we?" He wore a strange smile. It was hard to tell if it was because his eyes were too squinted or if it was due to practicing magic for too long that his pupils turned completely white. He continued to mock, "You only deserve to be an insect crawling on the ground, beneath my feet." Yang Seotae and Young Taeho firmly held their swords pointed at him. Young Taeho shouted angrily, "This arrogant bastard! The master, seeing the situation from inside the room, also shouted stop. He angrily said to the stranger, although our Long-Hu martial arts school is indeed modest about our martial arts, we are still a part of the Martial Arts Alliance. If you do not want to cause any more trouble in the future, you should know your place and get lost right now. Yang Xiaote stood still, covering his contemptuous smile with his hand. Oh dear, so scary, you say you are part of the Martial Arts Alliance. Then he looked up, his eyes revealing a strange expression. Indeed, I have no other choice now, do I? Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Yang Xiaote disappeared right before the eyes of the two disciples. Then Yang Xiaote suddenly appeared right behind Master Yonggun. He swung his sword, revealing a wicked expression. I will kill them all, leaving no one alive. His eyes were completely white, the smile stretched from ear to ear. He truly looked like a messenger from hell. At that moment, in the forest, there was an old man in tattered clothes lying carelessly on a branch. He was sound asleep, even snoring loudly throughout the area. Suddenly something caused him to lose his sweet dreams. The bubble at his mouth burst. He spoke. You arrived later than I thought. Hyuk Muzang also stopped. The latecomer is not me but you, dear senior. He clenched his fist, continuing with a serious expression. I sent the letter more than 10 days ago. You must have known everything by now. The old man turned around, jumped down from the tree. Look at how rude you are, truly 100 times better. Although the old man's face was somewhat wrinkled, it was still clear that he was in a very good mood. However, even if this old man believes that you are still alive, he is the elder of the beggar clan, the god of beggars, the ghostly face. At this moment, the elder of the ghostly face had safely landed, scratching his leg as he walked towards where Hyuk Muzang was standing. For the past 2 years. After the battle ended, where have you been? I couldn't find any trace of you at all. Hyuk Muzang also looked at the elder of the beggar clan with a confused expression. Do you have a specific reason for wanting to find me? I am no longer related to you. Upon hearing this, Ghostly Face's eyes became sharp, as if he was evaluating the young man in front of him. Hyuk Muzang continued speaking, glancing to the right of the elder. Moreover, it seems you are not alone. Ghostly Face placed one hand behind his back while the other stroked his mustache. He also looked in that direction. I wanted to keep this a secret, but that guy received the letter before I did. In that direction, a large foot suddenly appeared. Damn it. I wanted to surprise you. It was a tall, muscular man covered in scars. He was the special force of the beggar clan, commonly known as Number 8, named Muriaki. He glared, and your senses are still as sharp as before. Aren't they? No. They are definitely sharper than before. Hyuk Muzang felt uncomfortable seeing that familiar figure. Number 8, huh? The big guy clenched his fist, so then. He quickly assumed a stance, his dominant hand clenched into a fist at his hip, and he extended one hand towards Hyuk Muzang, saying, let's see if your abilities have improved like that. In the blink of an eye, he had left his position, leaving a cloud of dust behind. He roared, raising his fist as if it were wrapped in gold, charging towards Hyuk Muzang. This guy charged like a storm, tearing through the air. But Hyuk Muzang in front remained completely still. He opened his eyes wide, watching a fist tearing through the air at lightning speed towards him. Boom! In the middle of the forest, there was suddenly a huge shock, but calling it a shock isn't quite right. It was more like an explosion. At that moment, Hyuk Muzang had used one hand to block that terrifying punch. After that strike, the surrounding soil and rocks were blown away, creating a dent. Number 8 glanced down at Hyuk Muzang. Hyuk Muzang also glared back at him, looking somewhat displeased. Number 8 suddenly smiled. Then he dove in to hug Hyuk Muzang tightly around the neck, looking extremely happy. Ha ha ha, you are really alive, Baek Hyo. I'm so glad to see you. Hyuk Muzang, disgusted, pushed his hands away. A gentleman doesn't embrace. Anyone who sees us would think we are very close. Muriaki was taken aback, his face showing that he was deeply hurt. Oh, come on. What you said will make me sad. Am I not the closest to you among the 4 soldiers? Hyuk Muzang raised an eyebrow, his eyes slightly downcast. He smirked. 4 soldiers. He recalled the image of himself being bullied until he bled in the past, continuing, from the very beginning, was there anyone I could call a friend? Suddenly he felt something strange. HM? Looking up, indeed the ghostly figure was hovering right above. Muriaki, still unaware, seeing Hyuk Muzang looking up, also turned his curious gaze towards him. A kick straight to the top of his head made him spray blood from his nose, along with a voice shouting, "Hey, you, damn number 8. To Hyuk Muzang's astonishment, Muriaki slumped down, holding his smoking head. The ghostly figure behind him darkened its face, angrily saying, "Do you dare to create such a terrible wind in front of your master? Do you think I will be covered in dust and have to eat dirt at this age?" Muriaki was in so much pain that tears welled up. He turned to the ghostly figure and retorted with a choked voice, "I'm just so happy for an old friend who I thought was dead but has returned. And that incident happened by chance. How can the greatest expert in this gang be so petty?" Hearing that, the ghostly figure also angrily replied, "What? Petty? Huh!" The old man was furious, rushing to beat Muriaki relentlessly. "Thanks to you, my new clothes that I haven't even worn for 2 years are already covered in dust. And you dare to call me petty? I should just kill the disciple I have cared for 20 years to feel better." The big guy did not fight back, just held his head and endured, making small sounds. Wait a minute." Hyuk Muzang listened to their back and forth for a while and then spoke up, "Number 8 is your disciple?" The old man laughed, winking, with the other hand tossing the worn-out slipper he had been holding behind him. "That's right. It's a bit embarrassing, but he is my only disciple. I thought after participating in a few missions he would have better awareness, but—" The ghostly figure had not finished speaking when Muriaki wiped his nose and spat out a clot of blood. Are you surprised that I am a member of the gang?" Then he raised his hand to form a V shape and placed it on his chin, looking handsome and winking. "Wow, I bet no one can guess that I am a beggar. I am this handsome after all." The face of Hyuk Muzang and the spirit of the ghostly face clearly displayed 2 words, helpless. They didn't bother to say a word to Muriaki, and Hyuk Muzang continued the conversation with the ghostly face. "I have something to ask you, sir." "All right. Go ahead." The big guy felt ignored and jumped up. "Hey! Don't ignore me." Hyuk Muzang no longer cared about that guy. He continued seriously, 6 years ago, you promised to help me 3 times. Is that promise still valid?" The ghostly face, upon hearing this, pouted. "Oh, you still remember that?" Hyuk Muzang replied, "If you don't want to, then you don't have to worry. I can forget about it." Hearing Hyuk Muzang say that, the ghostly face became anxious, speaking with saliva flying everywhere. "Who said I don't want to? Do I look like a shameless person who goes back on their word? Whatever it is, just say it. I will take full responsibility." Hyuk Muzang seriously asked again, "You are completely sure about what you just said, right?" Then he smiled. "You emphasized that you would completely take responsibility for whatever it is." Seeing that this matter was not simple, the ghostly face began to sweat, stammering in response, Yes, that's right. Back at the Longhu Martial Arts School, Yang Siote still wore a wicked smile on his face. He rushed in and delivered a powerful blow. Yang Sichin and Young Taeho were horrified at the sight but couldn't react in time. The two looked at their master with terrified eyes. At that moment, in the nick of time, Master Young-gun had blocked the attack with his sword. His face seemed to be shocked by the strength of this stranger. Yang Siote saw this and praised, but it seemed to be mocking their master and disciples. "Oh! You managed to block it. This old man seems better than the disciples. Well then, should I speed things up a bit?" After saying that, he accelerated, moving around Master Young-gun at an extremely fast speed, creating clones around the master. Young-gun widened his eyes to observe, but then felt astonished. That is a movement technique only inferior to the great masters. My eyes can't keep up with him. Yang Site noticed the fear on Young-gun's face, and he burst into gleeful laughter. "Mwahaha! Why do you have that expression? Are you flustered by something so simple?" And immediately, Yang Site's face was right behind the master. He sneered, "Truly disappointing." Young-gun swung his sword backward, but what he struck was only empty air. Yang Siote appeared behind him once again, leaning in to whisper in Young-gun's ear, "Too slow now." Young Taeho saw that scene and raised his sword, ready to charge in. "How dare you, stay away from him." He struck down where Yang Siote had appeared, but he quickly dodged. Young Taeho's blow struck the ground without achieving anything. Yang Sichin also pointed his sword, charging towards Yang Siote while shouting, "I will fight you to the death." Yang Sichin's sword also couldn't reach Yang Site. Just as his sword was about to touch, Yang Siote had moved, appearing behind Yang Sichin in an instant. He laughed loudly. his eyes once again turning completely white. Seeing you all struggle like this makes me so emotional. Even if three worms are united, can they stop a mad dog? Then he continuously moved around the three of them with incredible speed. This time not even a shadow could be seen. He only left behind white gusts of wind surrounding them like a cage. Kam Won-hyung hugged his chest tightly, his eyes wide open trying to find a flaw in him but couldn't, thinking to himself, cough. I can't see him. Yet there is such a great distance between the two sides. The senior brother is right. He recalled the words of the senior brother from the day before. No matter how strong I am, if they attack when I am absent, our academy will be finished. In other words, all disciples must become stronger. Kam Won-hyung helplessly sat on the floor watching Yang Seotae pressuring his master and two junior brothers. I can't even withstand a single blow. So pathetic, we are truly useless. It's so frustrating. While Kam Won-hyung was still blaming himself, a figure approached from behind. That person placed a hand on his back, transmitting spiritual energy to him. Immediately, Kam Won-hyung felt something strange happening in his body. He quickly turned around to see who it was. It was a young lady. She gently said, "Don't be surprised. I am just improving the chaotic flow of your spiritual energy." Kam Won-hyung was taken aback. Who are you? Over there, Yang Seotae wore a cunning smile. He slowly spoke. Now then. Who should we kill first? The three of them, Young-gun, Young-tae-ho, and Yang Si-chun, still couldn't escape the invisible cage created by Yang Si-tae. All three were extremely tense, each ready to defend themselves. Yang Si-tae began to call out the names of those he was controlling. The old man, huh? Or the young one? What about the older one? Do you want to discuss it among yourselves? Wahahaha! Young-tae-ho suddenly shouted loudly. Don't provoke us. Do you think we will be scared by something like this? He stood up, ready to risk everything to escape this damned situation. If you dare, come at me. Master Young-gun saw this and shouted to stop him. Tae-ho, don't. Hearing this, Yang Si-tae smiled widely. Then he took the sword in his hand and charged at the boy who had just spoken. So it turns out you are the lucky one. Before Young-tae-ho could react, something was also charging towards him from behind. Master Young-gun and Yang Si-chun thought the dojo was about to lose another person. The master shouted in pain, "No!" Suddenly, someone blocked the sword with just 2 fingers. It was the young lady who had been secretly watching Hyuk Muzang earlier. Now she stood in front of Young-tae-ho, using 2 fingers to stop the sword. Yang Seotae was taken aback by the scene. The young lady turned around and spoke, "Are you brave or foolish?" Then she twisted her fingers, and the sword was bent. To Yang Seotae's astonishment, his arm holding the sword was twisted tightly in a terrifying manner. Then Yang Seotae was sent flying into the air, blood splattering everywhere. The young lady stood tall, effortlessly taking down a killer without using any strength. She glared, still pinching the sword's tip between her fingers. "How dare you provoke a martial arts academy connected to the martial alliance right in front of me?" Yang Seotae let out a painful roar. His arm was now severed. He writhed on the ground, screaming, "My hand! My hand!" A foot suddenly stomped on Yang Seotae's chest, causing him to panic. The young lady growled, "Speak." She tightened her grip on the sword's hilt, looking down at the defeated man beneath her with a murderous gaze. "Tell me why I shouldn't chop off your head right now." The demon of Guangdong, Yang Seotae. At this moment, Yang Seotae was terrified, his face pale, yet he stammered, "You? Who do you think you are to interfere like this?" The face of that young lady remained calm. That was not a good answer. "Die." Then she drew her sword, the blade moving so swiftly that it only left a flash of light. Yang Seotae was horrified, staring wide-eyed at the sword descending towards his neck. Master Young-gun suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Yang Seotae had shut his eyes tight, gritting his teeth to endure his fate, but the sword stopped just as it touched his skin, and he let out a cry as blood began to ooze out. Young-tae-ho, witnessing the scene before him, stammered, "Father." Young-gun, tense, proposed a compromise. "Please, can you spare that man?" The girl was taken aback by this and turned her head, letting out a sound of surprise. Young-tae-ho, feeling indignant at his father's words, exclaimed, "Huh? Father! What do you mean? If it weren't for this heroine..." Young-gun cut him off, his face darkening. "I know." The old man trembled. "It's not that I feel sympathy for this man, however." The young lady interjected, "Are you afraid of the consequences that..." She glared seriously at Master Young-gun. This man may not be alone, right? Young Taeho understood his father's choice and was stunned, while Young-gun turned his face away, showing his helplessness. I have nothing more to say. Yang Site, lying on the ground, laughed loudly. Under the young lady's sword, Yang Site arrogantly said, Is that reason enough to spare me? The young lady was not angry at all. She gently sheathed her sword. If that's the case, then keeping your worthless life would be better. Then she lifted her foot off the chest of the demon. Yang Site looked at her foot separating from his chest, cheerfully saying, Right? Now don't make any noise anymore. But the young lady glared at him, her voice firm. To find the one behind this, I will have to interrogate you. Her foot came down again, and Yang Site panicked, shouting, what? The young lady stomped down hard on the spot, causing Yang Site to spit blood, and he let out a painful scream. Yang Site was knocked unconscious, his eyes rolling back, blood continuously pouring from his mouth. At this moment, the young lady turned to Master Young-gun and the disciples, saying, Please forgive me. I have yet to introduce myself. The girl respectfully extended her hand towards Young-gun, saying, I am Murong Jianhua, the patrol leader of the Northern Army of the Martial Arts Alliance. She is the Heavenly Sword Goddess, Murong Jianhua, the Northern Patrol leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Everyone was astonished, their mouths agape. The Heavenly Sword Goddess? Back in the forest, the question from the ghostly face echoed, Young Terong? The old man's face showed dissatisfaction. I just need to find that child, right? You called me here just to ask for this? Hyuk Muzang slightly bowed his head, his voice a bit sad. It's fine, even a small clue will do. If you find him, I will consider it as having received all the favors you have promised. Muriaki, hearing this from behind, rushed forward angrily, You bastard! Do you know how precious the Master's Assistance token is? How dare you use all three just to find one person? At least give me 2 of the remaining ones to use later. The old ghostly face was taken aback by his disciple's interruption. What? The Assistance token? Hyuk Muzang, seeing that Muriaki seemed to downplay the matter, glared, Don't call it just. This issue is more important than anything else. In an instant, the ghostly face struck the loud mouth with a punch that sent him headfirst into the ground. The old man looked at his fist and continued thoughtfully. That child must be very important to you. You even asked me to do my best to find him. However, completing just this one request to make up for everything seems a bit much. Therefore, I will consider this as having fulfilled just one wish. I also have my pride as the leader of the beggar sect. Hyuk Muzang was just waiting to hear that, and he turned to leave. All right. I will wait for you to contact me. Suddenly, the ghostly face called out, Wait, Baekhyeo. Do you really think the battle is over? Hyuk Muzang paused at this. Behind him, Muriaki was gritting his teeth, raising his fist above his master's head. The ghostly face noticed but did not turn around, simply saying, Kid, lower your fist if you don't want to be beaten to a pulp. The big guy heard this and stopped. Yes, master. Hyuk Muzang stood silently for a moment. Then he turned back and said indifferently, It's none of my business. I am no longer involved in the affairs of the Martial Arts Alliance. After that, Hyuk Muzang immediately vanished, leaving the ghostly face and his disciple in shock. What? The ghostly face's eyes widened, sweat pouring down his face. Baekhyeo. When did he acquire this kind of martial arts? I couldn't even see his movements. Then the old man regained his composure, patted the big disciple standing behind him. After all, you will have to take responsibility for this matter. Now go find the whereabouts of that kid Young Terong, and I will go catch them. But Muriaki turned away, not saying anything. After a moment, he turned back and mimicked Hyuk Muzang, speaking in a nonchalant tone, It's not your business. You are no longer related to your master's affairs. Before he could finish his sentence, a furious punch from the ghostly face hit him squarely in the face, causing Muriaki to bleed from his nose. It seems the cosmetic clinic will have customers. Again. A moment later, the door of the Long-Hu Martial Arts Hall slowly opened, revealing the sorrowful face of Hyuk Muzang peeking through the crack. Suddenly, Hyuk Muzang saw something in front of him that made him jump. In front of him was Young Taeho, crouching down to wipe the bloodstains on the ground. Young Taeho happily looked up when he saw his senior brother return. Senior brother. Hyuk Muzang rushed over in panic. What happened? Young Taeho stammered to recount, Senior brother, not long after you left, that young lady came and... Before he could finish, Hyuk Muzang anxiously interrupted. Which young lady? He rushed in to tightly hug his junior brother's face, looking closely. Are you hurt anywhere? What about Master? And the others? What happened to that young lady? Young Taeho struggled to reply. I'm fine, senior brother. Hyuk Muzang released his junior brother, clenched his fists tightly, his brows furrowed, and said in an extremely angry tone, Damn it. I was too careless. I thought that leaving for a moment wouldn't cause any problems. But Young Taeho continued to explain the rest to ease his senior brother's worries. The second senior brother suffered internal injuries, and father and the others are in danger. At that moment, the patrol chief appeared. That young lady claimed to be the patrol chief of the Martial Arts Alliance. She subdued the opponent, sealed his acupoints, and imprisoned him for interrogation later. Upon hearing this, Hyuk Muzang questioned, the patrol chief of the Martial Arts Alliance? Why would someone so high-ranking come to a rural martial arts hall like ours? Young Taeho scratched his head and replied hesitantly, I'm not sure, she said she just happened to pass by. Hyuk Muzang raised his hand to his chin, pondering, I don't think a high-ranking figure in the Martial Arts Alliance would be kind enough to do all this just out of concern for KMTUC. Then he turned back to Young Taeho. Wow, we should thank her first. Where is the patrol chief? Upon hearing this, he happily pointed the way. She is currently having tea with her father. I was just about to tell you to greet her when you return. Hyuk Muzang, after hearing this, turned around to leave, not forgetting to remind his junior, Alright, I'm off now. You should also quickly finish up and go rest. Young Taeho happily replied, Yes, senior brother. Inside Master Younggun's room, a voice suddenly exclaimed, Really? Is she really the legendary heroine Somamai, one of the top 100 masters in the martial world? The old lady sat proudly with her arms crossed, looking very pleased with her reputation. Oh my! To think that two noble individuals with such high status in the martial world would help our humble martial school, we must have been blessed. Upon hearing this, Somamai opened one eye, her voice somewhat smug, You are right, yet our young lady helped you all by herself, you should be very grateful. But suddenly she let out a cry. It turned out that under the table, Murong Jianhua was stepping hard on her foot. Ignoring the old lady's cries of pain, Murong Jianhua continued to chat happily with Younggun. Haha, old lady, why do you say such things? I'm just doing my duty as a patrol chief. Haha. Anyway, this tea is really good. After hearing this, Younggun stood up. He said, No, she is right. Even if I forget the reason, I should still repay her properly. He raised his hand respectfully and bowed his head to Murong Jianhua. Once again I thank you, Miss Murong, for your life-saving grace. Both the old lady and Murong Jianhua blushed. She stammered, about that. From outside, the voice of Hyuk Muzang echoed in, Master, it's me, Hyuk Muzang. Master Younggun, seeing his beloved disciple had returned, happily replied, Come in. The door opened, and Hyuk Muzang happily walked in, saying, I heard that the benefactor is here. Before he could finish his sentence, as soon as he saw inside, he froze. His hand clenched tightly, trembling slightly, while Murong Jianhua looked cheerful, and Master Younggun extended his hand towards his two guests to introduce them. That's right, you came to the right place. Introduce yourself. These are the ones who saved our martial school, the legendary heroine Somamai, and the Northern Patrol Chief Murong Jianhua. Seeing the strange attitude of his disciple, he also wondered and called out, Muzang? Over there. Murong Jianhua slowly stood up. Then she slowly walked forward. She brushed past Younggun, heading straight to Hyuk Muzang. Before long, Murong Jianhua was standing right in front of him. She called out, Muzang. Then she cupped Hyuk Muzang's face in her hands, surprising him. Tears streamed down Murong Jianhua's face as she cried and laughed, sobbing finally. Before finishing her sentence, Murong Jianhua hugged Hyuk Muzang tightly. She continued to sob in his arms. We finally met. In another place, by the riverbank. The wind rose, and a flowing hair floated gently in the romantic space. On the grass, the hands of a couple were touching each other tenderly. The girl smiled brightly. That girl was Murong Jianhua. She gently brushed her hair back and softly called out, Muzang. Those were memories of Murong Jianhua. Returning to the present, Murong Jianhua was still tightly hugging Hyuk Muzang in everyone's astonishment. Suddenly, Hyuk Muzang raised his hand to grasp her shoulder. Then he decisively pushed her away from his body. He spoke, "What I am about to say may sound arrogant, but I think you have mistaken me for someone else." Murong Jianhua, hearing those words, looked at him with wide eyes. Hyuk Muzang continued, "How could I possibly know someone as outstanding as the captain of the patrol team?" Murong Jianhua stepped forward a little. Her voice seemed to carry pain. "Muzang. Why are you acting like this? It's me." Hyuk Muzang immediately clasped his hands. He bent down to respond to Murong Jianhua with a respectful yet distant tone. "I have heard that you saved our martial arts school from danger. I, Hyuk Muzang, am very grateful to you for this kindness." After hearing this, Murong Jianhua was both puzzled and angry at his actions. She grabbed his wrist and pulled it away, saying loudly, "What the hell are you doing?" She patted her chest, speaking with determination. "You really don't remember me? It's me, number 5, here. How can you pretend that we are strangers? Especially after the 5 years we were stuck in that abyss together." Hyuk Muzang frowned. He tightly shut his eyes. Then he decisively pushed his hand away from Murong Jianhua. Hyuk Muzang said seriously, "Please stop, miss. Are my words really that hard to understand? Or do all the superiors just want to speak thoughtlessly like this? I will repeat my words once more." Hearing those words, Murong Jianhua's eyes welled up with tears, her voice stammering, You are. Hyuk Muzang then stepped closer, seriously emphasizing each word, "I do not know you." Murong Jianhua trembled. How could it be? Seeing the injustice, Grandma Gamamai immediately jumped up and shouted, "You bastard! Over there!" Master Yungun also angrily roared, "How dare you, Hyuk Muzang! How dare you speak like that?" He trembled, clenched his fists, and emphasized each word. "They say even animals do not bite the hand that helps them." Then he raised his head and shouted directly at Hyuk Muzang, "How dare you raise your face like that when speaking to the benefactor of this martial arts school? I did not teach you to be so rude. Apologize and get out." In an instant, the whole room fell silent. Hyuk Muzang slowly spoke, "I apologize for losing my temper." He bowed deeply to Murong Jianhua. "I truly regret my actions earlier with the patrol team leader. I ask you to forgive me this time." She replied, "Fine. I won't hold it against you. Thank you for your understanding." Murong Jianhua's body showed streaks of red, trembling with each moment. Did he really think I would say that? Noticing something unusual, Hyuk Muzang quickly looked up. Jianhua threw a punch straight at him with tear-filled eyes. She shouted, "You scoundrel!" With a bang, the master's room door burst open. This time the carpenter couldn't stop laughing. Hyuk Muzang was sent flying 10 meters by that powerful punch. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face showing signs of pain. Murong Jianhua slowly stepped out, suddenly disappearing and making me worry to death. It took 2 years for me to find out where he was and to visit Master Yungun. Seeing the martial arts school about to lose a fortune to rebuild, stammered, wait a minute." Murong Jianhua approached, her face resembling a monster, smiling, but her whole body was on fire. "And this is how he welcomes me? Does he think he can simply say he doesn't know who I am?" Then she quickly changed her expression, turning into a gentle and charming young lady, her voice dripping sweetly, and I would respond, "Oh my! I'm so sorry! I must have mistaken you for someone else." Then her expression changed again. She glared and frowned directly at Hyuk Muzang, threatening him. "Do you really think I would answer like that, you damn dog? Or have you lost the sharpness you had back in the day when I wasn't by your side, my beloved Baekhyeo?" Master Yungun was astonished to see the two of them like this. His mouth agape, the captain is. Soma, my grandmaster beside him, also covered her face helplessly. "Oh dear, think about the dignity of the person involved." "Miss." Hyuk Muzang turned away to avoid her gaze. "How long must I say before you understand, miss? I am not Baekhyeo." Jianhua heard this and shouted, "Do you think I don't recognize when you lie? All your habits when happy, sad, even angry, the way you speak, the expressions on your face, and how you behave, I have never forgotten." Then she burst into tears, feeling wronged, saying, "Then why do you keep pretending you don't know who I am? Why? Even if you put on that painful expression." Then Murong Jianhua wiped away her tears. "Fine, if that's what you want." She turned back towards her master and called, "Master?" Yungun was startled and quickly replied, "Did you call for me, Captain? If there are no issues, can we stay here for a few days? Hearing this, Hyuk Musang was shocked and sat down on the ground. On the other side, Master Yoon-gun and Soma my Grandmaster were equally astonished. Miss, we have already paid in advance at a high-end inn. You want to stay here? Right at the martial arts school? Hyuk Musang hurriedly asked. What are you plotting? Murong Jianhua turned slightly but did not look at him. You can do whatever you want, Hyuk Musang. I will not give up until I understand everything clearly. Yoon-gun stroked his beard. You really don't give me a choice, do you? He cheerfully said in front of Soma my Grandmaster's astonishment. Because our Long-hu faction is part of the Martial Arts Alliance, according to the agreement. A high-ranking official like you, the captain of the patrol, can stay with us anytime. If you don't mind this shabby place, please stay as long as you want. Hyuk Musang and Murong Jianhua behind them reacted. Really? In contrast to Jianhua's cheerful demeanor, Hyuk Musang stood up and shouted, Master! Murong Jianhua no longer paid attention to the guy who had a number but didn't know how to enjoy it, and respectfully extended her hand towards Yoon-gun, thanking the master for his hospitality. The old master quickly gestured for her to follow, saying, Please follow me. I will personally guide you on a tour. Yes. Hyuk Musang behind could only mumble a few words. Now wanting to stop it was no longer possible. He raised his hand to his face and sighed. Hey. Do you really have to tell her? Number 8. On the roof, there was indeed a big guy observing everything that had been happening. He was sweating, glancing around while scratching his head, apologizing. I didn't think things would turn out this way. I thought we could all have a drink together. Then he jumped down to where Hyuk Musang was. But how could I hide it from her when she had been frantically searching the world for you for 2 years? To the point where people told her to give up. Because they thought you were dead, she went crazy and started chasing them. Truly insane. Hyuk Musang was a bit surprised to hear this. 2 years? That's right. The lonely back of Murong Jianhua appeared in Muriaki's memory. I have never seen the unmatched number 5 so pitiful. Hyuk Musang pondered, while Muriaki quickly flicked the cap off the wine bottle with one hand. He brought the bottle to his mouth and took a gulp. But why did you do that? You don't seem to have changed at all. Or is it because of your meeting with that guy? At this point, Hyuk Musang's face changed. He quickly covered Muriaki's mouth before he could ramble on again. He was secretly horrified. What? I didn't even have time to react. Facing him now was the murderous gaze of Hyuk Musang. Be careful with your dog mouth. You have many things to worry about. Hyuk Musang's other hand was also tightly gripping the wine bottle along with Muriaki, their hands trembling. He thought to himself, moreover, am I losing in strength? How could it be that in just 2 years, the guy ranked last among the strongest in the gang could do this? Hyuk Musang continued, You are the only one in this world who knows that I met that guy. Hyuk Musang continued to warn, if number 5 finds out, I will automatically consider you the culprit. Do you understand? Muriaki was now trembling, his face as green as a banana leaf. He could only nod and listen to whatever was said. What else could he do now? Hyuk Musang got what he wanted, then let go to adjust his jaw, raised his hand to check if there was any saliva of his on him, and said, I'm sorry. I was a bit too tense earlier. I think I should go in and rest to clear my head. The big guy Muriaki heard this and turned pale. Could it be that he had accidentally found something? Up ahead, Hyuk Musang had already taken the wine jar and turned away at some point, thanking for the wine. I shouldn't underestimate the sincerity of a friend. What? That's my liquor. Hey, I had to work hard to steal that liquor from my master. Hyuk Musang kicked it away amidst Muriaki's suffering. Right after that, a shocking sound rang out. Hyuk Musang, that bastard. In a storage room. The demon killer Yang Siote was also writhing in pain from his severed arm. His mouth was full of blood, his breath was ragged, looking quite pitiful. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind. He trembled and spoke. Who is it? Feeling extremely scared, the door had always been closed. How could anyone get in? Suddenly, a small sword appeared from the sleeve of the person. Yang Siote smiled wryly. Are you here to scare me again? That's really bad, I have nothing left to say to you. He smiled bitterly, and turned his head slightly towards the stranger who had just arrived. I think you should just chop off my head and avoid unnecessary trouble. My right hand and dantian are both destroyed, now I'm no different from a corpse. The person said nothing for a moment. Then the person swung their hand to chop. Yang Siote closed his eyes, now just waiting for the afterlife to come. But suddenly the ropes binding him came loose. At this moment, beads of sweat had formed on Yang Siote's forehead. He realized he was still alive and opened his eyes. A big question mark appeared in his mind. Yang Siote quickly turned to ask the person, what are you doing? The person said nothing, just raised a finger to their mouth signaling him to be quiet. Yang Siote and the four-eyed masked person looked at each other. The room suddenly became quiet. Yang Siote seemed to feel that this person was a bit strange. His mind became chaotic. Who is he? A killer? Following me? No. If so, he wouldn't have a reason to cut the ropes. Suddenly, the person pointed at something, and Yang Siote quickly looked in the direction he was pointing, which was the entrance door. Yang Siote suddenly paused for a moment, thinking to himself, could it be that they want me to run away? Let me go. Why? He turned back to ask the other person, is it the Ming Sect leader? But before he could finish his question, that person had vanished without a trace. He didn't say much more and clumsily got up from the ground. Even now, he still couldn't believe that this could happen. His mouth murmured, I'm alive? In Murong Jianhua's room, the girl was burying her face in the table, sobbing loudly, that bastard, that damn name. Go die. She lifted her face, banging the table. How could he pretend not to know me, without even blinking? The old lady who was packing things over there also chimed in. He must have blinked a little, right? Murong Jianhua immediately turned back and glared. Somamai, the old lady, was so scared her face turned pale. She cleared her throat and turned away to change the subject. Oh, why is there so much dust here? Murong Jianhua turned back, pouting in frustration. Somamai, the old lady, sighed. She really didn't like him at all. While shaking the dust off a cloth, she grumbled. Why is the young lady suffering over a guy like him? The young lady just needs to wave her hand and there would be plenty of young masters who wouldn't hesitate to pretend to be dead for her. As she said this, her hands trembled, tightly gripping the cloth, but he dared to speak rudely to the young lady. Just a poor rural fighter who dares. Hearing this, Murong Jianhua reacted immediately. She stood up abruptly and shouted, Grandma. Somamai was so startled she dropped the cloth in her hand. The young lady scared her to death. Murong Jianhua glared, seriously reminding, Grandma, you must not speak carelessly. He is not someone we can easily ignore. If you scold him again, you won't see me anymore. The old lady pouted, truly devoted to a man, just the young lady scolding him is enough. Murong Jianhua felt hit where it hurt and immediately retorted, my scolding him and others scolding him are two different things. The old lady, feeling helpless, raised her hands in surrender. I understand, I won't say anything more. What do I know to say? I'm not upset. Then she started rambling about the young lady's childhood, how when she was little, she often said she loved the old lady the most in the world, compared to those young men. This old lady was nothing. Where has my lovely young lady gone? Oh, young lady. After hearing this, Murong Jianhua felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, she sensed that something was wrong. Murong Jianhua immediately panicked and turned towards the door. The Eastern assassins have disappeared. Murong Jianhua rushed to the warehouse where Yang Siote was being held. The warehouse door was wide open, while Yang Xichen's 4 disciples were lying motionless in front of the door. Both Murong Jianhua and Somamai were pale. No! She immediately rushed to shake Yang Xichen, shaking him while calling out loudly, wake up quickly. You can't die, your senior brothers care for you very much. Wake up. Finally, Yang Xichen showed a slight reaction. Somamai behind felt that small reaction. Murong Jianhua raised her hand, she shouted again, please. Yang Xichen also began to open his eyes a little, probably to see the last scene before he passed away. Before Yang Xichen could do anything, he saw a hand rushing towards him, and at that moment he woke up, he gasped. Now dodging is a dream, so he took a slap to the face that made him spit out saliva. On the other side, Murong Jianhua was unaware, continuously slapping the young man's face. I told you to wake up. You can't die, open your eyes. Wake up. Somamai, seeing the scene before her, didn't dare to move, only dared to whisper, Miss. Jianhua still didn't know anything, continuously slapping and shouting, please, please. Finally, Somamai gathered all her courage to shout, Miss Jianhua. She turned around in confusion, At this moment Yang Xichen's face was swollen like he had been stung by 100 bees. The old lady explained, he was hit with a deep sleep acupuncture point. Murong Jianhua asked back in confusion, then why isn't he waking up? He was hit too hard. At this moment, Yang Xichen was also released, but he had no consciousness left. Once released, he lay flat on the floor. Murong Jianhua, still unaware that she had been slapping Yang Xichen back and forth, raised her hand to her forehead and sighed, "Phew, luckily he wasn't seriously injured." "That's right. If the person I caught harmed your junior brother, I would never forgive myself." Somamai also cleared her throat, but in her heart she thought, "I absolutely must not speak this truth." After dealing with Yang Xichen, Murong Jianhua raised her hand to her chin and thought, clearly the core of the assassin's energy had been broken. How could he escape and hit that person with acupuncture? Was there someone who helped him? But I can't sense any intruder. Could it be that there is a master who can evade my senses? Suddenly, there was a call from Somamai behind. "Miss, look at this." She pointed at a cut on the wooden post, and at the foot of the column, there was a faint sword mark, so small that we couldn't recognize it. Murong Jianhua also approached to examine it. Which sword could leave such a mark? She thought to herself, the heavenly sword. The angle of the cut, and this characteristic sharpness, it couldn't be wrong. Why did he do that? Could it be that he... In another place, at the Great Power Sect, someone was holding a teacup, pouring it full into a glass. At this moment Yang Xiaote was here in a proper ceremonial posture. In front and behind him was the leader of the Great Power Sect, young Mubin, who was drinking tea. Along with his subordinate, O Chisholm. Young Mubin raised the teacup to his mouth and spoke, "Is it the heavenly sword goddess?" Yang Xite, kneeling below, cautiously replied, "That's right, Murong Jianhua, the Northern Patrol Chief." Young Mubin's whole body trembled with anger, and it seemed that terrifying red lights were emanating from him. Why? Yang Xiote noticed something unusual and looked up to respond, "Sir?" Young Mubin's eyes lit up. He stood up abruptly, shouting in anger, "Why?" Then he threw the cup straight at young Xiete's head, causing him to fall backward. The cup shattered, leaving him with a gash on his head. Young Mubin continued to curse. "I ask you why? I ask why the Northern Patrol Chief is at that martial arts school." He panted, sweat pouring down his forehead. "If the Martial Arts Alliance discovers this is our fault, everything will be out of control. If the bloodthirsty king finds out about our dealings with them, we will all lose our lives." O Chisholm seemed to realize the seriousness of the issue. He cautiously asked, "What will happen if we eliminate the patrol chief before being discovered?" Hearing that, young Mubin became even angrier. He shouted at O Chisholm, "Fool!" He regained his composure and cautiously said, "Although she is young, that girl is a martial arts master surpassing even me. Moreover, do you not know that the Dragon Staff heroine, one of the top masters, is protecting her?" Then he thought of the background of the girl known as the Heavenly Sword Goddess, and moreover, she was related to the sword god Murong Xiangji. "Do you think you can remain whole when facing one of the top 10 masters in the world?" Below, Yang Xite suddenly spoke up, "It will be fine, sir." He secretly glanced up. Almost no one knew after the battle that the subordinate was once a member of the Great Power Sect. Although that girl recognized the subordinate, there was no evidence linking the subordinate to the Great Power Sect. Fortunately, the master sent someone to rescue his subordinates before being interrogated. Upon hearing this, young Mubin's eyes changed. "What did you say?" His face turned pale, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. "You said I sent someone?" Yang Xilte hesitantly replied from below, "Wasn't it you, sir?" "Then who was it?" As soon as he finished speaking, something shot through Yang Xiete's head silently. Yang Xiote glanced to the left. Blood was still pouring from his head. In the corner of the room, a mysterious masked figure had appeared there at some point. Young Mubin's face changed color, cold sweat poured out. "When did he come here?" "I couldn't sense him." The thread piercing through Yang Xiete's head suddenly disappeared. Blood gushed from both temples. The mysterious thread quickly retracted into the hand of that person. Truly miraculous. Yang Xiote collapsed to the ground, to the astonishment of the leader of the Great Power Gang. He is now dead before he could even close his eyes. Young Mubin thought to himself, "If that hidden weapon had attacked me first then..." Red lights appeared around young Mubin's body, he thought, but his mouth remained harsh as ever. "Are you a special assassin? What is your purpose for coming here?" The mysterious person raised a hand to the mask on his face. The purpose, he will understand if I take this off. He removed the mask. It turned out to be Hyuk Musang. You imitated the assassin from before to confront the Great Power Gang. I am just a passerby. I came to challenge the Great Power Gang to a duel. Oh Chisholm, upon seeing his face, exclaimed in panic, "Hi, Hyuk Musang?" Hyung Mubin was equally surprised. What do you mean? Is he the martial artist you mentioned? It cannot be mistaken, that is the weapon he used. But it doesn't necessarily mean he is an assassin? That is because, while the two were questioning each other, Hyuk Musang yawned in boredom. Then Hyung Mubin carefully assessed the person in front of him. No wonder. A martial artist who dares to be so reckless. You must have been prepared beforehand. Behind him, a red thread slowly slipped out of his sleeve. He continued. But you came here yourself to negotiate, an assassin daring to show himself. You underestimate us too much. With that, he swung his hand, and the thread transformed into a whip that struck straight towards Hyuk Musang. Hyuk Musang rubbed his eyes. The whip was almost touching him, but he still did not move. He reached out, and in an instant he had grasped the whip tightly. It seems it's time to stop this idle chatter. Hyung Mubin was horrified. He caught it with his bare hands. I can't take that back. Hyuk Musang still held the whip tightly. I will take this as the old man's consent to spar. I will let him know in advance. Then he smiled, but veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes glinted with a red light full of killing intent. Today, I am in a very bad mood. Don't be angry if I hurt you. Oh Chisholm saw his leader in a difficult situation, so he gathered his internal energy into his hand and charged at Hyuk Musang, shouting, Hyuk Musang, you arrogant bastard! Let him go now! Hyuk Musang remained unmoved, merely glancing at the mad dog charging towards him. He casually tossed the whip aside. Fine. The head of the whip was deflected, flying straight towards Oh Chisholm. As soon as the whip made contact with Oh Chisholm, a terrifying shockwave erupted. Seeing this, Hyung Mubin quickly pulled the whip back to avoid hurting himself. He shouted, Damn it! Oh Chisholm angrily yelled, How dare you use such lowly tricks! As soon as he finished speaking, Hyuk Musang was right in front of him, raising his leg to gain momentum. A kick landed squarely on Oh Chisholm's head, the force so great that his head was driven into the ground, dust and blood splattering everywhere. Hyung Mubin, watching from the opposite side, turned pale. He dealt with Oh Chisholm, who had once looked down on all martial artists, with just one move. It seems he has dealt with one person already. Job done. Hyuk Musang stood upright, dust rising in a thick cloud. At this moment, Oh Chisholm lay flattened on the ground, seemingly lifeless after that blow. He raised his face, looking at Hyung Mubin with a murderous gaze. What to do next? I am not yet satisfied. Old Hyung Mubin gritted his teeth, laughing while angrily grinding out each word. Damn it! The red killing intent began to emanate from him again. Fine, I admit I underestimated you. I did not expect that in this remote martial arts school, there would be such a master. From now on, I will use all my strength to deal with you. After saying this, Hyung Mubin began to manipulate the whip to swirl around his arm, twisting and turning like a tornado. On the opposite side, Hyuk Musang remained indifferent, comfortable. The veins on Hyung Mubin's face began to bulge on his forehead. He furrowed his brows tightly. He roared, so angry that sparks flew from the corners of his eyes. To see how long you could remain arrogant. Hyung Mubin immediately jumped into the air, cracking his whip to unleash a move called Blood Dragon Punishment, a secret technique of Thunder Dragon blood. Instantly, the tip of the whip shot towards Hyuk Musang. Hyuk Musang did not move at all. He stood still before the attack that was rushing towards him. Hyung Mubin quickly regained some confidence, smiling to himself, thinking that even a seasoned top martial artist would find it hard to deal with Thunder Dragon blood. No matter how talented you are, if you get hit by this technique, you won't come out unscathed. You have lost, Hyuk Musang. The technique was almost upon him, but Hyuk Musang's face remained indifferent, showing no signs of change. Suddenly, Hyuk Musang raised his hand, and a small sword appeared from his sleeve. A series of swift slashes were unleashed in an instant. In a moment, Hyuk Musang had glided behind Hyung Mubin, and the whip in his hand was shattered into many pieces. The fragments of the whip fell one by one before the speechless surprise of Hyung Mubin. He slowly spoke, Who are you really? Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp blade was already pressed against his neck. Hyuk Musang clearly stated, I am the senior brother of the Long Tiger Martial School. In a brief moment, Hyung Mubin's head had been severed from his body, dying without even having time to close his eyes. In the night sky, the room of the leader of the Great Power Gang was still brightly lit. Suddenly, a fire erupted from within. The flames quickly grew fierce, and the people around shouted loudly to inform each other, "It's on fire! The outer hall is on fire! Quickly report to the leader!" The crowd was in chaos, creating a commotion. Elsewhere, an old man with white hair suddenly stood up and shouted, "What are you all talking about? Why is there a fire out of nowhere?" He was Kwak Ji-young, the leader of the Iron Great Gang, the unparalleled demon king of iron. "What is Myung-Hubin doing?" The person opposite Kwak Ji-young was Wang Chi-san, the manager of the inner hall. He clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "My subordinate believes he is still in the room, but the fire is too large to approach." Old man Kwak Ji-young quickly ordered, "We need to mobilize everyone to extinguish the fire and report the damage afterward. If you find Myung, tell him to come to me." Wang Chi-san replied, "Yes, sir." After everyone had left, Kwak Ji-young sat down on the bed and let out a deep sigh. He assessed the situation himself. A sudden fire in the middle of the night like this, how could they be watching over that place? Suddenly, something rolled in from somewhere, catching Kwak Ji-young's attention. He approached it to see what it was. And upon looking, he discovered it was the severed head of Hyung Mubin. Kwak Ji-young froze, his face pale. He shouted into the empty space in front of him, "Someone!" Suddenly, someone had been sitting comfortably at the edge of the bed, and he spoke, sending chills down Kwak Ji-young's spine. It was the person who saved him today. He turned sharply to look at the other person, thinking to himself that he had not noticed him at all. No, even when he saw him right in front of him, he couldn't sense his presence. This skill is something only assassins who have gone through countless life-and-death battles possess. Sweat dripped down his face as Kwak Ji-young stammered, "Are you one of the 4 leaders?" The other person looked at him and said, "Oh ho, so you know my name. The leader of the demon sect, the sect master Kwak Ji-young. Who else could it be? This is our brother Hyuk Muzang." Kwak Ji-young thought to himself that he was not someone he could fight alone. He cautiously replied, "To be remembered by one of the 4 leaders after that battle is indeed an honor for me. But what has brought the assassin of the Martial Arts Alliance to this small place?" He calculated silently that he had to buy time, to find an opportunity to signal his subordinates to gather here. From his sleeve, something slowly appeared. "Are you planning to break the pact and start another war?" Hyuk Muzang replied, "First of all, I have nothing to do with the 4 leaders or the Martial Arts Alliance. I must say, I hate the Martial Arts Alliance." His hand tightly gripped a red object that resembled a stick of dynamite, his finger raised to activate it. Suddenly, Hyuk Muzang's eyes lit up, staring directly at Kwak Ji-young. In an instant something mysterious swept past his neck at a miraculous speed, and the stick of dynamite in Kwak Ji-young's hand fell to the ground. Kwak Ji-young clutched his neck, gasping for breath, looking extremely terrified. What was happening? His neck, still intact, was that just an illusion? No. This was not an ordinary illusion. In front of him, Hyuk Muzang spoke again, "Stop with the lowly tricks." Hyuk Muzang was secretly frightened. This was a direct threat. Hyuk Muzang directed a gaze full of killing intent at him. "I have no intention of wiping out your faction today." Kwak Ji-young cautiously replied, "Please forgive me." Hyuk Muzang responded nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. I have eliminated those guys recently, so no one can know what happened here." Hearing this, Kwak Ji-young froze. "Does that mean you spare me?" But deep down, he had a million questions. What does he want me to do? But Hyuk Muzang raised a tightly bound scroll of paper. "I got this from the lobby manager, Myung. If the Blood King finds out you are colluding with them, all of you will be killed." Kwak Ji-young was startled to hear this. "No, it can't be." That's right, it's a copy of the illegal transactions I obtained from him." Hyuk Muzang felt secretly pleased seeing his expression. He really just took everything from there. It turns out the evidence of the crime is in there. Kwak Ji-young looked down at the head of Myung-Hubin, trembling with anger. "Damn it, that fool, left such important evidence. I should kill him again to feel better." Hyuk Muzang tucked the scroll back into his belt. "You must realize your situation now, so I will speak plainly." Kwak Ji-young immediately asked, "What do you want?" Hyuk Muzang replied briefly, the Yanzhou district. Kwok Ji-young broke out in a cold sweat. He cautiously waited for the other party's request. Hyuk Muzang stood tall, his eyes filled with a terrifying killing intent. You must swear never to touch the Yanzhou district again. This killing intent, emanating from Hyuk Muzang, was incredibly terrifying, causing Kwok Ji-young to falter. He stammered, But even if we withdraw, the Blood Lancer faction will still occupy. No, you don't want to be expelled by the Blood Army. It's best to maintain territory in a remote place. Hyuk Muzang stepped forward. Remember this well, if you intend to do anything foolish. The killing intent intensified, causing blood to flow from Kwok Ji-young's eyes, nose, and mouth. He struggled to plead, stop it. Then he could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Hyuk Muzang increased the pressure. You will have to be wary of both the Blood King and me. Do you understand? Kwok Ji-young could do nothing but kneel, gritting his teeth and trembling in pain. He struggled to speak. I understand now. Please. Hyuk Muzang secretly rubbed his wrist, thinking to himself, he is right. If I eliminate one faction, another will take its place. If the Blood Army manages to control them, it will be even harder to deal with. It would be better to keep this guy under my command. At this moment, Kwok Ji-young was being pressured to the point of suffocation. Hyuk Muzang spoke up, good, I will spare your life. He then eased the pressure. The old man returned to his senses, bending down and coughing incessantly. Kwok Ji-young gasped for breath. He was utterly terrified. A myriad of questions flooded his mind as to why he could have died just now. Where did this monster come from? Are the four leaders this strong? Does he really not belong to the Martial Arts Alliance? Hyuk Muzang continued, there is one more thing. Everything discussed today must be. Suddenly, a noise from outside caught their attention. Voices began to stir. Someone has broken in. There's an intruder. Hyuk Muzang was also surprised. What? At the headquarters of the Great Power Gang, flames were raging fiercely. The lackeys were shouting to each other, it's on fire. Notify the district leader immediately. At that moment, a pair of feet slowly landed. None other than Murong Jiamwa. She stood high above looking down at the chaos and said, it seems he has caused quite a commotion. Murong Jiamwa rubbed her temples, recalling the hardships she had just endured. She had spent so much time avoiding that old woman. When she needed her, she was nowhere to be found. But at times like this, she stood high above observing the chaos below, but the fire reminded her of the past. Back when she was in the temple, the White Fox often used this tactic when carrying out missions alone. He used fire as bait to find the main target, which was the leader. She directed her gaze towards the brightly lit large house in the distance, which meant he was targeting the gang leader. He must be in that building. Murong Jiamwa rubbed her arms, deep in thought. 2 years ago, the 100 names were at most just a first-class master. Nevertheless, he was still able to assassinate martial arts masters stronger than the peak level with his quick instincts and sharp judgment, along with a detailed plan. He could easily handle the gang leader by himself. Then Murong Jiamwa squatted down, enjoying the chaotic scene before her. Well, I might as well stay here for sure, and conveniently watch the fire too. This fire is quite good. Suddenly, her skin prickled, as if she sensed something. She immediately turned her gaze towards the room with great vigilance. Just now was. Inside the room, Hyuk Muzang took a step forward, swearing that he would never set foot in Yuyong County again. Blood flowed from the eyes, nose, and mouth of Kwok Ji-young, while Hyuk Muzang continued, remember well that if you do any more tricks, you will have to stay away from both the Blood King and me. Murong Jiamwa stood up straight, directing her gaze towards the room emitting a terrifying killing intent, right there. I could only recognize it slightly because of the barrier. But that place was radiating a truly evil killing intent. She gritted her teeth, looking towards that direction, her demeanor extremely cautious. Moreover, that killing intent was not like the usual bloodthirsty one. It did not resemble the type of killing intent that a peerless demon king could emit. Then Murong unconsciously reached for the hilt of the sword at her waist. Muzang was in danger. I need to quickly help him. Suddenly from behind, a graceful 5-fingered hand lunged to grab her head. The unexpected situation struck, and Murong Jiamwa immediately raised her sword to block the attack from the stranger. Sweat poured from Murong Jiamwa like rain. She was secretly horrified. Damn it, I just got distracted by that bloodthirsty aura and exposed my disguise. The cold-faced man spoke. I found the mouse. He is Chiojima, the leader of the Great Power Gang's Shadow Division. I see he has 2 whiskers like a rat, yet he calls others mice. Does he think people look like him or what? She jumped back. In an instant, she had leaped to another place, escaping the reach of Chiojima. Chiojima's hair fluttered in the wind. He looked at Murongjama and asked, "You run away like a mouse, huh?" "Right, little mouse? You are the damn mouse that set fire in the outer hall. Aren't you?" Murongjama sneered in response. "If I say I didn't do it, would you believe me?" In her heart, she thought, "I don't have time to care about this guy. I need to find a chance to escape from him." The shameless Chiojima turned red with anger at her retort. He raised an eyebrow. "Shut up, you damn mouse. I only listen to people, not to little mice squeaking." Being called a mouse, Murongjama was also furious. Her veins bulging, she thought to herself, "Should I kill him?" Suddenly, a siren sounded. The people below had recognized Murongjama's presence. They continuously shouted, "It's the intruder! Over there in the Shadow Division! We have found the intruder!" Murongjama clicked her tongue. "Damn it!" Chiojism quickly took action. He jumped and charged towards Murongjama. "Where are you looking, little mouse?" He rushed in, delivering a powerful punch towards Murongjama, but the girl managed to dodge just in time. Immediately, he changed his attack, using his claws to strike but still missed. Chiojism changed his stance again, using his other hand to punch hard, but none of his blows hit the opponent. He launched another move, continuously shouting, "Mouse, mouse, mouse. I can't stand this bastard," for another moment. Murongjama was extremely angry. She clenched her fist and charged straight at Chiojism. "I will hit you just once." Chiojism's mouth gaped open, his eyes widened in panic. In an instant, a punch quickly struck his face. This time, the beauty salon would have a lot of work to do. Chiojism was quickly knocked back, his body crashing against the wall. Murongjama stood tall on the rooftop looking down. People should look in the mirror if they want to see a mouse like that. From the side gate, the ruffians of the Great Power Gang quickly rushed in. "Over there! On the roof! Don't lose track of her!" Murongjama clicked her tongue upon seeing this. Murongjama quickly jumped away, and the group shouted, "She is escaping! We can't lose track of her!" Chiojism got up from the wall, ignoring the blood gushing from his nose like a volcano. He roared in anger, "That damn mouse!" His subordinates were confused. "Sir Chiojism!" He angrily pointed in the direction of Murongjama. "What are you doing? Go catch that mouse for me right now!" The ruffians quickly chased after Jiamwa, continuously shouting, "Catch that damn mouse! Damn mouse! Get that mouse!" Jiamwa was furious to be called a mouse. She should have used a sword instead of her fists. A moment later, a leader of the small fry pointed and ordered, "Teams 1 and 3 go straight to the women's street. The rest follow me." They all replied in unison, "Understood." Murongjama was hiding behind a small alley. She huffed and thought, "TSK, they are starting to be more vigilant. But since I am an outstanding member of the Martial Arts Alliance, if I kill people wherever I go, it will create political issues." Then Jiamwa turned to the main hall on her left. "However, the most important thing now is still the safety of the 100 shops. I need to get to the main hall as quickly and quietly as possible. And protect him." Just as she was about to leave, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "The damn mouse." Chiojism had found her, leading his gang, panting heavily behind. "So you really aimed for the main hall, huh?" Murongjama glanced back. They had also blocked her from behind. The face of the Chiojima at this moment was marked by a punch right in the middle. He thought he had surrounded her, and then mocked Murongjama. "You have nowhere to hide now, little mouse. If you obediently roll 3 times and squeak, we will kill you quickly." Jiamwa immediately got angry. She reached for the hilt of the sword at her side. "To hell with all the politics. This bastard needs to die." Suddenly, Jiamwa froze at a voice that echoed in her head. It was telepathy. She joyfully turned back. Hyuk Muzang wearing a mask was standing there. The small fry panicked upon seeing him. "Who is that? Since when?" Hyuk Muzang glared, using telepathy to communicate with Murongjama. "What are you doing here? What if someone recognizes you? Do you know that your presence here as the patrol chief is a serious crime?" Jiamwa ignored Hyuk Muzang's reproach and instead smiled foolishly. "I'm just glad you're safe. Hyuk Muzang. Hyuk Muzang was momentarily stunned upon hearing that. The Chiljima, irritated by them, interjected, "Who are you? Since when did our gang become a brothel where anyone can come and go as they please like this? Wow! So it turns out you are in the same boat as that filthy mouse." Hyuk Muzang reacted slightly to him upon hearing that. The Chiljima pointed at them mockingly, "Then you must also be a mouse." Before he could finish his sentence, Hyuk Muzang made a move at lightning speed. Chiljism didn't have a chance to utter the last word before being sliced down the middle by a beam of light. The small fry quickly panicked. "He is a martial arts master. Sir Chiljima just call for help." Even Murong Jiamwa was equally surprised. She gaped at Hyuk Muzang thinking, What was that just now? I didn't see anything at all. Was he ever this strong?" Hyuk Muzang finally spoke. It seems there's no other way now." He angrily gritted his teeth, releasing a terrifying aura. "It seems I have to kill everyone here." Below, Chiljima was split in half, and the small fry around were so scared they nearly wet their pants. The killing intent from Hyuk Muzang immediately pressed down on them. No one could escape. They could only kneel down and endure. Jiamwa turned pale at the sight. This was the killing intent he had sensed earlier from the main hall. Could it really all come from the 100 names? What on earth had happened during the 2 years? He had been missing? Suddenly, someone shouted from behind, "Wait, wait!" The two turned around. It was the leader of the Great Power Gang. The crowd, seeing a glimmer of hope, began to shout in unison, "The leader! The leader has arrived!" Kwak Juyong thought to himself, "That monster will truly wipe out the entire gang. I need to give him a reason to leave here peacefully." He quickly spoke up to negotiate. "I know that a great person like you is very angry. But hasn't everything been resolved with the Outer Hall Master and the Image Hall Master already? I will take full responsibility and discipline the members of the gang properly. So please spare us." Jiamwa was about to step forward to argue, "What are you talking about?" But before he could finish, he was stopped by Hyuk Muzang raising his hand. He thought to himself, "Smart move. He is quite perceptive." The people behind were also in a frenzy. Is that person angry? What's going on? Could he be an elite from the Blood Iron Battalion? Did Lord Chiljima just betray? Hyuk Muzang spoke up, "Very well. I have already spared your life once. Giving you another chance is no problem." A wave of killing intent radiated from him. "But make sure you will follow through with what you said if you want to keep your life." After finishing his sentence, he reached out and embraced his beautiful girlfriend Murong Jiamwa. With a flick, Hyuk Muzang had lifted his beautiful girlfriend and flown away. Before leaving, he left behind a message, "We were never here." The people below were all in shock. It was all omnidirectional communication. An omnidirectional communication that allowed others to hear one's voice from all directions. Old Kwak Juyong sighed. The surrounding crowd was in chaos. "It can't be. They disappeared. Where did they go? I can't believe it. This is the first time I've witnessed the technique of omnidirectional communication." A moment later, in the forest on the way back to the martial arts school, Murong Jiamwa was excited. "Oh my goodness, the 100 names. What on earth happened to you in the past 2 years? You must have encountered a great opportunity, right? You can even communicate omnidirectionally?" Hyuk Muzang did not respond. He raised his hand to remove his mask. He quickly turned away to avoid Murong Jiamwa's gaze, pretending to be clueless. "I don't know what the captain is talking about. I've already said I have no idea who this 100 names is." Jiamwa was stunned. A huge question mark appeared on his face. Murong Jiamwa quickly became furious. She grabbed the collar of the man and angrily said, "Do I look like a fool? Then why do you call me fifth?" Hyuk Muzang helplessly avoided her, clicking his tongue. Indeed, familiar words can harm oneself. He brushed off his clothes and turned away, leaving Murong Jiamwa astonished. "Please, miss, go back. We are still within the territory of the Great Power Gang. You must maintain your identity." In a moment, she stood in front of Hyuk Muzang again and continued, "Muzang, or are you worried about me?" Then she pressed her face close to him, causing both of their faces to flush red. "Wasn't it just a moment ago that you were ready to take action against that scoundrel for insulting me? You must be very angry, right?" But Hyuk Muzang was a tough young man, and it was not easy for such words to affect him. He quickly turned away to avoid Murong Jiamwa. Don't call me Muzang anymore. I have forgotten all those days. Behind him, Murong Jianhua's anger flared up. She gritted her teeth. Damn it, it was all useless. Pretending to be tough, Hyuk Muzang was also feeling like dying inside. His face was flushed, and he had to bite his lips tightly to avoid revealing his feelings. Hyuk Muzang mentally restrained himself. No, Hyuk Muzang. You must not waver. You have to forget her. Images from Hyuk Muzang's past began to appear. The Ghost Slayer team, a powerful assassination team created by the Martial Arts Alliance to counter the assassin team of the Demonic Alliance. The Ghost Slayer team had 99 members divided into 4 ranks. Each member was referred to by a number from 2 to 100 based on their skill level. Number 100 also meant that I was the weakest member of the Ghost Slayer team. The Ghost Slayer team had 2 tiers. The first tier consisted of high-ranking members who had the authority to command groups to carry out missions they chose. These individuals ranked from 30 and above, coming from renowned sects, and had trained in special martial arts since childhood. The second tier, the remaining members, were those from small and medium sects or martial arts schools. To be honest, the lower-ranked members were no different from pawns used by the higher-ranked members to achieve their own goals. A typical example is the 97th brother, who was the first to be killed. In a mission led by the 19th, the 97th brother had to take the hit from a sword aimed at the 19th. In the end, the 19th escaped thanks to the sacrifice of the 97th brother. But that 19th dared to use the 97th brother as a joke. In that memory, he was stroking his hair smugly. If that lowly name had done things properly, we would have completed the mission by now. We failed because that fool 97th didn't block that strike properly. But he didn't know that Hyuk Muzang outside had heard everything. He immediately rushed in, grabbing his collar and questioning him. You bastard, the plan you proposed is the real problem. We were ordered to retreat, but you insisted on continuing to fight. 97th sacrificed his life because of your selfishness. I was indeed very careless at that time, and so a battle broke out between the two of them. The 19th looked down at Hyuk Muzang with a contemptuous gaze. Do you think you know what you're talking about, you bastard? That fool died because he lacked the ability. Why are you blaming me? Do you dare to look down on me like that? Then he unleashed a series of strikes towards Hyuk Muzang, shouting loudly as he attacked. A guy ranked 100 like you dares to think he is on the same level as a descendant of the Jin family like me? The others were also gathered around to watch the spectacle, but not a single person spoke up. Suddenly from behind, a young lady with her arms crossed approached and said something that made the 19th stop his actions. Don't go too far, 19th. That was Murong Jianhua. Noticing her presence, everyone around shouted in unison, Miss Fifth. The 19th seemed to be very afraid of Fifth. He stammered and pointed at Hyuk Muzang, saying, Miss. You saw how this coward treated me, right? He is ranked 100 and pushed. From behind the 19th, another tall and muscular person appeared covered in scars. He spoke up, Coward, huh? That person scratched his ear with one hand while the other arm was draped around the 19th's neck, asking, Are you talking about me? 19th immediately became frightened upon seeing him, stammering, Sir Bat. No. I didn't mean that. Hyuk Muzang below could do nothing, only grit his teeth and endure the humiliation, thinking that those two could easily make the 19th shut up. Because they were strong, while I was the opposite. After that incident, I was often sent to carry out missions that were no different from suicide. I was always sent to the front lines and assigned the most dangerous tasks. I had fallen into countless life-threatening situations. On another occasion, Murong Jianhua angrily said, Do you really want to get yourself killed? Or do you think you have 10 lives? How many times have you been injured this month? Why do you go to such lengths? Hyuk Muzang, all wrapped in bandages, lay on the bed, bloodstains all over his body. Muriaki was also standing right behind Murong Jianhua, observing. Hyuk Muzang seemed to be exhausted, to the point that his eyes and nose became dull. He struggled to respond, If we do not accept, then the lower-ranked brothers will be killed. I also want to become stronger. Murong Jianhua, upon hearing this, turned pale with anger, while the thick-headed Muriaki looked at Hyuk Muzang with admiration. So cool. Murong Jianhua knew she couldn't say anything more, so she angrily turned and walked away. Fine. Do whatever you want. But for every mission that you participate in, I will go with you. Hyuk Muzang was very surprised to hear this. Why are you? Murong Jianhua placed her hand on the door, sadly turned her head back and replied, I don't want you to die either. After saying that, Murong Jianhua walked out and slammed the door in front of the two confused people. Muriaki stood there dumbfounded, pointing at himself, what about me? And so, a few years passed. No one ranked 70 or below was still alive. Except for me. I was the one who completed more missions than anyone else in this team. Therefore, people no longer called me the 100th rank, the weakest, but instead the 100th rank, the last one. And she was always by my side. The big guy Muriaki behind was still confused because he was ignored too much. And what about me? One day, by the riverside. The wind blew gently here, the scenery was picturesque. The scene of holding hands appeared romantically. Murong Jianhua gently tucked her hair back, smiling as she said, 100th rank. I really like you. Hyuk Muzang bowed his head and smiled, I feel the same way. Then they shared a passionate kiss. While they were still engrossed in their affection and joy, Muriaki had been lying on the tree, watching the scene from start to finish. TSK, go into the room and do that cat trick. While I was enjoying a bit of flickering joy amidst that hell, he appeared. What is this? On the table was a certificate. The man sitting across from Hyuk Muzang was the sword saint Murong Xiangji. He clasped his hands on the table, his voice serious. This is the certificate that you have served in our army. Now you can return to your hometown. You have been granted this offer due to your remarkable achievements. No one gives anything for free, especially since Hyuk Muzang is an assassin, he cautiously asked, Is there any special reason why you are giving me this offer? He heard it and burst out laughing, stroking his beard and saying, Haha. Truly stubborn as the rumors say. Very well. I will speak plainly. He then slammed his hand down hard on the table. It was about Jianhua. Murong Xiangji looked straight into Hyuk Muzang's eyes and said seriously, I want you to end your relationship with Murong Jianhua, my daughter. Hyuk Muzang was startled to hear this. Jianhua is the daughter of. Murong Xiangji continued, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. The girl is not someone a lowly person from an outer city martial arts school like you can easily approach. Moreover, it seems you do not know that Jianhua is already betrothed to Tae Younghun, the grandson of the martial arts leader, at Wangmu, right? Out of respect for the help you have provided to the martial arts community and the fact that you risked your life for Jianhua, I am making this proposal. If you know your place, you should leave this place immediately and not think about getting close to the girl. Under the table, Hyuk Muzang's hands clenched tightly, he trembled with each moment. Finally, Hyuk Muzang spoke up, if it is for these reasons, then I refuse. Murong Xiangji's expression changed. What did you say? Hyuk Muzang sincerely continued, even if you are the father of Jianhua, you cannot control your daughter's feelings. But since she is already betrothed, I will listen to her opinion. If she chooses that person, I will quietly leave. But if not. Before he could finish his sentence, a sword appeared, poised right before Hyuk Muzang's throat. On the opposite side, Murong Xiangji's eyes were wide, he was using his spiritual power to control the sword, and continued to threaten, You speak as if I am giving you a choice? At this moment, Hyuk Muzang was secretly terrified, it was the sword control technique. Hyuk Muzang was somewhat frightened, his words became more cautious, if your actions are not a suggestion for me to make my own choice, then it is no different from a sword saint threatening a junior. Like a gang of thugs from a wicked sect, right? He did not respond, pondering for a moment, while looking at the young man before him. Then he withdrew the sword, truly the last resort as expected. The sword quickly flew back to its place beside Murong Xiangji. He smiled bitterly, but you are too naive. You say you want to hear Jianhua's opinion, but have you thought about the happiness of the girl? Since childhood, she has grown up in abundance. A poor orphan like you cannot imagine the life of that girl. What can you offer to a woman like her? Hyuk Muzang froze at these provocative words. Murong Xiangji continued to criticize. Of course at first the girl would feel happy, just being together was enough. But later, she gradually remembered her previous life. The delicacies she once ate, the expensive clothes and jewelry she once had, and endless wealth. At this moment, Murong Xiangji had stood up, turning his back to Hyuk Muzang. You are no different from the girl. Every day, you have to worry, wonder, whether your wife is truly happy? Has she sacrificed too much for a person like me? Will she hate me? Will she leave me? He glanced back and saw the shocked expression clearly on Hyuk Musang's face. He knew he had hit the mark. Jianhua has been seriously injured in 3 missions already. You probably know that. Hyuk Musang hurriedly spoke up. That matter. That's right. Murong Xiangji's finger was now pointing directly at him. The girl was injured 3 times because she saved you. He became more serious, articulating each word clearly. I asked you once again. Do you really think you have the ability to make her happy? Hyuk Musang on the opposite side, though he did not act, those words had deeply etched into his heart. Hyuk Musang's whole body trembled violently, truly angry, but he could not retaliate. Is it that I have forgotten this truth during my time in the Demon Squad? Or have I refused to accept it? The 5 ranks and the distance between the two was now a long road. The 100 ranks. Hyuk Musang stood helplessly on the road, painfully watching the figure of the one he loved, a distance that could not be shortened. Old Murong Xiangji turned around. Before leaving he looked back and added a few more words. I give you 1 month. I will leave the certificate here. Think carefully. With that, he left, leaving Hyuk Musang alone with the certificate neatly placed on the table. 1 month later, I was assigned the final mission. On the table was a drawing of the face of an old man. It was late at night, in a certain forest. A knife was thrown to the left. Then to the right. Hyuk Musang's face at this moment was indeed filled with 10 parts of suffering. He did not stop practicing, continuously striking at the void. He practiced so much that the dust there could not settle to the ground. Finally, the sword was thrust violently into the ground. The land where he stood was now bare of grass and trees, with overlapping slash marks all over the ground. Hyuk Musang stood there, panting, his body drenched in sweat. The image of Murong Jianhua smiling at him appeared in his mind, and he was glad that he was still safe. Oh dear. Hyuk Musang bit his teeth in pain. Then, in the middle of the forest, there was a scream so loud that the birds flew in a frenzy. At the So-Yeo Mountain in Yangzhou County, a group of people in yellow uniforms were huddled together, each face filled with vigilance. One of them, seemingly the captain, spoke up. Where are they? He looked around and said, I'm sure they went this way. TSK, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, trying to scare someone. From behind, someone stepped forward and said, Captain, I think we should stop the pursuit. Why do you think that? He then turned his gaze to the dark path full of trees ahead and said, if we keep going this way, we'll soon reach Yangzhou. If the Bloodshed Brigade finds out, it will be a big deal. The captain gritted his teeth in anger. Arg, just because of those casual neutral agreements. Suddenly, from some direction, a person dressed in a distant outfit, holding a scythe, stepped out. Don't worry. He smiled while holding 2 sharp scythes and approached them. I'm here to help you with your tribulation. The group saw him and immediately heightened their vigilance. Everyone took a fighting stance right away. The captain shouted, It's the enemy. Get ready to fight. The man seemed unafraid, looking at the group with a mocking gaze and smile. Ho ho. If you obediently stay there and don't resist, you'll feel less pain. They began to cast spells on their swords. The captain faced the distant man seriously. You arrogant fool, no matter how confident you are in your strength, do you think you can fight against the 5 elite of the Wujian district alone? He raised one hand to his forehead, making a gesture of a bitter smile. So naive, isn't it? So cute. His hand slowly lowered, revealing a very cunning smile. Who said that I am alone? The captain was shocked upon hearing this. From a bush, something suddenly burst out. Something also fell from the branches. 2 men holding weapons resembling sickles rushed forward to attack. The captain saw them and shouted loudly, There's an ambush, be careful. But it seemed too late. The bloody scene continued, and all that could be heard were the screams of the members of that sect. Those people had been dealt with, each of them had a fatal wound. Someone spoke up, they must be from the Wujian district. Then a hand reached out to open the eyes of one person to check and said, Based on the beginning of the stiffening at the neck of the corpse, but the body has not yet decayed. They probably were killed just over an hour ago. It turned out that the newcomers were from the beggar clan. One of them examined the corpses and said, There are no signs of a struggle. It seems that only one side was killed. Ghostly Face stroked his beard. Is it them again? The other person turned back to reply, It is quite certain. The wounds on their bodies are exactly like the wounds on the corpses found in the van. Ha district. Ghostly Face looked at the pile of corpses lying around and sighed. Although I rushed here immediately upon hearing the news, I still arrived a step too late. After finishing the task, Ghostly Face turned to leave, not forgetting to remind the other person, now gather all the members of the Beggar clan from the surrounding areas here, and thoroughly search within a 2-mile radius. If anything suspicious is found, it must be reported back, even if it's a pile of dog feces. And remember to report to the Wujian district. The other person clasped their hands respectfully, understood. Ghostly Face raised the wine bottle to take a sip, thinking, it has been 6 months since I started pursuing this illegal smuggling organization. Has there ever been a hunt as difficult as this one? This time, I will definitely catch your tail. Suddenly feeling something was wrong, Ghostly Face immediately spat the sip of wine out. The old man was furious, crushing the fake wine bottle in his hand and roaring, that bastard dared to touch my wine. At the Longhu Martial Arts School, the sounds of disciples training echoed continuously. Longhu Sword Technique, First Form. Hyuk Muzang stood with his hands clasped behind him, watching his junior Young Taeho teach sword techniques. Longhu Sword Technique, Second Form. Now, the Longhu Martial Arts School had many more disciples than before. Even the 5th junior had become a teacher for others. Longhu Sword Technique, Third Form. Number 3, stand in the middle. Wrong posture. Hyuk Muzang looked at the warm scene before him and unconsciously smiled. Suddenly from behind, Murong Jiamwa approached and asked, the martial arts school is thriving now, isn't it, Hyuk Muzang? Currently, Murong Jiamwa had changed her outfit, wearing a flowing dress, appearing a bit more like a gentle young lady. Hyuk Muzang was astonished and couldn't blink at the sight of her. He awkwardly cleared his throat and turned away. There used to be many more disciples, surely there will be many more in the future. Murong Jiamwa playfully looked in the direction of his turned face. Oh, I understand now. Truly, the love and pride you have for your martial arts school is remarkable. Speaking of the martial arts school, Hyuk Muzang's facial expression relaxed, as all my memories belong to this place. What about the memories with me? Murong Jiamwa interjected. She looked straight into his eyes with a hint of hope. Do you cherish them as well? In a moment, if it weren't for the gusts of wind, one might think that time between the two of them had stopped. Suddenly, Hyuk Muzang decisively turned away. He was silent. Those memories were nothing at all. The joyful memories surged back like film reels. Those were the memories I needed to let go of. Behind him, Murong Jiamwa clenched her fists. Deceit. I must have told you this before, that your lies have no effect on me. She stepped forward to question him, unaware that at this moment, Hyuk Muzang's hands were also clenched tightly. Why does he have to act this way? Shouldn't I know the reason so we can find a way to resolve it together? Hyuk Muzang coldly replied. Why do you ask? He turned back, indifferently looking at Murong Jiamwa. Do you really want to know the truth? Murong Jiamwa's expression became extremely sorrowful. Please tell me. In the lively scene of disciples practicing martial arts, the two of them standing on the corridor looked even more romantic, but the situation inside was contrary to the serene appearance people saw. After a moment, Hyuk Muzang finally spoke, because it hurts a lot. Upon hearing this, Murong Jiamwa's brows furrowed tightly. Hyuk Muzang continued, every time I see you, those memories from back then resurface in my heart. And they hurt a lot. His thoughts intertwined with his words, that perhaps I would hurt her again. He recalled the moment Murong Jiamwa was gravely injured. Her expression at that time looked extremely painful. A pain he never wanted to feel again. Perhaps I will make her cry again. Then I remember when I was injured, seeing her in such torment was no less painful, those painful memories. It reminds me of the most terrible moment of my life. I recall the face and the ruthless words of her father. Can you do it? Perhaps I will make her heartache again. I am very afraid. Then Hyuk Muzang clutched his chest. I am afraid that her hell is me. Hyuk Muzang held his chest, both angry and sorrowful. He struggled to force out each word. That hell will begin again. He approached Murong Jiamwa and asked, does this sound like a lie? At this moment, the corners of Murong Jiamwa's eyes were brimming with tears, looking very aggrieved. Hyuk Muzang's face, though trying to appear tough, actually concealed immense suffering. Then he decisively turned away in Murong Jiamwa's astonishment. So I hope she goes back to where she belongs. Murong Jiamwa staggered forward, waiting. Her hands trembled. Wait a minute. Wait for me. In the end, she had to pull her hands back. Murong Jiamwa sat down, clutching her chest in deep sorrow. Hyuk Muzang, as he left, also covered his face with his hands. Both of them were in extreme pain. Hyuk Musang walked out of the martial arts hall. He tried to breathe evenly, thinking to himself, "It's okay." He leaned against the wall, looking very pensive. "You chose correctly, Hyuk Musang. Only by decisively cutting off can you let go. Only then can Jianhua live a good life." He recalled Murong Jianhua's aggrieved look earlier and felt very heartbroken. She would soon forget a treacherous person like me and live happily. He pressed his lips tightly, trying to suppress the pain from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, a sword flew swiftly from somewhere. The sword flew towards Hyuk Musang, and he reached out to catch it, his face showing surprise. He stammered, "What the hell?" From that direction, someone was approaching with a cane. That person was Soma, my grandmaster, Hyuk Musang exclaimed in surprise, "Granny Longstaff." He raised the sword in his hand and asked her, "Why did you throw a sword at a junior like me?" Granny looked at the person and said, "Follow me." After finishing her sentence, she leaped a few times and quickly crossed 2 buildings. A moment later, Hyuk Musang gently landed. Hyuk Musang looked at Soma, my grandmaster, standing in front of him, thinking to himself, "An empty field. Why did she bring me here?" She spoke, raising her sword. Hyuk Musang replied in confusion, "Why did you bring me here? Besides, what do you want me to raise the sword for? What do you want to do?" She did not answer but raised the staff in her hand. Then suddenly she struck the staff down to the ground with great force. From that place, a terrifying shockwave immediately appeared. Hyuk Musang saw the dust and smoke rising and quickly raised his hand to cover his face. Soma, my grandmaster, growled again, "Raise the sword. Hurry!" Lightning was also appearing from the corners of her eyes. Hyuk Musang looked at Soma, my grandmaster, in confusion. "This is," he said seriously, "for the captain of the patrol team of the Martial Arts Alliance, the 5-star? Soma, my grandmaster, replied, "If you want to continue being stubborn, then prepare yourself. I will make you draw your sword." After finishing her sentence, she unleashed her technique, and flames surrounded the area brightly. In an instant, Soma, my grandmaster, rushed towards Hyuk Musang with incredible speed. The staff was almost touching his face, but Hyuk Musang remained in position, not moving even a little. Just when it seemed Hyuk Musang would take the hit, he quickly moved his head and easily dodged. Seeing this, Soma, my grandmaster, changed her method of applying force. The staff that was moving forward suddenly changed direction, turning back towards Hyuk Musang. She controlled the staff to attack him again, but he continued to dodge. She glanced over and then changed her grip on the staff. With her other hand, she pushed hard on the handle. The head of the staff spun around her wrist, pushing the handle straight towards Hyuk Musang. A collision occurred, creating a shockwave accompanied by a powerful light. It turned out that Hyuk Musang had used a wooden sword to block it just in time, right before the grandmother's staff could deliver a fatal blow. The grandmother stopped attacking, and she spoke, "I worry about the young lady because she feels very troubled." She recalled the memories when Murong Jianhua was just a child. It is no exaggeration to say that I have dedicated my life to her safety and happiness. Then she angrily shouted at Hyuk Musang, "So who do you think you are, to dare to hurt the young lady like that?" She said this while applying more force to the staff, pressing it towards Hyuk Musang. Hyuk Musang was subjected to a tremendous force that pressed him down to the point where his feet sank into the ground. Next, Somamai the grandmother unleashed a series of attacks, striking while continuing her story, "The young lady is the strongest and bravest person I have ever met." No matter how harshly the old master scolded or punished her, she showed no signs of distress. Hyuk Musang could not fight back, nor did he resist, only using the sword in his hand to block the relentless blows from her. It was the first time I saw that expression on the girl's face. She recalled the pitiful, tear-streaked face of Murong Jianhua. Then she changed her technique, looking at Hyuk Musang with a murderous gaze. At the same time, she channeled her energy into her hands, spinning her staff so fast that it created a whirlwind. She growled, "So don't blame me for being rude to you." Hyuk Musang was surprised to see that technique. It was the heavenly skill. The grandmother raised her staff high and shouted loudly to gain momentum. Her eyes turned completely white, looking quite terrifying. Then she swung the staff forward, using a technique called Long Staff 3 Heavens, Dragon Dance, creating a fire dragon that flew straight towards Hyuk Musang. Hyuk Musang was stunned, watching the attack rush towards him. A terrifying shockwave erupted, and all that could be seen was a blinding flash of light. The surrounding earth and rocks were blown apart, scattering in all directions. The dust gradually began to clear. Inside, both Hyuk Muzang and Somamai the grandmother were standing firm. Somamai the grandmother's mouth fell open, her face clearly showing two words, astonishment, as if there was something incredible before her. Her mind became chaotic. That foolish idiot. Indeed, before her was the sight of the staff lodged right in the middle of Hyuk Muzang's scarred chest, meaning Hyuk Muzang had not dodged that terrifying blow at all. Hyuk Muzang's clothes were now torn to shreds from the attack, yet he remained completely still, staring at Somamai, who had not yet retracted her technique, and she continued to think in horror. Did he take the full brunt of that attack? He must have learned the iron cloth from the Shaolin Temple, or something like that. At this moment, Hyuk Muzang slowly spoke, "Are you satisfied now?" He pushed Somamai's staff away from his body. "I think this is enough to calm your anger. I'm leaving now." Hyuk Muzang glided past, leaving Somamai the grandmother in shock. Then suddenly she shouted loudly, "Do you think you are special?" She turned back, looking straight at Hyuk Muzang and shouted, "Who do you think you are to act so arrogantly and shamelessly? How could someone like you make the young lady cry? Someone like you dares to." Hearing this, Hyuk Muzang's steps also came to a halt. He replied to the insults, "Because that person is me." She was stunned after hearing this. What? He turned around to face her, saying that it was because that person is me that everything happened this way. Saying that, Hyuk Muzang suddenly turned and in an instant disappeared from Somamai's sight. She froze, watching the direction where Hyuk Muzang had just left. What kind of monster is he? At this moment, she could finally see the traces of the blows from earlier. Truly terrifying power. In the end, I couldn't make that guy draw his sword. A moment later, in another room, the torn shirt from earlier was thrown down onto the bed with a thud. To avoid raising suspicion, Hyuk Muzang hurried back to his room to change into a new outfit. At this moment, blood began to trickle from his mouth. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, if she really wanted to kill me, that move could have already done it. But like this, everything seems to be over. Hyuk Muzang jumped straight onto the bed to relax. His mind conjured the image of the bright smile of his dream girl, Murong Jianhua. There was no longer any reason to meet her again. Farewell. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, followed by the voice of his second disciple, "Senior brother, it's me, Kang Wonhyung." Hyuk Muzang quickly propped himself up on his hands and called out, "Come in." The door opened, revealing the sorrowful face of Kang Wonhyung. "Someone from the Wujian sect is here." Hyuk Muzang's eyes widened for a moment. Wujian sect? His knowledge of this sect gradually surfaced. The Wujian sect. A martial sect located in the eastern part of Gansu province, founded 80 years ago by Woon Jaechul, a disciple of the Kongdong sect. They once held a position no less significant than the 9 great sects, and received support from the Martial Arts Alliance. They were also the sect directly opposing the Blood Iron Group, one of the 4 dominant forces in western Gansu of the Demon Alliance. However, I heard that recently their sect has weakened significantly. Since the collapse of the Kongdong sect, they have faced many difficulties. Hyuk Muzang raised his hand to his chin in contemplation. What could he want from a martial school like ours? Outside the hall, a man with a panicked face was loudly asking, "Is it true that the Divine Sword Goddess is here?" He was Sun Changwu, the chief steward of the Wujian sect. Master Yungun, who was pouring tea, also paused. Both he and his disciple looked at the man in surprise. "How did you know?" His voice had softened a bit. "Oh my goodness. So the rumors are true. I still doubted it was just a lie when I came here." Then suddenly he leaned on the table, bowing his head very low to the two of them. "Master Yung, please help me. No, please help all of us in the Wujian sect. Please arrange for me to meet the captain of the patrol team of the Martial Arts Alliance. I will definitely not forget this kindness." Both Yungun and Hyuk Muzang were very surprised to see this scene. But compared to Master Yungun, Hyuk Muzang felt an additional sense of fear. "What? No, I can't meet her anymore." Master Yungun hesitated to respond that. "I also have no way." Sun Changwu quickly replied, "I know very well." His voice carried a note of caution. "As long as you are willing to try to talk to her, that is enough. We are in an urgent situation. Right now, I feel like a drowning man clinging to a blade of grass. For salvation. Hyuk Musang interjected, may I say this, steward song? Both the old man and the master looked at him, musing. Hyuk Musang lowered his eyes and said, you know, the captain of the patrol team is responsible for the northern area. If someone like her is involved in the conflicts in the west, it would be considered overstepping, and that would be very troublesome. At this point, he slightly raised his face, directing his gaze at Steward Sun Changwoo and continued, the West also has its own patrol team captain from the Martial Arts Alliance. I heard that person comes from a well-known middle-class family that does righteous work and always has fair judgments. Wouldn't it be better to ask that person for help? Sun Changwoo hesitated upon hearing this, that. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. I didn't know that young Master Hyuk Musang was so concerned about me. But I will be the one to decide whether that request exceeds my authority or not. From the main door, Murong Jianhua and Somamai were entering. Steward Sun Changwoo and Master Yungun were startled to see them and stood up in panic, stammering, Miss, who is this? Captain? The old steward quickly clasped his hands respectfully towards Murong Jianhua. I am the chief steward of the Wujian faction Changwoo. I have heard of your name for a long time. The captain of the patrol team of the Martial Arts Alliance. It is an honor to meet you, Miss. Murong Jianhua also quickly returned the greeting. Very pleased to meet you. I am the captain of the patrol team, Murong Jianhua. The guest politely gestured to the seat and said, sit down first, and then we will discuss the details later. To Hyuk Musang's surprise, Murong Jianhua confidently sat in the main seat, happily accepting a cup of tea from Master Yungun. She took a sip and smiled at Yungun. The tea brewed by the old master is always delicious. Master Yungun also clasped his hands and smiled. Thank you, miss. Feeling triumphant, Murong Jianhua looked at Hyuk Musang with a provocative gaze. Hyuk Musang, seeing this, was momentarily stunned. His mood was very complicated. What was she planning, the 5th rank? An hour earlier, when Hyuk Musang and Murong Jianhua were still in the training yard, Hyuk Musang had subtly urged her to go back. He turned his back to Murong Jianhua, to the place she originally belonged. Murong Jianhua behind him had tears welling in her eyes, reaching out to hold him back but could not. Finally, Murong Jianhua slumped down and cried heartily. Even Hyuk Musang, who was leaving, felt pain, covering his face with his hands. A moment later, in Master Yungun's room, his voice rose. Are you preparing to leave, miss? Murong Jianhua politely replied, yes. I have caused too much loss and also need to go north to resolve a few matters. And also. Upon hearing this, Master Yungun set down his teacup, looking at Murong Jianhua, waiting. The heartless words of Hyuk Musang from the training yard resurfaced in her mind. Murong Jianhua felt very aggrieved, but still had to bite her lip to endure the pain. She turned her face away from Master Yungun's gaze and said, it is time for me to return, to where I should go back to. Master Yungun also looked at her, pondering for a moment. Then he slowly stood up. I have something I want to ask of you, captain of the patrol team. Seeing this, she was startled. Excuse me? What is it? He walked to the door and turned back, smiling gently at Murong Jianhua. Can you take a walk with me for a while? A moment later, in that forest, the footsteps of Murong Jianhua and Master Yungun continued to move forward. Upon arriving, she widened her eyes at the scene before her. This place is... What is this? That place is a piece of land slashed horizontally and vertically. It seems a battle has taken place here. Master Yungun stroked his beard and said, we discovered it 5 days ago. Murong Jianhua was taken aback, thinking, 5 days ago was when I just arrived. Yungun continued, someone has destroyed the path, resulting in this. He approached and touched the slashes, saying, it must take great strength to create such sword marks. It must be someone from the Longhu Academy. It could very well be Musang. Murong, upon hearing this, was not surprised, internally confirming, I knew it. She must have endured a lot. Hearing this, Murong Jianhua became flustered. No. That is... There was a hint of sadness on Yungun's face. The boy has always been like this since he was young. Always stubborn, hiding his thoughts and feelings, above all. He often acts recklessly without considering the consequences. Then he picked up a branch and laughed. But every time I scold him, he has arguments that are impossible to refute. Therefore, sometimes I find it really difficult to be his master. Murong Jianhua agreed. She also appeared very angry. Grr. That's right. Many times he is so annoying that I just want to slap him a few times. He is too arrogant. Yoongun saw that Murong Jianhua shared the same topic with him, and smiled. Realizing she had misspoken, Murong Jianhua became shy and froze, thinking, oh? After all, he is still a disciple. Yoongun did not talk about those matters anymore but turned to look at the stick in his hand, a bit embarrassed. But can I ask you to observe my sword technique? Murong Jianhua shyly replied, of course. His hand quickly grasped the stick, holding it in a serious manner just like when holding a sword. He mumbled something, and spiritual energy gradually gathered into a green light surrounding his body. Murong Jianhua observed seriously, thinking, just by looking at the posture, I can feel the sword technique flowing like water and drifting clouds. It is evident that he has practiced swordsmanship to a pure state and possesses profound martial arts knowledge. He swung the stick up, into a preparatory stance. It's starting. He swung the stick forward, creating an incredibly powerful aura. Soft, graceful, yet powerful sword strokes gradually appeared. Although he was only using a branch, he still danced with exquisite lines. He raised the sword high, then struck hard to the right, and then retracted the sword. Then he thrust straight ahead. Murong Jianhua stood watching, silently assessing his techniques, complex yet simple. The energy flow wavered as if it were there and not there. The sword techniques lacked lethality. As the headmaster of the academy, his dignity was clearly reflected in these sword moves. They were natural and beautiful, surely he had to practice and refine them continuously. As soon as he finished the technique, he spoke, Muzang is stronger and braver than anyone. Murong Jianhua was extremely surprised to hear this. Her eyes widened as she looked at Master Yoongun. However, he turned towards the footprints pressed into the ground. After that, he stepped right into that position and continued to wield his sword. He resumed his stance, preparing to execute another technique, and continued, it is also more cowardly than anyone else. Murong Jianhua was astonished. That technique was, could it be? He followed the slashes on the ground to replicate them. It always misses someone. The sword swept to the right, then changed direction to slash to the left. Yoongun continued, always fearing that someone important to him might be harmed. Murong Jianhua immediately realized that he was mimicking the technique he had once used. He continued to swing the sword into the air, always anxious and restless. That is why the young one recklessly charged to the front lines. Master Yoongun spoke while executing the technique. I am sure that even when performing this technique, it has been influenced by fear more than anyone else. When thinking about someone important to him, Murong Jianhua seemed to realize something and froze. After finishing the technique, he planted his staff straight down into the ground. Then leaned on the staff, panting heavily indeed. I cannot do it. I am too old to practice these techniques. Then he released the staff, turned to Murong Jianhua, clasped his hands in apology, and apologized for showing her something that was not up to standard. Hearing that, Murong Jianhua replied, no. She also clasped her hands in return, tears streaming down. Finally her smile returned. Your sword technique is the best. A moment later, on the way back to the martial arts hall, Master Yoongun spoke, saying that she would go to where she belongs, right? Murong Jianhua shyly turned away, her voice a bit hesitant. Oh yes. That is. Yoongun gently stroked his silver beard. I do not know where a patrol captain should go. But hopefully it is a place she wants to belong to. That was what had happened a few moments ago. Returning to the room of Master Yoongun, Murong Jianhua slammed the teacup down on the table, thinking, that's right. I am the one who will choose where I want to go. She glanced over at Sun Changwu and spoke, Chief Steward's son? Do you have something to say? He bowed his head, hesitantly replied, yes, Captain. The Wu Jian sect would like to make a request. Murong Jianhua responded, as Mr. Hyuk Musing said, as a patrol captain of the Northern Alliance, there are matters I cannot interfere in, yet you still come to request me? At this point, Sun Changwu had stood up, clasped his hands, and bowed respectfully to Murong Jianhua. I have sent dozens of request letters to the Western Martial Arts Alliance branch. But I have not received any response. We have been waiting for a full year now. Murong Jianhua was a bit surprised to hear this. She raised her hand to her chin, thinking seriously, a year? There must be some issue. Normally, they would respond within 3 months, at most 6 months. If that is the case, then either they have been ignored or the news has been cut off. Murong Jianhua replied, So, what do you want me to do? He then presented Murong Jianhua with a letter. This is the request letter. I hope you can help present it to the Martial Arts Alliance for consideration. Murong Jianhua seemed to understand the urgency of the situation. She immediately listened intently to the story of the Wu Jian sect, and elder Sun Changwu continued. After the battle, the Wu Dong sect has secluded itself, and we have not received any support from the alliance. The Wu Jian sect has been left to fend for itself. On the other hand, the Blood Iron Brigade has become stronger, and is expanding its territory. At this rate, the entire area will fall into their hands. He anxiously looked up. That is not all. Recently, a strange force with suspicious movements has appeared. It is a group of secretive masters. They have killed many of our warriors. The people who were killed were the group in yellow uniforms. In the forest the day before. He bowed his head again, speaking earnestly. This is not something the Wu Jian sect can resolve on its own. I hope the alliance will conduct a thorough investigation throughout the Kamtu province. After hearing the story, Murong Jianhua fell into deep thought. She placed her hand on her chin, carefully examining the request letter on the table. Across from her, Sun Changwu was equally tense, seemingly afraid of being rejected or angering Murong Jianhua. His face had turned pale, and sweat was trickling down the sides of his temples. Hugh Muzang had been observing everything for a while, silently assessing the situation in his mind, which was not very promising, as it was only happening in a part of the Kamtuak. Specifically in the western area. Although the request from the Void sect was reasonable and urgent, it was not within the authority of the captain of the Northern Patrol. Moreover, the captain of the West was suspiciously avoiding this issue and was not very compatible with the five heroes. It seemed she would refuse it. Contrary to Hugh Muzang's thoughts, Murong Jianhua smiled and replied, "All right." Hugh Muzang was taken aback by the unexpected response. What? Murong Jianhua continued speaking to the old steward, just in time. I am preparing to visit the branches, so I can deliver this letter. Upon hearing this, his face lit up with joy. Are you really willing, Captain? But if I open the back door for you, should I not receive a return gift? Hearing this, his expression froze as he thought he would be helped for free, and he stammered. If you wish, we will try to prepare a worthy return gift. Murong Jianhua rested her chin on her hand, looking down at him. No. I will not accept any gifts from the Void sect. If you are a member of the Alliance, then act according to the Alliance's way. A reward for a reward, a favor for a favor. Suddenly, she shifted her gaze to Hugh Muzang. Fortunately, it seems there is someone suitable here. If Hugh Muzang promises to fulfill a request of mine whenever I need, I am willing to accept the request of the chief steward's son. Hugh Muzang was startled when she mentioned his name, knowing for sure she was directing it at him, but he was still very surprised when it came to this. Then Murong Jianhua flashed a very cunning smile. What do you think? So am I, standing in the corner, saw the face of that foolish girl and couldn't help but be baffled, unable to understand what she was thinking. Then she turned her gaze to Hugh Muzang, who was frozen in place. However, thanks to that, she saw that kid's face was blank. Like master, like servant. Finally, she also broke into a mischievous smile, feeling very pleased. Ho ho ho, where can you run to? After hearing this, Hugh Muzang immediately stood up to protest. Wait a minute, logically, the Void sect should be the one indebted. Why should I pay? But not giving him a chance to refuse, Sun Changwu quickly clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Muzang, I beg you, please agree to her request. The old man raised his face to negotiate. Just help me with this. I promise I will fully support the establishment of the trade association that the Academy has always dreamed of. Hugh Muzang was taken aback by that statement. The Merchant Association, huh? That was the greatest dream of the master. As long as there is a Merchant Association, it will ensure a source of income and allow the Academy to have a place to develop. However, just as Hugh Muzang was still in a daze, a gentle hand was placed on his shoulder. Just do your best. Because that is a request for you, the decision will also be yours. He turned around to look, and it turned out to be Master Yungun. He called out in confusion. Master. Yungun continued, but isn't having a merchant association better? Both teacher and student were momentarily stunned, and Hugh Muzang's face was blank in front of the gentle smile of the master. Master. TSK, I told you not to feel pressured. Suddenly, Murong Jianhua noticed something. It turned out that Master Yungun was signaling to her, making a gesture, which meant these two had set a trap for him. Seeing that, Murong Jianhua burst into a bright laugh, so Hyuk Muzang would soon be running for his life. Once everything was settled, Master Yungun personally saw Murong Jianhua and Soma my Grandmaster to the door. He clasped his hands respectfully, truly honored to have welcomed the two esteemed guests. The two of them also clasped their hands in return. We are the ones who should express our gratitude. We hope that when we meet again, you will still take care. Thank you very much. From the gate of the martial arts school, the master and a few disciples were standing there to bid farewell to their esteemed guests. After walking a short distance, Soma my Grandmaster turned her head back, angrily saying, "TSK, that little brat. Daring to call himself the senior disciple but not even daring to come see us off." Murong Jianhua, upon hearing this, didn't bother to look back. She continued to focus on the path ahead. "It's fine, Granny, let's go." Soma my Grandmaster sighed and asked, "Haze, young lady, aren't you angry at all?" Murong Jianhua calmly replied, "No, why would I be angry?" In Hyuk Muzang's room. Hyuk Muzang leaned against the wall, letting out a sigh. The five elders have truly left Yangzhou County now. From now on, it's all over. He recalled the cunning yet adorable expression of Murong Jianhua from earlier, promising to fulfill a promise that was indeed a bit troublesome, but it was no problem. Because after all, the two sides would not meet again. Perhaps so, he forced a smile. Returning to where Murong Jianhua and Soma my Grandmaster were, Granny spoke up, "But young lady, what now? Why did you accept the proposal letter from the Wu Jian faction like that? Taking over the affairs in the western region is not your responsibility." Murong Jianhua replied casually, "I'm fine. I'm just considering a few things." "Considering? What is that?" Murong Jianhua's face suddenly became cunning. "It's simple. Just go to the Alliance, and request to change my takeover area to the western region is enough." Soma Mai heard this and panicked. What did you say?" Back at the Longhu Martial Arts School, there was a loud call from someone outside the gate. "Muzang! Hyuk Muzang!" Hyuk Muzang stepped outside, his face showing a bit of annoyance. "I'm sure I reminded you already. Don't make noise in the Sacred Martial Arts School." Coming from the Longhu Martial Arts School. "Can't you even follow that rule?" Myung Jun's father? He was panting heavily, breathing and speaking at the same time. "Muzang, help me." He is Myung Jun's father, Hyuk Muzang's closest friend, the judicial commissioner of the Yangzhou district, overseeing administrative matters, lawsuits, law enforcement, and discipline at the district level, under the governor's authority. Hyuk Muzang, after hearing this, was not in a hurry. He leisurely joked, "You should have said that from the beginning. I'll let you off this time, but if you make noise again next time, watch out." Myung Jun's father, seeing Hyuk Muzang indifferent, hurriedly said loudly, "Stop that silly joke of yours, I'm really in big trouble here." Hyuk Muzang did not change his expression. Still crossing his arms, replied indifferently, "I'm listening here, even thinking of ways to help you despite you saying my joke is silly." Suddenly he burst out laughing, truly looking like he was out of his mind. After that, Myung Jun's father immediately returned to a serious state. "Is that enough?" But the young man Hyuk Muzang still lingered. He picked his nose, pretended to look elsewhere, but after hearing it, I realized. Myung Jun's father, feeling played, shouted angrily, "You bastard!" A while later, at the Mioi Tavern, the most famous tavern in Yangzhou. 2 days ago, 3 courtesans suddenly went missing around this area. Among the 3, there was a courtesan named Aaron. Her zither playing was very moving and was greatly favored by the governor. The governor is an official at the district level, suppressing tyrants, reviewing cases handled by the district magistrate that were appealed back to the local level, ranked at the 5th grade. Myung Jun's father clasped his hands, looking at Hyuk Muzang with a pleading face. "I have been ordered to find her within 3 days. Today is the last day and I still haven't found any trace of her. You can do whatever you want but help me find her, because you have always been very good at reasoning." Hyuk Muzang also looked around for a moment, and then asked, "How did they disappear?" 3 days ago, around the hour of the snake, they were welcoming 3 very ordinary merchants. A moment later, suddenly the entire room became unusually quiet, and no one stepped outside. This state persisted for a whole hour. The manager came to check, and all of them had vanished without a trace. Both the manager and the gatekeeper said they had never seen those merchants before. Moreover, although they were dressed like merchants, I found out that those three had never appeared in any marketplace. Then he said seriously, in a firm tone, I am sure they are the culprits. I dare to swear by my ancestors. They must be disguised martial artists, and have used some kind of martial arts to escape through the window. Father Myung-jun looked at Hyuk Musang, but this guy was also staring blankly at him. Father Myung-jun thought he had said something wrong and turned pale. Did I say something wrong? Hyuk Musang replied nonchalantly, it's just that I've never seen someone so serious. So it looks quite interesting. Hyuk Musang turned away, they must be martial artists. Behind him, Father Myung-jun clenched his fists, looking very proud. I am indeed a genius. Hyuk Musang went to the window to look at the rooftops across, noticing footprints on the roof over there. Father Myung-jun glanced around for a while and then looked confused. I can't see it. He raised his hand to his chin and thought, they are not used to the weather or the sand here, so they didn't realize they left footprints. Perhaps it was dark at that time. However, if they could silently abduct someone over such a distance, they must be renowned masters. Hearing this, Father Myung-jun was immediately alarmed. Masters? Then in an instant, Hyuk Musang climbed up to the window. Startling his friends, he turned back and said, we just need to bring those courtesans back before today. Right. I will try to be as quick as possible. Just as he was about to leave, Father Myung-jun suddenly rushed from behind and hugged Hyuk Musang tightly, his mouth stammering, wait a moment. Hyuk Musang turned back, sweat pouring down. What is this guy trying to do? My brother is straight. What are you doing? Don't we need to hurry and find them? Father Myung-jun hugged tighter, shouting, no, Musang. Even if it's an order from the governor, you shouldn't get involved like this. I will be punished or kicked out of the martial arts school. Didn't you say those three guys are masters? Wouldn't you die in the streets if you recklessly followed their trail? You know that in your district you are the best, but you still don't realize that compared to the martial arts world, you are just a drop in the ocean. I am aware of that. And I won't force you to take on something beyond your means. Hyuk Musang felt his face flush with anger upon hearing those words, the veins on his forehead bulging. Was this guy looking down on him? He tried to suppress his anger, using the calmest tone possible to tell him, you may not know, but I am different now. Don't worry, just let me go, how could I possibly die? But Cha Myung-jun still held on tightly, almost on the verge of tears. Stop trying to be tough, you fool. Don't I know you too well? I know you care about me a lot. But not to the extent of risking your life like this. Cha Myung-jun continued to cry, if I let you go, what am I supposed to do now? It's my fault, so. The passers-by below saw the commotion and gathered around, making Hyuk Musang feel embarrassed. He then elbowed Cha Myung-jun right on the top of his head, shut your filthy mouth. Then Hyuk Musang quickly jumped out of the window and flew away, leaving Cha Myung-jun lying on the ground, trembling, turning again. The sunset arrived at Mount So-yeol, the gathering place of the Wujian faction. Ghostly Face sat comfortably on a rock, playing with his mustache. Contrary to the relaxed demeanor of the old man, everyone else around him was timid, bowing their heads in fear. The old man slowly spoke, well. In short, you all searched like this and still found nothing. The person who seemed to have the most important role among the subordinates replied, please forgive me, my lord. Even our trained dogs couldn't sniff out anything. It seems they have already planned to blind us. Ghostly Face pondered, looking into the void before him. I thought I was about to grasp their weak point. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. The atmosphere seemed tense. Ghostly Face turned around and was taken aback. Jianhua, there, Murong Jianhua and Soma my Grand Master were respectfully clasping their hands towards him. Long time no see. Senior Shinkai. We pay our respects to you, Senior. Upon seeing her, he put on a displeased expression. If you came here to find Muriaki, then it's a waste of time. That guy is fulfilling the request of the Baihu in the Quan Van Ha. His subordinates below were all in an uproar. Jianhua? The Celestial Sword Goddess? It is indeed the Celestial Sword Goddess. Murong Jianhua smiled brightly in response to the old man, saying, I didn't come here to meet him. I just wanted to visit the senior Shinkai while passing through this area. Stop the nonsense. Your acting is really poor. The old man winked proudly. If you came here to see me instead of him, you must be wanting to ask for something. Soma, my grandmaster, hearing this, covered her mouth to stifle a laugh while Murong Jianhua was left dumbfounded, wondering, is my acting really that bad? Realizing she couldn't bluff anymore, Murong Jianhua got straight to the point. Just as she expected, she couldn't fool the senior. You're right. As the elder of the Beggars Sect, I would like to ask you to write a letter of introduction for me. Of course, it won't be for free. In return, I will agree to help you in any legitimate circumstances. The old man, ghostly face, narrowed his eyes at her when he heard the word help, emphasizing each word. You? Help? Me? Facing the intimidating expression of the old man, Murong Jianhua remained very confident. Surely you've heard of Wanli Hunter? Wanli Hunter, the top hunter on the continent. The martial world says that if he has set his sights on you, even a ghost can't escape. The old man, ghostly face, became annoyed. Why are you suddenly mentioning someone who is always curled up in the shell called the Martial Alliance? Well, senior, do you know the secret disciple of that person, who has been personally recognized by him as having surpassed his master? Ghostly face was taken aback. What? That foolish, stubborn asshole has a successor, and he has surpassed him? Why hasn't he mentioned this to me? Who is it, huh? Knowing she had the upper hand, Murong Jianhua crossed her arms and turned to provoke the old man. Too bad, even with you, I can't reveal it, senior. That person won't show up unless the martial world is in danger. The old man exclaimed, nonsense. Then she turned back, confidently placing her hand on her chest and continued, but what do you think, if I say that I have learned the tracking technique from that secret disciple? Ghostly face was stunned by her words. Suddenly, Soma, my grandmaster, spoke up. Oh! Come on now. Miss, that's a bit too much. Even if it's a joke, there should be limits. Murong Jianhua reacted to the old woman's contrary statement. What do you mean? The old woman looked at her with suspicion. I've been with the young lady for 5 years in the Martial Alliance, and have never seen her meet that person. Oh, I'm telling the truth, it's real. Hearing that, Ghostly Face immediately turned around, almost believing that this girl was telling the truth. You all heard Linny set off. The trusted subordinate of the old man saw him turn away, and immediately signaled to the subordinates behind. You all heard the order, set off. After the incident of Somamai's betrayal, Murong Jianhua's face turned red. She reached out to call after Ghostly Face. Wait, senior, I didn't lie. So who is that person? Where have you met them? Why can't I remember anything? Explain it. I'm serious. I really met that person during the 5 years I wasn't with my grandmother. The old man paused when he heard her speak. He turned back to look at the two of them. Wait, if it was 5 years, it must have been when you were in the Demon Slayer team. After hearing that, Murong Jianhua became even more stiff, so she accidentally let slip a secret. The old man raised his hand to stroke his mustache, a slight smile on his lips. So it's true. That person is the hunting technique instructor of the Demon Slayer team. So it was him. The figure of someone began to appear in the old man's mind. Now I remember, that old man once told me that he valued a young man highly. This young man had never missed a target in 5 years of missions. He turned to look straight into Murong Jianhua's eyes. Could it be Miezang? Jianhua was suddenly at a loss for words. She awkwardly raised her hand to deny, her face flushed and covered in sweat, her voice stammering, No, it's not. The two people saw her reaction and felt helpless. They hit the nail on the head. Clear as day. Elsewhere, it seemed that Hugh Miezang's name was being called so much that he felt an itch in his ears. It seemed he was looking for something or someone. He was glancing around, checking every path here in hopes of finding some sign. I'm quite sure they ran this way. They dared to be so reckless, hiding right near the Soyeo mountain like this. He looked at the paths and reasoned, after all, they had staged it very elaborately. Normally, finding someone in the forest or on the mountain would be easier than in the urban area because there are fewer people passing by. Especially in extremely desolate and remote areas. But how could they disappear without a trace in a place like this? In a bind, Hugh Miezang closed his eyes, trying to calm himself. Could it be that those people? Suddenly, A piercing scream echoed throughout the forest, startling Hyuk Muzang. At that time, the sky was already turning to dusk. There was an elderly woodcutter lying sprawled on the ground, both his axe and firewood scattered everywhere, groaning as he tried to push himself up. This man was a woodcutter, often referred to as Old Man Ba. Hyuk Muzang had now reached the old man, running over while asking, "Old man, are you okay?" The old man rolled up his pant leg to reveal a pair of muscular legs, saying, "I'm fine. I just lost my balance. Lately I keep falling. It must be because my legs haven't been trained enough. Or maybe it's just my age." Hyuk Muzang also bent down to help pick up the firewood, while staring in awe at the old man's powerful legs, thinking about how age affects a person. How can anyone living in the carefree mountains? Who can defeat time? We all will grow old and fall ill eventually. Hyuk Muzang was sweating profusely. "Haha, it can't be. You are the strongest woodcutter in the world." Old Man Ba slowly stood up. "Phew, don't say that. Perhaps it's just old age. My vision isn't what it used to be, and I stumble and fall sometimes. To be honest, there are times when I even get lost." Hearing about the path, it felt like a lightning bolt struck Hyuk Muzang's mind, awakening him. He quickly asked the old man, "By the way, has anything unusual happened these past few days? Has there been anything that has never happened before or something strange?" Old Man Ba thought for a moment, and then said, "Oh, that's right. The ghost has been around. Do you remember the place where you, Master Hyuk Muzang, used to take your disciples and friends to hunt ghosts? You mean the abandoned house on the empty land across the valley?" "Right. I remember." As he gathered the firewood into a bundle, he said, "It suddenly disappeared." Hyuk Muzang was surprised. "Disappeared? Did someone tear it down?" "I don't know. I pass by there every day but haven't seen anyone doing that. But it suddenly vanished a few days ago." After hearing this, Hyuk Muzang raised his hand to his chin, pondering something. Perhaps there really is a ghost or something here. Then he looked up again, shoved something into Old Man Ba's hand, and cheerfully said, "Grandpa, you should go home and rest today. You'll feel better tomorrow. By the way, please take a bundle of firewood to the martial arts school on your way back. This is payment for the firewood." "Huh. Okay. The old man looked at what Hyuk Muzang had just shoved into his hand, astonished. "This is a silver coin. Isn't it too much for a bundle of firewood?" Hyuk Muzang turned to leave, glancing back with a smile at the old man. "The rest is for you helping me." With that, he dashed along the narrow path deep into the forest. The old man Ba looked blankly at the back of the young man. How can we help him when the one who needs help is us? I should go get some more nutrients for my body. Deep in the forest, Hyuk Muzang stood on a high branch observing something. He focused intently on the desolate patch of land in the middle of the dense trees and thought, "It has truly disappeared. There are even bushes growing in the spot where the abandoned house used to be, as if it had never existed. This is definitely a magic formation. A formation that disrupts the senses. The fact that the old man Cha keeps getting lost and falling is certainly due to its influence. This is not a simple kidnapping." Hyuk Muzang's face became somewhat sinister. He gently removed the ring from his hand. "I will not allow any suspicious individuals to set foot on the grass in front of the county of Yangzhou." In front of a wooden house, there were two guards, one of whom was dozing off, while the other was distracted by something. He reached out and tapped the sleeping guard to wake him up. "Hey, wake up. Someone is coming." The other guard looked ahead. There was Hyuk Muzang approaching, and they began to discuss among themselves. "What's that? He looks like just a disciple from a local martial arts school. He can't see anything because of the magic formation. What's the problem? But he seems to be heading straight towards us, right? How ridiculous. Even if he gets closer, he will be diverted elsewhere." The guard looked ahead again. It was Hyuk Muzang approaching, and they continued to discuss. "Look. Something is blocking him. He must be stepping over some rocks or something. He will go to one side and then..." Before he could finish his sentence, Hyuk Muzang suddenly widened his eyes, staring directly at them. Both guards turned pale at the sight. "This is not good, oh boy." On the other side, the corner of Hyuk Muzang's mouth gradually curled up. He raised his hand and shot something forward. It was the throwing weapon that Hyuk Muzang had previously used against the demon killer in Guangdong. The weapon quickly pierced through the head of the long-haired guard. The other guard saw that Hyuk Muzang was not distracted and immediately stood up, grabbing the hilt of his sword while shouting, "It's over!" In an instant, Hyuk Muzang had left his original position and appeared right behind him. He reached out and grabbed his head, then whispered softly. The guard hadn't even had time to react before Hyuk Muzang twisted his neck, his head spinning like a top from the impact of the move. In an instant, both guards had been knocked out. He picked up the sword of one of the two men and opened it to examine. Although the person was useless, the sword he used was quite good. From inside the house, someone dressed in a green outfit was slowly walking out, speaking as he came. Oh no, no, no. It turned out to be an unexpected guest. This person was indeed the one who led the massacre of the disciples of the Wu Jian sect in the forest the day before. Hyuk Muzang turned halfway around, looking at him with disdain. The last demon of the Annam 3 demons? Why are the Annam people hiding in KMTUC? The face of that person became somewhat twisted. Oh. If you know about our 3 brothers, you must not be an ordinary disciple. Let's skip the introductions. He raised his hands to the sides, and immediately, 2 more people unexpectedly appeared from upstairs. The buzzcut guy looked down at Hyuk Muzang and said, "How did he find us? Did he come from the Wu Jian sect?" The guy with the horse mane seemed more arrogant. He covered his face with his hand, using only one eye to look at Hyuk Muzang. Kiki. So the rumors about the Wu Jian sect being on the decline are true. They only sent a kid here. Hyuk Muzang glared, thinking to himself, Wu Jian sect? Are these the scoundrels who were ambushed? Not too surprising. After all, the Annam 3 demons were notorious in the southern martial arts world as top assassins with extremely cunning techniques. Even a master from the Wu Jian sect would have difficulty facing them. However, it seemed unrelated to him. Hyuk Muzang asked, "Are you the ones who kidnapped the courtesans?" The guy standing below was taken aback by his question and asked back, "What?" Then all 3 of them burst into laughter. The guy wiped his tears and said, excuse me. I just didn't expect to be asked like that. You came all the way here just to save a few girls." The guy with the tied hair leaned against the railing, looking down at Hyuk Muzang and mocking, "Are you a pimp? You must have lost a few people and come here." Huh. Well, even though they are just country girls, they are quite good. They know how to dress up and put on makeup. So you locked 12 of them in the basement. The guy was startled when he heard him say that. And besides the 3 of you, 18 others are also in the house. 13 on the first floor, 5 on the second floor. Each of these people is just a first-rate martial artist. Every word from Hyuk Muzang left the trio astonished. Hyuk Muzang said, narrowing his eyes, "Then what is a group of men strong enough to wipe out a number of sects doing in this remote place, other than carrying out this cheap kidnapping?" The long-haired man seemed to find Hyuk Muzang an interesting character, and he was eager to respond. His ability to sense energy was sharp. "But it was time for you to realize where you had recklessly intruded." Hyuk Muzang ignored his threats, continuing to calmly circulate his energy to sense the surroundings. And there were a total of 21 martial artists. He looked at them with a gaze full of killing intent yet also provocation. Surely one move would be enough. The long-haired man, hearing him say that, became furious. "That arrogant bastard. It seems you are the one boasting about being the best in the world." After saying that, all 3 of them drew their weapons and charged at Hyuk Muzang simultaneously. The long-haired man smiled brightly, thinking to himself, "The combined techniques of my brothers can easily defeat a master. All 3 of us use dual-wielding weapons at super speed, which most martial artists in the Central Plains cannot match." He rushed in to slash, but Hyuk Muzang easily dodged. The long-haired man thought, "Even if you dodge one, the next one will come before you even realize it." Indeed, behind him, the man with the tied hair and the one with the spiky hair were also rushing towards him. At the same time, the other hand of the first attacker would strike. Even if you manage to dodge, another wave of attacks will come. Suddenly, something sliced through, so fast that no trace was visible. It passed through half of the face, cutting through the arm of the one preparing to strike in front of him. In an instant, Hyuk Muzang sheathed his sword, and the 3 brothers were cut in half, blood splattering everywhere. Their bodies lost all consciousness, and each part fell to the ground one by one. At this moment, Hyuk Muzang no longer cared about these pitiful 3. But shifted his attention to the sword in his hand. "Oh, this works better than I thought." He casually walked past their corpses, entering the house. While walking, he muttered to himself, "Even though they are villains, they still maintain their swords well. The door slammed shut. And inside, the alarm of the other kidnappers rang out. Who are you? Where is the leader? There is an intruder. Then, immediately, the sounds of terrified screams followed one after another. In the house, the walls were now dyed red, and the air was filled with pitiful moans. At this moment, Hugh Musang was grabbing the collar of a man who looked quite old, causing him to tremble in fear. Who are you? Around him, the other martial artists had already been dealt with, all lying in pools of blood. Hugh Musang did not answer but instead made a demand. It would be best if you honestly answered the question I am about to ask. The man trembled, beads of sweat pouring down his face as he saw the murderous gaze of Hugh Musang. He continued, if you obey, I will let you leave peacefully. Late at night, Murong Jianhua, Soma my grandmaster, and the group from the beggar clan were following the traces of something deep in the forest. Murong Jianhua looked down at the ground and suddenly pouted. The old ghostly face looked at her expression with some confusion and turned to talk to Soma my grandmaster, asking if the young lady had been searching for something. The old woman whispered back, who knows, maybe the young lady is just pretending and isn't really looking for anything. However, it seems that this young lady is starting to head in a consistent direction. But then again, what if she just randomly chose a direction and went? Murong Jianhua, who was in front, heard this and angrily turned back to the two of them, saying, if you two keep being skeptical like this, I won't do it anymore. Soma my grandmaster quickly turned her face away, saying, oh, I'm just surprised that the young lady can do something like this. Ha! The old ghostly face was also sweating. Yes, I completely trust the young lady. Young lady, you're doing great. The beggar clan members were surprised by the strange scene. Everyone was astonished that she could assert herself like that with the elder ghostly face. Oh heavens! Is this the power of the divine sword goddess? Impressive, impressive. The ghostly face cautiously asked, so, have you discovered anything yet, young lady? Murong Jianhua slowly stood up, saying, I can't find anything else. All traces of their path to here are gone. I can't find anything more. Hearing this, the elder became somewhat angry. What? Meanwhile, Granny seemed to have anticipated the outcome, and held her head in despair. Murong Jianhua said sadly, I am sure they have set foot at this point, yet there are no more clues from here, no hints showing that they came and went. Even if we assume they erased their traces, we still can't find any clues indicating they did so. The two people there immediately showed concern. So, is this the end of our journey? That's unreasonable. How could something like this happen? Could it be that the young lady is just retreating out of fear of being exposed? Never mind, it's nothing. But suddenly Murong Jianhua turned around and smiled triumphantly. However, I found something much more interesting. If what I think is true, then the solution to our problem is right in front of us. We don't need to look far. Ghostly Face was extremely surprised to hear this. Really? She pointed ahead. Really? Why don't you take a look? The old man looked down at the ground. There were deep footprints in the earth, huh? Footprints? The marks were still fresh. It has been 2 days since we started looking for them. Those footprints do not match the ones we found at the scene. She pointed to other footprints and continued, these footprints go in the same direction we are searching and stop here. Right at the place where their traces end. Murong Jianhua was pleased. It seems that this person is also following their trail and has the same goal as us. Ghostly Face turned pale upon hearing this, mixed with surprise. Who is it? Soma Mai Ba beside her also clapped in admiration. Wonderful, I am in awe, I am in awe. These footprints are 6 inches long and 2 inches wide. This person weighs about 2 dan, approximately 100 kilograms. This person stands upright with evenly distributed leg strength, leaving these footprints. The shoe soles are exactly like the ones they wear at the Long Ho Martial Arts School. They belong to Musang. Back at the wooden house earlier, Hugh Musang was still holding the guy by the neck and interrogating him. If you know what's good for you, then be sure to answer my next question. If you are sensible and obedient, I will kindly grant you a quick death. Facing Hugh Musang's killing intent, the guy still seemed stubborn. He looked at Hugh Musang and smiled provocatively. I admit, you are indeed a monster, but don't be too self-satisfied. How can you kill me? How can you kill someone who is already dead? Hugh Musang was startled to hear that. He didn't say anything more, biting down hard on something in his mouth. The poison quickly took effect, The veins on his neck turned dark purple, swelling up, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood right in front of Hyuk Muzang. At this moment, his eyes had turned completely white, seemingly without any breath left. His whole body collapsed onto the floor. Hyuk Muzang also did not foresee this. He bent down to look at him and said to himself, "Is he holding poison waiting to die? You bastards, who are you to dare come to this place?" After not being able to do anything, he turned to go in another direction. Well, then I should go find those who have been kidnapped first. Just as he turned back, Hyuk Muzang was attracted by a pile of something carefully covered with cloth. He reached out to lift the cloth, and behind it were wooden chests that were tightly closed. He opened the lid, and what was inside truly surprised Hyuk Muzang. "Is it a potion?" He picked one up and brought it to his nose to smell. After smelling it, Hyuk Muzang was even more astonished. "This is..." He bit his lip tightly, using his spiritual power to create a flame to burn the mysterious pill. "How dare they?" Suddenly, a very faint voice came from somewhere, but as a martial artist, Hyuk Muzang immediately recognized it. There was a voice. He looked down at the small door on the floor, which was currently being pressed down by several wooden chests. Were they locked down there? Hyuk Muzang opened the trapdoor and leaned down to ask, "Is anyone there?" "I have taken care of all of them so." Suddenly, from below the trapdoor, a girl with some kind of weapon rushed up fiercely, shouting, "Die!" Hyuk Muzang quickly grabbed it, causing the weapon to fall from the beauty's hand. The weapon fell to the ground. It turned out to be a hairpin. Hyuk Muzang smiled and gently said to her, "Please calm down, miss. I am here to save you." At this moment, the girl finally saw the kind face of Hyuk Muzang clearly. She was so moved that tears fell. But then, unexpectedly, she spat a mouthful of saliva right in Hyuk Muzang's face. After that, Hyuk Muzang was completely stunned. The girl squatted down, hugging her arms and shouted loudly, "Don't play tricks on me, you bull-headed horse-faced guy. What scheme are you plotting against me? Just kill me, I am not afraid." Suddenly from behind, another person hesitantly stepped forward. "Senior brother Muzang, is it?" Seeing this, the girl panicked. "Aaron, don't come out yet." The other person looked at Hyuk Muzang with tears in their eyes. "Is it Senior brother Muzang?" Hyuk Muzang, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Who is it?" The one called Aaron said nothing more, rushed to hug Hyuk Muzang tightly and sobbed, "You came here to rescue me, right?" The younger sister believed that the elder brother would come. Hyuk Muzang was still confused. He reached out to try to push her away from his body. "Miss, please forgive me." "But who is this miss?" Turning back to the group of Murong Jianhua, she was momentarily frozen by something. She shyly looked at the rock in front of her. Why are we back here? I was sure I had followed the traces of the Baichao mechanism." "So am I," the old lady added. "This is the third time I have seen that strange rock." She patted her shoulder to encourage her. "Young lady, it's time to be honest. Please just admit that you lied to receive favors from the elders. Just be honest. I will always be on your side." Murong Jianhua angrily shouted, "I brought us all the way here. Moreover, I was the one who found the footprints of the Baichao mechanism." "To be honest, how can you be sure that they belong to the Baichao mechanism?" The old ghostly-faced DM considered for a moment, and then spoke up. "No, this young lady has indeed led us the right way." Hearing him say that, Murong Jianhua echoed, "See?" But Somamai, the old lady, was still confused, not understanding the issue. "So why are we still stuck at this point?" The old ghostly-faced DM explained, "Of course, we are stuck here. The more I look at that thing, the angrier I get. Someone has set up a barrier here." "A barrier?" "That must be the reason why I can no longer follow their traces." Murong Jianhua turned to the old lady with an angry expression. "I told you I was going the right way." Somamai, the old lady, did not care about the girl beside her. She focused on the main issue and asked ghostly-faced DM, "So what should we do now? Or should we ask the masters about the barrier of the Jia family?" The old man lowered his eyes, touched his mustache, and replied, "I'm afraid that can't be done right now. The beggar sect should be the ones to solve this problem." Then he turned away, and it's not always necessary to know how to break the formation. The two people behind looked regretful, so his hands began to spread out to the sides. He concentrated his spiritual energy into his fists, his eyes shining brightly. "There's a saying in the West, just knock on the door, someone will open it. If there's anything blocking my way, simply put, I will smash it into 100 pieces." Wise words from a sage, remember them well. The two people heard this and were stunned. Somamai looked very impressed, she thought, indeed wise words, while Murong Jianhua was astonished by the old man's solution. Is he really going to break the formation just by brute force? I have never heard of such a strange strategy. Murong admired Ghostly Face as he gathered a tremendous amount of spiritual energy into his technique, truly a profound internal power. Is this the strength of the leader of the Beggars Sect? One of the top 10 martial arts sects? With such formidable power, he might really break the barrier. Suddenly, something caught the old man's attention. He was stunned, stammering, What is it? It turned out that a crack had appeared in the barrier surrounding this place. The two others were equally astonished. It cracked already? He hasn't even touched it yet, just the pressure from his internal power alone. Ghostly Face lowered his voice. Don't rejoice too soon, that wasn't me. It wasn't you. In fact, the barrier had already been severely cracked by someone else. The old man turned around. It seemed that the young brat who entered earlier had taken care of everything. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light burst forth from within the barrier. Everyone had to raise their hands to shield their eyes for fear of being blinded by the light. Murong Jianhua thought to herself as she saw the terrifying light, so it's Muzang? Isn't that the little girl who used to have a runny nose and was training to be a geisha? She smiled, leaning closer to Hyuk Muzang and said, Brother, my name is Aaron. She reminisced, saying, Time flies so fast, it feels like just yesterday you were waiting outside the martial arts hall, holding a couple of rice cakes. They were mooncakes, hee hee. So you've become a singing geisha now? Dear brother, I'm a musician, not a geisha. The beautiful women behind them were all dumbfounded, continuously asking each other. Did he really come to save us? Do they really know each other? Suddenly, Hyuk Muzang's footsteps halted. At this moment, Hyuk Muzang was trembling all over, his face pale, sweat pouring down like a stream. Aaron, noticing something strange, stammered, Dear brother? It turned out that in front of them, Jianhua was glaring furiously at the two of them, and Aaron, on Hyuk Muzang's back, hesitantly asked, Who are they? Murong Jianhua forced a friendly smile, but it looked quite terrifying. Her voice became very strange. Oh my, we meet again, Hyuk Muzang. Immediately, Hyuk Muzang's face turned pale, his body quickly returned to a formal stance, dropping Aaron from his back to the ground. Hyuk Muzang stammered an explanation. Don't jump to conclusions. I was just carrying her because she is injured in her leg. I had no choice but to carry her like this. After hearing this, Murong Jianhua's smile widened even more, and she replied coyly, Oh please, I haven't said anything about you at all. Between us, there isn't any deep connection. Is there? Hyuk Muzang became even more anxious, adding, But why are you here? Didn't you say you would go to the Martial Arts Alliance? Oh dear, why am I here? For what reason indeed? Tired of these two, Ghostly Face had to speak up to interrupt. There is a group of people we have been tracking for quite a while, and this young lady Jianhua is just helping us to follow their trail. Besides these young ladies, have you encountered anyone suspicious inside? Murong Jianhua, seeing Ghostly Face intervene, felt annoyed and clicked her tongue. Hyuk Muzang, upon hearing this, became serious again. If you mean those scoundrels, they are all dead. The old man was even more shocked upon hearing this. What? Your young man killed them all by himself? I had kept one alive for interrogation, but he poisoned himself. Is there anything else you noticed? Hyuk Muzang cautiously glanced at the girls behind him. When he turned back, there was an invisible wall blocking him, and Murong Jianhua immediately realized it was the aura of a barrier. At this moment, Hyuk Muzang felt relieved and spoke, There are more than one cart filled with boxes full of spring medicine. Upon hearing this, the three people were all in a panic. I knew it was them. What? Spring medicine? Are they crazy? The beauties behind looked at the expressions of the four people changing continuously but couldn't hear anything, so they asked each other, Why can't we hear them anymore? Even though they are standing right in front of us, so strange. What are they talking about? Over there, Ghostly Face turned to a trusted subordinate, General Jian, take 10 people with you. You must find the poison that guy used to commit suicide, and collect all the spring medicine for me. Yes. Over there, Hyuk Muzang interjected, there is no more spring medicine left. I burned it all to ashes. Ghostly Face exclaimed in panic, What? That young man, why did you burn it all? It could contain important evidence. I still have one here, just in case. Upon hearing Hugh Muzang say that, the old man changed his expression, smiled broadly, and gave a thumbs up to praise Hugh Muzang, making Murong Jianhua and Somamai stare in astonishment. Ha ha ha. I knew I could trust you. I trust you a lot, damn it. Give it to me, and I will use it to track them down. As you wish. Hugh Muzang held out the spring medicine in front of them, but in return, he said, I have one condition. The old man froze upon hearing the conditions. What is it? Why are you acting so strangely? What does he want now? Hugh Muzang smiled, looking directly into the eyes of the old ghost and said, simply put, I hope you can establish a branch of the Beggars Sect right here in Yangzhou. I realized something after the visit from the steward of the Wujian sect. It seems that the Martial Arts Alliance has completely abandoned Yangzhou, or even the entire region of Gansu here. Although the life of the Great Power Gang is in my hands, another force from the Blood Iron Brigade, the Blood Scale Sect, is still waiting for the right moment to seize Yangzhou. If the Blood Iron Brigade decides to resolve this on their own, I fear it will be difficult for me to handle it alone. Especially now that another force has become strong enough to hire the 3 monsters of Annam for this battle. There is no one reliable to depend on like the Beggars Sect. The old ghost seemed unable to believe his ears when he heard Hugh Muzang say that, stammering, What is this? What did you say? You want me to establish a branch of the Beggars Sect in Yangzhou province? Hugh Muzang once again held out the spring medicine towards the old man and said, Yes, if you can promise me this, then this spring medicine will be yours. The old ghost stroked his beard. Looking somewhat helpless, even with the title of Elder of the Beggars Sect, there are still things that he might not be able to accomplish. Moreover, both the Blood Iron Brigade and the Wujian sect have agreed that Yangzhou province will be a neutral zone. Establishing a branch of the Beggars Sect here would be tantamount to declaring war on the Blood Iron Brigade. Hugh Muzang confidently looked at the old man and provocatively said, Could it be that the Great Beggars Sect is having to be wary of the Blood Iron Brigade? Murong Jianhua, who was below, jumped in shock upon hearing this. Has he gone mad? The old ghost also asked back, What did your little brat just say? Anger flared up around him, his eyes shining brightly. You dare to use the Beggars Sect by provoking us? Soma, my grandmaster, sensing the terrifying aura, stepped in front of her young lady. Murong Jianhua felt a bit scared, thinking, This is not good. The senior has truly become furious to the point of losing control. She clenched her fists. The pressure was even stronger than before. Bachi, what were you thinking to dare do this? Hugh Muzang seemed unaffected by the old ghost's power. He spoke again. Let me tell you one thing. The food in Yangzhou is all exquisite delicacies. Murong Jianhua became even more panicked upon hearing this. What on earth is he talking about? Hugh Muzang was still there, continuing to smile and introduce. Thanks to the merchants traveling through this region, we have received a variety of materials and new cooking methods. I am sure that your beggar disciples will be very satisfied. Both Somamai and Murong Jianhua felt a chill, internally screaming, Shut up, you crazy person. Although the anger still surrounded the ghostly face, it seemed that the old man's expression was no longer as furious as before. At this moment, it seemed he was also attentively listening to the young man's proposal. Finally, the old man broke into a smile. Then he quickly burst out laughing. I have never met a kid as quick-witted as you. Somamai and Murong Jianhua saw the unpredictable turn of events, and a big question mark appeared on their faces. The ghostly face stopped laughing, agreeing to consider Hugh Muzang's proposal. Fine. No beggar would refuse a place to stay that also offers delicacies. Murong Jianhua, upon hearing this, became even more confused. What is this? But the ghostly face seriously raised 2 fingers at Hugh Muzang. However, the 2 favors that I still owe you, you must consider them as fully repaid for it to be fair to my side. The corner of Hugh Muzang's mouth also curled up. He presented the spring medicine forward. I have no problem with that. I consider them repaid when you promised to find junior brother Yung. The ghostly face stroked his mustache, laughing. You cunning little rascal, you really know how to tease others. You flatter me too much. Let me ask you one more thing, Muzang. Please feel free to ask. The old man raised an eyebrow. Do the people of Yangzhou often give alms to beggars? Hugh Muzang smiled warmly, proudly placing his hand on his chest and said, Of course, the people here are all kind-hearted. Jian, standing behind, was stunned, thinking to himself, he's lying. The ghostly face raised his index finger, using spiritual power to draw the pill towards himself. Very good. Hyuk Muzang also let go, allowing the pill to fly towards the old man. The old man handed the pill to Jian to hold, then continued to smile and say, I am looking forward to enjoying the cuisine of Yangzhou. After that, the ghostly face turned back to Murong Jianhua. Jianhua, your little girl has helped us tremendously. You have truly done very well. I will write you the recommendation letter for the western region that you mentioned. Murong Jianhua was taken aback upon hearing this. Wait a minute. Without waiting for her to say anything more, Ghostly Face immediately turned and left, leaving Murong Jianhua still in shock. Brothers, I have no more business here, let's go. Understood. After Ghostly Face left, Hyuk Muzang approached Murong Jianhua and asked, what was he talking about? What is the Western promotion letter? Murong Jianhua hesitated to respond, well, the thing is. As he turned around, Murong saw behind Hyuk Muzang a whole forest of beauties looking dazed. Murong Jianhua immediately became furious. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Hyuk Muzang glanced away, sweat beading on his forehead, thinking, why do I feel like I have offended her somehow? Then immediately, Murong Jianhua jumped onto his horse and called out, Soma my grandma, let's go. Wait for me, miss. Wait for me. Thus, Murong Jianhua left, leaving Hyuk Muzang in shock. He clenched his fists. Does she really intend to go to the west? Outside the wooden house, a voice reported, Elder. We have completed the investigation. It turned out to be the group from the Beggars Sect. Ghostly Face was drinking while listening to Jian report the situation. A total of 23 corpses had been found. All killed in one go, with no signs of successful resistance. There were still burn marks from the remnants of the spring medicine. It seemed they had been completely incinerated. Upon hearing the number, the elder raised his hand to his chin and thought, You said there are 23 corpses? Elder, are you really planning to establish a branch of the Beggars Sect in Yangzhou province? Seeing Jian doubt his words, the elder became annoyed. What? Do I look like someone who would deceive children? Jian hurriedly raised his hand to explain. No, I wouldn't dare. It's just. I think this favor is really excessive for just one spring medicine. Ghostly Face chuckled. Do you really think that favor is excessive? Jian found this very confusing, stammering this. Ghostly Face raised a finger. First of all, that kid was able to trace the enemy's location in just half a day, something that 300 members of the Beggars Sect couldn't do in 2 days. The story Jianhua told about the long-distance pursuit must be true. Moreover, that kid was also able to easily kill 23 martial arts masters guarding the cart containing the spring medicine. In other words, he has hidden talents beyond my expectations. People say he stumbled upon a chance. The eyes of Ghostly Face brightened, but above all, this kid didn't even take a single step back in the face of my killing intent. He just pretended to be oblivious, and continued speaking as if nothing was strange at all. Jian was enlightened. The old man felt cold all over. So it is. You didn't hold back against him at all? Ghostly Face took another sip of wine. I have no intention of killing him, but I was indeed very angry. If that kid were just a mortal, he would surely be terrified by my ghost technique. However, that kid could continue talking about the delicacies of Yangzhou. Do you think I have been too lenient with that kid? Then Ghostly Face turned and laughed, pointing at his trusted subordinate. Not at all, on the contrary, it should be the other way around. With just one favor. We could recruit another talented ally named 100th. At Maoi Tower, a laughter that could shatter the heavens and earth rang out. Cha Myung-jun rushed over to hug Hyuk Muzang. Just as expected from Hyuk Muzang, you are indeed very reliable. Hyuk Muzang's face was clearly expressionless. He replied indifferently, If you really trust me that much, why are you waiting for me here instead of getting married? Cha Myung-jun seemed to remember something. Wait, what about the kidnappers? Hyuk Muzang replied indifferently, I have sent them back to their ancestors. Cha Myung-jun seemed confused. He gritted his teeth in regret. You let them go back home? You should have castrated them instead, to warn them about the severity of the law. So should I bring them here? No need. Suddenly, something flashed through Hyuk Muzang's mind. He staggered and fell down, Cha Myung-jun quickly reached out to support him. Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Hyuk Musang thought to himself, is this the power of one of the top 10 martial arts masters? To think that the consequences could be so great just from enduring the killing intent for a moment, then. He pushed Cha Myung-jun away and said, I'm fine. I just feel a bit dizzy. What do you mean by, I'm fine? Are you injured? Did someone hit your head? It's not like that. He saw him in such a state and showed a look of suspicion. So you were beaten up, huh? That's right, you're standing unsteadily after being beaten up. At this moment, Hyuk Musang was so angry that his face was flushed, red as a chili pepper, while Cha Myung-jun continued to chatter on. That's why I told you not to be so impulsive even if you've learned a bit of martial arts. Now that I look closely at you, you must have been beaten up for showing off as a great master, right? Tell the truth, they only let you go because Aaron pleaded. Right. Hey everyone, our master Hyuk Musang is back after being beaten. Before he could finish his sentence, Hyuk Musang threw a punch straight into the face of that loudmouthed Myung-jun. He lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth, still mumbling, everyone. Hyuk Musang no longer cared about him and turned to leave. Huff, that bastard doesn't know when to stop. Somewhere, the ghostly face spoke, 7 years ago. The new guard of the Alliance has a pretty good physique, so I suggested he join the Death Demon team. He said he needed time to think. Hyuk Musang in the past bowed his head and said, it may sound a bit arrogant, but I have a favor to ask. If I die, or if for some reason you need more martial artists, please do not recruit any disciples from the dojo. We are a small dojo with only a few disciples. If all the disciples are sent elsewhere, the master will be left alone. And you will be very sad. The old man clenched his fists, showing deep emotion to the point of tears. Do you see? Can you feel his dedication to his master? He moved me so much that I agreed and promised to give him 3 more privileges if he completed the mission. Yet my only true disciple, lying on the ground, is a head of someone thrust straight into the ground, sweat pouring down profusely, his neck veins bulging. He stole and drank the master's precious wine without feeling any guilt. It turns out, the old man was pinning Muriaki, his only disciple, who was doing a handstand, using a technique that weighed 1,000 pounds to sit on him. Muriaki trembled all over, sweat streaming down like a river. But seemingly accustomed to this punishment, Muriaki was still able to speak. I was just concerned about your health. As soon as he finished speaking, Ghostly Face shouted, Stop the nonsense, you fool! Suddenly he looked up at his master. But master, thinking about it, isn't it true that the lowest-ranked member of the Death Demon team is sure to die? If so, isn't your promise just a trick? Ghostly Face did not answer, but then increased the level of the technique. Immediately, his eyes lit up, weighing 5 times more. Muriaki below could not withstand that terrifying weight and collapsed. The old man left his disciple's side, scratching his foot while saying, Humph. After all, isn't he still alive and I have kept my promise? That is because I have the eye to recognize a promising talent. Muriaki lay on the ground, thinking to himself, this is ridiculous. At that moment, the Ghostly Face added, and don't think that I'm unreasonable. If you do, I will deal with you. The old man turned his head back, looking at his disciple with a thoughtful expression. Did you not say that you were very close to him during that time? After that, you could become the branch leader of the Yonjo branch. Muriaki was bewildered, with that kid's experience. And not only the 100 heroes. You also have to get along with all the other disciples of the martial arts school. The old man turned back, wearing a cunning smile, so the 100 heroes will become good friends of the Beggars Sect. Muriaki behind him put on a blank face, clapping to show his approval, but his words contradicted that, making it seem like the master was plotting something bad. Shut up. Yes. In some area of Yangzhou County, the members of the Beggars Sect were building huts together, or rather, building a base. Muriaki pointed at the group of people and shouted loudly, You useless beggar! Can't you do it? You'll hurt yourself. What were the other useless guys doing? Hurry up and help him. Suddenly from behind, a disciple of the Longhu Martial Arts School stepped forward, hesitantly speaking, sorry. It was the trio of Kong Wonhyung, Yang Sichun, and Young Taeho. All 3 of them looked pale with fear, each of them cowering. They thought, He looks really scary. Kang Won-hyung spoke up, are you the one in charge here? Muriaki saw them and felt happy, thank goodness. This is an opportunity to make friends. He put on a friendly demeanor and said, is that the uniform of the Longhu Martial Arts School? Ah. You must be a disciple of Hyuk Muzang. He smiled brightly, proudly giving a thumbs up to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. I am Muriaki of the Beggars Sect. The three of them were stunned upon hearing that name. The Beggars Sect? Could he be the infamous master, Muriaki? Your senior brother asked us to establish a base here, but he probably didn't tell you. Immediately, all three of them bowed deeply to Muriaki. We apologize. How could we not recognize such a renowned person, who can tear apart a bear with his bare hands like you? Muriaki was also bewildered, blushing with embarrassment. That's me. But why are you acting like this? Don't do that. He forced a smile, all belonging to the righteous faction. It was as if everything was fine. Yet in his heart, he wondered why they were trembling so violently. Then he continued, after all, I am just a poor beggar, right? The three people there turned pale with fear upon hearing this. In their eyes, Muriaki looked like a terrifying thug who wanted to devour them whole. Suddenly from behind, Hyuk Muzang appeared, calling out, what are you all doing here? I just went on patrol for a moment, and where have you all gone? They saw him and joyfully shouted, Senior brother! Muriaki on the other side smiled blankly and waved at Hyuk Muzang, while Kang Won-hyung and Young Tae-ho fearfully turned back to whisper to their senior brother. Senior brother. Be careful with your words. That person is the infamous Muriaki of the Beggar clan. I heard he caught a bear with his bare hands and ate it in front of its cubs. Hyuk Muzang, upon hearing his junior brother's fears, glared at the big guy. What? Muriaki. This bastard, are you trying to show off your power in front of my disciples? The three of them were terrified when they heard their senior brother say that. They felt as if their souls had left their bodies, calling out hopelessly, Senior brother. Over there, Muriaki hurriedly explained, showing off power? What do you mean? I was just greeting them, but they acted so scared. Don't you know your appearance is very frightening? My appearance? I look like the leader of bandits. Isn't that too rude? Should I give you a few coins? The three of them, upon hearing their conversation, were stunned, looking blankly at their senior brother. They gasped. Hyuk Muzang then turned around and sternly said to them, What are you staring at? You should hurry back. This morning's training is almost over. I will return soon. All three of them responded in unison, yes. Muriaki felt a bit regretful, but I haven't even had the chance to get close to them yet. The three junior brothers quickly turned and left, and Muriaki, knowing he couldn't follow, cheerfully waved goodbye to them. Remember to come back, brothers. Next time, bring some delicious food, that would be even better. While walking, Young Tae-ho turned to ask his two senior brothers, second senior brother, didn't it seem like senior brother and that guy were quite close? Kang Won-hyung also replied blankly, I think so too. I don't know what's going on anymore. Contrary to the bewildered expressions of the two, Yang Sichin smiled, isn't it good? The Beggar clan is right in our backyard. We no longer have to worry about the powerful clan anymore. Now I can sleep soundly. The three people were happily jumping around. You heard it too, right? Muriaki said to come again. Come visit every day. Muriaki lightly nudged Hyuk Muzang's shoulder from behind, smiling and asking if he was satisfied. Both looked towards the three disciples. Your fellow students now feel more at ease, just as you wished. Muriaki. No need to thank me. Hyuk Muzang immediately covered his nose with his hand, moved away from him, and said irritably, Can't you all deal with your stinky smell? It reaches the martial arts hall. I'm ready to bring water for you to wash up a bit. You were the one who asked us to set up a base right next to the martial arts hall. Then he raised his hand to create a very charming pose, proudly continuing, and that is the virtue of a beggar. Have you ever seen a beggar who is clean and has no smell? A beggar must love the scent of himself. At this moment, Hyuk Muzang had stuffed 2 pieces of paper into his nose, smiling a charitable smile, even if that virtue seems disgusting. Don't say it out loud like that. Suddenly, Muriaki became serious. About the missing disciple you asked about. There is a problem. As soon as Hyuk Muzang heard this, his pupils immediately widened, He was very focused on listening to the information he provided. Don't tell me that disciple is injured. Muriaki crossed his arms and replied, We are not sure, but... He disappeared without leaving any trace. You mean? We are certain that he had worked temporarily as a porter at the transport dock. But one day he suddenly vanished. Even the courier company he worked for has no idea of his whereabouts. Moreover, the 3 others who shared a room with him all had accidents while working. This is not a good thing, so it's hard to investigate the news. Then Muriaki's face became very serious. But no matter what, his disappearance is not a simple matter. There was a sudden silence between the two. Hyuk Muzang spoke up, So you still haven't been able to find him. Then he quickly turned away. I know, just keep working. The officials from the court are coming soon, so I have to go. Muriaki was startled. Wait a minute. He was stunned, reaching out to grab Hyuk Muzang's shoulder. I still have something to say. But suddenly he stopped because he saw something. It was the face of Hyuk Muzang filled with killing intent. He said, If you want to say that young disciple is dead or that I should give up, then it's best to keep your mouth shut. Seeing him like that, Muriaki hesitated a bit. That killing intent. Hyuk Muzang clenched his fists tightly. The bodies of the others had been found, but not Jung, which means he was still alive. I mean, if the situation is still uncertain. Don't jump to conclusions. Muriaki sighed, rubbed his temples. Hayes, trying to appear calm while being impatient, you have always been like this. I won't say anything like that. So can you please stay calm? After that, we found someone. Hyuk Muzang reacted immediately upon hearing that. He exclaimed, You said everyone was dead. Muriaki then shared information that left him stunned. His mind was troubled. We couldn't find out anything. But after seeing the drawing of young Terong, he kept saying, The senior brother will be here soon. Hyuk Muzang was taken aback upon hearing that. A moment later, Hyuk Muzang stood before his master, bowed, and said quietly, So, I want to go to Manhwa. The old man's voice trembled, My child. He hurriedly stood up from his desk, his eyes looking at Hyuk Muzang full of hope. Is there news about Terong's whereabouts? If so, you can find him and bring him back, right? Hyuk Muzang replied, I can't say for sure whether this trip will find him or not. Hyuk Muzang looked straight at his master, speaking firmly. But as long as I am alive, I will bring Terong back. Somewhere, a sword was plunged straight into the neck of a muscular man. Blood gushed from his throat. On another side, another person swung a knife and severed the head of a man. Then, another person was defeated. He coughed up blood and fell backward, his hand dropping the sword he was holding. The scene here was extremely chaotic, with screams echoing terrifyingly, No, die. Everywhere was a scene of slaughter. The sound of swords clashing rang out everywhere. On the cliff, 2 men in red clothing stood. The one in front wore a demon mask. Both were looking down the cliff to observe the chaos below. The clattering sounds, the thuds of people falling, the heavy breathing, and the moans of countless people continuously echoed. After a while, only the heavy breathing of a young man remained. In his hand was a dagger. In front of him, the bodies of others lay scattered everywhere, their bodies either pierced by swords or stained with wounds. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from behind him. That is the hand of someone. He is trying to move. He crawled up, tears streaming down his face as he looked up pleadingly, saying, Please, please. I don't want to die. He has lost 3 limbs now, desperately dragging himself far away from the surviving person. The young man bit his lip tightly, then took steps towards the other person. Seeing this, the other person's face turned pale, desperately screaming, No, no. Spare me. The other person gripped the dagger tightly with both hands, raising it high. Then with one swift strike, he ended the other person's life. The hand of the other person seemed to still be trying to use some strength to tremble forward. But after a moment, it lost all strength and fell heavily to the ground. On the cliff, the masked person looked down and asked, Is it him again? The person beside him replied, Yes, it is. The person on the cliff looked at the one below and continued, He is indeed a good catch. They call him L. Down there, a young man was gasping for breath, his face showing an extreme horror, Young Terong. In Kamtu Province, Manhwa District. Hyuk Muzang was walking while looking around. This place is indeed more prosperous than Yangzhou. Suddenly something caught his eye. He looked towards a very luxurious carriage, where a group of people dressed in neat red clothing was gathered. He thought, that carriage looks so luxurious. Even the coachman and the entourage are wearing high-quality silk. Who is sitting in there? One person in that group seemed to have noticed him staring. He quickly glanced back at him. But Hyuk Muzang quickly turned away, thinking, ugh. Never mind. It would be troublesome if they noticed me. Inside the carriage, someone asked, Youngji, is there something? Inside, a very beautiful young lady appeared. The coachman turned his head to report, nothing at all. I thought someone was spying on us. But it turns out it was just some country martial artists. Miss, you don't need to worry about it. Hearing this, she smiled and said, really? But that guy. I'm a bit interested in him. The guy heard this and quickly suggested, should I catch him then? No, just leave him be. The person sitting inside the carriage was truly a stunning beauty. She sat with one leg crossed over the other, smiling seductively, and said, I have a feeling we will meet him again. Returning to the main topic, Hyuk Muzang was still wandering on the street at this time. Suddenly, a beggar stepped out and blocked his path, smiling warmly and saying, Oh, my lord. How are you? Please spare me a few coins. But hidden behind his hair was a sharp gaze. He communicated with Hyuk Muzang through mental connection. Are you the Hyuk Muzang master from Yangzhou? The corner of Hyuk Muzang's mouth slightly lifted. He presented a wooden token engraved with some symbols. Is this enough? The beggar was taken aback upon seeing it. This is from the elder of the ghostly spirit sect. Oh my! This is more than enough, sir. This is my first time in the Manhwa district. Could you show me around a bit? Saying that, he extended his hand to lead the way. How could I refuse? Please, this way. Thank you. Hyuk Muzang and he continued to converse normally outside. What is Manhwa like? Hee. Speaking of Manhwa. But in their minds, they were also secretly exchanging information. Tell me about the forces here. Just like Yangzhou, Manhwa is considered a neutral area between the Bloodshed Brigade and the Wujian sect. However, this place is actually still under the control of the Blood Lizard Gang, so let's consider it part of the Bloodshed Brigade. Previously, there were a few martial arts schools and legitimate gangs, but after being disturbed by some wandering knights, they all closed down. Hearing this, Hyuk Muzang was taken aback. He thought, just like what happened in Yangzhou. Hyuk Muzang then became serious. Could the place where Young Shidi used to work have any connection with the Blood Lizard Gang? They indeed had submitted some tributes. But other than that, there was no relation. That courier station was completely clean. Then they headed towards a city wall. Now we will meet someone who knows your fellow disciple. Outside, the old beggar and Hyuk Muzang still pretended to be having a pleasant conversation. Just follow me. Hee. Somewhere, a curse rang out. You fool, are your eyes just for decoration? In a corner of the street, a soldier dressed in red, like the ones earlier, was stepping on a person in yellow clothing, shouting while kicking, You dared to bump into me and still run away? The person in the yellow outfit seems to be mentally unstable. He raised his hand, tears streaming down his face, saying, it hurts so much. He is a bad person. It hurts so much. Chiliong is hurt. The crowd around, seeing the commotion, gathered to watch like ants, which only made the guy even angrier. He grabbed Chiliong by the collar and shouted, Did your parents not teach you any manners? Do you know who I am? Chiliong still turned his head towards the crowd outside, crying for help. The bad guy is hitting Chiliong. Punish him. Punish this bad guy. That damn kid still doesn't know his place. The guy got furious. Then he raised his hand and hit Chiliong repeatedly. The onlookers were worried and asked each other, Oh my god, what if he dies like this? How pitiful. The beggar who was with Muzang earlier also came over to ask his companions, Janggu. What's going on? The person turned around, and upon seeing Hyuk Muzang he became flustered. Julsum? So who is the person with you? Hyuk Muzang quickly introduced himself and got straight to the point. I am Hyuk Muzang from Yangzhou. That guy being beaten over there is him, right? The other person. Upon hearing this, stammered in response, that's right. The thing is, he was passing by here, tripped, and bumped into a martial artist from the Blood Scale Gang. Hyuk Muzang narrowed his eyes and said seriously, I understand. I will handle this matter, you all can leave now. Julsum raised his hand to call him back. Hey! Wait a minute. But before he could say anything, Hyuk Muzang had disappeared like the wind. The remaining person exclaimed, startled. In the blink of an eye, before another punch could fall, Hyuk Muzang had blocked his hand. He stood in front of Chiliong, glaring at the guy as a warning, that's enough. The guy felt scared inside, thinking since when? Outside, the beggar and his group couldn't help but exclaim, awesome. What kind of skill is that? Inside, the guy in the red outfit quickly spoke up, who are you? Hyuk Muzang was still gripping his fist tightly, preventing him from moving. He shouted, how dare you mess with someone from the Bloodscale gang? Though he spoke boldly. Inside he thought, this guy is gripping too hard. I can't get free. Hyuk Muzang then slowly released his grip. He just accidentally bumped into you. Why drag the Bloodscale gang into this? Then he patted the shoulder of the guy who was turning red with anger in front of him. If there's no harm, then there's no crime, right? He immediately reached for the hilt of his sword and growled, that arrogant bastard. But at the same moment, Hyuk Muzang's hand was already close to his hilt. He whispered in his ear, this brother here is letting his anger overwhelm his reason, so let me put it simply. Then he placed his hand on his shoulder, his voice and gaze suddenly filled with killing intent. Drawing your sword means death for you, got it? I don't want any more trouble, so just disappear. The guy felt Hyuk Muzang's aura and turned pale with fear. He was a master. He couldn't take him on alone. Around them, the crowd began to murmur, what was happening? That guy is really brave. The guy angrily shoved Hyuk Muzang's hand away and shouted, stay away from me. Then he turned and stormed off. This time I'll let it go. Don't ever show up in front of me again. Hyuk Muzang didn't take it to heart. He smiled and clasped his hands towards him, saying, thank you for your sincerity, brother. Behind them, the person in the yellow outfit was still holding his head, trembling. It hurts so much. Chiliong was very scared. Bad people are really terrifying. Hyuk Muzang approached, placed his hand on his shoulder, and spoke soothingly, the bad guy is gone, you don't have to be afraid anymore. He stared wide-eyed, confused, and asked, gone? Who are you? I am Hyuk Muzang from the Longhu Sect in Yangzhou. I heard that a friend of mine, Terong, is here, is that correct? Chiliong turned pale upon hearing this, scared to the point of jumping, the senior brother of the Longhu Sect. That's right, Before he could finish, Chiliong continued to scream in fear. Terong's senior brother is very scary, he tortures him and it hurts a lot. Terong's father is also very scary. Chiliong will be tortured too. Hearing this, Hyuk Muzang's face stiffened, and he let out a sound of surprise. Chiliong quickly knelt down, clasped his hands, and cried out, I have to apologize, or the senior brother will punish me severely. Terong will also be punished. I'm sorry. Hyuk Muzang was stunned. Wait, what the hell is going on? The crowd around them buzzed with excitement. If I don't apologize, I will be punished. I'm sorry. Hyuk Muzang helplessly closed his eyes and silently lamented, young Terong. What kind of ridiculous rumors have you spread about me? Hyuk Muzang looked up at the sky, clenching his fists tightly to suppress his anger. Below, Chiliong kept banging his head and pleading. I'm sorry. Returning to the past, Chiliong was thrown hard against the table by someone, who shouted loudly, you damn brat. You have no money and still dare to eat buns? Chiliong struggled to get up, groaning, it hurts too much. I'm so hungry, the buns are delicious. You idiots like you need to be beaten to learn. The person raised their hand, intending to slap Chiliong a few more times when suddenly a voice from behind called out, wait. A young man dressed in green approached, showing signs of a scuffle, and said to the other person, stop it. I'll pay for him. That kind-hearted young man was none other than Young Terong. A moment later, we saw Chiliong eating a bun happily. Young Terong watched him eat and couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Don't eat so fast, Chiliong. You'll get indigestion. Chiliong looked up, confused. Indigestion? Really? What will happen if I have a stomachache? Suddenly, Chiliong stared intently at Young Terong's face, and he jumped, asking, huh? What is it? Is there something on my face? Chiliong pointed at his face and asked Terong, are you hurt? Young Terong shyly turned away, covering his wound with his hand and said, oh, you mean this? It's nothing, don't worry. Then he laughed, really, well, telling you should be fine. Then Young Terong put a finger to his lips and said, but don't tell anyone else. The truth is, Hyuk Muzang was extremely surprised after hearing the story. Underground fighting arena? Chiliong, chewing noisily, continued, Terong fights and sells goods to earn money. He uses the money to buy buns for Chiliong. Chiliong and Terong both have the character Long. I wasn't going to tell anyone, but it's okay with you, senior brother. Hyuk Muzang asked seriously. But how do you know I'm that senior brother? The Long whose Sect's uniform is blue and white. The senior brother is about 6 feet tall. Terong gave him a red hair tie. Hyuk Muzang thought to himself, he looks a bit dull but has a good memory. He can even remember everything after just hearing it once. Chiliong over there kept talking. The senior brother is still alive. He will definitely come back. So do you know where and when that underground fighting arena is held? The underground fighting arena opens on the full moon and new moon nights. Someone will guide you if you go to the mountain range. Hyuk Muzang was startled. Full moon? That's today! Suddenly, Hyuk Muzang became alert, as if someone was approaching. Indeed, the door was quickly pushed open by someone. A person dressed in red entered, and the attendant quickly bowed to greet the guests. From a distance, Hyuk Muzang was also observing and thought to himself, those guys are. How can I help you, sir? The attendant was still speaking when a hand suddenly lunged forward and grabbed his face. The attendant was immediately thrown aside by that person, who roared, "Get out of the way, you lowly insect." A group of people dressed in red followed in one after another. The diners sitting in the restaurant were all in an uproar. One person, seemingly aware of the identity of this group, reminded everyone not to look over there. That person approached the table where Hyuk Muzang and Chiliong were sitting. Although Chiliong was eating, he seemed to sense something, and his movements paused as a result. The group looked down at the two of them with disdainful eyes and threatened, "Is it you? The one who dared to disrespect our blood lizard gang? You fool, you still dare to linger here?" Chiliong, seeing this scene, turned pale with fear. Hyuk Muzang said nothing, only silently observed them. But Chiliong was not like that. He panicked and shouted, "Bad person! Bad person over there! Bad person, you scoundrel, you scoundrel, you damned scoundrel!" The group was insulted by a mentally unstable person and was now so furious that their faces turned as red as monkeys eating chili, veins bulging on their foreheads. They all shared the same thought, that damned kid. The group in red looked down at the two with contempt and threatened, "Is it you? The one who dared to disrespect our blood lizard gang? You fool, you still dare to linger here?" Hyuk Muzang silently observed and thought, "I didn't expect those idiots to come looking for me again. I thought he would feel embarrassed after being defeated by a student of the martial arts school, and would keep this matter quiet. This guy is even more foolish than I thought." One of the group spoke provocatively, "Why aren't you arrogant like before?" Hyuk Muzang calculated in his mind that this was the territory of the blood lizard gang. Getting involved with them would only bring trouble. There were too many people watching, so he couldn't deal with them quietly. Suddenly, Chiliong shouted loudly, "Bad person! That's a bad person! Bad person! You scoundrel! Damn it! You scoundrel!" Both Hyuk Muzang and the group were taken aback by Chiliong. One of the group became furious, "You stupid dog!" He raised his fist, intending to give Chiliong a beating. Suddenly, Hyuk Muzang also shouted loudly, "Chiliong, stop! That's not right!" The whole group of people suddenly froze. Chiliong looked fearfully at Hyuk Muzang. Did Chiliong do something wrong? Am I in trouble? Will you scold me? You shouldn't point and curse at someone like that. Chiliong pointed at the group of people and said, "Isn't that guy a jerk?" The people were so angry their eyes turned white, suddenly sharing the same thought, "This jerk again." Hyuk Muzang replied, "No, he is indeed a jerk." The group of people turned their heads towards him in unison. "What the hell?" Hyuk Muzang continued, "But if you call a jerk, think about how that scoundrel would feel. Don't you feel sad when someone calls you an idiot? It's the same thing." Chiliong, confused, pointed at himself. Chiliong doesn't feel sad. Chiliong is an idiot. Hyuk Muzang pondered for a moment. Then he placed his hand on the table and said seriously to Chiliong, "So you can do that." The people around also exclaimed, "What he said makes a lot of sense." Hearing the permission, Chiliong turned back to point at them and continued to insult, "Jerk! Scumbag! Scumbag!" They were all so angry they were shaking. The whole group simultaneously put their hands on their hips, where their weapons were. All of them were so furious they looked like they were about to spit fire. They growled, "You pest, I will skin you alive." Hyuk Muzang looked at them, exhaled, huff. "I don't want to make a big deal out of this. But there was no other way." He put down his chopsticks. Suddenly, a strange laugh echoed from upstairs, startling everyone. It came from the beauty on the carriage earlier. She leaned against the railing, revealing her big soul. She raised her hand to wipe a tear from the corner of her eye, laughing and saying, "Oh dear, oh dear. Everyone, please forgive me, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. You are really funny, young hero." Hyuk Muzang saw that this person was not simple. He quickly returned to a state of alertness. One of the members of the Blood Lizard Gang also growled, "You bitch, stop interfering in other people's business." The person behind the beauty heard that, and his ears perked up a bit. "Mississippi." The beauty turned her head slightly to look at him and replied, "What do you mean?" "All right. Just do as you please. Don't scare the other guests." Hearing the permission, he stood up in confusion among the crowd. "Yes, miss." That guy slowly moved amidst the astonishment of the people sitting below. Hyuk Muzang was a bit shocked to see him. That person was the coachman he had seen earlier in the afternoon. The old man slowly stepped down the stairs, and one of the Blood Lizard Gang members shouted defiantly, "What? Do you think you can do anything? Don't you know who we are? Don't interfere with us. There are so many pests causing trouble today." "Wait a minute!" Suddenly, one of them felt something was off. He felt cold all over and thought, "This person looks so familiar. Where have I seen him?" "You dare to provoke the Blood Lizard Gang in the Van Ha?" Before he could finish his sentence, a hand rushed over and covered his mouth tightly. The eyes of the other person lit up. He effortlessly lifted the guy up with one hand. "Are you the one who dared to speak ill of the young lady?" One person in the group also intended to rush into attack, but was stopped by another. The man continued to grip his opponent's face tightly, his eyes gleaming with deadly intent. "Usually, I would cut out your tongue and stuff it into your rotten throat. But the young lady is concerned about the guests. Thanks to her, I will let you die whole, so remember to thank her when you go to the Underworld." The subordinate of the Blood Lizard Gang was being squeezed tightly, and his face began to distort. He groaned, struggling to break free but in vain. The man increased his grip, causing the eyes of the other to roll back in pain, looking extremely agonized. Finally, the subordinate of the Blood Lizard Gang screamed in pain, but the expression of the other man remained unchanged. Over here, Chiliong, terrified, hugged his head and slumped down on the table, trembling. Hyuk Muzang, with an impassive face, observed the techniques from start to finish, thinking, did he just dislocate the bones and tendons in the upper half of that scoundrel? So ruthless. Cutting out the tongue would hurt less. The man released his grip, and the subordinate fell to the ground with a thud, shocking the members of the Blood Lizard Gang. At this moment, the man looked over at them and spoke, "You were wise not to attack me. Did you happen to know me?" The person who had stopped them from attacking earlier stepped forward and respectfully bowed. "I pay my respects to the Demon Sword Master, Sir Ma Youngji." The people behind him also quickly followed suit, bowing and saying, "We pay our respects, sir." "Ah, so you know me. I saw you from afar 2 years ago while working for the Blood Iron Battalion. Please forgive me for not recognizing you sooner." Hyuk Muzang was startled to hear this, Blood Iron Battalion. Ma Youngji replied, "Then, you must know well. What are the consequences of causing trouble for someone who is escorting?" At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from Ma Youngji's body. The group was frozen in place by that horrifying aura. They were sweating profusely. "Oh no, this is not good." One person in the group spoke up, "I have made a serious mistake. We did not know that she was the lady you were escorting. Please forgive us." From upstairs, the beautiful woman leaning on the railing witnessed everything from start to finish and also spoke, "Youngji, that's enough. Stop it. Thanks to them, I have laughed very joyfully. If you punish them for such a trivial matter, I will be the one who is unhappy. You have already killed the one who offended me, is that not enough?" Ma Youngji turned back and respectfully replied, "It is my fault. You do not need to apologize." "Hey, Bloodlin Gang!" The group jumped at the call. "Yes, what do you command?" She looked over at Hyuk Muzang and Chiliong sitting at the table and said, "You are spared because those two can entertain me. So, I think it is best that you never disturb them again. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the group collectively bowed their heads in obedience. "Certainly. From now on, We will not disturb them anymore. Very good. Now, while I am still in a good mood, quickly clean up that mess and get out of my sight. They all replied in unison, Thank you, milady. After the group left, Hyuk Musang also stood up, respectfully clasping his hands towards the two and said, Thank you. Thanks to you, I avoided trouble. We must be on our way now. The beautiful woman played with a lock of her hair, showing a hint of regret. Oh, must you leave? What a pity. I had hoped we could have tea together. Then she secretly used a technique called Heavenly Love Spear. Immediately, that technique shot straight towards Hyuk Musang's mind. But the young man unexpectedly smiled. He clasped his hands towards her and said, Unfortunately, I must apologize, but I have some important matters to attend to tonight. She was very surprised to see that Hyuk Musang remained unaffected. He is not enchanted even though he is looking directly at my Heavenly Love Spear? Just as Hyuk Musang was about to leave, Ma Youngji stepped in front of him. Where do you think you are going? The lady wants you to have a cup of tea with her. Wow, this is an invitation, but with this attitude, isn't it just a threat? Hyuk Musang responded seriously without any fear, and I have declined. The two of them faced each other. Ma Youngji growled, How dare you? While Chiliang was still confused, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, at the Martial Arts Alliance, someone was sitting in a room, intently writing. That person was the young master, Tae Hyung-won. Just as he put down his pen, a voice from outside rang out, Young master. Seol Daewon requests an audience. He happily replied, Come in. The person quickly entered and respectfully bowed in the room, greeting the young master. Tae Hyung-won appeared somewhat displeased. Commander Seol, I have told you many times. I am just a guest with nothing to do in the alliance. Honorifics are not suitable for me. He stammered in response, However, you are still the leader. My grandfather is the leader, not me. Commander Seol is really good at making me uncomfortable. The person was the secondary commander of the alliance's guards, Seol Daewon. He did not change his posture, but bowed his head even lower, apologizing for making you uncomfortable. However, you know why it is difficult for me to obey orders. It would be quite rude otherwise. Tae Hyung-won sighed, Oh dear. Talking to a statue is better than arguing with you, Commander Seol. Why did you come here in person? The patrol chief Murong has just arrived at the alliance. Upon hearing this, Tae Hyung-won reacted immediately, sitting up straight with wide eyes. Seol Daewon continued, I remember you requested to be informed immediately of any news related to Patrol Chief Murong, so... Tae Hyung-won's mood instantly brightened, and he eagerly asked, Where is she now? Seol Daewon was a bit surprised by the young master's expression. The patrol chief just arrived and has gone to the patrol office. Before he could finish his sentence, Tae Hyung-won had disappeared like a gust of wind, leaving Seol Daewon bewildered in the room. The paper on his desk flew into the air. It turned out to be a drawing of Murong Jianhwa's smiling face. Seol Daewon chuckled to himself. He must be very happy. At the patrol office, Murong Jianhwa's hands trembled, holding a personnel transfer request that had been stamped with a rejection. She was so angry that she was shaking. Grandmother. Somamai was also taken aback by the little mistress's attitude. She stammered in response, Yes? Murong Jianhwa raised the paper, her whole body ablaze, the veins on her face standing out. What exactly does this mean? The old lady stammered in response, as the young lady can see. Murong Jianhwa was still furious. Secretary. What do you mean by that? Somamai, the old lady beside her, immediately interjected, Young lady, please calm down. Across from them, the old secretary was also frightened by her anger. He stammered, well, as you can see, it has been rejected. Murong Jianhwa slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Do you think I'm asking you again because I can't read? I'm asking you because this is truly absurd. She leaned her face close to the secretary, her right hand pointing west as she angrily said, I have returned after investigating a very strange issue in the west. Moreover, I even brought back a letter of approval from the Wujian faction and even a recommendation letter from the Beggars Sect. Furthermore, I want to join the northern region, where fierce battles are taking place. I agreed to go to the west, which everyone avoids, and yet I am being rejected. Why? The secretary was sweating profusely. He glanced away to try to avoid her gaze. Elder Woong Bija instructed that it is not yet time to change personnel. Hearing this, Murong Jianhwa became even angrier, she grabbed his collar and shouted, "Do you think I'm easily deceived? The Martial Arts Alliance never has time to change fixed personnel." The old secretary was scared to the point of tears. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Knowing there was nothing more to be done, Murong Jianhua turned to leave. Forget it, there's no reason to argue with you when someone else is responsible. Let's go. Old lady? That guy has been tortured to the point of losing his mind. At this moment he must try to respond. Thank you. So am I, the old lady, seeing her about to leave, asked. What? So the young lady is giving up? What are you talking about? I will personally find Elder Woon Bija to ask about this. The old secretary was struck dumb by her words. What? The two of them were still walking towards the door. The old man thought to himself, who does he think he is to leave things so ambiguous? I will personally confront the elder. So you stay here and rest, old lady. Somamai followed behind, trying to calm the girl. Come on. Take a deep breath. Breathe in, breathe out. The old secretary jumped up, helplessly watching the two of them, thinking, this is not good. The elder told me to definitely take care of things myself. The old man was helpless to the point of tears. Damn it, what can I do? It's so unfair. On the way, Tae Hyun-won was waiting. He smiled warmly. Is that the lady Wa? Murong Jianhua was in a hurry, and when she saw him, she was a bit surprised. Is that you, Senior Woon? Her footsteps did not stop but continued to move forward. Tae Hyun-won opened his arms wide for Murong Jianhua to rush into his embrace. I missed you so much, Wa. Murong Jianhua smiled and called out, Senior. But the romantic scene only existed in dreams, as Murong Jianhua quickly dodged to the side and ran straight away, leaving Tae Hyun-won bewildered. Before disappearing, she raised her hand to wave at him. We will catch up later, okay? I'm very busy right now. He was surprised. Tae Hyun-won couldn't let the opportunity slip away, so he hurriedly chased after Murong Jianhua and struck up a conversation. Miss Wa, where are you in such a hurry? Is there a problem? Can I help with anything? Seeing this, Murong Jianhua's face clearly showed dissatisfaction. Did Elder Woon tell you to do this? To hinder me? Elder Woon Bija? What about the elder? Is it related to the patrol mission? Hearing him say that made her even more suspicious. Finally, she turned back to him and said, well, I don't have time, so don't chase after me anymore. Tae Hyun-won, feeling rejected like that, froze, his expression stiffening. Oh, all right. I'm sorry. So can you visit me after you handle your matters? We can catch up while eating the hawthorn candy you like. Before he could finish his sentence, Murong Jianhua dashed off. I'll catch up with you later. Tae Hyun-won stood there in a daze, watching the figure of the girl before him, Miss Wa. Memories of Murong Jianhua as a child flashed back, the little girl with bright eyes, one hand holding a bun, the other holding a stick of hawthorn candy, looking very delighted. Delicious, so good. What is this? Tae Hyun-won, as a child, was a bit surprised to hear her say that. Huh? You've never eaten hawthorn candy before? Is this your first time? Murong Jianhua also looked equally surprised. You eat this every day? Of course. This isn't that extravagant. Hearing that, the little girl excitedly pointed the hawthorn candy stick at him. Then I will marry you. Tae Hyun-won turned red upon hearing that, hesitantly asking back, You, what nonsense are you talking about? If I marry you, I will get to eat candied hawthorn every day without being forced by my father to practice martial arts so hard anymore. Silly, no one would marry for such trivial matters. Of course, I'm not saying I don't want to marry you, but, so, can we just get married right away? That matter should be left for after we grow up. From a distance, two men had been standing there for some time and witnessed everything. Murong Xiangji, the father of Murong Hyamwa, spoke up. Are the two of them getting married? Do you think they are a good match, Myeon-sik? The man standing next to him was the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, the son of Tae Wangmu, the father of Tae Hyun-won. The leader of the intelligence faction, Tae Myeon-sik, replied, Haha. Jianhua becoming a daughter-in-law of our family. That would indeed be a blessing for my child. Then I send you my best wishes, in-law? You speak as if we are already in-laws, he said. You are really too hasty. Ha! Returning to reality, Tae Hyun-won sighed, his face full of sadness. Back in childhood, spending time with my sister was so easy. Yet when did we become so distant from each other, Wa sister? In front, Murong Jianhua was still full of energy, marching forward, grumbling, just wait, old man. I will definitely go to Gansu. Back at the restaurant where Hyuk Muzang was, Ma Youngji glared threateningly. Where do you think you're going? The young lady is inviting you to have tea with her. But Hyuk Muzang remained unfazed, replying, and I must decline. Ma Youngji glared at him. How dare you? You must be very confident in your martial arts skills to act so boldly. Hyuk Muzang smirked provocatively. I would be very grateful if you thought of me that way. Ma Youngji seemed to be getting angry. He drew his sword from its sheath with his finger, growling, this guy. Just as he was about to make a move, a sudden voice interrupted him. Enough. The beauty upstairs was glaring down at Ma Youngji and said, if you act like this, it would only show that I am the one begging. He said he has other matters to attend to. Quickly escort him out. Ma Youngji immediately replied respectfully, it is my fault. Hyuk Muzang looked up, clasping his hands in respect towards her. Once again, I thank you, miss. If fate allows, I will surely enjoy tea with you. She arrogantly replied, then at least tell me your name, and where you are from. Hyuk Muzang smiled in response, saying that his name was not something important enough for the young lady to remember. Ma Youngji was taken aback by his words. She looked at him with an amused expression. Shouldn't we introduce ourselves if we want to enjoy tea together during our next meeting? Then perhaps I should take the liberty to introduce myself first. I am Chiol Jaiwa. Hyuk Muzang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Was he really someone from the Chiol family? Suddenly, Ma Youngji beside him spoke up, you. His entire being radiated a terrifying aura, and he growled, if you dare to let the young lady introduce herself one more time, I will take your life regardless of what the young lady commands. Faced with that overwhelming pressure, Hyuk Muzang smiled again. Ma Youngji was also stunned by the scene. Hyuk Muzang looked up at the beauty on the balcony and said, I cannot die at this age. I am Hyuk Muzang, a disciple of the Long Martial Arts School of Dinduong Prefecture. She happily replied, very nice to meet you, Hero Hyuk Muzang. I wish you all the best. I am looking forward to our next encounter. Hyuk Muzang smiled, nodded in return, and said, then I shall take my leave. He then turned to call Chiliong, saying, let's go, Chiliong. He stumbled to his feet, taking steps to follow Hyuk Muzang, feeling very scared. We must leave quickly. They departed, leaving Ma Youngji behind, clenching his fists in anger. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head, Ma Youngji. He immediately turned around. It turned out that Chiol Jaiwa and he were communicating through telepathy. Ma Youngji quickly responded, yes, master. Do you have confidence that you can defeat him? He looked up at Chiol Jaiwa with a confident gaze. Should I follow and kill him now? No. Don't do that. Chiol Jaiwa chose a comfortable sitting position and played with his hair, continuing to convey, I do not want to see you lose your life. Upon hearing this, Ma Youngji's mind was shaken. He looked up at his young lady, thinking, she was born with the ability to see through the mundane world. If she said that, his martial arts must be at least one level higher than mine. How could a country bumpkin from such a martial arts school? Outside, Hyuk Muzang was also looking back at the restaurant, lost in thought. Chiol Jaiwa. A young woman with the surname Chiol, a fierce swordswoman from the Bloodshed Escort Battalion. The Bloodshed King, Chiol Gunsong, is famously known to have devoted his love entirely to one woman. However, it is rumored that his wife passed away early due to a sudden illness, and his only son also perished in the war between good and evil. This means, she must be the granddaughter of the Bloodshed King. Since the entire Martial Arts Alliance has no information about her, does that mean she has been hiding all this time? He was able to do so thanks to a certain skill back then. Heavenly Love Spear. One of the countless skills of the legendary Eye of the Mixed White. He thought of a man named Shingija, who was the barrier master of the Demon Slayer team. He once said that according to legend, when a person with the mixed white eye appears in the world, the human realm will fall into despair. Since ancient times, people have spoken of a medium from a kingdom with the mixed white eye. That old man Shingija warned that she is an extremely dangerous existence. Now that I have encountered her, should I kill her right away? Thinking of this, Hyuk Muzang's hand instinctively moved towards the sword at his waist. But he quickly regained his composure, clapping his hands hard against his face. No, Thinking like that is really pointless. I swore that I would have nothing to do with the martial arts world anymore. Why do I keep worrying about these things? I need to focus on finding Terong. Then Hyuk Musang began to step away, telling Chiliong, who was walking beside him, "Let me take you home, Chiliong." The boy looked confused and asked, "Senior brother, are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy. You hit yourself. You're really crazy." Hyuk Musang could only remain silent. "Are you pretending to be stupid or are you really that way?" At the Martial Arts Alliance, in the Elder's room, it was in complete chaos. "Captain of the patrol team, don't do that, the Elder is not in the room at this time." "Who would go out for anything? Get out of the way, I will verify it myself." Murong Jianhua burst through the door and shouted, "Elder Woon Bija." The two of them locked eyes. The old man seemed to be looking for a way to escape through the window. Murong Jianhua helplessly looked at the old man. "You don't intend to escape through the window to avoid meeting me, do you?" The old man is the elder of the Hoa Sun sect of the Martial Arts Alliance, Woon Bija. He looked at the girl in front of him, sweating profusely, and stammered, "Of course not. You have always been my treasure since you were little." "Oh right. I heard that you were coming to see me while I was still outside, so I hurried back through that window." But in his heart he thought, "It hasn't even been half an hour since I heard the news that the girl left the watchtower. Has she really become so much stronger in such a short time?" Murong Jianhua's face still seemed skeptical, but she said, "For now, I will tentatively believe your words." Woon Bija, hearing this, forced a smile and stammered, "Ha! I'm not lying. Well, what was it?" "Oh, it hasn't even been half an hour since you arrived at the Martial Arts Alliance." Murong Jianhua then got to the point, directing her questioning at the old Woon Bija. "Surely you know why I am here. Why was my request for transfer denied?" That is, don't bring up personnel changes here. I have never heard or seen anything about that while working here." The old man, upon hearing this, turned pale with fright, thinking to himself, "This girl, does she know everything?" She didn't hesitate at all. He let out a deep sigh and helplessly spoke, "Child, I truly do not understand. As you know, the northern region is the key area of the Martial Arts Alliance, and also a very comfortable place to work. Compared to that, the western region is a place that has just been set up and is still not official. The Bloodshed Brigade is located there, while the No Movement sect, one of our orthodox sects, has to close its doors. Even the Four Rivers clan has to hide. The issues there are countless. Moreover, due to the terrain at the border, the strength of that country's army is much greater than that of the Alliance, so it is extremely difficult to get assistance from there." The old man raised his finger, finished analyzing, and asked, "What benefit do you get from a place that everyone dreads?" Murong Jianhua replied, "Indeed, it is quite strange, isn't it? When someone wants to go to a place that everyone dreads, shouldn't the Alliance welcome and encourage them?" Murong Jianhua smiled triumphantly. "So why? Is there any other reason?" Old Woon Bija was startled and asked, "What do you mean?" Murong Jianhua stood with her arms crossed, responding seriously. "For example, someone forces Murong Jianhua to stay in this northern region." Woon Bija was startled upon hearing that. The old man immediately stood up to refute. "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you accusing someone of forcing my elder to arrange things? Who would dare to do such a thing?" Murong Jianhua raised her hand to cover her mouth, feigning innocence. "Oh my, yes. Who would dare indeed? I don't know who it is, but it must be someone very important." The old man saw that Murong Jianhua's sarcasm was too sharp, and he turned pale with fear, sweat pouring down like a river. "Should I confess to the girl now? It seems she has already vaguely realized. A young person like her with such a sharp tongue is truly frightening." Suddenly from behind, a person in red clothing spoke up. "It was me. I was the one who pressured the elder to keep Murong Jianhua here in the northern region." Upon hearing that voice, Murong Jianhua's face turned extremely ugly. Her hands clenched tightly. "I didn't expect you to be here, Master." She turned around, and it turned out that the person standing behind her was her father, the Sword Saint Murong Xiangji. The two exchanged looks filled with hostility. It seemed their relationship was not simply that of a loving father and daughter. The old man raised an eyebrow, looking at his beloved daughter, and said, "It's been a while since we last met, hasn't it, daughter?" Murong Xiangji frowned as he looked at his daughter and said, "You are still the same. too disrespectful to the dignitaries of the alliance. Murong Jianhua seemed to be at odds with her father. After he spoke, she felt even more annoyed. Behind them, Woon Bija also respectfully clasped his hands in greeting to the newcomer. Ahaha. I didn't know that the Murong clan leader was still in the alliance. Old Murong Xiangji walked past his daughter and went straight to Woon Bija, clasping his hands in return. Elder Woon, I apologize for my abrupt visit. It's because my daughter has acted so rudely. Elder Woon Bija smiled and waved his hand, politely responding, no need to be formal. Clan leader Murong is always welcome here. I would like to invite you for a cup of tea, but it seems you and this young lady have matters to discuss, so I will take my leave. I hope you feel comfortable here. Although he smiled brightly in front of the old man, he secretly thought that everyone in the alliance knew that the relationship between these two was not good. It's best that I don't get involved. Murong Jianhua called out as Woon Bija was about to leave. Elder, I still have something to discuss with you. But Woon Bija quickly flew out the window, laughing loudly. We will talk later, ha ha ha. Murong Jianhua could only helplessly sigh. Ah. This fraud. Waiting until Woon Bija had completely left, Murong Xiangji finally spoke up, saying that his child was acting and speaking disrespectfully towards the elders of the alliance. He should remember that he is my daughter, the pride of the Murong family. Upon hearing him say this, Murong Jianhua's face clearly showed displeasure. Could it be that the customs and honor had caused her father to disregard his own oath and exert pressure when the elders made decisions? A person who has taken on a mission from the Martial Arts Alliance cannot let other sects and families influence the execution of that mission. To ensure fairness among the sects, the patrol chief or high-ranking officials are prohibited from using any forces related to their missions. If my actions are disrespectful, then my father's actions are invalid and an abuse of power. Murong Xiangji, hearing his daughter question him, raised his hand to stroke his beard and replied, saying nonsense. You are my daughter. I have no obligation to the alliance. Do you think it is wrong for me to admonish my foolish daughter? Murong Jianhua knew she had hit the mark and smiled. One of the 10 greats of the martial arts world, the Sword Saint. The head of the Murong family, the largest family among the 8 great families. Are you trying to say that you are unaware of your own influence? Murong Xiangji looked directly at his daughter and replied, I only want what is best for you. Murong Jianhua lost her temper and shouted, I will say it again. It is not for me. It is for your own power and glory. Always like this. You decide and control my life according to your wishes. Claiming it is for my good is just an excuse. Expelling Uncle Xiangju and Brother Y, who are just living a peaceful life, because you fear they might aim for the position of wealth that I do not even want, is that for my good? Forcing the parents of my new friend to kneel and beg for mercy, just because of the vast difference in status? What about punishing Grandma and confining her for 10 whole days just because she bought me a candy that I cried for? Old Murong Jianhua felt uncomfortable hearing his daughter question him like that and frowned, saying that she did not understand because she was still young and inexperienced. The Murong family is a descendant of King Yen. Those with royal blood cannot live ordinary lives but must aspire to higher status. On the opposite side, Murong Jianhua replied, I have never wanted that, nor do I want to understand. I will say it one last time. Until now, I have not given up on this noble Murong lineage just out of respect for you, the one who gave birth to and raised me. Hearing this, the expression on his face changed slightly. Murong Jianhua was glaring directly at the old man and continued, If you really don't want to see me throw everything away and disappear, then don't interfere in my matters anymore. A moment later, at the Chief Patrol Office of the Martial Arts Alliance, Murong Jianhua returned to the room to the astonishment of Somamai, who exclaimed, Mississippi. We will leave right now. The old woman was shocked and said, Miss? On Murong Jianhua's face was an indescribable sense of grievance, as if she had just cried. Her eyes were red and swollen. The old woman worriedly exclaimed, Why is the young lady like this? Did the young lady cry? She shouted angrily, Who dares to make the young lady cry? Who is it? Murong Jianhua wiped her tears and said, It was the clan leader. The old woman stammered, The clan leader, huh? Murong Jianhua quickly stepped in to pack her belongings. Anyway, let's hurry up and pack. I don't want to use this privilege because I am just someone with support from the clan. But since my father intervened, I have no choice. The old woman looked at her with a puzzled expression. What about the transfer? Murong Jianhua quickly finished packing. She tightly secured her luggage. Because I belong to the Demon Slayer team, I have the right to request the leader to grant me a privilege. I don't want to use this privilege because I am just someone with support from the clan, but since my father intervened, I have no choice. Somamai behind her became extremely worried. Oh no. I mentioned the transfer request, as they have been monitoring the young lady's actions and sooner or later they will discover it. However, I didn't expect the clan leader to take action. Who would have thought he could stop the young lady? Now the young lady has to use the privilege because of my careless actions. She hesitantly spoke up. Excuse me, young lady, but actually. Not giving Somamai a chance to finish, Murong Jianhua interrupted. Grandma? You stand by my side, right? She immediately replied. Is there any need to ask? The young lady can rely on me. I will always stand by the young lady. That is enough. A look of sadness appeared on Murong Jianhua's face. Now, I only have you left. Somamai looked at her young lady with concern and silently felt heartbroken. The clan leader should have said that. Poor young lady. What should I do now? At the same time, at the Yunhe, Yanchun Valley. In the martial arts arena, the scene here was extremely lively. Inside, everyone was cheering and encouraging the two people fighting on the stage. The person in the yellow outfit clenched their fist tightly, charging straight forward while shouting loudly. A punch hit the other person's face, causing him to spit blood from his mouth. The man let out a cry and cautiously turned his head back. He quickly retaliated, delivering a precise punch that his opponent could not evade. The two of them charged at each other, fighting fiercely, and the cheers from the crowd grew even louder. Hugh Muzang was also there, not caring about the developments of the match but focusing on observing his surroundings. He thought that a bare-handed fight rarely used internal power. The primitive violence was surprisingly common. Among the audience were even officials from the court, meaning the court turned a blind eye to this matter. A stranger standing next to Hugh Muzang suddenly nudged him with his shoulder and asked, Hey, kid. This is the first time I've seen you. Who are you betting on? Hugh Muzang cheerfully replied, I'll observe a bit longer. Do you come here often? Of course. This is my joy. I had to work hard to come here. Hugh Muzang cautiously asked, Are there people who die in these matches? The other person thought for a moment and then raised an eyebrow, answering casually, as this matter was not related to him, not often, but in intense matches. There can be deaths. And how are the dead handled? How would I know? I just feel sorry for them. Hugh Muzang quickly presented a drawing of young Terong for him to see. Have you ever seen a martial artist who looks like this? The old man immediately reacted upon seeing it. Isn't it the flower demon? There was a slight fluctuation in Hugh Muzang's eyes. He knew Terong. At the highest observation platform, a person in colorful clothing was also watching everything. He gestured to call someone by Yom. Hyo Yom. He was the leader of Yangchun Valley, Si Gumpiang. Immediately, a black and a white figure appeared before him, both responding in unison, reporting, Valley Master, we are your subordinates. Si Gumpiang raised his hand to scratch his chin. Looking at the commotion below and asking, Can our guests bring swords into the arena? No, sir. Then why does that guy have a sword? It turned out he was looking at Hugh Muzang, who was not focused on the match but was chatting with others below. Both the black and white figures were stunned. What? How is that possible? Si Gumpiang immediately waved his hand, ordering, Eliminate the man at the gates today. Yes, sir. And that man? He was not paying attention to the match, but was asking many people around. Bring him to me. I want to see who he is. Si Gumpiang rested his chin on his hand, his body radiating a murderous aura as he looked down below. If there was any suspicion, he had to eliminate him. Below, Hugh Muzang was still actively gathering information from the man. A flower demon? That's right, a flower demon. I have watched every match of his. I must be the first to bet on him. He has a face like a flower, but in the ring, he is as fierce as a demon. Because of his appearance, not many people placed bets on him. Thanks to him, I made a large sum. But now he has become famous, and the betting odds have significantly decreased. You came here to watch him? Well, that's the case now. It might be a bit difficult. I don't know why, but he hasn't stepped into the ring for half a year. Hyuk Muzang was taken aback upon hearing this. He continued, everyone is looking forward to a new champion. At this moment in the ring, that guy launched a vicious attack, elbowing the face of the man in the yellow outfit, causing him to bleed from his nose and cry out. The person talking to Hyuk Muzang heard the commotion and turned his attention to the ring, suddenly exclaiming, "Ah, it's the chain demon." The shirtless man raised his hand to indicate that he had won, and the old man, seeing this, shouted angrily, "No, no! I bet a lot on that guy. Get up, you useless scoundrel, I'm about to lose my bet." Hyuk Muzang also looked down at the ring, thinking to himself, it seems he didn't die in the match. So, where exactly is he? Suddenly, from all directions, a group of people slowly surrounded Hyuk Muzang, and he quickly sensed it. One person, seemingly the highest ranking among them, stepped forward and said, "Excuse me for interrupting." Black Yom was approaching, his whole body exuding a killing intent, his face showing a smile. "But this young hero, please come with us." Hyuk Muzang showed no fear. He casually turned to respond, "What's the matter?" Black Yom quietly observed Hyuk Muzang and thought, upon closer inspection of this kid, usually, anyone surrounded like this would be anxious. But why is he so calm? Both his demeanor and appearance do not resemble a martial artist. Could he be just a fool or someone with a powerful backing? He spoke, "The sect leader wants to see you." Hyuk Muzang, upon hearing this, raised his hand to his chin, appearing to ponder for a moment before saying, "What a coincidence. I have a few questions I hope to have answered. I will personally go to meet the sect leader." Black Yom glared, showing his displeasure. "What nonsense are you playing at?" Suddenly, his pupils widened, as if he had seen something earth-shattering. It turned out that in less than a moment, Hyuk Muzang had disappeared right before the eyes of the Black Yom and his subordinates, causing everyone to panic. Where did he go? What? What the hell is going on? Black Yom looked around to see where Hyuk Muzang had vanished, his mind in a frenzy. He has disappeared. Where is he? I didn't even see his actions. Old Si Gunpyeong, sitting in the observation tower, was also very puzzled by the situation. He frowned. What are they doing? Yom Baek. Come here and see why they are like this. No one responded. Old Si Gunpyeong irritably turned around. Didn't you hear what I said? At this moment Baek Yom stood still like a statue, his face pale. Old Si Gunpyeong looked at him with confusion. Yom Baek? Suddenly a voice echoed in his head. I have paralyzed him. Si Gunpyeong turned pale, his mind in chaos. Since when? Who is that? Behind him, someone was leisurely pouring wine and said, Indeed, this is good wine. This martial arts arena must have gathered quite a bit of wealth, right? Si Gunpyeong was startled and turned around, shouting, Who are you? The person was none other than Hyuk Muzang, who casually raised his wine cup and said, You wanted me to come here, so why are you asking who I am now? Then he glared, using a kind of killing intent to look straight at Si Gunpyeong. I didn't think you would be so rude to a guest, the owner of Spring Valley. Old Si Gunpyeong looked in astonishment at Hyuk Muzang, who was leisurely enjoying his wine in front of him. At this moment, Yom Baek was still standing motionless. The old man thought, when did he come up here? Even though Yom Baek was right next to me, I didn't even notice when he was paralyzed. He is a master I cannot contend with. Si Gunpyeong cautiously spoke, You paralyzed my subordinate behind my back and you still want to be treated like a guest? Hyuk Muzang seriously looked up and replied, That's right, the customer is king. Si Gunpyeong was taken aback. What the hell is he? Hyuk Muzang still leisurely took a sip of wine and continued, Anyway, I have a few questions I hope to have answered. So I thank you for the invitation, master. I just want to chat normally. Please sit down, don't stand like that. Then Si Gunpyeong adjusted his tone. He moved to pull out the chair opposite Hyuk Muzang and sat down. Living long means understanding much. Fine, what do you want to say? But at the same time, the old man also used the telepathic technique to convey a message to Black Yom, who was below the stands. Yom Hyuk. He was here, stop groping around and come back immediately. Black Yom was also very surprised to hear this. He thought, how could it be? Si Gunpyeong gestured for him to bring some good wine and light snacks up here. His martial arts skills were much deeper than his appearance suggested, so prepare well. Then right after that, the old man also squatted down opposite Hyuk Muzang and began the conversation. What exactly is your purpose? What have you been asking around? Hyuk Muzang looked at the old man with great interest. You go straight to the point, I like that. He pushed the drawing of Jung Tae-ryong's face forward for Si Gunpyeong to see. I am looking for someone. From what I have gathered, it seems that this person used to be a martial artist here. The old man seemed to have recognized it immediately. His brows furrowed. This person is... The old man recalled a time when a young man was tied with his hands behind his back and was thrown down mercilessly in front of him. Si Gunpyeong looked at the person who had just entered and quickly stood up. What is going on? It was a strange man wearing a mask, exuding a terrifying aura of killing intent. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is this the person you recommended?" The old man Si Gunpyeong knew that this person was definitely not ordinary. His attitude became more cautious. Yes, he is a well-known martial artist in our arena. Has he caused any trouble? If it's not a big deal, I can compensate for the damages to a certain extent. The other person replied, he rummaged through our goods. We suspect that he is a spy. Both of them were astonished. Jung Tae-ryong immediately retorted, I already told you. It was open beforehand, that's why I came to check. Then he turned back to Si Gunpyeong to explain, Chief, please tell him, I still haven't seen what goods they are. I am just trying to protect the goods. Contrary to Jung Tae-ryong's expectations, the old man Si Gunpyeong clicked his tongue in disdain and said, Damn it, what bad luck. Those words made Jung Tae-ryong panic. The old man turned away, waved his hand to dismiss him, not caring about Jung Tae-ryong's life or death. This doesn't need to be reported to me, he said he needed money. That's why I recommended him to you. Torture or eliminate him, it's up to you, he is not my subordinate. I will definitely find another famous martial artist. Because I thought he was a golden egg-laying chicken, I took extra care of him, but he only caused trouble. Jung Tae-ryong, hearing those heartless words, was stunned. His eyes wide open, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before him. The old man looked back at the painting, thinking to himself, since that day, my business with them has been cut off, the Bloodless Brigade no longer trusts me. And this has severely affected my reputation. And now a master appears to inquire about his whereabouts. Could it be that he is truly a spy? It seems I have caught a big fish. Old Si Gunpyeong leaned on the table, appearing troubled as he looked at Hyuk Muzang and spoke. It was truly a familiar face. For a time, he was quite famous in the martial arts arena. But about half a year ago, just before a major competition, he suddenly disappeared, which caused us significant losses. What is your relationship with him? A relative? If so, I want to discuss further the damages he has caused. Seeing the old man ask too many questions, Hyuk Muzang also lost his patience. If you don't want to die, stop talking nonsense. Fine. Hyuk Muzang frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the old man as he thought. The old man spoke half-truths. This means he does not intend to willingly reveal what he knows. His hand unconsciously tightened around the sword in his grip. Indeed, only violence could solve the problem. At that moment, Black Yom also stepped up to the observation platform where the Spring Valley Master and Hyuk Muzang were conversing. He spoke, Master, the subordinates have brought wine and food. As per your orders. Both men turned to look, and Si Gunpyeong said, just in time. I don't know why I suddenly feel a chill down my spine. The old man pointed at the table and ordered Black Yom, place the food here and pour me a glass. Remember to pour a glass for the guest as well. Yes. Black Yom quickly arranged the food and then began pouring wine for Hyuk Muzang. But at the same time he poured the wine, he also concealed something in the crevice of his hand, pouring the wine while secretly adding a mysterious drug from that tube into the glass. While Black Yom was pouring wine for Si Gunpyeong, the old man used a secret communication technique to speak with his subordinate. Have you prepared it correctly? This is odorless and tasteless soft-weight powder. Even if this man is a top master, once poisoned, he will become no different from an ordinary person. A type of poison that dissipates internal energy. The old man silently calculated in his heart, good, now I just need to wait until he drinks. Then Si Gunpyeong raised his cup and took a sip, then said to Hyuk Muzang. After all, I have told you everything I know. I am not sure where that man is or what he is doing right now. Suddenly remembering something, the old man took out the drawing and asked the Black Yom, right, Yom Hyuk, you are responsible for managing the martial artists. Right. Do you know where this person is currently? He looks like Jung Tae-ryong from the guild. How would my subordinate know where he is? We haven't been able to find him for a month. Right. Across from him, Hyuk Muzang also sensed something different in his cup of wine. He spoke up, "Wait a minute." Then Hyuk Muzang brought the cup of wine to his nose and sniffed it. Both Black Yom and Si Gunpyeong were sweating profusely. The old man hesitated. Is there something wrong? At the same time, he also communicated with his subordinate telepathically. Did he know something? No way, this poison even a trained dog cannot smell or taste. Hyuk Muzang sniffed the wine for a moment and then spoke, "This wine." Both of them held their breath, waiting for the result. Hyuk Muzang looked seriously at the two of them and said, "There is a truly wonderful aroma." The old man felt a bit relieved, secretly cursing Hyuk Muzang in his heart for showing off, but he still cautiously replied, "That is the fine wine of the Mountain West. It has a delicate aroma mixed with a hint of sweetness. If you could give me a few jars, that would be great." "Certainly." Hearing this, Hyuk Muzang smiled, raising his cup towards the old man, "Then thank you." Saying that, Hyuk Muzang downed the cup of wine in one go in front of the witnesses, Black Yom and Si Gunpyeong. After finishing, he slammed the porcelain cup down on the table. Hyuk Muzang's face was extremely shocked from drinking such a fine wine. As this poison did not affect the taste of the wine, old Si Gunpyeong saw this and immediately spoke, "Good." He turned to ask Black Yom, "Yom Hyuk, how long does it take for the poison to take effect?" "The poison will seep into the internal energy, not the body. We will see the poison spread when he uses his internal energy." Hyuk Muzang heard this and glared, his whole body radiating a terrifying killing intent. "What the hell are you mumbling about?" Suddenly his spiritual power unexpectedly dissipated. Si Gunpyeong on the other side saw this and smirked. "Why do you have that expression?" The old man leaned on the table, looking provocatively at Hyuk Muzang. "Is it because your internal energy is dissipating?" Hyuk Muzang, being hit on the mark, turned pale. Si Gunpyeong signaled to Black Yom, "Yom Hyuk, to release Yom Baek's acupoint. At this rate, he would freeze." "Yes, Master Sect Leader." Black Yom quickly went to his twin brother, then raised his hand to press continuously on his back, releasing the acupoint for his brother. As soon as he was freed from the acupoint, White Yom knelt down to apologize. "It was my subordinate's fault, Master Sect Leader. My subordinate made a serious mistake and could not protect you." The old man looked at him and replied, "It's okay, this guy was too careless, so he fell into the trap." Hyuk Muzang angrily looked at Si Gunpyeong and said, "So you poisoned the wine? You coward." The old man, facing Hyuk Muzang's words, became even more provocative, as Hyuk Muzang was now poisoned, so he no longer felt afraid. "Coward? You bastard, why do you still speak like a snot-nosed brat?" He raised his hand to pat Hyuk Muzang's face and said, "Look here, my friend, just because you have some martial arts skills doesn't mean you can act recklessly. You shouldn't be too arrogant." Hyuk Muzang immediately stood up, grabbed the hilt of his sword, and shouted, "How dare you!" But at that moment, a blade was already pressed against Hyuk Muzang's neck. Black Yom pointed his sword at Hyuk Muzang and laughed provocatively. "You are much slower than before, dear guest. If you don't want to lose your head, let go of the sword." Si Gunpyeong quickly turned back to signal to his two subordinates, "Yom Hyuk, Yom Baek. Take him away, chop off his hands and feet, and lock him in the warehouse for me. We need to hand him over to them, so don't kill him." "Yes." Hyuk Muzang appeared panicked. "Them? What do you mean? What do you gain by handing me over to them?" White Yom immediately rushed in and punched Hyuk Muzang in the stomach. He roared, "Shut up!" Hyuk Muzang fell to the ground, and White Yom rubbed his hand, looking down at Hyuk Muzang with disdain. "I want to take your head right now, but be grateful that the sect leader ordered to spare your life." The old man Si Gunpyeong below also clicked his tongue in regret. He also turned back to mock. "Come on, don't pretend like you don't know. What do I gain? My business was ruined by young Terong. If I hand you over to them, then I and they can continue to do business together. You didn't think about what would happen by placing a spy here?" At this moment, Hyuk Muzang spoke calmly. "Just as I thought, Young Terong is not missing, you are lying." Old Si Gunpyeong appeared frustrated. He turned his head away, gesturing to his two subordinates. "Ah, whatever, you scoundrels. Yom Hyuk, Yom Baek, this guest is no longer welcome to us. Take him away, yes, Master of the Cup." Before he could finish his sentence, the Black Yom was struck by a tremendous force and sent flying in front of Si Gunpyeong. He was knocked off the observation platform, and the crowd below was in a panic. asking each other what was happening. Someone fell down, the black yom landed on the arena, and the match between the two fighters naturally had to stop. Before the black yom lay motionless, he had spun in the air a few times. He lay motionless on the arena floor, blood began to ooze from his body, staining a patch of the ground red. Si Gunpyeong was also stunned and turned to look at Hyuk Muzang. What? Just looking at the scene before him, he felt a chill run down his spine. Hyuk Muzang's eyes were now shining brightly, looking at him with a gaze full of killing intent. One of his hands was gripping the head of the white yom, who was now also beaten and spitting blood. The white yom was now gasping for breath, his battered face seemed to be losing signs of life. Si Gunpyeong trembled and asked, "You didn't drink alcohol?" "Of course." Hyuk Muzang glared, looking straight into Si Gunpyeong's eyes and clearly stated, "And I have digested it." His face turned pale. How could it be? Is there really someone who is immune to all poisons? He stammered, pointing at Hyuk Muzang, "Judging by your recent actions, it's all just." Hyuk Muzang interjected, "A lie." Hyuk Muzang released his grip, letting the now unconscious white yom fall to the ground. "After all, I have tried to converse politely. So, do you know what will happen next?" Hyuk Muzang was now surrounded by a fiery rage. Seeing this, the old man realized he had provoked the wrong person, and fearfully shouted, Wait a minute." Hyuk Muzang clenched his fist tightly, charging towards him and shouted loudly, "First the ceremony, then the soldiers." Then he delivered a powerful punch straight to the old man's face, driving his head down to the floor. Hyuk Muzang lunged forward, aiming directly at Si Gunpyeong. "I will beat you to death." A punch landed squarely on Si Gunpyeong's face. The tremendous force from that blow caused his head to slam down, breaking the wooden floor. The commotion above the observation platform made the guests below extremely curious. They looked up and asked each other, "What is that? Why does the ceiling seem like it's about to collapse? What is happening?" A certain person squeezed into the crowd, shouting loudly for everyone to get out of the way. He raised his hand pointing up towards the observation platform, shouting loudly to command his subordinates behind, to get up there quickly. The safety of the sect leader is paramount. Upon reaching the place, the subordinate only saw the corpse of Baekhyom and immediately shouted loudly, "There is no one here. The sect leader is not here." The entire Yangxian sect quickly became chaotic. Everywhere was filled with the loud shouts of the subordinates. Only Baekhyom was unconscious. "The sect leader has gone missing. Stop all the matches in the arena immediately. Send a group to search quickly." Hyuk Muzang was standing somewhere high up. He looked down a little and said, "It seems your subordinates are looking for you. I think you will reach them faster this way." "What do you think?" It turns out Si Gunpyeong was being held upside down from the cliff. Below was the Yangxian sect in complete turmoil. Hyuk Muzang was holding one of Si Gunpyeong's legs, looking at him provocatively. "Should I let go?" Si Gunpyeong's face was already bruised. Hearing Hyuk Muzang say that, he panicked and shouted, "Wait, let's discuss this first. You don't need to go this far. Right?" Hyuk Muzang raised an eyebrow. "When I came to discuss, you were the one who poisoned me. Just thinking about it makes me angry. I should just let you go." Hearing that, he became even more frightened, trying to find a way to reconcile. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't play tricks anymore. I will obediently answer all your questions, so please." Hyuk Muzang heard that and looked at him with a disgusted expression. "Your tone sounds so annoying." Si Gunpyeong threw all his dignity away and shouted, "I sincerely apologize. I am indeed foolish. I will correct my mistakes immediately. I swear, I really swear." After hearing this, Hyuk Muzang's face showed more contempt. "Tsk. Truly a cowardly rabbit." Si Gunpyeong, seeing himself being insulted like that, became furious. His mouth seemed ready to spew out some unpleasant words. Suddenly, Hyuk Muzang let go of his leg. Si Gunpyeong panicked. Wait. I will really die." He looked up at Hyuk Muzang and muttered, "Damn it." Then he shut his eyes tightly and shouted loudly, "You bastard! May the devil take you." But he did not know that at this moment, Hyuk Muzang was also performing some kind of technique. Si Gunpyeong continued to shout insults at Hyuk Muzang. "You damn dog, you cow, you horse, pig, you bastard. Damn your whole family. I will curse you even when you are in the grave. Even if you are torn to 100 pieces, I will not be satisfied." Hyuk Muzang glared, helplessly watching that cowardly Si Gunpyeong continuously struggle and hurl insults at him. He used his spiritual power to bring Si Gunpyeong's head closer, forcing him to face the furious gaze of his own, and said, "That's a bit too much." As soon as he opened his eyes, he was frightened out of his wits by that gaze. He struggled. "What? Why am I still? Wait, how am I floating in midair?" Hyuk Musang replied, "My shoulder hurts, so I let go a little, and you are cursing me from above, TSK. Hearing this, Si Gunpyeong turned pale and immediately justified himself. "No, that's not it. It's just a misunderstanding, so—" But inside he was secretly horrified. This can't be real. Is he using spatial manipulation on me? Even though I weigh over 77 kilograms? Hyuk Musang turned to leave. "I don't care. You poisoned me and now you want to cut my tendons. Compared to those things, a few curses mean nothing." Si Gunpyeong, being toyed with by Hyuk Musang, truly wanted to cry at that moment. If I had known you were this powerful and strange, I wouldn't have acted like that. Just then, Hyuk Musang turned back, glaring at him. "Now tell me where Terong is?" The old man fearfully replied, "You will spare my life if I tell you everything, right?" Hyuk Musang approached a nearby stone and sat down. "I only intend to extract all the information from you by torturing you to death." Hearing this, Si Gunpyeong trembled all over, internally screaming, "Damn it! This guy is no longer human." But Hyuk Musang continued, "But I promise you, if you tell me everything without hiding anything, I will spare your life." He smiled wickedly, looking up at him and clearly stating each word, "But if I find out you are lying, I will do as I originally intended." The old man obediently replied yes. In another place, a person was intently reading a book, turning page after page. From outside the door, someone entered to report, "Sir, there is a situation." The person inside immediately stopped reading and said, "Go on." The Swon-Dok distribution warehouse in Chem 2 seems to have been discovered by the Martial Alliance. The news is that the Beggars Guild has recently taken it over. Upon hearing this, he became extremely angry, his hand resting on the book clenched tightly, crumpling the page into a ball. "What are the damages?" "About a horse-drawn cart. All of it was new medicine. All 23 martial arts masters guarding that place have been killed." The old man calmed himself and issued an order, "Quickly send someone to retrieve that medicine. Since the Beggars Guild is hunting us, I suspect they will leave behind clues." The subordinate was taken aback upon hearing this. "But those clues will lead to a confrontation with the Martial Alliance." The man slammed the book shut, appearing to have lost his patience. Without reality, one cannot uphold the Tao. He shot a bright-eyed glance at his subordinate and commanded, "Infiltrate, raid, or be a martyr. It doesn't matter what you do. You must retrieve that medicine for me. At all costs." He is the mysterious sect leader, Lee Pengxiang. Back at Hyuk Musang's place, his face was filled with a huge question mark. The mysterious sect? What kind of name is that? Si Gunpyeong cautiously explained, "Actually, they are a smuggling gang of something from the west. But they are not an ordinary smuggling gang, as each member is quite skilled in martial arts. They appear and disappear and hide many secrets." Hyuk Musang thought to himself, could it be that those guys in the abandoned house are? After a while, Si Gunpyeong was kneeling properly in front of Hyuk Musang, who continued to ask questions. "And you said you introduced Terong as a transporter for them. And they captured him because he caused some trouble, right?" The old man hesitated to reply, "Yes, that's right." Then Hyuk Musang glared, his whole body radiating terrifying killing intent. "And you just stood there watching him get captured?" Si Gunpyeong panicked and replied, "But my people and I were completely powerless. They are much stronger than us. Besides, they call themselves the Blood Iron Battalion, so we didn't dare to oppose them at all." Hyuk Musang leaned his face close to Si Gunpyeong. "So where are they now?" He hesitated and avoided the question. Well, you see, that matter. I don't know either. What do you mean?" At this moment, Si Gunpyeong was sweating profusely. Frightened by Hyuk Musang's killing intent, he hurriedly recounted everything. "I swear. The Blood Iron Battalion warned us from the beginning not to be curious about their matters. They will arrange to come to us if they need something from us. They paid a large sum of money just for us to introduce a few people to them. So I didn't think much about it. That's all we know, I swear." So, he hadn't finished his sentence when Hyuk Musang slowly stood up, and then he panicked. "What?" He swung his sword. "I need more time to confirm if these things are true." Si Gunpyeong's face turned pale, his voice trembling. What do you mean by that? And why are you swinging the sword? Hyuk Musang glanced down at Si Gunpyeong and said, don't you think you might remember a few more things if you get beaten enough before you die? Si Gunpyeong panicked and shouted. I really don't know anything more. You said you would spare my life if I told you the truth. I won't kill you. So the two of them kept arguing back and forth. Just kill me already. I swore I wouldn't kill you. A moment later, at the outside gate of the Martial Arts Alliance, Murong Jianhua and Somamai were standing right in front, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a loud call came from behind Miss Hua. The two of them turned around to look. A person in white was rushing towards them at lightning speed, shouting, Please stop, Miss Hua. Finally, he stopped right in front of the two. It was none other than young Master Tae Hyungwon. He looked regretfully at Murong Jianhua and said, Are you planning to leave? You were just here for a short while. I was hoping at least we could sit and chat. Murong Jianhua smiled awkwardly, continuing to turn away. I'm sorry, but if there's a chance next time, we will talk together. Tae Hyungwon's voice was a bit worried. Come on, last time you said that to me, did I do something disrespectful to you? Murong Jianhua shyly shook her head in response. It's not like that. Or is there something else? If you need help, I will do my best to assist you. It's not. Suddenly her gaze caught something high above. On the city wall, there was someone standing there observing everything. It was none other than her father, Murong Xiangji. Seeing that, Murong Jianhua turned away. It's none of your business. I still have a long way to go, so I must leave now. Tae Hyungwon was stunned, hesitantly replied, All right. Murong Jianhua lowered her eyes, turned her horse's head towards the outside of the city and said, Let's go, old lady. Saying that, both Murong Jianhua and Somamai jumped onto their horses and quickly galloped out of the city gate. On the city wall, Murong Xiangji sighed helplessly. The old man looked down below and sighed to his trusted confidant behind him. Everything is going according to my wishes, but I don't understand why it is so difficult with that girl. He immediately replied, You should summon the disciples of the sect to bring the young lady back. If not, she will hinder your great plans. He is the military advisor of the Murong family. Sam Majin. Murong Xiangji growled, Sam Majin. The old man turned around, glaring at his trusted subordinate, and said, Do you want me to become a sworn enemy of my daughter? Sam Majin was a bit frightened. He bowed his head and respectfully replied, Sworn enemy? No, my subordinate has never thought of that. The bond of fatherhood is sacred. Hearing this, Murong Xiangji no longer looked at him. He turned away. I can trust you with anything except that child. Never touch her without my consent. Behind him, Sam Majin also respectfully bowed and replied, My subordinate understands. Now send someone to follow her. The old lady and Jianhua can sense the aura quite keenly, so make sure they keep a reasonable distance. Yes. And also, investigate what Jianhua has been doing for the past 6 months. I need to know why she keeps wanting to go west. Murong Xiangji's eyes lit up. There must be some reason. Something. Back at Hyuk Musang's place, the man Si Gunpyeong was lying trembling on the ground, his mouth constantly moaning. Hyuk Musang wiped the blood off his hands. He was furious. Damn it. He really didn't know anything more. At the Blood Lancer sect, the low-ranking subordinates were lying scattered on the floor, all of them trembling. The subordinates from the other faction were also guarding those who were crawling on the floor with their swords. There, a man dressed in red was kneeling on the ground, with a blade pressed against his neck. He was the leader of the Blood Lancer sect, Yo Gilsung. He spoke with an angry face. But not a single word he said was disrespectful. I, Yo Gilsung, have loyally served the Emperor through countless battles since the princess was still being breastfed. Even if you are the precious child of the Emperor, you cannot treat me like this. It turned out that the one holding the sword to Yo Gilsung's neck was Seol Daewon, and opposite her was the beauty from the restaurant, the princess of the Iron Blood Brigade, Cheol Jaiwa. She appeared bewildered by Yo Gilsung's words. Is that so? Yo Gilsung said, If the Emperor knows about this, he will not let it go. She lowered her eyes. I agree. Then smiled at Yo Gilsung, the smile of a victor. If the Emperor knew about your agreement with the mysterious sect and the 3 elders, he would personally come and behead you. Yo Gilsung turned pale upon hearing this, his mouth agape, thinking to himself, how could she? Two thick rolls of paper were immediately thrown down right in front of him. Don't think you can deny it any longer. I have found a mountain of evidence. How could she find this out? But more importantly, instead of reporting this to the Emperor, she made me kneel like this in front of her. Old Yo Gilsung, having been caught at his weak point, could no longer speak boldly. He frowned, thinking, then cautiously asked, "What do you want from me?" The corner of Cheol Jaiwa's mouth curled slightly. She slowly stood up. "Smart indeed, you are right. I came here because I need something from you." At this moment, Seol Daewon had sheathed his sword, and the name Yo Gilsung quickly looked up, hesitantly asking, "What exactly do you need?" Cheol Jaiwa stepped forward. "It's very simple. There is only one thing I need from you." She sat down, using her finger to lift Yo Gilsung's face and clearly said each word, "Loyalty." She spoke while using a hypnotic technique on Yo Gilsung, not for the three elders or the Emperor, but for the sole loyalty to me. Yo Gilsung's eyes glazed over. He was gradually losing his reason. Late at night, Hyuk Muzang was standing alone, admiring the scenery and enjoying the breeze on the mountainside. Suddenly, the face of the ghostly figure appeared. "What are you doing here alone?" Hyuk Muzang silently looked at him with an unhappy expression. He said, "A normal person would die of a heart attack if you appeared with that face in front of them at night." Even I was stunned. The ghostly figure retorted, "You are not a normal person." Realizing the meaning behind Hyuk Muzang's words, the ghostly figure quickly jumped up. "Hey! If others heard you say that, they would think my face is a type of weapon." Hyuk Muzang replied, "Isn't that the truth? I thought you had intentionally honed your face into a weapon." The ghostly figure lamented, "Don't mock my natural face anymore. Can't you see you've gone too far? Anyway, aren't you in Yangzhou? I didn't expect a master like you to visit." He also looked in the direction Hyuk Muzang was observing. "I should still come to check the situation. After all, I have accepted the request." "So, have you found any clues about where Yung Terong might be?" Hyuk Muzang replied, "The opium smuggling organization that the major faction is monitoring seems to be called the Huinman Sect." The old man reacted slightly upon hearing this name. Hyuk Muzang also turned his face, seriously looking at the old man. "Please tell me everything you know about them, senior." Ghostly Face looked at Hyuk Muzang with some suspicion. 100th, didn't you say you no longer cared about the martial world?" He replied, "This matter is not related to the martial world. It seems that during the time when my junior Terong was mistaken for a spy while working for them, he was captured." Ghostly Face was shocked upon hearing this. "What did you say? He was mistaken for a spy?" 100th, I'm sure you understand what this means. He may have been tortured for a long time, and in the end, surely he... Without waiting for the old man to finish, Hyuk Muzang interjected, "I do not deny that possibility. However, as long as there is still a slim chance that he is alive, I will not give up." He turned back, his eyes filled with rage and determination. "I will continue to believe that he is alive until I see his body with my own eyes. That is how I and Fifth have helped each other over the past 5 years." For a moment, Hyuk Muzang recalled the scene when the two of them fought for their lives together. He clenched his fists, his voice seemed a bit hesitant, "And if something happens to my junior Terong..." Immediately, a terrifying aura of killing intent emanated from his body. Hyuk Muzang's voice became unusually fierce. "Those bastards will wish they could escape to hell." The old ghostly face looked at Hyuk Muzang with a very satisfied expression, thinking to himself, "This guy, his killing intent even gives me goosebumps. What exactly has he been doing for the past 2 years?" The old man turned his back to Hyuk Muzang and replied, "If you say so, then fine. I will order my beggars to gather information and track down those we find. Then report back to you. Honestly, from the perspective of the beggar faction, having someone follow would be more beneficial for us." The old man hesitated to turn back. "But I'm not sure how much you can help. We haven't just wasted the past 6 months. My people are very organized and disciplined." Upon hearing this, Hyuk Muzang clasped his hands, bowed respectfully to the old man. "If I can uncover any information, no matter how small, that would be enough." Then he slowly raised his head, revealing a sinister smile. "And also, I have a place I want to deal with." The next morning, in the western region of the Martial Alliance, at a hideout, a man dressed in green was raising his hands in greeting, speaking up. "I am Moon Janghyun. He is the captain of the Western Patrol of the Martial Alliance." Moon Janghyun. Murong Jianhua on the opposite side also politely clasped his hands in return. It is an honor to be warmly received by the renowned Master Moon here. I am Murong Jianhua. He smiled, gesturing towards the seat and said, Haha, how can my reputation compare to that of the divine sword goddess? Please have a seat. The two of them sat down at the table, and Moon Janghyun placed a stack of documents on the table, pushing them in front of Murong Jianhua and said, This is the information regarding the personnel changes. Please burn them after you finish reading. Thank you for your assistance. I'm sure you must be surprised by this sudden transfer. Murong Jianhua looked at Moon Janghyun a bit awkwardly, wishing she didn't have to take his position. Haha, you don't need to worry, as I also got promoted because of it. His brows slightly furrowed, and the truth is, everything was gradually becoming overwhelming for him. Master Moon came from a small martial arts academy and had defeated opponents from prestigious martial arts academies in a tournament organized by the Martial Alliance. That is why he became a target of envy from the newly emerging talents of various sects and middle-class families. Feeling the situation was serious, the Alliance appointed him to oversee the Western region, the most challenging area. Murong Jianhua looked at the other person, thinking to herself, she had heard that he was as rigid as bamboo, but she could see how much he had to struggle being caught between the Alliance and the major martial arts academies, as he had no support whatsoever. Then Murong Jianhua quickly returned to a serious state. She cautiously asked Moon Janghyun, Oh right. I heard that the Wu Jian sect requested to meet several times but never received a response. Did you never receive the letters? Or? Upon hearing this, Moon Janghyun's face also became stiff, that is. He turned his face away, helplessly avoiding, I am merely following orders. Murong Jianhua saw that expression on his face and silently assessed him, feeling uncomfortable. Awkward, his face showing conflict. Does that mean it is not something he wanted? Seeing that Moon Janghyun seemed troubled by this matter, Murong Jianhua did not find it appropriate to ask further, so she changed the subject, politely clasping her hands towards him. Anyway, congratulations on your promotion. Do you have anything else you want to say to me? Like some advice or something important that you forgot to write? Moon Janghyun raised his hand to his chin, pondering something. Then he used telepathy. Every word spoken was extremely careful. I heard that you are an upright person and do not hesitate to walk the narrow path. When carrying out the mission in this western region, you will encounter unexpected circumstances and situations. But if possible, I advise you not to get too deeply involved. Murong Jianhua was a bit shocked to hear this. What does that mean? Moon Janghyun did not say anything more, just stood up, clasped his hands, and bowed to see off the guests. That was all I could say. I hope you can remember that. Then he quickly brushed past Murong Jianhua and left, leaving her still in a daze. At an abandoned house on Mount Yaoyao, a few raggedly dressed people were keeping watch in front. General Jian of the gang yawned repeatedly and stepped out. The two guards saw this and asked, Ah, branch leader. Where are you going? He replied, going to the toilet. You bastard. Why do you keep bothering me with such stupid questions? He brushed past the two, but then seemed to remember something. He turned around to remind them, Don't let anyone pass through there, at any cost. From now on. That place is my private property, understand? Follow orders. He nodded while moving forward. Let's see. Once he had ventured deep into the forest, Jian looked around for a moment. After seeing that this place seemed very good, he pulled down his pants and squatted down, looking very pleased. All right. This place is good. Suddenly, someone else was also moving on the grass approaching. That person was holding a saber, slowly advancing towards Jian from behind. Jian opened his eyes wide, as if he had also sensed the presence of the other person. He was still walking, turned around and shouted loudly, Who the hell is that? Didn't I say no one is allowed to come here? Get out of here. I can't concentrate anymore because of you. Get out of here before I lose my temper. But the person did not stop, on the contrary, they accelerated towards the front. Jian was quite surprised by this person's rudeness. He yelled, What, this bastard? You're joking a bit too much. The person was dressed in black, their face covered with a mask, holding a sword aimed straight at Jian and charging forward. Jian realized it was not good, and quickly tried to pull up his pants. Damn it, I can't even wipe myself. The saber rushed forward without hesitation, but fortunately, Giant quickly dodged, secretly astonished. A person with a weapon. Giant placed his rough hand on the grass. Finally, the old man used all his strength to lift his body and delivered a powerful kick straight to the temple of the stranger. But it seemed he was still naked. The man was knocked back. It turned out he had managed to block one of Giant's kicks with his hand earlier. Giant looked at him and thought, what is going on? Is he targeting me? Or is it? Now, let's catch him. With that thought, Giant quickly sprang into action, leaping forward straight towards the man. The man, seeing that Giant was quite troublesome, clicked his tongue in annoyance. Just as Giant was about a meter away, he quickly swung his sword, creating a powerful slash. Giant saw the slash and was taken aback, stopping in his tracks. Then he placed his hand down on something glowing beneath him, and unexpectedly leaped high just before the close-range attack from the masked man. The man, not seeing Giant anywhere, was very surprised and panicked. He disappeared. Where is he? Up high, Giant was spinning like a top, gradually descending from above the man. Giant delivered a powerful kick straight to the top of the man's head. He couldn't dodge it, and crashed face first into the ground. The man was now motionless, lying in a pool of blood. His hand had dropped the sword, and Giant angrily said, trying to assassinate me while I was taking a dump. He dusted off his hands, looking at the rude man he had just defeated below, feeling frustrated. I can't even look cool even when I win. That damn trash. From within the forest, something was shot up into the sky. It was a flare, and as it soared up, it exploded loudly. At the same time, a voice shouted, ambush, the enemy is attacking. Old Giant turned towards the base, his face pale. Is that a signal from the Beggars Guild? It came from that abandoned house. He cautiously looked towards the assassin behind him and thought, this guy didn't come alone. I must hurry to help. With that thought, he quickly used his lightness skill to leave that place. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from afar. It was Giant rushing back. Oh no. I forgot to put on my pants. I'll get dressed and figure it out. At the abandoned house, chaos reigned. Everywhere there were sounds of weapons clashing. A man dressed in red, seemingly the leader of the group, stood with his arms crossed, watching from a distance. He thought that these people must be the elite forces of the Beggars Sect. He didn't expect them to resist so fiercely. But the main purpose of coming here was to retrieve the spring medicine. As long as he could distract them while the infiltration team searched, it would be enough. Suddenly a voice called out from behind, are you their leader? Something flew swiftly in front of him. Giant landed and kicked him, but he was lucky to dodge it, although his mask was knocked off by the blow. Giant changed his technique, spinning in midair. He kicked the man again, but he was still able to lean away and avoid it. Giant glared at him and said, you bastard, you know how to dodge. After finishing his sentence, Giant turned around and kicked straight at the man. He looked back, frowning and clicking his tongue. He managed to block it. Giant turned back, and there, the man had used his sword to block the kick. Giant spoke, I thought you were just a fool daring to attack the Beggars Sect in broad daylight. But you have some martial skills. Although he escaped death, the man's arm was trembling. He thought, indeed, it was a quick and precise kick. The strength of this man was on a completely different level compared to those disciples of the Beggars Sect. He was definitely the leader of this group. But he wouldn't give up easily. Was there a better opportunity to chase down and eliminate these Beggars Sect disciples than now? When Ghostly Face was not here, Giant was startled by his words. They had set this up in advance. Giant jumped high, raising his foot, and angrily shouted, let's see if you can still talk big after I beat you to a pulp. The man also drew his sword, quickly taking a defensive stance to attack, as if he would just stand there and let him hit him. He swung his sword to strike, but the blade passed right through Giant's body. He was startled. Was it an illusion? He quickly deduced, behind me. Indeed, Giant had circled around to his back and was slowly descending, dreaming. Giant kicked horizontally at him, but the man quickly jumped up and dodged. He swiftly changed his stance, delivering a downward slash towards Giant. Giant was now lying flat on the ground. The sword strike was nearly upon him, but Giant showed no signs of worry. He quickly raised his foot to block the attack. The sword and the foot of Giant collided, creating a tremendous commotion. Afterward, the sword of the man in the red outfit was also spun around. Giant changed his stance, pushing his hand down to the ground to spring up. Pushing his hand hard against the ground, he kicked straight into the air, aiming directly at the body of that man. He could not avoid it, and was knocked back by the force of the blow, which also produced a shocking sound. But Jian was startled, as he realized he had also been slashed diagonally across the chest by the sword of that man. Although he was bleeding profusely from his mouth, he was now smiling. On the other side, the man in the red cloak was also bracing his sword against the ground to steady himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he spoke. "Didn't I say that I have no intention of surrendering?" Jian seriously observed every move of his opponent, thinking to himself that he had aimed a precise strike at his face. But the man swung his sword and was able to deflect his attack. He was not an opponent to be underestimated. At the very least, his martial arts were on par with his own. Moreover, the beggar's sect was completely unaware of anything. Not just him, those other guys were not weaklings either. We may be more numerous, but we are not stronger than them. But the signal flare has been fired. If it can be seen from Yangzhou, Muriaki will rush here. In that case. It seemed he also guessed Jian's thoughts, so he immediately interjected, "You think you can win this battle by stalling, right? Is that what you are thinking?" Jian was startled to hear him say that, his eyes wide in disbelief. The man raised his sword and continued, "Do you think we plan to strike while Ghostly Face is not here and just let Muriaki be? We have sent 5 extremely agile men to lure him away. Right now, he is probably busy playing hide and seek with those guys." Then he turned back, looking straight into Jian's eyes and taunting, "Hee, what do you think? I don't mind standing here to see who can stare at each other longer without blinking." Jian angrily replied, "What do you think I am thinking, you bastard?" Jian's eyes lit up, "I just need to eliminate you first, and then we'll see about the rest." His body was already in a ready attack stance, with energy slowly accumulating in the palm of his hand. That guy saw Jian gathering spiritual energy and thought, the essence of his internal power has changed. He is no longer joking around but has become serious. He must be using his true strength. It's probably time to stall until now. He also swung his sword, his body began to gather spiritual energy, and I started to enjoy this. Suddenly, a voice was transmitted through telepathy in that guy's head, "Sir, there's a problem. We can't find the elixir anywhere." "Impossible. We have never seen them move anything during the time we have been watching them." "Are you sure you have searched every nook and cranny? This place isn't very large. And it's surrounded by plains. We have searched everywhere from the basement to the attic, and there is nothing." Jian saw that guy suddenly go silent, and a huge question mark appeared on his face. The old man raised an eyebrow. "Why are you looking elsewhere? Where did that bloodthirsty person from earlier go?" That guy lowered his sword. "What a pity. I thought I could finally have a good fight after such a long time." Jian was a bit surprised to hear him say that. The person was rambling. He put the sword back in its sheath, the corner of his mouth curled up, promising to have a rematch next time. Then he raised his hand to his mouth and whistled. Immediately, the group fighting on the other side also stopped, all looking in his direction. Jian sensed something was wrong and rushed over, shouting, "What are you planning to do?" That guy, undaunted, raised the sword high in his hand. His eyes turned completely white, his whole body tense to deliver a powerful strike downwards. The sword hilt quickly slammed down, and the ground immediately showed several cracks. Then, those cracks quickly spread widely, forming a shape that looked like a formation. Right after that, there was a massive explosion. Jian was also astonished. He raised his hand to cover his face to shield it from the dust flying into his eyes. As the dust settled, in front of Jian was just an empty piece of land. He had disappeared. The old man glanced behind him. The group of black-clad people had also vanished. Jian gritted his teeth. Those guys too. TSK. If this continues, what face will the guild have left? At the very least, we must capture one of them. Thinking that, Jian shouted at his bewildered subordinates. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and chase after them. Don't let them escape." In the forest, the group of assassins was moving quickly like the wind to leave this place. The old leader was at the forefront, and he used his spiritual sense to convey a message to the 2 closest subordinates, GWI Chiol. "Go to Yangzhou and gather our people. There is no longer any reason for them to continue the assigned mission. MacDo, the beggar clan will immediately pursue us. Go behind and erase all traces of us. Both of them immediately responded with a salute, and then flew off in different directions. The leader thought to himself, I didn't expect the spring medicine to not be there. The beggar clan is not a bunch of foolish beggars. They must have already dispersed the spring medicine. Attacking them would yield no benefits at all. I need to report this to the sect master. Suddenly, an explosion occurred to his left. One subordinate from that direction was struck by something and was sent flying past him. That person finally crashed into a tree, blood gushing from his body in the astonishment of the leader. The subordinate slowly slid down, and at that moment, the leader panicked. GWIGO? He quickly turned his head to the left, wondering, what the hell is that? A large foot was slowly approaching him. Didn't you decide to drop by? Why leave so soon? The horrifying face and smile of Muriaki appeared, and upon seeing this, he shouted in panic, Muriaki? The old man turned pale. How could it be? At the Great Power Clan, a voice rang out, is the mysterious sect requesting assistance again? The external manager, Wang Chi-san, replied yes. They are suffering heavy losses while being pursued by the beggar clan. Kwak Ji-young rested his chin on his hand. Appearing troubled, we are not obligated to help them. After the recent attack, we have suffered significant losses in both personnel and resources. Above all, our collusion with them has been exposed once. We must focus more on recovery. Wang Chi-san stammered, the problem is they mentioned Elder Third. Kwak Ji-young clenched his fists, so angry that his whole body trembled. Damn it, those shameless bastards, how dare they use that to threaten us like this? Suddenly, a voice unexpectedly interrupted their conversation. Oh my, it seems you are in a difficult situation, Great Power Clan leader. Kwak Ji-young was startled and stood up. Who is it? The masked man from before returned, leaning to one side with his arms crossed, looking at the old man and saying, coincidentally, I also have a good idea. Do you have the inclination to hear it? Wang Chi-san saw the stranger here and angrily shouted, Who are you? How dare you come in here? You dare to enter here alone? Do you look down on the Great Power Gang? Kwak Ji-young, seeing his subordinates playing with death, immediately broke out in a sweat and quickly raised his hand to stop. Wait, stop it, Wang Chi-san. Wang Chi-san confidently turned to his master and said firmly, You don't need to worry. I can handle these sneaky rats myself. Before the old man could say anything, he took a full punch from Kwak Ji-young. Wang Chi-san fell to the ground, while Kwak Ji-young angrily shouted, You crazy fool! Are you trying to get me killed? The masked man is none other than Hyuk Muzang, who leaned against the wall and said, You are being too rough. You just need to speak to him calmly. Old Kwak Ji-young was sweating profusely, thinking to himself, I acted this way because last time you almost sent us all to the afterlife. Hyuk Muzang pulled the chair closer and said, Don't be too anxious like that. I came here because I have something to ask you, and what you two were talking about is related to that. So I interrupted. Kwak Ji-young cautiously asked, What do you want to ask? Hyuk Muzang leisurely sat down on the newly pulled chair to face the old man. So the group of people you are colluding with is the mysterious sect, right? Kwak Ji-young, upon hearing this, turned even paler. Didn't you confirm that in the ledger already? No, I don't know. Hyuk Muzang's eyes lit up. Actually, I lied to you about the ledger. Kwak Ji-young was taken aback, cursing inwardly, this shameless crazy guy. Hyuk Muzang continued speaking, but now that the truth was clear, that matter was no longer important. Is that really the case? It's true. So that's it. Right. The old man is currently sitting down, but the sweat keeps pouring out. Kwak Ji-young cautiously asked, After all, why are you asking about the mysterious sect? And what do you mean by that? Hyuk Muzang touched his fingers together and said, Coincidentally, I am also working with them. He looked up at Kwak Ji-young with a gaze full of killing intent and said, Tell me where they are, and I will eliminate the leader of the mysterious sect for you. Returning to the forest, Muriaki was standing alone in front of a group of masked assassins. He casually leaned on his hand and joked, Have you all come back so soon? Stay here and play with me a little longer. I promise to entertain you. The leader, who was aware of Muriaki, was now sweating profusely. He cautiously reached for the hilt of his sword and replied, I don't know what you're talking about. We just happened to pass by here. Muriaki raised an eyebrow, using one finger to scratch his ear while saying, Sounds like a lie. Do you want to get hit? The leader thought to himself that it seemed he wouldn't let him go easily. He then ordered his subordinates, "You all get ready." The group of assassins immediately took up a defensive stance, each one on high alert. Seeing this, Muriaki became even more excited. "Great, let's not waste any more time. You all come at me at once." Suddenly, the leader shouted, "Retreat!" The group of assassins immediately scattered in all directions and fled. The leader gritted his teeth and tried his best to run. Mu Ryok's eyes lit up, and he flashed a cunning smile. "Oh my, what a fun guy." He quickly jumped and dashed after his prey. Soon after, Muriaki appeared right behind the leader, saying, "Even if you all scatter like this, I just need to catch you, right?" The leader heard the voice, glanced back, and was secretly alarmed. So fast. But he also wore a sly smile. Not so easy. From behind, an assassin lunged at Muriaki with a sword. He quickly dodged and even caught the tip of the sword effortlessly with 2 fingers. Without much talk, Muriaki delivered a finishing blow to that assassin. Just as he dropped that one, 3 more were coming down from above, swinging their swords at him. Muriaki glanced back, where the leader was using all his strength to escape. He thought, "It seems these guys are trying to clear a path for him to flee." Then Muriaki tightened his fist into a punch. "Honestly, these guys are underestimating me." In just one move, Muriaki took care of those 3 insignificant assassins. The old leader over there was still running with all his might. His face showed clear signs of fear. How on earth is Muriaki here? Where's the rest of the team? Did he notice and ignore them? If not, then they must have all been defeated. No. Even compared to elite forces, they are the most skilled in manipulation techniques. Unless facing directly, there's no way they could be defeated. Suddenly, the voice of Muriaki rang out. "Do you know that there is something that people often misunderstand? They all think that I am as strong as a giant monster but slow." In an instant, that monster was right behind him, looking at him with a deadly glare. The leader turned pale. Had he already caught up with him? "I need to speed up." Thinking that, the old man accelerated, sprinting forward at the fastest speed possible. The corner of Muriaki's mouth curled up. "Surely you don't understand. I am as fast as lightning." Indeed, Muriaki dashed at the speed of light. And soon he was right above the old leader. The old man seemed to sense something. His face turned pale. He was horrified and turned around, drawing his sword to prepare for battle. He swung his sword, but what he struck was just a void. At this moment, Muriaki was behind him. He picked his nose, looking at the sword strike with pity. "Can you catch an ant with such slowness?" The old man turned around and thrust his sword backward, angrily shouting, "Don't be arrogant." He spun around and lunged at Muriaki, but once again, he only struck at empty space. That shadow was actually just an illusion. Muriaki was now behind him. "Do you still not understand? You cannot escape." The old man angrily turned around and shouted, "Then I will kill you." Ultimate technique, Demon Sword. Then he used a technique called the Secret Demon Sword Technique, charging towards Muriaki. The attack rushed like a storm, emitting small lightning bolts. But his opponent stood still, not dodging. At this moment, Muriaki was still very calm, standing still and saying, "Oh wow. Just when I was feeling itchy." The technique hit Muriaki, creating an incredibly terrifying shockwave. After that shock, all that was left in front of the old man was a thick cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Muriaki's face reappeared. "Oh no." The old man saw this and was extremely horrified. "You left a scar on my face, you bastard." At this moment, Muriaki was also gathering spiritual energy into his fist and charging towards the old man. A fist larger than a sledgehammer was rushing towards the mysterious leader at the speed of light. The old man quickly raised his hand to block, but was still punched, causing him to spit blood from his mouth. With a loud bang, the strike created an incredibly terrifying force. He immediately could not withstand it, and was sent flying a whole kilometer by the power of that blow. It seemed he had suffered internal injuries, as he spat a large puddle of blood onto the ground. He gasped for breath, trembling as he leaned on his sword to stand up. His mind was now extremely chaotic. Was such strength possible from just one punch? It was just a single blow. Defense was useless. Is this really the power of a human being? Defense was useless. Is this really the power of a human being? He looked at Muriaki, who was striding towards him fiercely, panting heavily. the young master, the sword god of heaven, and Muriaki. The world said that these three great promising talents of the righteous faction were about to enter the top 100 martial artists of the martial world, but he thought it was just exaggerated rumors. It was not an exaggeration. That was an underestimation. He was already in the alliance of the top 100 martial artists. Muriaki spoke, "Do you want to hear a piece of advice?" Muriaki now truly looked more like a thug than a righteous person. He cracked his knuckles and looked at his opponent with a murderous gaze. "Don't push too hard, or you'll end up regretting it. Giving up now might be easier." The old leader gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it. This mission has completely failed. Not only did he not retrieve the spring medicine, but he was also caught here." He had no face left to confront his master. He had no other choice. He had to commit suicide. The old man slightly opened his mouth, intending to immediately bite the poison and die. But Muriaki quickly blocked his mouth with his hand, shouting, "Don't even think about it. I already know you have poison in your mouth, you bastard. But you can't die yet. I have a mountain of questions to ask you. Relax your jaw and say ah." Mu Ryak used his hand to force him to open his mouth. He struggled uncomfortably, but in this situation, the old man had no way to escape. Suddenly, from behind, something was flying towards Muriaki. Muriaki quickly turned around and knocked the hidden weapon away with one hand. He was astonished. It was a flying dagger. How did it end up here? From the other side, taking advantage of Muriaki's distraction, another assassin rushed in, raising a dagger high and lunging towards the leader who was being restrained by Muriaki. He used that dagger to stab straight into the head of the man. Muriaki, seeing his prey being killed, panicked and shouted, "No!" Then he quickly rushed like the wind towards the assassin, shouting, "You bastard!" Muriaki quickly caught up with the speed of that guy, delivering a strike towards him. But he managed to dodge just in time. Muriaki did not stop but quickly changed his technique, facing the assassin and saying, "I will have to make you stop here." He struck down with a palm straight at that guy, but he also used both hands to block it. After that, he immediately jumped very high, and before long, he was hovering in the air. Muriaki maintained his position, angry, "The arrogant fool. Dare to use my own strength as a push to escape? That movement technique and footwork, and how they carry out their tasks too." Then he looked down at the body of that insignificant leader and thought. He had never hoped to encounter those guys around here. The elite assassin group of the Demon Alliance. A few days ago, Ghostly Face was leisurely resting, half-closed eyes to converse with the newcomer. "What brings you to my lair so far away? Isn't it customary for the captain of the Western Patrol to go to Sichuan Province first, Jianhua? This place is the hideout of the beggar gang in Manhwa County." In front of him is Murong Jianhua, respectfully clasping his hands. "I want to express my gratitude for your lordship writing a letter of recommendation for me." "Why are you thanking me? When you had to rely on your father to influence the leader? If you really want to express your gratitude, it should be to the leader instead." "But—" Then Murong Jianhua knelt down on the floor, placing his hands seriously and said, "As the captain of the patrol, I also have a few matters to discuss with your lordship." "Who exactly is the person that the beggar gang is pursuing in Kantu province?" Ghostly Face, feeling interrogated, showed a bit of discomfort. "Why are you curious about that? Is it strange for the captain of the Western Patrol to be curious about matters related to the martial world in the West?" The old man laughed scornfully. "Ha, the affairs of our martial world are nonsense. Since when have you been so eager about your duties in the martial alliance? From the very beginning, you accepted the position of captain of the Western Patrol because it allowed you to search for 100th and easily gather information about him. I am sure that the reason you moved to Kantu province was to be near 100th. Am I wrong?" Murong Jianhua exuded a wave of confidence, her eyes shining brightly. "Of course not. Do you think I do these things for the Alliance? That's wrong, it's all for the benefit of the 100 schools." The old man looked at her with a helpless gaze. Yes, you have too much morality." On the other side, Murong Jianhua's mood was like being in a flower forest. She shyly replied, "You flatter me too much. That's not a compliment." Then Murong Jianhua quickly became serious again. "But that doesn't mean I will do things half-heartedly. I took this position out of my own selfish desires, so I must fulfill my responsibilities even more. Investigating and gathering information is something I believe I should do as the captain of the Western Patrol team. Even after the defeat, the Bloodthirsty Battalion and other members of the evil factions still showed that their power remained a threat. On the contrary, the Alliance was in a passive position, only concerned with building estates and fiefs in the Kam-Tu province. During this time, a newly emerging force was distributing a large amount of spring medicine. I see nothing coincidental about it. Upon hearing this, Ghostly Face rubbed his forehead, pretending to be confident while waving his hand. Calm down, the Beggar's Sect has already sent someone to act. You will only harm yourself if you get involved in this matter. Harm myself? What you said only makes me feel that this matter is very serious. Murong Jianhua emphasized, this is spring medicine. The court has issued strict regulations regarding gunpowder and spring medicine, so you know how sensitive this matter is. Above all, in your daily journal, there is no record of this. Not to mention the Beggar's Sect acting independently, the investigation in Kam-Tu province has been going on for more than half a year. As if it has been completely hidden. Murong Jianhua paused for a moment, and then spoke again, Elder Ghostly Face. Seeing Ghostly Face glaring at her, she quickly corrected herself, I mean the Elder. At this moment, Murong Jianhua was very serious. She looked straight at Ghostly Face and said, I, Murong Jianhua, as the captain of the Western Patrol team of the Martial Arts Alliance, want to make an official request to you, Ghostly Face, the god of the Beggar's Sect. Please share all the information that the Beggar's Sect has gathered about the smuggling group. Ghostly Face sighed, this stubborn kid, in the end. Then he sat up straight and replied, you might be shocked after hearing what I am about to say. Is that okay? Murong Jianhua responded to him with a determined look. Ghostly Face adjusted his posture and continued, if you are so determined, then fine. I will tell you the conclusions we have reached first. The old man's eyes lit up, seemingly very angry about this matter. Our gang suspects that there is a third external force trying to ignite the flames of a great battle between good and evil. We believe that this smuggling group is their source of income. Murong Jianhua was extremely shocked upon hearing this. What? Your Excellency. What do you mean by igniting the flames? Isn't the great battle caused by the evil sect attacking the Jia family? Yu Ling Dian frowned and replied, from the outside perspective of the evil sect. It seems that way. From the outside perspective of the evil sect? So you mean there are other perspectives? The Tsu family was exterminated, and the evil sect believes that was the origin of the great battle. Murong Jianhua was even more shocked after hearing this. She was dazed. Isn't the Tsu family the brain of the evil sect? What is the Jia family to the righteous sect? I heard that they had concealed all traces of the Tsu family, but they were exterminated. That's right, they were exterminated one morning, and the evil sect believes that the Jia family is the mastermind. Shortly after, the Jia family was attacked. Murong Jianhua quickly returned to a cautious state and asked further, so does that mean the evil sect attacked the Jia family for revenge? Yu Ling Dian replied. That's what we think up to this point. But that's not the issue. After the great battle ended, during the investigation, we discovered that the evil sect had almost no movements during that time. At that time, even the Blood Hand Tyrant King decided to exert pressure on the righteous sect to make them compensate instead of starting a war that would cause further damage to both sides. The girl felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this. So, who exactly targeted the Jia family? Not only the Jia and Tsu families, but every family was targeted. The forces of both the righteous and evil sects were attacked mysteriously. Of course, when they suspect who the culprit is, they will immediately think of the one they hate. The result was that war broke out, a war marked by the blood of both the righteous and evil factions. It was a long time later that I realized something strange and began to delve deeper into the investigation, leading to a conclusion that there is some force inciting the conflict between the righteous and evil sects and igniting the flames of war. And to secretly mobilize such a large amount of military force would require an enormous sum of money. I conducted a thorough search throughout the martial world to find where the money was coming in but not going out, and I found the smuggling group. Murong Jianhua was too surprised by this information. She covered her mouth with her hand and exclaimed, "Oh my. It's really shocking news. Why hasn't anyone noticed this? Shouldn't the Alliance open a wide-ranging investigation into this matter?" Ghostly Face turned away, seeming to feel uncomfortable about this issue. The Alliance leader and the leader of the Beggars Sect are aware of the situation. However, after discussing together, we decided to keep it a secret. The members of the Beggars Sect in Tianquan only know that we are investigating a few suspicious individuals. But why is that? Aren't these people more dangerous than the evil sect? Then Ghostly Face raised a finger, his eyes glowing red, reflecting both the caution of a leader and the surging anger within him. You ask why? The reason is that we concluded there is a spy within the Alliance, quite likely someone in a high position. It could even be within the Beggars Sect. Murong Jiama was taken aback upon hearing this. She hurriedly spoke up, Great Elder, how can you say that? I know for sure you understand how dangerous your words are. Ghostly Face seemed unfazed by Murong Jiama's reaction. Instead, he calmly looked at her and said, That's why I warned you that you would be shocked. Murong Jiama was still very shocked. She slowly sat down and anxiously asked, How certain are you, Great Elder? How far have you investigated to say such things? You can't tell me this is just your intuition. The Elder of the Beggars Sect replied, I can't explain the details to you, but I can tell you some important evidence. We can't clearly identify who the mastermind is, but we are over 80% sure, which is a significant number. Murong Jiama's hand suddenly clenched tightly. She hesitated. And why did you tell me such important information? Ghostly Face appeared annoyed. He clicked his tongue. You asked me to speak. Murong Jiama was stunned by his answer, but she quickly retorted, Wait a minute. You said only the Alliance leader and the Beggars Sect leader know about this. You could have kept silent, said it was top secret, or even made up something. Ghostly Face finally smiled. He raised his hand to play with his mustache and mischievously winked at her. Think of it this way. I also need someone I can trust to help me. Aren't you the captain of the patrol team, who has a not-so-good relationship with your father and is completely uninterested in material wealth because in your eyes only the reputation matters, the right person? Murong Jiama felt embarrassed as he hit the nail on the head. She covered her face and daydreamed. That's right, in my eyes, only reputation matters. That doesn't really matter. Ghostly Face looked at the little girl going crazy in front of him and thought to himself, the truth is, the important thing is that the guy with the nickname pays a lot of attention to Jiamwa. Even though he doesn't show it. He was very little interested in the martial arts alliance, and no one truly understood him, but he was the sharpest sword. The only problem was that he had no interest in anything other than his family's martial arts, and once he resolved the matter of young Terong, he wouldn't want to get involved any further. However, what if Jiamwa intervened? Seeing Ghostly Face staring at him, Murong Jiamwa was also startled. The old man smiled wickedly, his mouth and eyes curving up in a way that looked very frightening. The guy with the nickname would definitely not be able to ignore it and sit still. Murong Jiamwa stammered, What was that cunning expression about? Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from outside, Elder, level protection. The beggar gang's village at the top of So-Yeo was attacked. Ghostly Face was stunned upon hearing this. What? Somewhere, a man dressed as an assassin was being slapped, causing him to spit blood. The person growled, 45 silver sices. At this moment, his hand was already bruised, with fresh blood still dripping from it. The other person did not dare to retort, only bowing his head to listen to the scolding. The old man continued, That is the value of 5 elite assassins, 7 first-class martial artists, and a top master that we have lost today. We had already anticipated that there would be losses, so this is not a problem. But the eyes of the person lit up. You couldn't find the hiding place of the aphrodisiac, even after expending that much military force? It turned out that was Li Pengxiang, the leader of the mysterious sect, teaching his subordinates. The old man shouted, At the very least, we should have gotten a cart full of aphrodisiac. That would still be better than losing 100 people. The face of the subordinate was swollen, blood was continuously flowing from his nose and mouth, but he still did not dare to show a hint of dissatisfaction. Only silently bowed his head in apology, feeling ashamed as a subordinate. Old Li Pengxiang seemed to have calmed down a bit. He glared and said, We must find out where the aphrodisiac is hidden. Our informant has confirmed that the aphrodisiac has not been transferred to the Martial Arts Alliance. Therefore, I am sure that the beggar gang is hiding it somewhere. Then he turned around and simultaneously issued an order, sending spies to all camps, branches, and the beggar gang's village in the province of Cam Tuesday. We must keep track of their every move. All of the old man's actions suddenly halted, and one more thing. Send a message to the elder of the Bloodsteel Battalion. We need a top master. At the main hall of the Great Power Gang. Tell me where they are. Hyuk Muzang looked at Kwak Ji-young with a gaze devoid of killing intent, and I can eliminate the leader of the mysterious force for you. The old man turned pale upon hearing this. Are you asking for their location? That's right. Suddenly, there was a moment of silence between them. Kwak Ji-young's voice stammered. The hand resting on the table tightened. There is one problem. Hyuk Muzang pressed his hand firmly against his knee and said, I didn't expect that. You are the kind of person who would die for loyalty. Then Hyuk Muzang slowly stood up. Kwak Ji-young panicked and said, Wait. I didn't say I didn't want to talk. So. Hyuk Muzang stepped forward, speaking as he walked. It's okay. I respect your loyalty. I will respond with all my strength just as I admire your loyalty. No. That's not it. I really don't. Before the old man could finish, Hyuk Muzang raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy at the tip of his finger and looked straight at Kwak Ji-young, saying, First I will flick you. The old man panicked and shouted, Is that a flick? Don't use a decisive move. At this moment, Kwak Ji-young was so scared he was about to cry. He anxiously shouted, I don't even know where those guys are. How can I tell you if I don't know? The spiritual energy on Hyuk Muzang's finger diminished, and he unexpectedly asked back, What? He hesitated for a moment. Then Hyuk Muzang grabbed the collar of Kwak Ji-young, angrily lifting him into the air and questioning, What are you talking about? How can you not know where they are? Didn't you make a direct deal with them? Even if you don't know the exact location, you must have some information about the place or some way to contact them. You just told me that you received a request for help from them. The old man seemed to be suffocating from Hyuk Muzang's grip. His face was as red as a chili pepper, sweat pouring down profusely. This time they contacted us unilaterally. We have no way to contact them. It's hopeless? That's right. Then the old man trembled and pointed his finger at Hyuk Muzang's face. He was both struggling to breathe and angrily looked at Hyuk Muzang and said, You have destroyed the means of communication. It is the outer hall master of our gang. He recalled the image of the villain he had beheaded before. Hyuk Muzang stood silently, looking at Kwak Ji-young, who was now so angry he was about to cry, muttering under his breath, Damn it. In Yeongjo County, the raindrops began to fall, one by one. In just a moment, the place had turned into a heavy downpour. A person looked up at the sky, reaching out to catch the raindrops and said, Sigh, why is it raining all of a sudden like this? Suddenly, he saw someone wandering in the rain, and as soon as he looked, he recognized the familiar figure. Oh, isn't that Muzang? Why is he out in the rain like this? Immediately, he called out loudly to Hyuk Muzang, Sir Hyuk Muzang, what are you doing out there? Please come in and take shelter until the rain stops. Sir Hyuk Muzang. But Hyuk Muzang seemed not to hear anything. He continued to walk slowly forward. He was a bit surprised to be ignored, then reassured himself, What's going on? Maybe he can't hear me because of the rain. Hyuk Muzang trudged heavily through the rain, unable to find any clues. Just when he thought he could finally follow their trail, unexpectedly, the head of the outer hall was the key to finding the location of those guys. Now, how can I find them? Hyuk Muzang bit his teeth in pain. If something happened to Terong because I didn't arrive in time. How should I face my master when I return? Suddenly, a person in tattered clothes landed right in front of Hyuk Muzang and said, Sir Hyuk Muzang, so you are here. Hyuk Muzang looked at the person hesitantly, who then clasped his hands in greeting and introduced himself. I am Gi-hyung Seol, the deputy branch leader of the Beggars Sect in Yeongjo City. The branch leader is looking for you. Is there something wrong? The Beggars Sect in Mount Diao was attacked. He said he needs your help to pursue the enemy. Hearing this, Hyuk Muzang was taken aback. He immediately rushed to the Beggars Sect's hideout, burst through the door, and shouted loudly, Gimu Ryak, is it true, did they attack us? Inside, 3 people, Murong Jiama, Yuling Mian, and Muryak Gi, were staring at Hyuk Muzang. Murong Jiama smiled gently, You're late. Come sit here. Before he could finish his sentence, the door slammed shut again, and Hyuk Muzang's figure disappeared. Murong Jiama became furious, the veins on his face bulging. He tried to smile but it looked terrifying. Ha, look at that damn guy. Hyuk Muzang was standing outside the door, his face flushed, breathing heavily, thinking, what the hell is this? Why is Jianhua here? Could it be that she really has? He recalled the words of the spirit from before. I will write a recommendation letter to transfer to the western area. The corners of Hyuk Muzang's mouth suddenly curled up. She was still like that, doing whatever she wanted. After a while, Hyuk Muzang finally pushed the door open and entered. So the elder, you are also here. It has only been a few days since we last met in Manhwa County. Muriaki looked confused, while the spirit was sitting cross-legged seriously. I came right after hearing that the beggar village was attacked. Sit down. Over there, Murong Jianhua was also happily waving at Hyuk Muzang. I'm here too, Sir Hyuk Muzang. Hyuk Muzang turned to Muriaki and put on a serious face, asking, when exactly did they attack? This morning. Over there, Jianhua, feeling ignored, spoke up angrily. I said I'm here too. Was it that mysterious cult? It must be. There are traces of them searching around the village. I'm sure they are looking for the spring medicine that you burned. Hyuk Muzang turned to Muriaki again and put on a serious face, while Jianhua, feeling ignored, spoke up angrily. Hey, don't you see I'm here? Are you tired of breathing or what? Hyuk Muzang raised his hand to his chin, thinking about something, while Murong Jianhua persistently circled around him. Are you ignoring me? Are you really trying to annoy me? Hey, you! The spirit and Muriaki saw this scene, and the same thought crossed their minds. I really don't know who is more stubborn. Hyuk Muzang raised his hand to stop Murong Jianhua. So, are you asking me to follow their traces? Murong Jianhua struggled and said, Get your hand off my face. Let go. The spirit continued the conversation. Let the kids handle their own issues. That was the original intention. But it's raining too heavily, so I think most of their traces have been erased. What do you think? Hyuk Muzang replied, It definitely won't be easy. They are very good at covering their tracks. But now there's nothing left to trace in this heavy rain. At this moment, Murong Jianhua had climbed up to hug Hyuk Muzang's neck, causing him to tense up with veins popping on his forehead, his face redder than a monkey eating chili. But if you still need, I will definitely trace their tracks, no matter how many days it takes. But those two are really too annoying. Ghostly Face couldn't take it anymore and had to shout angrily. If you like to distribute rice, then go home and do it. Focus for me. Murong Jianhua let go of Hyuk Muzang and shyly covered her face. Hyuk Muzang also got angry in response to Ghostly Face. What do you mean by saying we distribute rice? Everyone can see that she is the one bothering me. Ghostly Face shouted back. Enough already, no arguing. And you, Jianhua, why are you so embarrassed? Murong Jianhua stopped clinging to him. She sat up straight and said to Ghostly Face, All right. Master, actually, I happened to come up with a clever plan while listening to you. Do you want to hear it? A clever plan, huh? Go ahead and tell me. Of course, everyone here acknowledges the tracking skills of the great Hyuk Muzang. However, as mentioned earlier, those tracks have been washed away by the rain. I think it's a bad idea to recklessly chase after them in this unfavorable situation. So what's a better idea? Hyuk Muzang also listened seriously to what she had to say. At this point, Murong Jianhua smiled confidently. We will make them stick their heads out, right in front of us so we can chase after them. Muriaki suddenly raised his hand. Yes, Master, I have a question. He used his blank expression to ask, how does the Master intend to lure them out? Do you think those who specialize in hiding and being elusive will come out? Murong Jianhua clapped her hands in appreciation. Oh my, your question is as stupid as your ugly face. Muriaki immediately sulked, showing his dissatisfaction. Murong Jianhua turned to explain, they have already revealed themselves. Why is that? Because they don't know that we have burned their spring medicine. Ghostly Face and Muriaki were very surprised to hear this. Hyuk Muzang frowned slightly. So she wants to lure them out with a fake trap. Truly clever. Hearing her crush's praise, Murong Jianhua felt proud. So you finally recognized a bit of my beauty, huh? What do you think? Have you fallen for me yet? Muriaki helplessly smiled a charitable smile. Are these guys performing a comedy or what? Murong Jianhua rushed over and delivered a knee strike right to Muriaki's face, causing him to bleed from his nose. Inside the house, the roar of Murong Jianhua echoed. You crazy homeless dog, How dare you insult me telepathically? Wait a minute. I just thought of it. But then I suddenly remembered how Muzang used to do it, and I accidentally. In the distance, behind the curtain of rain, someone was watching them from within the thicket. He was a member of the Murong family, the elite bodyguard of the clan leader, Murong Sang. He looked towards the house, thinking to himself, it seems like there is a lot of chaos inside. But I can't hear what they are saying because I'm too far away. Should I get closer? Never mind, the clan leader only ordered to monitor the young master. There's no need to take the risk of overhearing their conversation. For now, it's best to keep my distance. From behind him, the tired voice of Soma, my grandmaster, rang out, Heavens, this damn scoundrel, you really climbed high. She panted, do you think people my age should be climbing mountains in the rain? Murong Sang, seeing Somamai, immediately thought of a way to retreat. How did she get up here? It's best to say something to keep her from being suspicious. He hesitated and spoke, Are you talking to me, old lady? I apologize, but do we know each other? Somamai took a deep breath. Of course I don't know you. Then she looked up, her bright gaze fixed directly on Murong Sang, and said, But I'm sure, you know exactly who I am. If not, why are you tailing and spying on us? The spiritual energy was slowly accumulating in Somamai Grandmaster's staff, and Murong Sang felt a bit scared. Has she really discovered me? I thought I was keeping a safe distance. He cautiously replied, I think there's a misunderstanding. This is my first time coming to this mountain, so I got a bit lost. I truly apologize if my presence has made you uncomfortable. Somamai Grandmaster responded, You? That's strange. I never said I was alone. Hearing this, Murong Sang's face changed. If you keep lying, this old lady will give you a beating. Somamai Grandmaster quickly swung her staff, infused with spiritual energy, towards him. The attack was too sudden, he couldn't have anticipated it. At that moment, a loud explosion occurred. Somamai's staff struck the ground, creating a fissure. Murong Sang bent his body and managed to dodge. Somamai quickly adjusted her attack stance, swung her staff again, and shouted, Where do you think you're running? The staff once again flew towards Murong Sang. He widened his eyes, thinking, Oh no! Granny swung another strike towards him. The staff was about to hit the ground in an instant. Once again, a terrifying tremor occurred. Finally, Somamai Grandmaster raised her face, letting out a displeased huff. You are quite nimble, aren't you? So, Murong Sang managed to dodge that move, and now he is not far away, panting heavily. He thought, damn it, that was close. Her strength cannot be underestimated. Murong Sang glared, a terrifying aura of killing intent slowly emanating from him. Old woman, I won't hold back if you keep this up. But deep down, he was secretly worried. Could it be that fighting is the only option left? Who said you have to hold back? Somamai raised her staff, using her martial arts to spin it rapidly like a fan. She raised the staff above her head, looking straight into her opponent's eyes with a gaze full of killing intent. Why not try your best? Murong Sang also slowly drew his sword, it can't be helped. He pointed the sword at her, his whole body emitting bolts of lightning. Don't blame me if you get hurt. Somamai swung her staff high, angrily shouting, Good attitude. She struck directly at her opponent, and Murong Sang managed to block it with his sword, secretly shocked. It's heavy. Then he took a step back. He turned around to gain momentum, thinking, This old woman is really serious. I have to give it my all. He quickly used a move called Thunderstorm Sword, skillfully counterattacking and charging straight at Somamai. Somamai was quite surprised to see this move. She frowned, quickly assessing the situation. He swiftly glided past her, and Somamai would not back down, also unleashing some kind of technique. Drops of blood slowly dripped down. The sword had grazed her neck, the wound continuously bleeding. She said, Thunderstorm Sword, huh? So you really were sent by the clan leader. I have never seen it in person. Only heard about it, but you come from the elite guard of the clan leader, right? Murong Sang's hands trembled, and his sword had shattered. She continued, That last move was impressive, kid. You almost took my life. Over there, Murong Sang had also been severely injured by one of her moves, spitting out blood. Exhausted, Murong Sang sat down on the ground, and Somamai slowly lowered her staff. Go back and convey this message to the clan leader. Somamai exuded a kind of overwhelming aura, I will protect the young master well, so he doesn't need to worry. The plan of the beggar gang was now ready to be executed. Murong Jianhua's face appeared with excitement. The plan will go like this. Tomorrow morning, after the rain stops, we will set the trap. Furthermore, we will not only set one trap but build many traps. At this moment, the members of the beggars' sect each carried a load on their backs, all of them rushing forward. Muriaki was walking alongside Jian and Gi Hyung-seol, two high-ranking members of the guild. He communicated with them through telepathy. Gi Hyung-seol. Let's go. Jian pointed forward and simultaneously turned back to give orders to his subordinates behind him. Team 3 will follow me south. Everyone behind responded in unison, yes. Gi Hyung-seol also split off in another direction, shouting, Team 4 head east to Sichuan province. Yes. As for Muriaki, he moved straight ahead, signaling to the remaining group, Teams 1 and 2 will follow me north. Yes. At the Mystic Sect, an assassin was kneeling before the sect leader, anxiously reporting, Sir. The beggar's sect has begun to take action. Continue. He cautiously raised his face. About 30 minutes ago, around 100 members of the beggar's sect left the branch in Yangzhou carrying luggage. It seems they are transferring the spring medicine because they know we are targeting them. Li Pengxiang also cautiously asked, Have you sent someone to follow them? Yes, but there is one issue. They split into 3 teams and went in different directions. The old sect leader was startled to hear this. Returning to the night before, Yuling Mian raised his hand to touch his mustache and spoke, Jianhua. I have a question. Isn't our goal to lure them out of their lair to catch them? What does splitting into 3 groups mean? Hyuk Muzang, hearing the old man's question, immediately answered it does. If there is only one prey, those people will wonder if it is a trap. But if there are up to 3 groups. Murong Jianhua laughed at this. She confidently added, they will definitely think one of them is real. Hyuk Muzang beside her nodded in agreement. Back on this side, Li Pengxiang was furious, those damned beggars. His whole body seemed to be on fire. How dare they pull this stunt? Li Pengxiang immediately shouted, What about Yuling Mian, the god of the beggars, and Gi Mu Ryak? The subordinate maintained his position, bowing his head and replied, According to the reconnaissance, Yuling Mian is still in the branch. Gi Mu Ryak is leading 50 members of the beggars' sect north. The remaining 50 are split into 2 and heading east and south. Old Li Pengxiang had a serious face, thinking to himself, Gi Mu Ryak is going with 50 other people? No matter how you think about it, isn't that the most suspicious group? But there's no way it could be that easy when they are trying to pull tricks. Then it wouldn't be right because if they were transporting goods with too few escorts, that wouldn't work either. What if this is just to deceive me? No, it could also be that they have divided the goods among 3 transport groups. Going back to the past, when Murong Jianhua was proudly explaining his plan, they would have to rack their brains to think about where the goods were. Although it didn't matter which group they attacked. Because no matter which group gets attacked, they just need to leave their luggage behind and escape, then Lord Hyuk Muzang can use his skills to trace their tracks. Since the ground is still wet after the rain, it will be very easy to follow the traces. Then she raised her hand to her chin, thinking, and, to be cautious. Ghostly Face immediately asked back, Huh? Is there anything else? Murong Jianhua made a somewhat cunning face and said, We will add this to lure them. If they take the bait, it will be a great success for us. Back to the present, outside the master's room, someone's voice rang out, Sir. Urgent report. Come in. The bald man entered to report, my lord. I have received intelligence regarding the spring medicine, so I believe it is best to report it to you immediately. Come here and tell me. He then stepped closer and whispered something in Li Pengxiang's ear. After hearing it, the old man was astonished and asked back, Is that true? The bald man replied, It is news from within the internal faction, so it must be true, sir. Li Pengxiang then smiled. And very quickly after that, he burst out laughing, Those cunning fools, I almost fell for it. He then instructed the subordinate in front of him, Jiang Ho. Immediately have the people withdraw. Upon hearing this, he stood up in surprise. What? What about retrieving the spring medicine? Those 3 groups are just bait. Jiang Ho was stunned upon hearing this. Li Pengxiang clenched his fist. His face darkened as he continued, The faction is just setting a trap to lure us out. In another place, a tray was being opened, so this is the batch of goods that the Lord wants me to transport. Yes. A small quantity, just 1 box of spring medicine. The person in the yellow outfit smiled helplessly. Oh my. A barrel of spring medicine, that's why you want us to disguise ourselves as merchants. He is the captain of the secret police of the gang. The charming Gu Haha. He carried a tray of spring medicine in his hand and said, indeed, disguising ourselves as merchants will raise the least suspicion. Ghostly Face crossed his arms and huffed. He glanced elsewhere uncomfortably and said, I can transport the goods myself. But, Gu Haha interjected, no problem. We happen to be operating nearby. No matter how important the goods are, how can we let an elder do that? And above all, I think you would still be recognized even in disguise, elder. Even with a human face, one cannot disguise themselves. Ghostly Face, hearing this, shouted angrily, what did you say? Ha! But you surely want the goods to be transported safely for your disciples. Right. Then the old man respectfully clasped his hands towards Ghostly Face and said, we will set off immediately as the goods have already been loaded onto the carriage. Wishing you good health, elder. The old man pondered for a moment and then said, I trust you, right? You are asking too much. Inside the forest, a carriage loaded with wooden trays was slowly moving, surrounded by carefully arranged guards. Old Gu Haha was riding a horse above, suddenly looking back and thinking, this should be far enough. First, take the antidote. Thinking that, the old man immediately stuffed a pill into his mouth. Otherwise, when the sedative fragrance of the Tang family spreads, I will faint. Right after that, Gu Haha threw something down to the ground. That thing immediately released a suspicious-looking smoke. The people escorting the carriage panicked and shouted, huh? Why is there suddenly smoke? After a moment, both the people and the horses collapsed, falling to the ground one by one. Gu Haha had now dismounted and walked towards the carriage, exclaiming, oh my, the goods of the Tang family are indeed effective. Then suddenly he turned around and said, isn't that right, Elder Jiang? Behind him, Jiang Ho of the mysterious sect had brought a whole team of assassins. He looked at Gu Haha and clapped his hands in admiration. I didn't expect you to turn against your own subordinates. Truly remarkable. Ha! It's not like I can kill them. Jiang Ho then got to the point, glaring and asking, are the goods there? Gu Haha reached out to touch the cargo beside him and said, yes. I have personally checked it. So you can just take it away. I would be very grateful if you speak well of me to the Lord. Jiang Ho heard the sound and immediately threw a bag of something towards Gu Haha. This is a gift from the master. This is what the master can offer you at this moment, but the master will soon reward you further. Old Gu Haha received the bag of money and happily replied, Haha, he doesn't need to do that. Then, if you please. Right after that, the people from the mysterious sect quickly took the cart and left. Gu Haha opened the bag of treasures in his hand, seemingly in a very good mood. Haha. This time, I really hit the jackpot. Moreover, I will be rewarded even more later. Suddenly from behind, a footstep was slowly approaching. The voice of Ghostly Face spoke up, I am sure I asked you before whether you are someone trustworthy or not. Gu Haha hesitated and turned around. Elder. Ghostly Face seemed quite disappointed, not even bothering to look at his face. So it was you. You are the one who has caused all this meaningless trouble for us for the past 6 months. Gu Haha secretly felt angry. Damn it. When did he start following me? Could it be from the very beginning? But on the outside, he cautiously replied to Ghostly Face. Haha. I think there is a misunderstanding here. At least let me explain to you first. He took a few steps forward. I am not sure what you have seen, but I assure you it is just a difference in perspective. But in his heart, he was calculating that he had to run away immediately. But immediately, behind him, someone was also approaching. Oh my, Captain, long time no see. I am very excited to see you like this. I must say I am very excited. That was Muriaki and a few subordinates of the beggar sect gathering in full force. Gu Haha was shocked. Gimu Ryak and the heavenly strong beggar sect. Aren't they supposed to be transporting goods? Over there, Murong Jiamhua and Hyuk Muzang also flew over. Oh my, we really caught him. The elder was right, there really is a mole. Old Gu Haha suddenly turned around. Even the heavenly sword goddess is here too. Gu Haha smiled bitterly. Haha. It seems I have been caught red-handed by you all. From the very beginning you all knew, right? His face immediately turned sinister. Ghostly Face spoke, It was the idea of the kid Jianhua. He said we should also set a trap within the beggar sect itself. If there really is a mole, then the trap will definitely lure that person out. Murong Jianhua, hearing about his contribution, blushed with pride. You responded shortly after I sent the order. You had no choice but to come meet me in person. Even so, I still did not lose faith in you until I witnessed it myself. Gu Haha tightly grasped the treasure bag in his hand, feeling secretly terrified. Damn it! Is this my fate? Just dealing with the ghostly face alone is exhausting enough. And now being surrounded by a whole group like this is really... Ghostly face unexpectedly spoke, Gimu Ryak. Jianhua. Hyuk Muzang. You lead the heavenly strong gang to chase after that mysterious force. The three of them immediately became astonished. Muriaki stammered, What? Why? Ghostly face explained to his foolish disciple, that Muzang guy. He really wanted to chase after the mysterious force because he was worried about his brothers. The internal conflict of the gang. I will handle it myself, don't waste time here. Above all, from the very beginning, I was the one who dragged him into the gang's affairs. Over there, old Gu Haha was sweating profusely. Then Ghostly Face quickly turned to Gu Haha with a killing intent swirling in his chest. I want to be the one to untie the knot that I created. Hyuk Muzang, upon hearing this, respectfully bowed, thanking the elder for understanding me. He quickly sprang away, and Murong Jianhua was startled and shouted, Hey! Are you planning to go alone? Hey, wait for me! Then she quickly chased after him. Muriaki at this moment also turned to look at the figures of the two and shouted, Really, where is your loyalty? He then turned back to look at his master with some hesitation, and Ghostly Face spoke, What? Muriaki stammered, Don't kill him, okay? So we can interrogate him. Heavenly strong gang, let's go. Understood. Then Muriaki leaped into the air, leading his subordinates to fly away. Ghostly Face watched the kids leave and clicked his tongue. Thinking, who do they think I am? After the group had left, Ghostly Face spread his hand and spoke, Phew, finally it's just you and me. Gu Haha, terrified, asked, Do you have any schemes? A surge of spiritual power unexpectedly emanated from Ghostly Face's body. Schemes? What schemes? The old man floated into the air, his eyes shining brightly, his entire body enveloped in an incredibly terrifying amount of spiritual power. I just don't want to talk about killing you in front of those kids. At the border between the two districts of Yangzhou and Van Ha, Back Ko Mountain, one of the four gatekeepers covered his mouth and yawned. Why do we have to form groups of 4 to take turns guarding out here? The person next to him curiously asked, What's wrong with you? That person rubbed their eyes tiredly and replied, I'm just curious. This place is hidden deep in the mountains, with guard posts set up everywhere. Who would come here anyway? We only need each guard to open the door for anyone who arrives, really. You tell me if you've ever seen anyone suspicious lurking around here? The person next to him immediately reminded him, You should be careful with your words. Recently the world has been a bit chaotic. If the sect leader hears your complaints, your head will roll. Before he could finish his sentence, the person standing to their right suddenly collapsed. He lay unconscious sprawled on the ground. The others were stunned and exclaimed, What's happening? The person with the tied hair rushed over to shake the fallen person, shouting loudly, Hey, wake up! What's wrong with you? Behind him, it seemed that the other two were also under attack. The person with the tied hair seemed to sense a strange noise and immediately froze. When he turned around, he turned pale at the sight before him. What the hell? The other two had also been rendered unconscious by some force. He hadn't finished his sentence when a hand appeared right behind his head. He turned pale, and the murderous gaze of Hyuk Muzang slowly emerged. You won't feel any pain. What happened next, everyone already knows. Inside the main hall of the mysterious sect, Jang Ho was performing a ritual to report the results. The package had been sent as agreed. The team of pharmacists was currently checking the medicines and would then store them properly. Elderly Pungxiang smiled happily. Ha, finally. Finally, I can hold my head high in front of the elders. It's rare for me to not ruin a major affair. Then he waved his hand. Well done. Let your subordinates rest. I will reward you later. Jang Ho stood up, bowed to the elder. Yes, sect leader. Suddenly, a bald man rushed in. Sect leader, it's not good. Jang Ho glared at him. How dare you barge in here without the sect leader's permission? Are you tired of living? Elderly Pengxiang also impatiently asked, What's going on? The bald man hesitantly spoke. The head of the pharmacist said that our aphrodisiac has a problem. Hearing this, Li Pengxiang exclaimed in shock, What? Jiang Ho immediately rushed over and grabbed the bald man by the collar. He growled, What did you just say? Explain clearly. What's wrong with the aphrodisiac? He stammered, They are fake goods, only the shape and smell mimic the real ones. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ho was immediately taken aback. From behind, Li Pengxiang also spoke up, What? Fake goods? Both of them were startled and looked at the old man. Li Pengxiang angrily shouted, Jiang Ho, what does that mean? Explain yourself quickly. Jiang Ho turned around and quickly explained, It can't be. It can't be real. My subordinate personally received the goods from the beauty. The beauty has been on our side since that battle. Unless he was also deceived. Suddenly, there was a noise from outside, and they turned around, thinking, Is that a whistle? The old Li Pengxiang shouted in fear, They are attacking, the beggars are attacking us. As soon as he finished speaking, another subordinate was thrown straight inside by someone, and the bald man inside was also hit. Both Jiang Ho and the leader Li Pengxiang heard the noise and cautiously looked out the door. A large foot stepped inside. Excuse me. I just have a question to ask. The face of Muriaki gradually appeared. Those damn bastards have come to live in our house. Jiang Ho became cautious and looked out the door. It seems we have fallen into the trap of the beggars. Li Pengxiang was also so angry that he trembled. Those damn beggars. Jiang Ho glanced at his master, using a silent communication technique. Master, I will hold him back. You should leave here quickly. What? You want me to run away and leave my subordinates behind? The ghostly face of the god of the underworld could appear at any moment. I haven't sensed the aura of that monster yet, but if he really comes, it will be troublesome. Li Pengxiang heard this and froze for a moment. Muriaki angrily raised his fist and charged at them, saying, Ignoring me and whispering to each other makes me very sad. Jiang Ho quickly left his position and rushed forward. He used both hands to deflect Muriaki's attack. Then he quickly delivered a punch straight to the opponent's torso. Jiang Ho's strike also sent Muriaki flying back, breaking the atmosphere of the main hall of the mysterious sect. After that blow, Jiang Ho looked at his arm, which was now trembling. Jiang Ho shouted, Duel Sun and Moon! Immediately, two masked figures with strong skills appeared behind Li Pengxiang, and they said in unison, Yes, master. Jiang Ho then ordered, Escort the master out of here quickly. I will follow behind. At this moment, Muriaki on the opposite side was also slowly getting up. Oh, it's you. I remember now. Muriaki's eyes lit up. He broke into a wide grin. You are the one who wore the mask last time, right? Behind them, Li Pengxiang and two guards had broken through the roof and flown away to escape. The old man looked down at the hall, which had now turned into a chaotic battlefield. Damn it, how the hell did those beggars find their way here? How did they get past the checkpoints? Behind them, a woman's voice suddenly rang out, What a beautiful view, huh? Over there, Murong Jianhua was respectfully clasping her hands in greeting. I am Murong Jianhua, just arrived in the Western Territory. It is an honor to meet you. The mysterious sect leader. Next to her is Hyuk Muzang. Old Li Pengxiang thought, It's the sword god of heaven. The beggars always chasing us is one thing, but now even the patrol chief of the Martial Arts Alliance has come here. He cautiously spoke, How did you find me? You don't need to know. Murong Jianhua smiled and said, Actually, I don't really like talking to scum, but someone wants to find you. Lord Hyuk Muzang? Hyuk Muzang quickly spoke up, I'll keep it brief, mysterious sect leader. Tell me the whereabouts of young Terong. Li Pengxiang frowned in annoyance. Who the hell are you? Hyuk Muzang replied coldly, Wrong answer. Immediately, he left his position. In less than a second, he appeared right in front of the old man. He said, It's time for punishment. Li Pengxiang was startled and stepped back, stammering, What? The old man instinctively raised his hand to block in front of his chest, thinking, I have to block. Suddenly, a terrifying shockwave erupted, and Li Pengxiang was sent flying into the air. The attack was too fast, the two subordinates didn't have time to react. Seeing this, the two of them quickly drew their swords and charged in, this crazy bastard. From the other side, another sword intervened to block the swords of the two. It turned out that the newcomer was the sword goddess, Murong Jianhua. She single-handedly blocked the swords of both guards. She smiled and said, "Let me handle them." Then she gestured to Hyuk Muzang, "Hurry up. You must quickly find the master of the younger brother." Hyuk Muzang also smiled in response, "You are right." Then he quickly took off, rushing towards the direction where Li Pengxiang had been sent flying earlier. Murong Jianhua also glanced after him for a moment. Then returning to his own battle, Murong Jianhua became excited, wildly swinging his sword. Really, he never says thank you. It's like saying it would kill him. On the other side, old Li Pengxiang was hit hard, spitting blood from his mouth, clutching his stomach, secretly horrified. What kind of speed and internal power is this? He looked to be at most 30. Surely he could only be at the age of a leading disciple. If that bastard ghostly-faced Shunkai also shows up, then it's over. I must quickly leave here. Thinking that, the old man turned to leave. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Where are you going?" Right after that, Hyuk Muzang's foot slowly touched the ground. Hyuk Muzang exuded a terrifying killing intent. "I still haven't received a satisfactory answer." Old Li Pengxiang looked up, frozen in place, watching. Back inside the forest, a tremendous shock suddenly erupted. The guy Gu Haha was knocked back by some force. Ghostly Face stepped closer, his eyes shining with deadly intent. "Stop pretending to be seriously injured, get up. I haven't finished beating you yet." Gu Haha had been hit hard enough to bleed from his nose. He wiped the blood away and said, "Ugh. I really can't fool you, elder. I thought at least I could escape." He smiled, "But you know?" His face showed a smug expression. "You'd better stop settling accounts with a useless person like me and quickly go to the mysterious gate. If you don't want to see Muriaki and the patrol chief dead, you need to hurry." Ghostly Face looked at him in confusion. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Gu Haha immediately propped himself up and sat up straight, saying, "Someone is helping them. A master who has surpassed the peak realm." At Hyuk Muzang's place, suddenly an old man appeared. He exclaimed, "Even though I tried to come as quickly as possible when you asked for help." Hyuk Muzang and Li Pengxiang heard the strange voice and turned to look in that direction. The old man was the third elder of the Blood Iron Brigade, the four-eyed ghost, Gong Dan. He smiled, "But it seems I was still a step too late." He exuded a rather terrifying aura of spiritual power. Back in the forest, Ghostly Face's voice clearly showed confusion. "Four-eyed ghost? You mean that bastard with snake eyes is over there?" Gu Haha smiled smugly. "Hoo-hoo. That's right. The old man may not compare to you, but over the past 2 decades, his name has been recognized as one of the top masters in the martial world. Even though among your subordinates there are talented masters, it is still difficult to resist him." Then he stood up, holding his chest, and continued, "That's not all. I'm sure you know that the mysterious sect is not just an ordinary evil sect. The leader of the mysterious sect is also a top master in the realm. And his protector is also a talent among talents. But what is even more astonishing is the identity of those martial artists. The Blood Clan." Ghostly Face was shocked upon hearing this. But quickly, he returned to his normal state. On the other side, Gu Haha continued to tell, "Kiki, that's right, it's not the imitation of the evil cult but the real Blood Clan." Gu Haha then looked at Ghostly Face with a provocative smile. "What do you think? Shouldn't you leave quickly now? You need to save those young people." At Muriaki's place, the battle was also very intense. His strike was still rushing towards the opponent. Jang Ho at this moment had a dagger in hand, turning to dodge the attack coming towards him. Muriaki then struck, but Jang Ho had already jumped up to evade. He soared behind Muriaki, just in time to slash at his shoulder. Muriaki, seeing his opponent only running and sneaking attacks, was extremely furious. He turned around and shouted, again, "That slippery bastard." On the opposite side, Jang Ho had just landed. Muriaki looked at his opponent and thought, "Damn it, when I was slashed, I couldn't even touch him, he is incredibly fast." The assassin's hands were now trembling. He looked at his opponent and praised, "Your physique is truly large, my dagger almost slipped out. But now, I am definitely much faster than you." Hearing himself being insulted like that, Muriaki was also stunned, angrily shouting, "What are you talking about, you bastard?" Jang Ho raised both daggers, glaring straight at his opponent. "Whether fast or slow, this day next year will be your death anniversary." Muriaki smirked in response, "Oh my. This mosquito thinks it can eat a whole person just because it can suck a little blood, huh?" He took a stance, grinning widely. then extended one hand forward to provoke his opponent. If you're good, come at me. Let's see how long you can escape. At Murong Jianhwa's side, 2 assassins were attacking her. She tried to use her sword to fend them off. The attacks from the 2 were continuously launched, and while Murong Jianhwa blocked their strikes, she thought to herself, TSK, their coordination is really impressive. Whenever one of them has an opening, the other immediately fills in. Above all, their techniques became much bolder after realizing that they couldn't completely avoid my attacks. They accepted being injured to get closer to me. They had previously fought against stronger masters than themselves. But at this moment, the corner of Murong Jianhwa's mouth unexpectedly curled up. She swung her sword, seemingly enjoying this moment. It had been a long time since she felt this uncomfortable being pursued. On the side of the dark spirit, the old man sneered, looking down on the opponent. Why should I leave? Gu Haha was stunned by what the old man said and shouted, What? For you, capturing me is more important than the lives of those kids? I told you, if you delay any longer, they will all die. The dark spirit, seeing his expression, said, Heavens! You should worry about yourself, you bastard. After saying that, he flew into the air, gathering spiritual energy into his hand and charged at him. One palm strike from the dark spirit was aimed directly at Gu Haha's face. The old man pressed Gu Haha's head down into the ground, creating a loud noise, and the ground in that area cracked like a battlefield. When the dark spirit released his hand, Gu Haha began to cough violently, blood spewing out continuously. The dark spirit looked at him and said, trying to find a way to escape while pretending to care about those kids. After seeing them with his own eyes, you still dare to call them my talented subordinates? Those kids far surpass a person like you. He struggled to lift his head, then, the dark spirit interrupted. They are not only exceptionally talented but also no different from innate monsters. The entire martial world believes that Muriaki's talent is due to his heavenly physique, but his true talent lies in something else. Over there, Jang Ho continued to strike. Seeing that Muriaki had not yet fallen, he began to lose patience and shouted, You still haven't given up. Again, what can someone like you do? You can only shrink back and die like this. Meanwhile, Muriaki stood still, enduring the blows, mumbling something to himself. Oh dear, to the right, oh. To the left, turn back again, and... That kid is indeed a clever little bastard. He can make quick judgments in battle and is quite skilled in calculations. Indeed, at that moment Muriaki also wore a sly smile and slowly raised his head. I understand now. Your habits, speed, movements, everything about you. That kid boldly countered with his body because he knew he had the advantage in physique, and that was the most effective way to learn. At that moment, Muriaki quickly lunged forward, easily grabbing Jang Ho by the neck. Jang Ho coughed up blood, struggling to escape while horrified, shouted, What? How is this possible? Superior intelligence, innate strong physique, and animal-like instincts, that brat has all 3. At this moment, Muriaki was raising his fist, his eyes turning white. He laughed and said, I'm just a little stronger. And then what happened next, everyone already knows. And Jianhua? That girl is a human-shaped weapon. At this moment, she was bowing her head, looking very displeased. You all fighting desperately really annoys me. Indeed, when Murong Jianhua swung her sword, a terrifying aura and spiritual energy immediately radiated around her body, her eyes shining brightly. I guess I should just take you all out in one move. Huh. This girl has undergone the harsh and brutal training of Murong Xiangji, and has been drinking all kinds of miraculous herbs since she was young. Being hit by her internal energy is just like being hit by me. At that moment, it seemed like a lightning bolt struck directly down onto the sword that Murong Jianhua was holding. The 2 masked assassins, upon seeing that scene, recoiled in fear. What, this pressure is... Murong Jianhua shouted from the other side, Why don't you try to block this move? Then she charged forward, delivering a devastating slash towards the center. The 2 assassins could only stammer a few words before Murong Jianhua's attack reached their bodies. They screamed in pain, a blinding light immediately enveloping the 2 of them. Back in the forest, Gu Haha was still lying flat on the ground. He hesitated to speak after hearing the ghostly face say that, The old man raised his hand to his mustache, continuing to comment, however, the real monster among them is not those 2. Gu Haha, upon hearing this, was horrified and asked, If not them, then who exactly? The ghostly face turned away, laughing, ha ha. There is a kid, a crazy little bastard, crazy to the point of being extraordinary. Currently, Hyuk Muzang is caught between two individuals considered masters of the dark sect, the mysterious sect leader, Lee Pungseong, and the four-eyed demon, Gong Dan. He frowned, showing his discomfort upon seeing the newcomer, the four-eyed demon. The old man smiled in response. Have you heard of my name, kid? It is not surprising that the Great Power Gang and the Blood Scale Gang follow the Blood Iron Brigade, as the one behind it is the third elder of the Blood Iron Brigade. Which is also understandable. The old man was a bit surprised to hear him hit the nail on the head like that. He stroked his beard and laughed, ha ha ha, it seems you know quite a lot. However, then the old man slowly raised the sword in his hand high. Don't you know that the more you know, the faster you die, kid? The old man immediately exuded a chilling aura, and even his eyes sparkled. The technique was unleashed, and it seemed that flames were shooting straight from the old man's sword towards Hyuk Muzang. The technique was unleashed, and it seemed to spew fire straight towards Hyuk Muzang from the old man's sword. Then he frowned and glared. Right after that, Hyuk Muzang extended his hand, and a small sword appeared on it, which was the concealed weapon that Hyuk Muzang often used. He glared and swung the sword quickly and decisively. Immediately, Gong Dan's technique was sliced in half in midair, just before it could reach him. That strike seemed to have cut through space, creating an immense force. Old Gong Dan was left agape in astonishment. Lee Pungseong beside him was equally horrified. Hyuk Muzang glared, and it seemed that electric currents were emanating from his body. He growled, "No, I don't know that, old man." Hyuk Muzang glared, and it seemed that electric currents were emanating from his body. He growled, "No way, old man." Then Hyuk Muzang swung his sword, creating a technique that slashed straight towards old Gong Dan. On the opposite side, the old man also had to widen his eyes in astonishment at the newly unleashed attack. He leaned to avoid it, but it seemed he couldn't completely evade it. Indeed, the old man's hand was struck by that technique. Then he raised his hand and broke into a sinister smile. "It seems you are not an insignificant nobody after all," Hyuk Muzang replied. "Let me tell you something. I don't care whether you are manipulating the Blood Iron King or pulling the strings from behind." Gong Dan heard this and immediately froze, glaring warily at his opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyuk Muzang sprang up and in the blink of an eye had left his original position. In an instant, he appeared and held a knife right in front of Lee Pungseong's neck, saying, "I just have something to settle with this guy." He looked at Lee Pungseong with a murderous gaze and asked, "Where's Young Terong?" On the other side, the fourth-eyed ghost was also extremely angry for being ignored. He spoke up, "You foolish. Do you dare to turn your back on me?" After finishing his sentence, he charged like a bullet towards Hyuk Muzang. Hyuk Muzang quickly turned around and blocked the attack from him. After that, due to the force of the blow, Hyuk Muzang was also pushed back. Gong Dan raised his sword, pointing the tip straight at Hyuk Muzang and praised, "I admit, your agility is quite impressive." If that's the case, at the same time, he performed a technique, and from his sword appeared countless snakes slithering around to enhance the power of his next attack. He and his spiritual snakes jumped and charged straight at Hyuk Muzang, simultaneously shouting, "Let's see how long you can resist." Seeing this, Hyuk Muzang quickly got into a ready stance to attack. He looked straight into the old man's eyes and said, "I told you." He unleashed a series of slashing attacks. "I'm not interested in you at all." At this moment, Hyuk Muzang had successfully blocked that technique and charged like a bullet towards his opponent. Gong Dan was also astonished because in just a moment, the tip of Hyuk Muzang's knife was almost touching his face. Hyuk Muzang's strike was very precise, but Gong Dan had quickly leaned back to evade it. Immediately after, he rolled in the air several times, bouncing back a mile. However, the blade had grazed the hat on his head. Instantly, the hat on Gong Dan's head was cut in half, shocking him. His voice became shaky. His eyes lit up, and his body emitted an overwhelming amount of killing intent. He angrily shouted, "You little brat! I will tear you apart!" Lee Pungseong quickly flew closer to him, using telepathy to communicate, "Elder, he is not ordinary. We must attack together." Gong Dan replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? A little brat like that is making me. We do not know when the spirit of the gang will arrive." Hearing this, Gong Dan's expression changed. He remembered the crazy face of the elder of the gang. He stepped forward and said to Lee Pungseong, who was standing right behind him, so that's it. Although I am not satisfied, I have no other choice. Let's finish this quickly. Alright. At Murong Jianwa's location, a terrifying explosion occurred. From within the smoke, Murong Jianwa's breathless voice rang out, "Those little bugs dared to fight back, making me work hard." In front, the two of them had completely vanished, and the roof of the building across had been blown out. From behind, Muriaki's foot slowly landed. Puff, the technique was quite flashy. He was carrying Jang Ho on his shoulder, looking puzzled at Murong Jianwa. What about Hyuk Muzang? Murong Jianwa sheathed his sword, not bothering to look at Muriaki, and said, "Over there. Is he chasing after the mysterious sect leader or something?" Suddenly, behind them, a terrifying explosion unexpectedly occurred. Both of them were startled, instinctively turning towards the source of the shock. Murong Jianwa felt cold. It was Muzang. Over there, Hyuk Muzang was fighting alone against two men considered masters. Gong Dan missed his strike, and Li Pengxiang rushed in, but all those moves were dodged by Hyuk Muzang. Then, both of them charged in to slash at him, but Hyuk Muzang managed to block with his small sword. Those two old men once again executed their techniques. But they were all neutralized by Hyuk Muzang. Both old men were extremely terrified. Who is this guy? Even when we combine our strength, we can't even touch a hair on him? Hyuk Muzang in front was still calmly blocking their attacks, looking as if he showed no signs of fatigue after all those techniques. The two men secretly felt fear, as if he were an insurmountable wall. Hyuk Muzang spoke. "I was thinking. Is there any problem with killing the elder of the Blood Iron Legion right now?" In an instant, Hyuk Muzang appeared right behind Gong Dan with a gaze full of killing intent that made the old man turn pale. "And I have come to the conclusion that there will be no problem at all." He gathered his spiritual energy, raised his hand to prepare to deliver a decisive blow towards the old man. Hearing this, Gong Dan was horrified. What? What kind of half-baked conclusion is that? Hyuk Muzang's strike was precise, and although Gong Dan managed to block it with his sword in time, the force of the blow did not stop. A beam of light shot straight into Gong Dan's body, illuminating the area around him. At that spot, a terrifying shockwave immediately erupted, which was the explosion that Murong Jianwa and Muriaki had heard. The area was surrounded by a cloud of smoke, with several sparks of electricity flashing within it. Elder Li Pengxiang, standing nearby, had turned pale, trembling all over, and in fear thought, how could this be? He has been holding back all this time? How could the four-eyed ghost be so easily defeated? As the smoke dissipated, Hyuk Muzang's voice rang out, "Now I can finally get the answer from you." Elder Li Pengxiang looked at Hyuk Muzang, thinking, he is a monster. He was also slowly approaching him, his eyes shining brightly. "I will ask you one last time." Then Hyuk Muzang reached out and easily grabbed the elder by the neck. He lifted the elder up, asking him with a gaze full of killing intent, "Young Terong. Where is he?" Li Pengxiang struggled desperately, his voice becoming hard to hear. "I don't know." "Who is he anyway?" Hyuk Muzang glared. "I heard he works as a porter for you." The elder widened his eyes, angrily shouting, "How would I know about some insignificant porter?" Hyuk Muzang replied to him, "So you want it this way?" Hyuk Muzang clenched his fist tightly, pulling his arm back to gather energy. "It's fine. I have a very effective way to restore your memory." Then a punch landed squarely on the opponent's face, causing Li Pengxiang to bleed from his nose. The blows continued to rain down on the elder's face without any sign of holding back. Below, Gong Dan was not dead yet, but he did not dare to move at all. Above, Li Pengxiang was screaming in fear. It hurts so much. How can it hurt this much with bare fists?" "Remember. I have to try to remember. Young Terong. The porter." The image of Young Terong finally appeared. That's right. The name he always mentioned about his great disciple. The elder shouted, Wait! Hyuk Muzang's movements immediately stopped. Li Pengxiang's face was now swollen from the punches. He anxiously shouted, I remember now. The name in the Manhwa town. Hyuk Muzang was stunned. What did you say? He then tried to repeat, Tran Manhwa. Can you say it properly? Are you resisting? Do you know why Hyuk Muzang can't understand? It's because he got hit so hard earlier that he can't articulate clearly now. Li Pengxiang, seeing Hyuk Muzang keep asking like that, shouted angrily, Tran Manhwa. Tran Van Ha, you bastard! Hyuk Muzang strained his ears to listen, and just as he finished that sentence, he suddenly paused and said, I don't know what you're talking about. He tightened his grip even more, glaring at him, but I understand you are calling me a bastard. Hearing that, he was taken aback. Why do you only understand that? It seems we need a stronger method. Saying that, Hyuk Muzang manipulated the cord coiled around his finger to make it fly out. It's going to hurt a lot. His eyes lit up, and at that moment, Hyuk Muzang truly looked like a wild beast, while Li Pengxiang on the other side screamed in horror. Just as the cord was about to touch his face, it seemed he remembered something. He then used telepathy to say to Hyuk Muzang, Ha, the Black Blood Clan. He must be from the Black Blood Clan. The cord, which was right in front of him, suddenly stopped. Hyuk Muzang panicked and asked back, What is it? The clan leader responsible for training the Black Blood Clan happened to be wandering around at the exact time we captured him. He said he liked the physique of that kid, and took him away to raise him as a meat shield for assassins. The image of Young Terong, a muscular figure covered in wounds with eyes full of killing intent, appeared in Li Pengxiang's mind. Memories of Young Terong's childhood slowly surfaced in Hyuk Muzang's mind. The innocent voice of Young Terong echoed, Senior brother. When I grow up, I want to be a wonderful person just like you. Senior brother, please keep this a secret for me. You teach even better than my father. Senior brother, big trouble. This is one of the things my father treasures the most. And after that, countless calls of senior brother from the four disciples kept ringing in Hyuk Muzang's head. Senior brother. Finally, on Young Terong's face, there was only horror left. Hyuk Muzang couldn't help but laugh in this place. Li Pengxiang wondered, what's going on? Hyuk Muzang continued to laugh like a madman. So Terong is still alive, that's right. I'm sure he is still alive. So lucky. It really is lucky. Li Pengxiang was delighted. You are satisfied with the answer, right? So. Hyuk Muzang's voice rose again, but he looked up. This time the killing intent was even more terrifying than before. 1,000 times worse. You say he was taken for training to become a meat shield? And he is from the Black Blood Clan too? Old Li Pengxiang was sweating profusely. Wait, that matter. But from behind, the four-eyed demon Gong Dan also stood up, his whole body exuding a very strange killing intent. That bastard. The old man roared, I will kill you right here, right now. How dare you? Over there, Li Pengxiang saw the four-eyed demon rise, and a glimmer of hope appeared on his face. The third elder is still alive. There might still be hope. Gong Dan suddenly unleashed his internal power from behind. The old man roared, try to resist me and see. Li Pengxiang's eyes lit up. The power is truly incredible. Surely he has released his hidden strength. Facing such a powerful force, even that monster won't be able to escape unscathed. Gong Dan quickly sprang from where he was standing. He shouted directly at Hyuk Muzang, die. He looked at the back of Hyuk Muzang's neck and thought to himself, such powerful force, surely it will kill this guy. Gong Dan performed the technique, using a move called Destructive Dragon Thunder. Immediately, a black dragon enveloped his body, and with his movement, it charged to attack Hyuk Muzang. Li Pengxiang saw the situation before him and lost all hope. Oh, surely I will also perish. The spiritual power of that black dragon was extremely strong. It was rushing towards Hyuk Muzang at a terrifying speed. Hyuk Muzang lowered his head, disappointed, and said, I am sure I warned you already. Even if I kill you, it doesn't matter. With that, he immediately drew a small dagger hidden in his sleeve towards the old man. Right after that, Hyuk Muzang immediately counterattacked in front of Gong Dan's astonished face. That strike from Hyuk Muzang was incredibly precise. It cut across the old man Gong Dan's body, simultaneously dispelling his destructive dragon thunder technique. Gong Dan was hit. He immediately screamed in pain. Hyuk Muzang did not give the old man a chance to turn over. He immediately stepped on the old man's chest, causing him to spit blood. On the other side, Li Pengxiang was temporarily resting to give Hyuk Muzang time to deal with this old fox. Hyuk Muzang growled, I have given you 3 chances along with a warning. Not only that, but I am also in a bad mood. Speak quickly. Hyuk Muzang's eyes lit up with deadly intent as he stared directly into Gong Dan's eyes and asked, What reason do I have to spare your life? Old Gong Dan struggled to get up, his voice trembling, You foolish one. Do you think you will? No way, after all. You dared to attack me, An elder of the Blood Iron Brigade? Probably not. The reason? I will tell you. Hyuk Muzang tightened his grip, swinging his arm back to gain momentum. Gong Dan's eyes widened in horror. He could only watch the blow that was about to fall right before his eyes. Just as Hyuk Muzang's fist was about to make contact, someone appeared. That person spoke. I didn't think I would see you here. It was Cheol Jaiwa and the members of the Blood Iron Brigade gathering on the cliff looking down. Cheol Jaiwa smiled, calling out warmly, Young Master Hyuk Muzang. No. I guess I should call you the Great Warrior Hyuk Muzang instead. At this moment, Hyuk Muzang also stopped his action and looked up at the group that had just appeared. Cheol Jaiwa smiled. You cannot call someone who has the power to subdue even the elder of the Blood Iron Brigade a young master. Hyuk Muzang's feet remained unmoved even though old Gong Dan was struggling beneath him. He replied to Cheol Jaiwa, What a surprise. I didn't expect to meet you in a place that the king has forbidden. The four-eyed demon must be one of your subordinates. That is not a reason to spare his life. Instead, it would be more appropriate to kill all the people here, right? With that, Hyuk Muzang increased the pressure, stepping down hard on old Gong Dan below. Ma Yongji saw that Hyuk Muzang was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he was provoking him, so he intended to draw his sword to teach him a lesson. He shouted, You arrogant fool, how dare you! But just as he took a step forward, he was stopped by Cheol Jaiwa's arm. Cheol Jaiwa lowered his eyes, looking down at Hyuk Muzang and said, You misunderstand, Great Warrior Hyuk Muzang. I simply came here to capture the third elder, who has betrayed the Blood Iron Brigade. I just need to keep him alive to exploit his power and hunt down other traitors. Hearing this, Gong Dan felt a glimmer of hope and immediately struggled to find a way to escape. His mouth also moving to call out Princess. She continued to speak confidently, and I am sure a smart person like you must know. If I die here today, then another battle will break out, here, at this camp too. I am sure the Great Warrior Hyuk Muzang can take care of himself. But what about your senior brothers and junior brothers at the martial arts school? Are you really confident that you can protect all of them by yourself? If you believe you can do it. As she spoke, she took another step and left the cliff. Right after that, Cheol Jaiwa jumped off the cliff. Ma Yongji behind her reached out towards her and shouted, Miss. Before long, Cheol Jaiwa landed safely. Then she moved closer to Hyuk Muzang and provocatively said, Go ahead and behead me. Hyuk Muzang pondered for a moment. Cheol Jaiwa was also intently looking at him. After a moment, Hyuk Muzang finally replied, That is still not enough. Cheol Jaiwa then separated from him, playfully twirling a lock of her hair while attentively listening to Hyuk Muzang's answer. What you just said to me is a reason why you want me to spare his life. And also a reason why I spare yours too. However, just this truth alone is still not enough reason for me to spare his life. The corners of Cheol Jaiwa's mouth curled up slightly. Very good. Then she changed her attitude, her face still smiling, but that smile now had an additional 5 parts of killing intent. So what do you want? Let's do this. Ensure that no danger will come to me or anyone else at the Longhu Martial Arts School after this. Then he pointed the sword straight at Gong Dan lying below, this guy. Then turned back to look at Cheol Jaiwa. Along with you and all the people following you will never cause us trouble again. Cheol Jaiwa looked at Hyuk Muzang suspiciously. Is that all? Just that? Then she took steps towards him, speaking as she walked. Very well. I swear in the name of the Blood Iron Brigade. Then gently touched Hyuk Muzang's handsome face. You will never have to face any trouble again. Moreover, both the Blood Iron Brigade and all our subordinates will never cause trouble first with the Longhu Martial Arts School of Hangzhou. Cheol Jaiwa leaned her face close to Hyuk Muzang, once again using her enchanting technique. Has that answer satisfied you? Her hand was also restless, groping all over her body in an attempt to seduce Hyuk Muzang. If that wasn't enough, I would have to find another way to satisfy you. Faced with the temptation from the beauty, Hyuk Muzang bluntly refused. No need. Cheol Jaiwa's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. As long as you keep your word, everything you just said is enough. Cheol Jaiwa smiled helplessly. You are really boring. Alright, I will give you this. Then she reached into her clothes to rummage for something. Ma Yongji, seeing from above, was extremely astonished. That thing? Hyuk Muzang reached out to take it, then examined the token for a moment, but still didn't know what it was for. He hesitantly asked, what is this? Just consider it as my token. As long as you still possess it, no one in the Blood Oath Brigade can touch you, not even a finger. Good. Then I trust your words. At this moment, Hyuk Muzang slowly lifted his foot off the old man Gong Dan, who was underneath, continuously crying out. After that, he turned back to Cheol Jaiwa. But, if the Blood Oath Brigade doesn't keep their promise, then I will immediately come to you first. After finishing the matter, Hyuk Muzang grabbed the collar of Li Pengxiang, and then flew away with him. Cheol Jaiwa raised her hand to her mouth, deliberately mimicking Hyuk Muzang's gesture. Oh my, come to me first. The look in her eyes showed amusement, which made me want to go back on my word even more. After Hyuk Muzang left, Ma Youngji quickly came down to where his lady was standing. He asked, Miss, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. Why did you let him go? And even give him a sum of gold? Who knows? I don't know either. Then Cheol Jaiwa turned back and smiled awkwardly. Perhaps because I want to live. Old Ma Youngji was shocked to hear that. Is he that strong? He did defeat the third elder, but he must have been injured somewhat from that battle. If I hit him with the 13 Blood Oath palm, no matter how strong he is. Cheol Jaiwa smiled in response, perhaps so. But my white chaotic eyes keep saying that. We will be in danger if we cause trouble with him. Then she turned to look directly into Ma Youngji's eyes and advised, So Youngji, don't risk my life for your little anger anymore. He stammered in reply, I'm sorry. At the gathering place of the mystic sect, a fire was currently raging on the city wall, and just by looking at the flames, one could be sure that this incident was caused by Murong Jiamwa and no one else had entered here. Inside, Muriaki and Murong Jiamwa were waiting, and upon hearing a noise, Muriaki turned around and asked, Are you done yet? You're taking a bit too long and making quite a noise. That guy must be stronger than you thought, huh? Over there, Hyuk Muzang was dragging the mystic sect's leader by the neck, while another person was hiding nearby. Then he threw Li Pengxiang, who was now battered and bruised, towards Muriaki, saying, I kept him alive as promised. Both Murong Jiamwa and Muriaki gathered around to look, their eyes filled with horror. He's still alive? No. Is it the same person? Murong Jiamwa looked up and asked Hyuk Muzang, What about information on your brother? Have you gathered anything? Hyuk Muzang was initially surprised by her question but quickly became sad and evasive. As of now, he's probably still alive. Upon hearing this, Murong Jiamwa and Muriaki rejoiced, exclaiming, Really? Hooray! Then Murong Jiamwa suddenly rushed to hug Hyuk Muzang joyfully. Yay, I'm so happy for you. You must have been so worried. What a relief. Hyuk Muzang was a bit taken aback, his limbs flailing. But in the end, he calmed down and smiled back at the beauty in his arms. Yeah, what a relief. Over there, Muriaki blushed at the affectionate scene and turned away, muttering, TCH. I didn't see anything, okay? Suddenly, Murong Jiamwa caught a whiff of something. She sniffed the scent on Hyuk Muzang's clothes and said, What is this smell? It's like flowers, with a hint of orange, like the scent of a woman. Upon hearing this, Hyuk Muzang's face turned pale. He recalled earlier when Cheol Jaiwa had pressed her body against him. The scent must have clung to him since then. To Murong Jiamwa's astonishment, Hyuk Muzang quickly vanished from her grasp. He slipped behind and rushed towards Muriaki at a terrifying speed. Hyuk Muzang's eyes lit up. You should also get a hug, Muriaki. Muriaki stood there dumbfounded, thinking, He's too fast. I haven't even had a chance to do anything. Before he could do anything, Hyuk Muzang had already rushed to hug Muriaki tightly, causing him to spit out saliva. Before he could do anything, Hyuk Muzang had already rushed to hug Muriaki tightly, causing him to spit out saliva. Hyuk Muzang kept rubbing against the other person. Thanks to you and Elder Yulin, I was able to find news about my brother so quickly. Thank you? Muriaki, hearing himself being praised, felt embarrassed and blushed. Ah. Of course. It's nothing, we are friends, haha. Over there, Murong Jiamwa looked helplessly at them. What is this? At this moment, Hyuk Muzang let out a gentle sigh of relief. He hugged Muriaki tightly to mask his foul smell, thinking, Almost got caught, I hope that smell goes away. After a while, Hyuk Muzang's voice rang out again, but there was still one issue. At this point, he had separated from Muriaki, standing with his head bowed sadly and said, Young, it seems like he has been captured, by the Black Blood clan. The two of them, upon hearing this, simultaneously showed astonishment. Murong Jianhua was stunned. What? Is it them? But how dare they act recklessly around here? The Demon Alliance has fallen apart. From behind, the voice of Yulin spoke up. I can explain. The three of them turned around and shouted in unison, Elder Yulin. Yulin stroked his mustache, proudly saying, just as I thought, even without me, you can still stir up a storm. Muriaki pointed towards the forest, looking at his master with curiosity. What about that beggar? Yulin replied to his disciple, I beat him up badly and locked him up after destroying his dantian. You still managed to hold back from killing him, even though you are hot-tempered. That is commendable, master. Should I kill you too? I really respect and admire you, master. Behind them, Hyuk Muzang spoke up, interrupting their teacher-student conversation. You said you could explain about the Black Blood clan? Yulin turned to the door and said to the three behind him, it's too dirty here. Let's clean up and go back to our place to talk. Back in Yanzhou, Somamai was sitting with her arms crossed on the high roof, observing something. This young lady is really outrageous. To guard the martial arts academy all day while going around fighting is one thing, but when returning, she goes to the beggars again. She looked into the hut in the middle of the beggars' gathering place with curiosity. I wonder what they are talking about in there. So curious. Inside, Yulin began the story. The Black Blood clan was not created by the Demon Alliance. The expressions of the three people sitting across from him changed simultaneously. What did you say? Then, Yulin continued, they first appeared 200 years ago. At that time, many martial arts masters died under suspicious circumstances. Not only the righteous sects but also the demon sects. It is unclear why the alliance of the demonic sect can deal with them, but the Blood Clan has existed long before that. Perhaps their real name is not even the Blood Clan, or it is true but only part of it. Hyuk Muzang seriously asked again, if they are strong and have existed for so long, then why has no one mentioned them before? And why has the Martial Arts Alliance not taken any action against them? It is because although they belong to the martial arts, they do not exist within the martial arts. Hyuk Muzang hesitated. What does that mean? The ghostly spirit emphasized, the underground world. Their headquarters is there. Murong Jianhua was astonished to hear this and exclaimed, do you mean the underground world really exists? The ghostly spirit was startled and asked, do you know about it? Murong Jianhua replied, when I was young, my grandmother used to tell me stories about it. It is a place where evil people from all over the world gather. Moreover, nothing there cannot be bought with money. I thought it was just a legend. Hyuk Muzang and Muriaki also chimed in. The Mechanical King once mentioned it. He said he came from there. That guy is crazy. You can't believe what he says. Over there, the ghostly spirit also participated. That guy must really value you to mention that to you, right? Hearing the old man implicitly confirm it, Murong Jianhua became even more anxious. So that means... The ghostly spirit replied seriously, that's right. He is telling the truth. That Mechanical King, although a bit strange and troublesome, is very skilled. He can open a forge and swim in gold but ended up in the martial arts and got stuck here. Murong Jianhua and Muriaki were astonished. Oh my, I can't believe the best blacksmith in the martial arts comes from the underground world. Today is really full of surprises. Hyuk Muzang over there seemed to have guessed it beforehand, so he looked calmer than the other two. He seriously looked at the ghostly spirit and asked, so how can I get to the underground world? The ghostly spirit frowned upon hearing this. It's very dangerous there, much more than you think. Initially, it was the place where Qin Shi Huang imprisoned martial arts masters who failed to assassinate him. After he died, it was no longer a prison. But as the evildoers and martial arts masters gathered there more and more, it became a world of its own. Then about 200 years ago, the righteous sects gathered and crushed the uprising of the Fire Sect. The remaining disciples fled to the underground world, and that was when the problem arose. 20,000 imperial troops and 1,000 martial artists attacked there to capture those disciples. The result was, they were all defeated. All three listeners were shocked to hear this. The face of Ghostly Face became extremely serious, after which no one dared to touch that place anymore and all data was completely erased. Muriaki beside him also became unusually cautious. Are they that powerful? The Black Blood clan is not the rulers of the underworld. The Underworld Palace. They are the true rulers. At the Martial Arts Alliance. Do you want to help handle matters within the Alliance? Is the sun rising in the west today? Inside, a hand was meticulously wiping clean the branches and leaves with a tissue. This silver-haired man is the leader of the martial arts world, Tae Wangmu. He said you are the one who requested not to take this job because you didn't want to get into trouble. But now you want to do it? Why have you changed your mind? My grandson? Behind him, Tae Hyung-moon was also sitting upright, his head bowed to the ground, his eyes somewhat dazed. The reason I changed my mind. A moment later, Tae Hyung-moon politely spoke up, the arrogant grandson of yours suddenly realized something. That he has a selfish desire that he cannot control. The radiant smile of Murong Jiamwa appeared in his mind. Then Tae Hyung-moon seriously emphasized, and you cannot achieve that if you just sit around doing nothing. Tae Wangmu smiled when he heard his grandson say that. He slowly stood up, you have already affirmed yourself in battles. But what you lack is spirit. Then he turned to look at his grandson, contentedly stroking his beard and said, who would dare to refuse the young master of the martial arts world? What position do you want? I will consider it. Tae Hyung-moon slowly replied, dear grandfather, I want a position that happens to be vacant. That is, he smiled confidently looking at Tae Wangmu, I want to support the captain of the patrol team in the east, west, south, and north. I want to be the captain of the central patrol team. The Underworld Palace. Standing on par with the Demon Sect and the Fire Phoenix Sect, it is a name that makes people in the martial world tremble in fear just by hearing it. However, unlike the Fire Phoenix Sect, which is also significantly influenced by the Central Plains, they have never revealed their whereabouts. The four people Hyuk Muzang, Ghostly Face, Murong Jiamwa, and Muriaki suddenly fell into deep thought. Is the Underworld Palace really the ruler of the Underworld? Suddenly, Muriaki raised his hand. Master, I have a question. He made a gesture and placed it on his chin, seriously asking, do you think I am more handsome or is 100th more handsome? Without thinking, Ghostly Face immediately replied, 100th is 1,000 times more handsome, you know. It's so obvious, why are you asking? Over there, Hyuk Muzang and Murong Jianhua helplessly looked at him, and the divine sword goddess couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this big guy. Aren't you ashamed, father? Hearing his master say that, Muriaki raised his hand to his chin and thought, So that means I'm more handsome than Bai Chao. Muriaki pretended to be knowledgeable and raised his hand to explain, I know. It must be that the old men are getting forgetful. Before he could finish his sentence, a foot came flying towards his face. With a loud bang, Muriaki was knocked into the wall, much to the astonishment of the other two. The old man with the ghostly face cracked his knuckles and stepped closer to his beloved disciple. Indeed, I have grown old. I forgot that I haven't hit you in a long time. Muriaki, terrified, shouted, Master! I was just giving an example. What you said earlier about the underworld might be true, but what about the EMT Palace? What the hell is that? Do you really think we would believe such a thing exists? I'd rather you say I'm more handsome than Bai Chao. That would be more believable. Hyuk Muzang was wide-eyed, eagerly listening, while Murong Jianhua felt helpless with the foolish one. Hyuk Muzang also raised his hand to his chin in thought and said, I heard rumors that the EMT Palace will dominate the entire world. But if it really exists, and is compared to the other world, then it's quite possible. The ghostly-faced man heard this and kicked harder, shouting, Did you hear that? Huh! Muriaki, feeling angry, yelled back at Hyuk Muzang, Hey! You talk so arrogantly, and you actually heard that. Ugh! After satisfying his anger, the ghostly-faced man stood up straight, dusted off his hands, and turned to Hyuk Muzang, asking, So, in short, the underworld is that dangerous. Do you still want to go? Why do you suddenly look so cheerful, senior? I don't know why, but I suddenly feel very refreshed. Hyuk Muzang, feeling helpless, lowered his head. After all, I still have to get involved. Because my fellow disciples have already gotten entangled with such dangerous people. At this point, Muriaki had been beaten to the point of foaming at the mouth, lying unconscious on the ground. The ghostly-faced man heard Hyuk Muzang's words and reminded him. Even if it's you, the risk of death is still high. Moreover, there's no guarantee that your brothers are there. It's okay. Hyuk Muzang slowly raised his face, looked directly into the eyes of his senior, and said, "And you revealing that matter to me means you also want me to go to the Underworld, right?" The old man heard that and immediately laughed, reaching out to touch his mustache, and replied, "This clever little rascal. All right then. When the preparations are all done, I will send someone over. For now, just live as usual and be ready." At the Longhu Martial Arts School, Master Yungun's voice rang out, "I never expected our fortune to be this great." The old man respectfully clasped his hands in greeting and said, "It is a great honor to meet you both again." Opposite him, Murong Jiamwa and Somamai were also respectfully responding. Jiamwa smiled brightly and replied to him, "We feel the same, Master. How have you been lately?" "To be honest, I had the chance to stay here for a few days before, so I ended up liking it too much. Now I miss this place even more than my own home," Master Yungun shyly replied. "Haha, the patrol chief is overpraising me." "Not at all." Behind them, Hyuk Muzang watched their exchange, feeling restless inside. His hands hidden behind his back were not staying still. He was astonished at the scene before him, thinking, "Why, is Jiamwa here? I thought she had said it like this. Of course, I should go greet him for a few words. I'm in charge of this area, and besides, it's a familiar place, not strangers." "That's right." She made a very reasonable point. "But why am I so nervous right now?" In front, Master Yungun was happily inviting the two guests to sit down. He cheerfully said, "People like the young lady often come here." Once everyone was settled, Murong Jiamwa spoke up, "Master, since we're at it, I would like to ask for your opinion. The thing is, I intend to build a patrol office in the west nearby, so I wanted to ask if you know of any good land." Hyuk Muzang felt a stir in his heart upon hearing this, cursing inwardly, "What the hell is this?" Master Yungun immediately glanced at his eldest disciple and asked, "Muzang, there are still a few plots of land left unplanned after finishing the branch for the gang?" "Right." Hyuk Muzang stammered, "Yes," but before he could finish, Master Yungun interrupted, "Then you go find a good team of workers right away, and start construction tomorrow." Somamai, hearing their plan, quickly interjected, "Wait a minute, young lady, there's already a building constructed at the border between the provinces of Kamtuc and Tuushuyan. Why do you want to build more in this rural area?" Hyuk Muzang quickly chimed in, "The old lady is right. Moving the location of the patrol office without a clear reason is really ridiculous. Is it okay to waste the Martial Alliance's money like this?" Facing the urgency of the two people, Murong Jiamwa calmly raised the teacup and replied, "You don't have to worry. As for money, I can cover it myself. I may look like this, but I do have some savings. And as for the reason, there are many. Right now, I'm carrying out a few secret missions with the Beggars Sect." Then Murong Jiamwa pretended to ponder, "And coincidentally, the headquarters of the Beggars Sect is right here. I don't know who built it, but isn't it just perfect timing and place?" Hyuk Muzang was left speechless. After a moment, Hyuk Muzang anxiously brought up the reason, "So, what about the urgent missions? If we want to build, it will take at least a month to finish." The corner of Murong Jiamwa's mouth curled up. "A month? That's perfect." She leaned on the table, looking directly at Hyuk Muzang, and said, "I'm about to go on an infiltration mission. So after I take a tour of the underground world and come back, it should be finished, right?" He was stunned when he heard her say that. "What?" A moment later, when everyone had dispersed, not far from the elder's residence, Hyuk Muzang's voice rose. "What did you mean by that earlier? Going to scout the underground world?" Murong Jiamwa leaned against the wall, finding the most comfortable position to respond to him. "You don't plan to go alone, do you?" Hyuk Muzang looked at her worriedly. "Did you not hear what the elder said that day? It could be life-threatening." Murong Jiamwa turned to look at him, but he insisted that if that was the case, he would still go. Hyuk Muzang hurriedly replied, "That's because I have to find my fellow disciples." "It has nothing to do with you." Murong Jiamwa frowned and said irritably, "Whether it has anything to do with me or not is up to me to decide. Back when you disappeared, I frantically searched every nook and cranny as if I were going crazy. And now you want me to stay home while you go to such a shady place? Ridiculous." Hyuk Muzang was also left speechless upon hearing that. He turned away, stammering that, "It's simple, just forget about me." Murong Jiamwa stood up straight, looking directly at Hyuk Muzang and responding to his words, "If it were really that simple, then why are you so panicked? After all, This is my own decision, and if something happens to me after following you, that's my own business. Hyuk Muzang was taken aback by that response, but since he had already spoken coldly earlier, he could only stammer that. Murong Jianhua smiled. And you haven't forgotten, right? The promise we made back then. Hyuk Muzang painfully avoided her gaze. If it were a matter from the time he was still in the Wujian sect, then indeed, he still remembered. Hyuk Muzang painfully avoided her gaze. Fine. That alone is enough. So the reward I want is to go to the Underworld with you. If there is nothing more to say, then I will leave. With that, Murong Jianhua turned and walked away. Hyuk Muzang, who was in pain avoiding her, was not the only one suffering. Murong Jianhua was also in pain as she walked away, tears welling in her eyes, feeling wrong. Hyuk Muzang gritted his teeth. He recalled the image of Murong being severely injured, yet she still forced a smile at him, 100 times, promising him. If we can survive and leave here. When you finish your business with the Demon Slayer team, let's travel the world together. Hyuk Muzang, who was sitting beside her, smiled back. Fine. I promise. We will travel to every corner of this world together. Whether it is the warm winds of the southern sea or the icy winds of the northern sea, we will accompany each other to the depths of the underworld. A gust of wind rose, and Hyuk Muzang stood there, watching Murong Jianhua's silhouette fade away. In another place. This place was only illuminated by 2 flames. There were only 5 people in the room, one sitting high above, while the other 4 were seated at a round table below. The person sitting above stroked his beard and then spoke, the leader of the Black Blood clan. Below, one person immediately responded yes. The person above tapped his fingers on the armrest and said, You mentioned that you lost many Black Blood clan soldiers in Chem 2. The leader of the Black Blood clan replied, The entire army of the 20 camps set up at the Huinman sect has either been killed or captured. Although they are not worth much. Losing Jiang Ho and the Yin-Yang twin assassins is indeed a significant loss. Since the great battle between the righteous and the evil, have we ever suffered such a great loss? It is my fault. The senior person rested his chin on his hand, his voice showing some annoyance. It also makes me angry. They even dared to turn the tables and demand a guarantee. The leader of the Black Blood clan, upon hearing this, brightened up and suggested, How about we eliminate the Divine Ghost and Muriaki? The old man raised his hand and replied, I do not allow it. Although it is not impossible, it would cause us severe losses. No authorization means no reckless actions. This time we are instructed to act as the rear guard. We will mobilize double the forces for this mission. The person below heard this and lowered their eyes, understanding clearly. The person sitting above suddenly stood up, concluding that matter here, moving on. The elder looked down at the 4 people below and said, Recently we have just received a special commission. The sender of the request is the master of the Underworld sect. The mission is to trace the whereabouts of the one who assassinated the Blood Hand Tyrant, and to seize the opportunity to eliminate him if possible. All 4 people sitting below were shocked. Back at the Longhu Martial Arts School, a voice from one of the disciples spoke up, Senior brother, everyone is present now. Hyuk Muzang stood by the corridor, pointing to the neatly stacked books and said, Each of you come over here and take 1 book. The 3 people Kang Wonhyung, Yang Sijin, and Yung Taeho held the books in their hands, looking at them with confusion. What is this? Longhu New Sword Techniques. New Mental Training Methods of Longhu. Hyuk Muzang explained, With the permission of the master, I have reformed all the martial arts and techniques of our Longhu Martial Arts School. From today, you disciples will begin to practice. Hearing this, Kang Wonhyung was stunned. Reformed? Yes. The training schedule is all in the book, remember to read it carefully. They looked at the schedule and their faces all turned grim. Oh no, meditation and breathing exercises starting at 5 a.m.? You want us to memorize all the sword techniques in just 2 days? And repeat them 150 times each day? And there's even a section about running while carrying a 50-kilogram stone? Hyuk Muzang replied, If you find it too heavy, I have thought of another method. The 3 disciples seemed to see a lifeline, eagerly looking at Hyuk Muzang and waiting. It's too heavy. Just kidding, if we do it like that, I'll definitely die. Hurry up and tell us. Quickly. I definitely choose second method. Fight unarmed with me 20 times a day. I will engrave the martial arts into your bones. Hearing this, All three of them broke out in a cold sweat, no longer in the mood to argue. You really like to joke, don't you? All right, I choose the first option. Me too. The corner of Hyuk Musang's mouth slightly curled up. Although the current level of mental training of you disciples is quite refined, the speed of internal energy increase is still too slow. If you keep dragging it out like this, even if you train for a lifetime, you will only be as good as someone who has trained for 10 years. And as for sword techniques, having a solid foundation is good, but it cannot improve strength through footwork. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly became very serious, so this innovative method focuses on reshaping the way of mental training and enhancing swordsmanship from the ground up. Above all, the new Long Tu is created specifically to perfect and strengthen these techniques. If the disciples work hard, they will soon reach the level of the highest martial master. Upon hearing this, all three were astonished, as if a bolt of lightning had struck through their minds. Kam Won-hyung's voice trembled. Did you just say the highest martial master? That's right. Not only that, but if their level increases far beyond their opponents, it will be hard for anyone to touch them. And who knows, maybe one of them will achieve enlightenment and reach the pinnacle of mastery. He then reached for the books in his second disciple's hands, but seeing their faces twisted as if they had eaten something spoiled, he decided to let it go. Return those books to me. Without waiting for Hyuk Musang to touch the cover of the book, all three of his younger disciples immediately turned around, tightly hugging the stack of books in their hands. Kam Won-hyung shouted, "No way! As the senior brother, if you give them away, you can't ask for them back." The other two angrily chimed in, "That's right. That's right. Who said we didn't want to learn? You're underestimating our will too much. I will be the first to become a master." A master? Hyuk Musang chuckled. These kids. He turned his back to them, wearing a strange smile, and thought, from now on, I can probably exploit them to the bone. Behind him, his three disciples suddenly trembled violently. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? I'm cold too. Outside the main gate, there was suddenly a sound of knocking. They immediately turned towards the main gate, where a voice called out along with the knocking, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" Outside, a person dressed in blue was knocking on the door, accompanied by a large crowd waiting outside. Hyuk Musang opened the door, his face clearly showing displeasure. Who could come at this early hour? The person in front spoke up. "Oh? Long time no see. Hyuk Musang. Musang, right? The last time I saw you, you were still very young." He was the leader of the outer hall of the Wujian sect. Hang Chizong. Hearing this, Hyuk Musang clasped his hands respectfully. "So it's you, Hang. And those behind you are?" Old Hang Chizong pointed behind him and said, "I am escorting some very important figures. So please go call Master Yung." Hyuk Musang bowed his head and replied politely, "It's still early, so my master hasn't gotten out of bed yet. You can tie up your horse and rest for a while. I will inform my master as soon as he wakes up." Suddenly, a person from behind shouted, "Insolent! Are you telling us to wait for your master? Call your master here right now." The person sitting on this horse is the second young master of the Wujian sect, Unchangsik. Hyuk Musang frowned at him, feeling a bit annoyed. At this moment, Hyuk Musang's face had several veins popping up, and he tried to suppress his anger and said, "Don't be reckless. Even though this is a small martial arts school, it is still the territory of my master. He is not obliged to welcome unexpected guests like you." The group of people, upon hearing this, immediately shouted in anger, "What? You fool, do you know who this is?" Hyuk Musang glared back and replied, "How would I know when he didn't say anything and just got angry?" The second young master shouted, "You really are unreasonable." He then intended to jump off his horse to give Hyuk Musang a beating. Suddenly, from behind, another person shouted, "Enough. He is right, we are the unexpected guests." The person dressed in black with golden trim jumped off the horse. Hearing this, both Unchangsik and Hang Chizong hesitated to look at the old man. "Jin Master, that's true, but..." He was a member of the Martial Arts Alliance, the ice-cutting sword, Jin Pyo. He smiled and politely looked at Hyuk Musang and asked, "What is your name?" Hyuk Musang respectfully bowed to Jin Pyo. "I am Hyuk Musang, the chief disciple of the Longhu Martial Arts School." The old man approached him and laughed. "So you are Hyuk Musang. Your master has taught you well, haha." I am Jean Pyo from the Martial Arts Alliance. Hyuk Muzang also politely replied. I recognize the face of the famous ice-cutting sword. I am truly honored. Can you lead us to the room? Hearing this, Hyuk Muzang immediately turned around, gestured for the ice-cutting sword to enter inside, please follow me, and left the angry Un Changsik trembling outside. He then used telepathy to warn Hyuk Muzang, I will remember you. Just wait. He responded to him with a smile. Un Changsik was furious, that guy. Is he smiling? At this moment, everyone was inside Master Yungun's room, and he was very surprised, immediately bowing respectfully to them. It is truly an honor for the second young master of the Wujian sect, and the great master of the ice-cutting sword to visit this shabby place. I am the master of this martial arts school, Yungun. I apologize for not coming out to welcome you. Opposite him, Jean Pyo also politely returned the greeting, please forgive me, young master. Old Hang Chizong then complained, Humph? Your chief disciple is still as rude as ever. Yungun closed his eyes helplessly, thinking, this kid is talking nonsense again. Letting him stay is truly a headache. Then he turned to his chief disciple and instructed Muzang, you can go and do your own business now. If you want to prepare for what we discussed yesterday, you need to hurry. Hyuk Muzang politely replied, yes, master. As the door closed, Master Yungun continued to welcome his guests. Let me prepare the tea first. After a while, having seemingly heard the entire story, Yungun spoke up, you mean, the branch of the Martial Arts Alliance? Jean Pyo nodded in confirmation, that's right. The alliance accepted the proposal from the Wu Jian faction and decided to build a branch in the Gansu intermediary region. Your Longhu Martial School is located in this area, so we came by. Master Yungun replied, we are ready to welcome everyone. In his heart he thought, is this the reason the patrol leader also? Old Hang Chizong suddenly interjected, we need Master Yung's help to build this branch. Please let us know. Our martial school is also part of the Martial Arts Alliance. The man in Changsik also added, I'm glad you said that. He propped his chin up, looking at Master Yungun with a very rude expression, then give us 10 taels of gold. I heard you have quite a few disciples under your command. Yungun was taken aback upon hearing this, 10 taels of gold? Jean Pyo turned back at him, what are you saying? He waved his hand, don't be so rigid, Jean Master. It's all for the peace of Gansu. Each of us should contribute a little. From outside, a sudden voice rang out, why do you demand that the Longhu Martial School pay such a large amount? The people sitting inside all turned their eyes to the door. And Un Changsik angrily shouted, who is so bold? Murong Jianhua glared, looking straight at that man and said, if someone hears this, they might think the Wu Jian faction is collecting debts from the Longhu Martial School. Just as he saw Murong Jianhua's appearance, Un Changsik's face suddenly turned red. Could it be that he was struck by love at first sight? Murong Jianhua looked at Master Yungun with embarrassment. I'm sorry, Master. I intruded unexpectedly. He smiled brightly, gesturing to the nearby seat and replied, not at all. Please take a seat. At this moment, Un Changsik's gaze still couldn't leave Murong Jianhua, thinking, oh my, she is truly a beauty. Yungun turned to the three people and gestured towards Murong Jianhua, saying, I'm sure some of you already know, but let me introduce, before he could finish. A loud laugh came from the other side. Un Changsik spoke up, I didn't know the Longhu Martial School had such a beauty. He stood up, trying to look cool as he ran his fingers through his hair and said, I am Un Changsik, the second young master of the Wujian sect. Please forgive me if I speak too bluntly. I will donate 15 taels of gold to the Longhu Martial Arts School to commemorate the day we met. Are you satisfied, miss? Jean Pyo saw him boasting like that and quickly stood up. Wait, young master. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice echoed in his mind. Just ignore him, Jean Master. The old man sighed and sat down, looking at Un Changsik with a helpless expression. Meanwhile, Murong Jianhua also spoke up, young master. Un Changsik politely replied. Please, miss, go ahead. Murong Jianhua glared, what do you think you are doing? He was taken aback. What do you mean? Murong Jianhua shouted angrily, what I criticize is not the amount of money but your attitude. How dare you interrupt the master? Yungun awkwardly intervened. It's fine, but it matters to me, master. Yungun fell silent, scratching his head, all right. Changsik frowned, showing his displeasure. Is it really that serious for you to treat me this way over such a trivial matter? Murong Jianhua's brows furrowed tightly. Trivial? You barged in here before the rooster even crowed and caused a commotion. Now you demand such a large sum of money. You look down on the master right in his own territory when he is not even your subordinate. Is that trivial? Then the Wujian sect really lacks discipline. On the opposite side, Hang Chizhong slammed the table and stood up, shouting, What did you just say? You've gone too far. I was going to stay silent because Jean Master was still sitting quietly. You barged in here and that's not enough, but you also insult the Wujian sect? Don't you fear anything? Jean Pio, hearing the commotion, also shouted angrily, Enough. Watch your words, Hang leader. The old leader of the Wujian sect was taken aback, stammering in response, Jean Master. But, Jean Pio glared at him and said, I know the Wujian sect has power in Gansu, but there must be limits. How dare you speak so rudely without even understanding the level of your opponent? Master Yungun was also tense, watching the scene unfold. At this moment, Jean Pio sighed, the patrol chief has been too careless. You could have reminded him gently. But you intentionally escalated the situation. Murong Jianhua crossed her arms, looking indifferent as she replied, Oh? I was speaking very properly. I didn't even draw my sword. You know that's not what I meant. The two people, Hang Chizhong and Changsik, were shocked upon hearing this, their faces pale. What? The patrol chief? Murong Jianhua looked over at the two members of the Wujian sect and said, or rather, the second young master jumped in when the master was about to introduce me. When I criticized him, he said it was a trivial matter. How much more audacious should I let him be? They immediately bowed their heads and hurriedly apologized. I sincerely apologize, patrol chief. I did not recognize you and made a mistake. Please forgive us. Murong Jianhua replied indifferently. It seems this second young master still does not understand what I said. Do you mean you can behave like that if I am not the patrol chief? Changsik, upon hearing those words, turned pale, sweat pouring down continuously. He raised his face and stammered, That's not it. Murong Jianhua's face suddenly turned fierce. Her whole body seemed to be surrounded by flames. She looked straight into his eyes and said firmly, Moreover, there is someone who deserves an apology. More than me. Changsik stammered, You mean? Murong Jianhua slammed her hand hard on the table and replied, Of course, it's Master Yung. Master Yungun sitting next to them thought to himself, Oh my. Muzang brought back a truly astonishing girl. But why do I find this girl a bit scary? The old man sat still in fear, not daring to move. Murong Jianhua's shouting had not yet stopped. You must apologize to her properly for me. After a while, Changsik, feeling furious, raised his fist high. But the force he exerted on the tree was very light, as if he was just playfully punching it. Changsik was so angry that his whole body trembled. He thought to himself, Damn it. I don't even dare to shout loudly or vent my anger on the tree for fear of being lectured by the patrol chief. Again. Changsik, the second young master of the powerful Wujian sect in Gansu, had to endure such humiliation. How could the goddess of the heavenly sword, Murong Jianhua, the highest-ranking patrol chief of the Martial Arts Alliance, one of the strongest young martial artists of the righteous faction, and the daughter of the Murong family head, who is the leader of the 8 great martial families, appear in this poor, remote place in Gansu next to that old, incompetent, useless man who is better than me, a person from the ruling class of Gansu, the sworn enemy of the Wujian sect and the Bloodshed Brigade, the treasure of the Wujian sect? What is wrong with her? Note that these titles are just the result of this guy's delusions of grandeur. Then he bit his lip tightly, thinking, in the end I have to do this. Bowing his head in shame. Changsik recalled the humiliating scene earlier when he and Hang Chizhong had to kneel to apologize to Yungun, who stood quietly, thinking to himself, I have no idea what is happening. And that's not all. The Divine Sword Maiden also said, I will be watching you, young Master Un. If you want to get along with me, you must behave properly. And Jean, the Master, you want to become the leader of the Gansu Martial Arts Alliance branch. This is all your fault. How could you provoke the Divine Sword Maiden, TSK? And Hang, the leader, always follows my orders. The worried face of that old man appeared in his mind. Young Master, you must find a way to win over the patrol chief. If the old master finds out about this, you could lose your inheritance position. He stomped his foot in anger, his face turning as red as a monkey eating chili. Ah! I have no way to vent my anger. How am I supposed to release my frustration? Suddenly, footsteps were approaching from afar. He turned around and recognized the person as someone he had met that morning. The guy who had smirked provocatively at him when he first arrived. Changxi grinned slyly. You're really unlucky. He called out to Hyuk Muzang, Hey! Come here. Hyuk Muzang turned around, confused, and replied, Are you calling me? Changxi glared, looking very angry. Yes, who else is here besides you? He thought to himself, You're done for today. Are you calling me? Changxi pointed directly at Hyuk Muzang and said, Yes, who else is here besides you? But Hyuk Muzang turned his face towards the lively street, ignoring him. Changxi shouted angrily, Shut up! I didn't say anything. If I call you, you should know to come right away. Hyuk Muzang turned back, but with a terrifying aura that scared Changxi to death. He jumped back and shouted, What do you think you're doing? Didn't your master teach you not to approach people like that? What kind of martial artist are you? Even though he spoke boldly, Changxi's face was now as pale as a banana leaf. Thinking, I didn't even sense him getting close. How could someone from this poor martial school? Hyuk Muzang glared back at him. If you say I should back off, then I will. And a martial artist should also know how to protect themselves. If you can't, it's going to be tough to survive. Then he raised his hand to his chin, looking at the other person with a contemplative expression. Or perhaps you are just a little brat who knows nothing about the martial world. It makes sense. Maybe you have always been sheltered by the Wujian faction and have never had to endure any hardships. If that's the case, then I apologize. The man in Changxi over there, hearing himself being looked down upon like that, immediately had a grim expression, and his whole body seemed to be on fire. He growled, Shut up. How dare a country bumpkin like you be so arrogant just because you got lucky and got close to me? I was even planning to give you a chance if you helped me lure the patrol chief. Hyuk Muzang, hearing him mention Murong Jianhua, immediately paid attention, thinking, What does he want with the patrol chief? Instantly, Changxi sprang up, leaving his position and charging forward. He raised a palm, angrily rushing towards Hyuk Muzang while roaring, I will tear your throat out. In the main room of the Longhu Martial Arts School, Murong Jianhua looked at Jin Pyo with a puzzled expression and asked, Jin, what is the Gansu branch? I haven't heard anything about that at all. He stroked his beard and replied to her, I was told to report directly to the patrol chief. I just heard the news and had to come here quickly. They said to find the location first, and they would send someone later. Murong Jianhua responded, Why is it suddenly like this? I don't know the details, but it seems the new patrol chief has quite a bit of power. Murong Jianhua was surprised to exclaim, Wait! The patrol chief? Isn't that position still vacant? Why haven't I heard any reports about it? Jin Pyo was also startled by her attitude. You didn't know? I thought you already knew. Young Master Tae Hyung-won has been assigned the position of patrol chief. Jianhua was astonished, Woon Hyun. She then raised her hand to her chin, pondering, that lazy guy. He would rather die than do any work. Jin Pyo, hearing that, wanted to cover his ears, thinking, I have this thought. While the two of them were still talking, suddenly a shrill scream rang out from outside. It was the scream of the second young master of the Wujian faction, Changxi, who was now wide-eyed and shouting, saliva uncontrollably spraying out. Behind him, Hyuk Muzang was restraining one of his arms, and Changxi was continuously screaming in pain, Wait! Wait a minute! Let me go! Hyuk Muzang's gaze towards him was filled with killing intent as he growled, What did you just say? What do you want to do to the patrol chief? He turned back, looking at Hyuk Muzang and shouted, Damn it, you really won't let me go? Do you know what the consequences are? It seems you still don't understand your situation clearly. Should I make it so you can never use this hand again? Hyuk Muzang then increased the force and twisted the wrist of that arrogant young master, who couldn't bear the pain and screamed. Wait a minute. Hyuk Muzang then increased the force and twisted the wrist of that arrogant young master, who couldn't bear the pain and screamed, What is this? As soon as he saw the situation, Hank Chizong shouted, Young master. Master Young-gun was no exception. He shouted the name of his disciple, Muzang. Old Heng Chizong clenched his fist and angrily rushed towards Hyuk Muzang, roaring, "How dare you, let go of him right now." His fist was almost reaching, but Hyuk Muzang remained unafraid, standing still and watching the old man fly towards him. Just as his hand was in range, Hyuk Muzang gently pushed the old man's fist away with 2 fingers. Immediately, Heng Chizong's punch was easily deflected, shocking Changsik. Hyuk Muzang looked at him and calmly said, "Calm down and step aside." Then he raised his hand and touched the old man's chest. Right after that, old Heng Chizong was knocked back a distance. He was sweating profusely, looking at the spot where Hyuk Muzang had just touched and thinking, he not only blocked my attack but also pushed me back? If he really attacked, I would have. Over there, Hyuk Muzang spoke again, "Oh my. The leader poked me, so I accidentally used more force. If his hand breaks, will you take responsibility for that?" I don't know how much power Hyuk Muzang has increased. But at this moment, Changsik was screaming in pain, "Let me go! You have to let me go!" Heng Chizong on the opposite side also didn't dare to act recklessly, just anxiously shouted, "Let him go quickly! I can't do it!" "Why?" Hyuk Muzang glared, but still replied with a hint of mockery, "He is the one who called me over when I was passing by and wanted to kill me. If I let him go and he kills me again, what then? That matter?" Unable to say anything, the old man turned to shout at Young-gun, "Master Young, do something!" The master beside him could only helplessly sigh. "Muzang, let him go." Listening to the master, Hyuk Muzang released his grip, causing the young master to fall face first to the ground, and Heng Chizong hurriedly ran over, "Young master." He helped Changsik up and looked straight at Hyuk Muzang, shouting, "Apologize immediately. How dare you break the young master's hand? You must be the one who started it." The trio of Kong Wonhyung, Yang Sichun, and Young Taeho also voiced their discontent. "Nonsense! Young Master Un was the one who started it first. You're ridiculous." On the other side, Hyuk Muzang calmly replied, "Whatever. I will apologize." The trio of disciples were stunned upon hearing this. "Ah, senior brother." Hyuk Muzang quickly performed a bow. He looked at the two of them, but his gaze was vacant, showing no intention of accepting what he did not do. "I did not think you would see my actions as an insult, since this is the first time I have seen someone exude killing intent towards another but only wanting to fight, not to kill. If I concede a little, it will still be fine for me. I truly am limited. I apologize." The two from the Wujian faction had now stood up, and upon hearing Hyuk Muzang, they were so furious they trembled. You bastard! Are you mocking me?" Old Heng Chizong, seeing his side at a disadvantage, turned to his master Young-gun and shouted, "Master Young, say something. Do you think this is right?" Young-gun raised his hand to stroke his beard, pondering for a moment before speaking, "Not at all." Hearing this, the old man chimed in, "That's right, your disciple." Not letting him finish, Master Young-gun sternly looked straight at the old man and said, "It is indeed not right for my disciple to apologize, Heng Chizong." Hearing this, Heng Chizong was taken aback. What does this mean? Hyuk Muzang was stunned to hear his master say this. "Master, what is this?" Heng Chizong turned to Master Young-gun in anger. "What did you just say?" At this moment, the master also clenched his fists, seemingly trying to suppress his inner rage. In the entire martial world, is there any martial school that reprimands their disciple for winning? Especially when the opponent was the one who provoked first. I only regret that my master did not praise him sooner. On the opposite side, Heng Chizong also clenched his fists, furious to the point of trembling. "Very well. You want it this way, right? Do you think you can look down on our Wujian faction just because we have fallen while you are just a small martial school?" Then the old man waved his hand, shouting a threat. "Fine. Let's see if you can still stay in Gansu later. I will cut off all your resources. I heard Stewart's son say that you wanted to open a trading post, right? Don't even dream about it. You won't be able to trade anything in Gansu anymore." Master Young-gun said nothing. Just calmly listened to the old man cursing, but behind him, all his disciples were itching to rush up and beat him up. From behind, an angry voice rose. "I remember your words." Heng Chizong, in a fit of rage, turned around and shouted, "Who dares?" But his expression immediately changed, his face turning pale. Behind, both Murong Jiamwa and Jin Pyo seemed to have heard his words. At this moment, The heavenly sword goddess was showing signs of displeasure, and he stammered, "Patrol Chief." He thought to himself, "I cannot take it back now." Thinking this, Hang Chizong continued to speak boldly, "This is a matter between the Wujian sect and the Longhu martial school. Even if you are the patrol chief, you cannot interfere." However, Murong Jianhua looked at him with a murderous gaze and ordered him to be silent. Hang Chizong's face turned pale, and he immediately fell silent. The agreement between the steward's son and the Longhu martial school was that I would report the demands of the Wujian sect to the Martial Arts Alliance. I have fulfilled my responsibility while the Wujian sect has not completed theirs. Now you want to go back on your word? Murong Jianhua's entire body began to radiate killing intent, you Wujian sect. Do you think Murong Jianhua is easy to deal with? The killing intent erupted, enveloping Murong Jianhua's body, and the ground where she stood sank down. At this moment, Murong Jianhua truly looked like a fierce demon. Both Lun Changsik and Hang Chizong were terrified, their faces turning pale. This pressure was truly horrifying. Hang Chizong stammered in response, "That's not it." Murong Jianhua looked directly into his eyes and said firmly, "Get out of my sight, I do not want to see you anymore. If I see you two again, I will consider it as you looking down on me." Immediately, the two of them turned around and helped each other leave the Longhu martial school. Hyuk Muzang approached, scratching his head apologetically and said, "You don't need to do that because of us." Murong Jianhua turned her face away, showing coldness as she replied, "Don't misunderstand. I only intervened because I was worried about what you might do. If the Wujian sect disappears, things will get very complicated." Hyuk Muzang was left speechless upon hearing her say that. "Do you think I am that kind of person?" "Yes, definitely." "Ugh. You've gone a bit too far." Jin Pyo observed the two young people in front of him, thinking to himself, "This is quite interesting." On the surface, he seemed like an ordinary disciple of the martial school. Yet he could easily defeat the young master Un, a top-tier martial artist, and push back the supreme martial artist leader. The strangest thing is that the patrol chief is just wandering around here. In front, Master Yung respectfully expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much, patrol chief." Murong Jianhua shyly waved her hand. "It's nothing." Elder Jin Pyo continued to speculate. "The headquarters of the beggar sect is also here. It seems that the location for the new branch has been decided." Before long, the sky had turned to dusk. Then the moon rose. Then it was a beautiful morning. It seemed that yesterday was a peaceful night for both the Longhu Martial Arts School. At that moment, someone was tapping their finger on the window. The person inside immediately used telepathy to respond, saying, "Go ahead. It's Hyung Xiaogi here. I have a message from the elder. It's all ready. Meet at 3 a.m. Hearing this, Hyuk Muzang's expression changed. He clenched his fists, thinking to himself, "Finally." Hyuk Muzang dashed like the wind. While walking, he suddenly turned left and asked, "Where is Grandma?" Murong Jianhua beside him also kept up with his pace. She didn't turn back but still answered him, "She's not coming along. If she were here, it would be very suspicious. I haven't reported this to the Alliance yet." "What? Isn't that quite troublesome?" "I just need to bring something back from the Underworld." Then Murong Jianhua turned to Hyuk Muzang with an expectant look. "What? Don't you want to be alone with me that much?" "I didn't say that, it's just..." "Just what?" "Forget it." "What? Tell me." Hyuk Muzang instinctively frowned. She would be safer with a martial artist like Grandma accompanying her. But he couldn't say that. Then he immediately turned and sped up. The road to Shandong was still far away. "Hurry up." Murong Jianhua, left behind, shouted angrily, "What is it? Tell me." Then she helplessly sighed, "Whatever. After all, this is the first time we are wandering the world together. I will enjoy it as much as possible." Right after that, Murong Jianhua also jumped into the air, quickly catching up with Hyuk Muzang. She cheerfully called out to him, "Wait for me." A moment later, Murong Jianhua's face turned pale, sweat pouring down. She was panting heavily, angrily looking at Hyuk Muzang, this crazy guy. Walking thousands of miles, in 6 hours, without a break. Murong Jianhua's limbs were weak, completely exhausted to the point that she had to use her sword as a cane. Ahead, Hyuk Muzang was still walking leisurely as if nothing was happening. She insisted on following him. "I'm going fast because I'm in a hurry." Hearing his response like that made Murong Jianhua want to spit fire. She glared at Hyuk Muzang's back with a furious look, so angry. Is this guy even human? I've exhausted all my internal energy, and this guy hasn't even broken a sweat. Suddenly something appeared in front of Hyuk Muzang. He exclaimed, "Oh, there it is. We're almost there, let's go." In front of them was Ji City, in Shandong Province. Hyuk Muzang continued to move forward. Behind him, Murong Jianhua was also trembling as she followed. I said, "Wait for me." They went to an inn, and as soon as they entered the door, the innkeeper warmly ran out to greet them, welcoming the guests. Hyuk Muzang then said, "Take us to the brightest place on a rainy day." Hearing Hyuk Muzang say that, the innkeeper was startled, but even more surprising was the girl who was draped over Hyuk Muzang's shoulder, Murong Jianhua. She was exhausted, her face flushed, and she shouted with all her might, "Water! A glass of water!" The old innkeeper immediately turned and ran to lead the way. "Follow me." Hyuk Muzang dragged Murong Jianhua along the floor, her mouth still crying out, "Water!" The two of them were seated by the window, and as soon as they reached their spot, Hyuk Muzang draped a yellow cloth over the window frame. Opposite them, Murong Jianhua was lifting the water jar to drink greedily, and while drinking, she turned to Hyuk Muzang and asked, "Is this all we need to do?" The elder Yuyan said it must be right. She put the water jar down and looked seriously at Hyuk Muzang. "So while we wait, I want an explanation. What happened during the 2 years you disappeared? 2 years ago, you were also a strong martial artist capable of undertaking difficult missions, but you weren't strong enough to this extent. You always had to risk half your life, relying on your instincts to survive. But when you suddenly returned after 2 years, you had become a completely different person. I am not number 100, the patrol chief." Without waiting for Hyuk Muzang to finish his last word, Murong Jianhua glared, "Do you want to die?" Hyuk Muzang clicked his tongue. "That day I was enlightened." Murong Jianhua looked at him with curiosity, inadvertently saying, "Huh?" Hyuk Muzang remembered the moment he faced the bloodthirsty tyrant and failed. He was then taken into a secret realm, where he met the mysterious man in white, who said, "Fate has chosen you, you will receive everything of mine. Soon, the seeds of evil will cause chaos in the world, be the spark to eliminate them." Then Hyuk Muzang angrily slammed his hand on the table, and a terrifying scene appeared before him. "That was what I saw was." Murong Jianhua swallowed hard, anxiously waiting for his next words. Hyuk Muzang's face changed to extremely serious, saying a sentence like a thunderclap, "A world destroyed by demons. Everything has burned to ashes." Hyuk Muzang gestured wildly, getting up and sitting down to illustrate his story. Suddenly a 1,000-foot-long snake fell from the sky. On the ground, demons were everywhere. It looked just like the Underworld. Hyuk Muzang sat still, his hands resting on the table clenched tightly, trembling with each moment, and finally, everything was burned to ashes, nothing remained. His face suddenly turned pale, the look of horror was clearly visible. "I had to be there for so many days, until I became what he wanted." Murong Jianhua looked at him with concern. "Really?" His face went blank. "Oh my, do you really believe it?" Murong Jianhua immediately got angry. Her eyes shining brightly, she grabbed Hyuk Muzang by the collar in frustration. "Damn it! Why are you joking when I'm asking seriously?" Hyuk Muzang looked away, pretending to be oblivious. "I'm not joking. So what, do you really mean it?" Then Murong Jianhua let him go, crossed her arms in a huff and turned away. "Forget it. If you don't want to say it, then don't, scoundrel." Hyuk Muzang raised his hand to rub his neck, secretly smiling. "I never thought that she would actually believe me." That horrifying scene, the scene where a giant serpent was slithering on the rooftops and breathing fire, incinerating everything. The scene where a giant demon was relentlessly smashing and destroying every structure that humans had created. At that time, Hyuk Muzang stood on the cliff observing everything. Beneath him was an endless sea of fire. Everywhere was the scene of people in despair. He clenched his fists. "Why?" Hyuk Muzang's face showed clear signs of horror. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. "Why did you show me this, my lord? What should I do?" Then in an instant, Hyuk Muzang was brought back to the empty secret realm. That voice echoed again. "How can an ordinary being control fate alone? When the time comes, everything will happen according to the rules." Back in reality, Hyuk Muzang's hand, which was hidden under the table, unconsciously clenched tightly. "When the time comes." He looked up at Murong Jianhua, who was sulking in front of him, and unconsciously smiled. "If so, It would be wonderful if that time could come as slowly as possible. Suddenly from the direction of the stairs, someone was walking towards the two with a cane. The person spoke. Hello. That seems to be good silk. Can I touch it a bit? Both of them looked at the old man and had the same thought, a blind person. Hyuk Muzang cautiously extended the piece of fabric. Here. Both Hyuk Muzang and Murong Jianhua looked at the old man with wary eyes. They communicated with each other through telepathy. This guy is a strong martial artist. Indeed. That little brat from the sect a few days ago couldn't compare to him at all. After a while, the old man turned around, extended his hand to lead them. Please come with me. Hyuk Muzang and Murong stood up, following the old man's guidance. They looked around, then communicated through telepathy. Wait, why is he leading us in circles and then into the mansion right next to us, only to lead us around like a maze like this? We must be careful like this, but we should be arriving soon. Arriving in front of a room, the old man stopped and respectfully called out, Lord Chong Hangsu, I have brought the owner of the golden silk summon here. From inside. A voice responded, let them in. The door was quickly pushed open. As soon as Hyuk Muzang and Murong Jianhua saw the scene inside, they were extremely astonished. Inside, an old man spoke, Hello, the owner of the golden silk summon. Both of them had the same thought, his legs. Chong Hangsu respectfully clasped his hands. Please forgive me for not being able to stand up to welcome such important guests. Hyuk Muzang and Murong Jianhua on the opposite side also respectfully replied, Not at all, thank you for your hospitality, sir. At the same time, the two communicated through telepathy. Muzang, I can't sense his internal energy. That's right. He is not a martial artist. His strength is at most that of a guard. The old man looked at the two new guests and said, Hoo-hoo, it's been a long time since someone has released the golden silk at my place. What do you need to come all the way here? Hyuk Muzang replied, The underground world. The old man's eyes changed upon hearing this. Hyuk Muzang's words sounded like thunder in his ears. Hyuk Muzang stepped forward, looking seriously at the old man. I want you to help us get to the underground world as quickly as possible. The old man laughed. Haha, you are joking a bit too much. Hearing this, Hyuk Muzang glared, seriously replying, Do I look like I'm joking? The entire room suddenly became unusually quiet. After a moment, Chong Hangsu spoke, All right. The request of the owner of the golden silk must be fulfilled. But I have one request. Both of them immediately looked at the old man with heightened vigilance. If you go south for about 10 miles, you will find a bamboo grove. In there, you will find a stone about 3 feet high. The two of them followed and indeed arrived at a bamboo forest. Murong Jianhua sighed, Really, how many times have we gone back and forth today? Upon reaching the designated location, Murong Jianhua looked up in astonishment. Is that really true? In front of them was indeed a huge rock. He had said that if they lifted it, there would be a bag underneath. Bring it back to me. Murong Jianhua rolled up his sleeves and excitedly said, All right. Let's hurry up then, shall we? Suddenly, something was rushing towards them from behind. Hyuk Muzang reacted extremely quickly. He turned around and kicked the object away, but from a distance, another axe was flying towards the two of them. Hyuk Muzang jumped up and kicked towards the incoming axe. His foot quickly made contact with the axe's blade. With that kick, Hyuk Muzang sent the axe flying a mile away. Murong Jianhua also turned around, alertly shouting, Who's there? Over there, a muscular man appeared, holding the weapon from earlier and smiling. Wow, impressive. You managed to block that hit. He seemed to be a bandit, with a large scar on his face, and beside him was a seductive beauty who looked at Hyuk Muzang and cooed. So handsome. The bandit smugly said, You don't seem like an ordinary thief. This could be fun. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of lightning struck and severed his head before the shocked eyes of the beauty. At that moment, Hyuk Muzang was holding a sword, glaring at her and the fallen body of the bandit, saying, Oh, sorry. I interrupted you. The bandit's body collapsed to the ground, and the beauty, frightened, stumbled back, thinking, Since when? I didn't even see his sword strike. I thought he was just an ordinary guy. She opened the fan in her hand, panicking as she looked at Hyuk Muzang and Murong Jianhua, shouting, You guys aren't ordinary thieves, are you? Are you chasing us? Who sent you? Nah, me? Murong, unable to tolerate her twisting the truth, charged forward and kicked. What nonsense are you talking about? But she managed to block it with the fan in her hand. However, Murong Jianhwa's attack was very powerful, and her legs couldn't hold their ground, sliding back. Murong Jianhua gathered her strength and slowly approached her, saying, "You were the ones who ambushed us first." "What are you talking about?" The beauty was now trembling all over, thinking, "I can't react at all. I can't provoke these people." Immediately, she raised the fan in her hand, stammering, "Wait a moment, it seems I misunderstood a bit, I apologize." But in her heart, she was calculating, "I have to get out of here right away." But before she could do anything, Hyuk Muzang was already standing right behind her. As she was backing away, she unexpectedly bumped into him, causing her to jump in surprise. She turned around, her mind in a panic. What is this? When did he stand behind me? I was sure he was in front of me. Behind her, Hyuk Muzang's eyes were also blankly staring at her. "You call us robbers?" He raised his sword towards the rock and asked, "Is what's under the rock yours?" She was sweating profusely, hesitantly replied, "That's why I said there was a misunderstanding. It's our fault." "Then what about the fact that the Nami sect is chasing you?" Upon hearing Hyuk Muzang say that, her face changed dramatically. In an instant, Hyuk Muzang radiated a terrifying killing intent. "The Nami sect is chasing you?" Just looking at him sent chills down her spine, goosebumps all over her body. She clicked her tongue and suddenly jumped to the right, seemingly intending to escape. But immediately, Murong Jianhua appeared right in front of her, looking at her with eyes like bullets. "Where do you think you're going?" She thought to herself, "So fast. Where did they come from?" Instantly, she threw something at Murong Jianhua and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Her fan quickly flew towards Murong Jianhua, but she swiftly blocked it with her sword. She thought, "First I will use the fan to block her line of sight. Once she is injured by the hidden weapon, she won't be able to chase after me anymore." But a flash of light appeared in the air, cutting off her hand in an instant. That light continued to rush towards her body, and she could only let out a silent scream in her mind. Murong Jianhua angrily widened her eyes. She kicked off the bamboo and flew to another spot, avoiding the blood and parts of her body that were falling down. Murong Jianhua slowly landed, angrily spoke, "What is this? I could handle her myself. Why did you kill her like that?" "We haven't interrogated her yet," Hyuk Muzang replied while sheathing his sword. "They have already revealed their killing intent. Wasting time on people like them won't yield anything. If you have any questions, just ask Chong Hengsu." Back at the restaurant from earlier, a sword was pressed against the old man Chong Hengsu's neck. He was sweating profusely, glancing down at the sword and said, "Ho ho, back already?" On Hyuk Muzang's side, he was also surrounded by other blades, but his face remained unchanged as he looked straight at the old man Chong Hengsu and said, "Someone is waiting there to assassinate us. You want to lead us into a trap?" The old man replied, "Ho ho, it's not a trap." In the distance, Murong Jianhua was still being blocked by two other guards. Chong Hengsu glanced at the bag in Hyuk Muzang's hand and said. He immediately tipped the bag over, and from inside, the green gems spilled out onto the ground. Murong Jianhua outside saw that and exclaimed in surprise, "Those are high-quality luminous pearls." Old Chong Hengsu looked straight at Hyuk Muzang and said, "Knowing where the underworld is does not mean you can enter. You must meet their requirements. These luminous pearls are very valuable to those people. Those who want to enter the underworld must pay at least 5 of the highest quality luminous pearls." Hyuk Muzang frowned slightly. "Then who are those two?" Chong Hengsu replied, "The underworld allows migration every 10 people every 3 months. That time is today at dusk, and the limit of 10 people is full. The blood-sucking cultivator and the merchant of death are among those 10. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up, but now they are dead, so 2 more can enter. Murong Jianhua below heard this and exclaimed loudly, "Huh? The blood-sucking cultivator and the merchant of death? The 2 who caused the incident at the Ame Sect last year?" Hyuk Muzang glanced back, puzzled, and looked at her. "Do you know them?" Murong recalled past events. Last year, a first-rank disciple and 7 second-rank disciples of the Ame Sect died during a training trip. It was a horrific scene. The corpses were not intact, and blood was splattered everywhere. After interrogating witnesses and investigating evidence, it was concluded that the culprits were those 2, the blood-sucking cultivator and the merchant of death. The Ame Sect began sending people to find them but failed every time. I didn't expect it to be those 2. Murong Jianhua gritted her teeth in anger, flames of rage igniting fiercely. Arg, if I know it's them, I won't let them die easily. I will keep them alive and then slowly, I will have a lot of, and throw them into the underworld. Old Chong Hengsu, seeing the young lady so terrifying, also broke out in a cold sweat and hesitantly asked, "Aren't you the righteous sect?" Hyuk Muzang replied curtly, "So what? It doesn't matter." The old man cleared his throat and continued, "So do you understand now? I only do this to help you meet the requirements to enter the underworld." Hyuk Muzang replied, "One last thing." It seemed as if a bolt of lightning struck through the room. The killing intent from Hyuk Muzang began to emanate. He reached for the hilt of his sword and said, "If you dare to exploit or deceive us again." Immediately, the blades of the two subordinates were severed by some force. "Then this will be your neck." The killing intent of Hyuk Muzang erupted terrifyingly, and just as he sheathed his sword, the severed blades were falling down in the horror of the 5 subordinates surrounding him. The 5 blades fell to the ground, each one sticking straight down, looking very orderly. Old Chong Hengsu was sweating profusely, fearfully looking at Hyuk Muzang and replied, "I will remember this." The night fell. The carriage was slowly approaching the lakeshore. The carriage stopped, and the old coachman turned his head back to call, "We have arrived." The door of the carriage opened, and Hyuk Muzang and Murong Jianhua had now disguised themselves as a bandit and a seductive beauty from the afternoon. Murong Jianhua yawned. "Stretched, ugh, my whole body is sore. I can't believe we had to sit in that dark carriage for an hour." Hyuk Muzang replied, "Hearing you snore, I see you slept well." "Shut up." "All right." The ferryman had also come ashore. He looked thin and weak, currently rummaging through his clothes for something. He looked at them and asked, "Are you Li Jaren, the blood-poisoned sorcerer in Ganjumji, the merchant of death?" "That's right." The ferryman then pulled out 2 drawings and looked closely. Hyuk Muzang and Murong Jianhua were also frozen, communicating with each other telepathically. "They are more careful than I thought. I won't get caught, right? I should have worn a skin mask. You want me to skin them and wear their faces as a mask? No way. I will never agree. Besides, there's no time." The ferryman looked at Hyuk Muzang and wondered, "How can a merchant of death carry a sword?" "Because I like it." "I see." The old man stepped onto the boat and turned back to say, "If you want to get there before the city gates close, hurry up and get on the boat. You are the last 2. Hyuk Muzang and Murong Jianhua immediately boarded the boat. "We take our leave." "I didn't know a merchant of death could be so polite." "Shut up." "All right." The old man began to row the boat, and the boat gently drifted on the river. After a while, Murong Jianhua suddenly showed a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my, I have never seen a place like this." They were entering between 2 cliffs. The path was completely covered in darkness. Only by looking up could they see the starlight. After a while, when the boat had arrived, the ferryman turned back to call his 2 passengers, "We have arrived. Get off." But on the other side of the boat, Hyuk Muzang and Murong Jianhua were sleeping soundly against each other. Hearing him remind them, they mumbled, 5 more minutes. Snore. Seeing this, he got angry and shouted, "Is this a place to sleep? Get down right now." Hyuk Muzang immediately woke up, sitting up straight, causing the fake mustache attached to his mouth to fall off. Murong Jianhua, who was leaning against him, lost her support and fell headfirst down the side of the boat. Hyuk Muzang was confused. "This place is..." Murong Jianhua was still a bit dazed, and the boatman didn't say anything more. He pointed towards the entrance of a cave and said, "If you go deep into that cave, you will meet a guard. Give him the luminous pearls you brought with you." The 2 of them left, with Murong Jianhua still sleepy, yawning as she walked. "Hey, walk a little slower." Behind them, the boatman stood still, observing them. He thought to himself, "How interesting, even the best martial artists should be worried when coming here, but they dared to sleep like that. Are they foolish or just indifferent? If they continue like this, they will die quickly." Up ahead, Hyuk Muzang and Murong Jianhua were still comfortably chatting as they walked. "Wow, you drooled all over. What, do you think I'm dirty? You used to think I was great and beautiful doing everything." When they arrived, Murong Jianhua exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god! Is this really an underground world? I can't even see the ceiling of the cave anymore." Hyuk Muzang also looked around and nodded in agreement. Really interesting." Hearing him say that, Murong Jianhua asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Hyuk Muzang looked up at the lamps hanging all over the path and said, "With so many lamps, there should be smoke, but there isn't any here. This means that there is ventilation and fresh air blowing in. Oh, there must be a ventilation system somewhere." Right. Suddenly, Murong Jianhua jumped in surprise. She had caught the hand of someone trying to reach out and touch her inappropriately, and his face showed great surprise. Murong Jianhua tightened her grip, forcing the hand of the guy to make a cracking sound. The big guy turned red from pain, tears streaming down his face, and he screamed in agony. Murong Jianhua held his hand tightly, her expression extremely angry. "Who are you, a pickpocket or a pervert? Do you think you can just grope around here? Should I chop off your hand?" He immediately shrank back like a turtle, fearfully replying, "Not at all. I've never seen you here, so I was just a little curious. Ugh." Murong Jianhua pressed his face close to his, looking straight into the opponent's eyes and warning, "One more time and I will break your neck." He was so scared that tears streamed down his face. Stammering, "Yes. I won't dare anymore." Hearing this, Murong Jianhua immediately threw him far away from the two of them, shouting, "Then get lost." He scrambled to get up, clutching his arm and angrily looking at Murong Jianhua. "Ugh, you picked the wrong fight. I will make you regret it." Jianhua shouted angrily, "Should I kill you?" As soon as he saw this, he turned and ran away, panicking and shouting, "I'm sorry." Hyuk Muzang watched him go and said, "We must have just arrived, so he came to pick a fight." Murong Jianhua beside him let out a sigh, rubbing his wrist in anger. "Should I hit him again? I need to beat that guy to scare the others." Hyuk Muzang suddenly changed direction, going to find a room at the inn. "I want to take off the disguise." Murong Jianhua quickly followed, teasing him as they walked. "Why not? You look good." Kiki. In a corner of the alley, an old man was also observing the two of them, exuding an unusual aura. "So they are not ordinary people, huh?" The old man smiled slyly. "But people like them are perfect prey for Yomuchi. I will even steal your underwear." Behind him, the big guy was still crying, holding his swollen arm. Sobbing, "Compensate me, please." After a while, Hyuk Muzang and Murong Jianhua settled in a shabby restaurant. Although the scenery here was very poor, it was better than nothing. Hyuk Muzang touched his face, which had lost its beard, and sighed, "Phew, taking off that beard feels refreshing." Murong Jianhua showed impatience, resting her chin on her hand and continuously tapping the table with her finger, saying, "So where do I have to go, and how do I find what I need?" "We don't need to do anything, they will come looking for me on their own." Hyuk Muzang then used telepathy. "There has been someone following us all this time." Murong Jianhua turned her face towards the door, and indeed there was a person walking in. The old man wore a bright but very capitalist smile. He twisted in front of the two and tried to win their favor. "Hee, how are you? It seems this is the first time I meet you two. Have you just arrived in the underground world?" Both of them were stunned, looking at this face, surely wondering what kind of monster was in front of them. Hyuk Muzang immediately spoke up, "Who are you?" The old man smiled and approached the two of them, trying to appear hospitable. "You don't need to be on guard like that. I'm not a bad person." The old man clasped his hands towards the two of them and greeted them with a smile. "My name is Yomuchi. I saw you just arrived, so I wanted to help." Then he confidently winked, "I know everyone down here." Murong Jianhua looked at the old man helplessly. "So he's a fraud." Hyuk Muzang was different. He appeared cautious and seriously asked him, "Surely you don't want to help for free, do you?" Upon hearing this, the corners of the old man's eyes also curved up. "Surely you just arrived, so you don't know." Murong Jianhua looked at the old man with some curiosity. Unexpectedly, the old man waved his hands dramatically, speaking grandly, "But this underworld can be seen as a den of trash, a gathering place for the cowardly. A hell on earth full of dangers. Thieves are everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the golden thread on your underwear will be stolen. But—" Then the old man clasped his hands again, placing them confidently on his chest. The old man winked. His whole person seemed to radiate a glow. "Don't worry. Because Yomuchi is here." "But why do I feel like he's a pyramid scheme?" Right after that, the old man spread his hands towards Hyuk Muzang and his companion, inviting them. "The encyclopedia of the underworld will guide you safely for a bargain price. Just 1 silver coin. Hyuk Muzang was immediately astonished, letting out a loud gasp. Then he grabbed the old man's hand and held it tightly, his eyes filled with trust. Unbelievable. Then it's bad for the left side. Thanks to you, we can be safe now. Truly lucky, please take care of us, Manager Yom. Murong Jianhua, sitting opposite, was also speechless at the scene. Old Yomwuchi then found a place to sit down, his face beaming as he replied, So do you two have any curiosities? Just ask me. Looking for items or houses or sightseeing. Hyuk Muzang and Murong Jianhua simultaneously exchanged glances, both having the same thought. Murong Jianhua then spoke up, I heard there are some types of medicine and aphrodisiacs that can only be found here. Can we buy them? Old Yomwuchi was startled when he heard her say that. On the opposite side, seemingly noticing a slight change in the old man, Murong Jianhua rested her chin on her hand in regret. What's wrong? Can't you help? The old man waved his hand in response. No, not at all. Of course, I can help. But women usually don't look for those things. Moreover, the most terrifying and powerful beings, even in this underground world, are the alchemists. So you can't do it? You must not be as skilled as you claim. Hearing this, the old man was taken aback and quickly replied, No. Of course I can. Murong Jianhua appeared to agree. Well then, that's fine. On the other side, Hyuk Muzang also spoke up, and I want to kill someone out there. Can you help me find someone who can do that? A contract killer, assassin, or something like that. The old man, upon hearing this, seemed to hit the jackpot, his voice flowing more smoothly. Haha. This place is full of such people. The price depends on the type of target. Hyuk Muzang looked serious. The target is a top-level martial artist. Is that acceptable? Old Yomwuchi pretended to stroke his beard while pondering. Top level. That means we have to invade the territory of a martial artist. The old man pinched one finger of his index finger, grinning slyly at Hyuk Muzang. If you want to find a contract killer of that kind along with medicine and aphrodisiacs, you will need a lot of this. Murong Jianhua immediately added, We have 100 taels of gold. Yomwuchi, upon hearing this, smiled even wider, immediately envisioning gold falling from the sky like rain. He was delighted. Oh my! We've caught a big fish here. Then he eagerly stood up and said, Then let me lead the way for you two esteemed guests. Right after that, he joyfully ran outside. He did not know that behind him, Hyuk Muzang and Murong Jianhua were also wearing smug smiles for having led him by the nose. After a while, Yomwuchi led the two of them to some gathering point. Here, there were only strong, muscular men with eyes full of murderous intent staring at them. From left to right, everyone turned to look at these two newly arrived guests. After walking a bit more, Yomwuchi turned back and said to them, Please stand here, I need to talk to them first. After that, he cheerfully ran to the highest point, seemingly the leader of this place, who was also observing Hyuk Muzang and Murong Jianhua. Yomwuchi happily bowed and greeted. Oh my, how are you? I hope you are still in good shape. Then he gestured towards the two guests and explained, I brought someone who wants to hire people. After that, he leaned close to his ear, his eyes shining brightly as he said, They are fresh meat. They bring 100 taels of gold. If you deal with them, I will give you 20%. The leader just finished listening and grinned. He exchanged glances with old Yomwuchi, both of them laughing with delight. 100 taels? Haha, you are really despicable. Then he stood up abruptly, looking at his two guests and said, So you want me to kill someone for you? That's right. Hearing that, he stepped closer to where the two of them were standing. His body was tall and muscular, looking twice as big as Hyuk Muzang, and he exuded a kind of killing intent, his eyes shining brightly as he looked straight at Hyuk Muzang and asked, Who is that person? Hyuk Muzang pondered for a moment, then suddenly broke into a smile. He smiled with squinted eyes and said, No need. The big guy was taken aback and asked, What? Over there. Old Yomwuchi was equally shocked. The big guy's eyes lit up, and he looked straight at Hyuk Muzang with a gaze full of killing intent and said, Are you joking with me? You came all the way here and you plan to just leave like this? On the opposite side, Hyuk Muzang lowered his eyes, showing disdain for these big guys. With your level, you can't kill that person. I'd rather do it myself. Hearing that, the big guy's face showed some veins popping up, and he gritted his teeth in anger. He reached behind him, slowly pulling out a large knife, What do you mean? Do you think you are stronger than me? Then he raised the knife high in his hand. His whole body emitted a terrifying killing intent. I was going to let you go after taking the money, but now I will kill you. Facing the furious giant in front of him, Hyuk Muzang remained calm, standing still and looking at him leisurely. The giant swung the knife towards Hyuk Muzang, who quickly raised his hand to block it. The strange thing was that the blade of the giant's knife had already lost half of its length. He gasped, glancing down to see Hyuk Muzang's hand rushing towards him. Hyuk Muzang struck with the palm. The giant couldn't avoid it, and took the full force of the attack, his face contorting in pain. His subordinates surrounding him were also surprised, wide-eyed at the strange scene before them. The giant had been knocked back by a single palm strike from Hyuk Muzang and was now painfully landing on the ground. Hyuk Muzang glared at him. Let us go after taking the money. What do you mean? Yom the steward? On the other side, Yomwuchi was now sweating profusely, his mouth moving but unable to say a word. The old man's face was as green as a banana leaf, sweat pouring down like a waterfall, and he was extremely frightened. I'm done for. Immediately after, he shouted, I didn't know he was this kind of person. On the ground, the big guy heard him and looked up in confusion. What? He continued to shout. This is truly despicable. Hyuk Muzang smiled mysteriously. You say you know all the people here, but it seems you don't know how to read people. Yomwuchi stammered that matter. Then he turned to the thug and said, So he must be the only bad guy here. Upon hearing this, the thug jumped in surprise, stammering, Wait a minute. No! I'm in the same boat as that guy. Before he could finish his sentence, Hyuk Muzang launched a vicious move, delivering a powerful punch straight to his face. Hyuk Muzang looked down at him with eyes like bullets. You must be crazy to insult Chief Yom. You need to take your medicine. Then Hyuk Muzang turned to Yomwuchi and smiled brightly. Do you think so, Chief Yom? The old man jumped in shock, sweat pouring down like a waterfall, and stammered in response. Yes, you mean this guy should be punished more? I understand. Then Hyuk Muzang raised his fist and growled at the big thug. Thieves must be punished appropriately. Fists kept raining down, and Yomwuchi stood by, pale with fear, not daring to move. After a while, Hyuk Muzang threw the guy to the ground and said, Few dealt with this scum. Old Yomwuchi jumped in shock and leaped back. Hyuk Muzang raised his bloodied hand to wipe the sweat and said, This time you remember to take me to the right place. Hearing this, Yomwuchi panicked, stood up straight, and replied loudly, Yes. I will definitely take you to the right place. Then he staggered forward to lead the way. Hyuk Muzang watched him and smiled, while Murong Jianhua shook his head. Poor thing. In the underground world, the thieves' area. In a corner of the street, drug addicts were lying around everywhere. On the other side, others were each holding a beauty, laughing and chatting happily. Murong Jianhua exclaimed, What is this depraved area? Yomwuchi, walking beside, rubbed his hands and said, This is a den of thieves. It is a refuge for those with experience in the underworld, similar to the martial arts sects out there. This is considered the center of the underworld, hee. Murong Jianhua glared at the old man. Are you intentionally leading us to a dangerous place? Yomwuchi, hearing this, jumped in surprise and hurriedly replied, No, that's not true. This is the only place where you two can buy opium and hire martial artists for assassination. Murong Jianhua responded, If you're telling the truth, then bark. Hearing that, he immediately barked a few times. Murong Jianhua clicked her tongue, looking at him with a disdainful gaze. Fine, then we believe you. Yomwuchi, feeling angry, secretly cursed that cunning wench. Murong Jianhua, seeing him change a bit, said, What's wrong with your face? He turned around and obediently pretended to be a dog, barking a few times. But inside, he was fuming. How did she know? After a while, when they reached a restaurant, Hyuk Muzang looked around and used telepathy to call Murong Jianhua. This place indeed has a few very strong guys scattered around. They could chop off the head of a mid-level martial artist. Then he looked up at the tallest building and said, Also, the palace rising up there must be the Underworld Palace. It's much easier to trace the bloodline of the Black Blood clan here. Murong Jianhua also replied cautiously, but she glanced over at the groups sitting in the restaurant. All of them were looking at her with very strange eyes. Murong Jianhua's face became extremely ugly, looking as if she was about to pounce and tear them apart. Hyuk Muzang turned to her and said, If you don't plan to kill them all, then try to endure it. Murong Jianhua glared at them, gritting her teeth in anger. If I could, I would have killed them all, but Hyuk Musang, standing beside her, was also at a loss for words. One guy sitting in the restaurant raised his hand and called out, "Hey, beautiful!" Murong Jianhua, seeing him call her, glanced at him. He licked his lips, looking at Murong Jianhua with a greedy gaze and said, "I'm sitting here alone and bored. Why don't you come sit with me? I'll make you feel like a goddess." Murong Jianhua just said oh and then turned to walk away. The guy, seeing this, frowned, looking very displeased. "Are you ignoring me?" Then he reached out to grab Murong Jianhua's braid, growling as he did, "I'm telling you again, you little wench." Murong Jianhua's eyes sparkled with murderous intent as she slowly turned around, thinking, "I can't take it anymore." But before Murong Jianhua could make a move, Hyuk Musang had already circled behind and grabbed the arm of the guy, who couldn't bear the pain and screamed loudly, shaking the entire area. He kept screaming, "Let me go!" Behind him, Murong Jianhua was also very surprised to see the scene before her. The corners of her mouth suddenly curled up. "Didn't you tell me to endure?" Hearing this, Hyuk Musang immediately let go. "I slipped." In the distance, the other thugs were also slowly getting up. Then they gradually surrounded Hyuk Musang and Murong Jianhua. Behind them, old Yomuchi was also sitting trembling in a corner. It wasn't out of fear, but out of joy. His face looked just like a cunning fox, and he was laughing with delight while thinking, "Just as I planned. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to defeat all of them." Murong Jianhua heard the commotion and turned to look at him, thinking, "That bastard." Suddenly, Hyuk Musang spoke up, "This is really annoying." His eyes glinted with terrifying murderous intent. "Should I just kill them all?" Hearing this, old Yomuchi's face changed, no longer looking pleased as before. Suddenly, from a distance, another voice rang out, "Enough." A person dressed in green was slowly walking towards them. He stroked his beard, looking down at them and said, "Everyone leave. They seem to be looking for me." The thugs clicked their tongues and turned to leave, and Murong looked at them in confusion. Then she slowly turned back to look at the old man who had just arrived and thought, "That old man seems to have quite a bit of influence in this area." Old Yomuchi behind her suddenly clicked his tongue, and Murong Jianhua quickly turned to look at him. Yomuchi quickly stepped forward, happily raising his hand towards the newly arrived old man and introduced, "This is Mr. Chai Gangdiak, an important figure in trade in this area." Old Chai Gangdiak, after hearing him, looked at them and replied, "It's been a while since Mr. Yom brought guests. What do you need?" Murong Jianhua smiled at him and said, "We need opium and aphrodisiacs." He tilted his head, looking at the young lady before him and said, "Ho, I didn't think a girl like you would buy such things. It's none of your business." "Well, if you can pay, I don't care." He squinted and smiled. "How much do you need?" Murong Jianhua also smiled in response, 1 cart for each item. Chai Gangdiak was taken aback upon hearing this, his eyes wide open as he looked at the young lady standing in front of him. Then he quickly turned and left, as if we had never met. "Come back, okay?" Murong Jianhua was stunned and called out, "Huh, why is that? Is it because we don't have enough money or something?" He stroked his beard with his hand, glanced at her, and said, "It's the rule. I don't make large transactions like that with individuals." Murong Jianhua, upon hearing this, remained calm and replied, "Fine then. Let me change a bit. Rumor has it that the quality and effects of opium and aphrodisiacs in the underground world are much better than outside. In other words, this place definitely uses some different ingredients." Then she looked straight into the old man's eyes and smiled confidently. "We will buy 1 cart of raw materials. Pay the same price as 1 cart of aphrodisiac. How about that? Is it acceptable?" Chai Gangdiak, upon hearing this, had a change in the corner of his eyes. Then he quickly composed himself and replied, "No matter what, you still seem very suspicious. Usually, such a large quantity would be bought by a group of people. 1 person can't handle it alone. But there are only 2 of you, and you want to buy an entire cart, and the raw materials too?" The old man's eyes lit up, cautiously looking at the two, Hyuk Musang and Murong Jianhua, and growled, "Who are you really?" Murong Jianhua over there laughed. "Today I keep being called a convenient person, huh? Maybe if I beat you up, I would feel less angry." A terrifying aura quickly emanated from her. Old Chai Gangdiak looked at Murong Jianhua unleashing her power and laughed, "Haha, do you think you can defeat me?" Then he raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy in his palm and flew up, shouting loudly, You are too arrogant. Murong Jianhua also quickly controlled her spiritual energy, telling Hyuk Muzang, don't interfere. I can handle this. He nodded in agreement. Old Chai Gangdeok charged towards the girl, shouting, die. Facing the old man rushing towards her, Murong Jianhua stood still, waiting for him to come closer. He struck a punch at Murong Jianhua, but what he hit was only empty air. His face turned extremely panicked. She disappeared. How is that possible? Where did she go? He instinctively glanced behind him. Indeed, Murong Jianhua had been standing right behind him without him noticing. Her gaze radiated a fierce killing intent. He was horrified, and in his heart, he calculated that it was too late to avoid it. I must quickly blow him away. Before he could finish his thought, Murong Jianhua's hand shot towards the old man like lightning. Old Gi Changdeok raised his hand to block, but no, Murong Jianhua veered off towards Yomwuchi. She then slapped the old man with a stinging blow. Gi Changdeok lowered his hand, staring blankly at the other side, letting out a sound of confusion. At this moment, Yomwuchi had been slapped down to the ground, clutching his face in grievance, looking up and asking, why did you hit me? Murong Jianhua immediately played the innocent role. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. That guy's martial arts are quite good. He managed to dodge, so I accidentally hit you instead. I didn't hit you out of anger or anything. On the other side, old Chai Gangdeok was furious, gritting his teeth and growling, you little wench, are you mocking me? In the blink of an eye, Murong Jianhua had returned to stand right in front of Chai Gangdeok, angrily raising a palm filled with spiritual energy, looking at the old man and shouting, stop talking nonsense, let's see if you can dodge this. He raised his hand to block in front, his face clearly showing horror. She had suddenly appeared right in front of him. But once again, Yomwuchi took the full brunt of Murong Jianhua's slap. Old Gi Changdeok stared wide-eyed, while on the other side, Yomwuchi lay flat on the floor, groaning in pain, and Murong Jianhua feigned concern, reaching out towards him. Oh dear, it's that old man again, are you okay? You must be quite shocked. Old Gi Changdeok was extremely horrified, thinking, I can't even see her movements anymore. I completely cannot defeat her. On the other side, Murong Jianhua's anger flared up fiercely, her eyes shining brightly. He is truly a ruthless man. How dare he injure our benefactor? I will not let you go. Below, Yomwuchi was scared out of his wits. Help me. Gi Changdeok was also at a loss for words, thinking to himself, this crazy woman. She turned to face Gi Changdeok and shouted, this time I will punish you. The old man looked at her, thinking, here it comes again. In the blink of an eye, Murong Jianhua stood right in front of him, her eyes shining brightly. This time it was for real. She struck her palm towards him, sending Gi Changdeok flying into the air. Gi Changdeok was hit by the palm, unable to withstand the force, and fell into a passive position. The crowd surrounding them was also sweating profusely at the scene before their eyes. One of them suddenly turned and walked away. Hyuk Muzang sensed it, and immediately directed his gaze towards the spot where the person had just left. He looked at the back of that person and thought, that guy has an aura like those from the Dark Blood clan. Hyuk Muzang reached into his chest and pulled out something. He then increased the force and clenched his hand tightly, causing that thing to shatter. Immediately after, a strange aura began to slowly emanate from it. That scent immediately flew towards and enveloped the man in black clothing, the suspicious man who was leaving. Seeing that everything was done, Hyuk Muzang turned back to the commotion over here. After a while, Gi Changdeok and Yomwuchi had their cheeks swollen, and the two of them trembled, no longer daring to act arrogantly. Murong Jianhua stood with his arms crossed, looking at the two of them and asking, so you know where to find the medicinal herbs? He trembled and replied, yes. Take us there. Old Gi Changdeok was startled to hear that, stammering that matter. Murong Jianhua's face turned extremely ugly, his whole body igniting with a terrifying rage. What? I can't hear what you're saying. That would be too dangerous for me. Oh? Are you saying you want to die? No. He angrily looked at Yomwuchi and thought, Yomwuchi, I will deal with you later. He seemed to understand what old Chai Gangdeok was thinking, his whole body trembling violently. I was wrong, seriously wrong. Behind, Hyuk Muzang stepped closer and used telepathy to communicate with her. Jianhua, someone just emitted the distinctive killing intent of the Dark Blood clan. Really? Then shouldn't we follow him? It's fine, I've already put the scent of the sweet fragrance on him. Huh, why aren't you following him? Over there, Gi Changdiak was angrily wanting to hit old Jeonwuchi a few times to vent his frustration. Hyuk Muzang glared. We will go after we finish dealing with the spring medicine. It's safer that way. I can handle this myself. Murong Jianhua listened and looked at him, her brows slightly furrowing. Jianhua's gaze was like a lightning bolt striking him. You don't believe me? Hyuk Muzang frowned at that, probably. Then he looked at Gi Changdiak and Yeonwuchi and thought, how could anything harm her? He then became serious again, conveying a message to Murong Jianhua. But be careful, don't cause trouble for no reason. You never know when a master might appear. Murong Jianhua blushed, covering her face shyly and replied, Oh my, are you worried about me? You should have said that from the beginning. Before he could finish speaking, Hyuk Muzang behind him had already jumped away. Murong Jianhua's face immediately fell, that bastard. At the Bloodshed Brigade. Inside, Ma Yongji spoke up, Miss, we have investigated Hyuk Muzang as you requested. Over there, Kiam Jawa's voice replied, Report. He is indeed a disciple of a martial arts school. Aside from mandatory military service during the war, it seems he has lived his whole life in Yangzhou. Everyone around there knows him. So it seems he has been there since he was young. Kiam Jawa turned her face away and smiled slightly. How interesting. Youngji, do you think an ordinary martial arts disciple could be that strong? Ma Yongji hesitated upon hearing this. Or could Hyuk Muzang be the Shadowless? Kiam Jawa smiled in response. Shadowless, huh? The legendary swordsman who killed the master without revealing even a shadow in the great battle of good and evil? She slowly sat down. Why do you say that? Ma Yongji hesitantly replied, It's just my feeling. But the time Hyuk Muzang enlisted coincides with the time Shadowless was active. Moreover, he is a Grand Master who can single-handedly defeat our sect leader and elders. Yet until now, no one knows of his existence. Perhaps the Martial Arts Alliance has completely concealed him. Furthermore, Shadowless is the most suspicious suspect in the assassination of the Bloodhand Tyrant. After participating in the war, he disappeared for 2 years after the war ended. And the assassin of the Bloodhand Tyrant may have been injured. Upon mentioning this, Ma Yongji became very serious, and that injury took 2 years to heal. Kiam Jawa raised her hand, playing with it while replying to him, Yes, Shadowless is known as the strongest swordsman. But that guy seems to be very different. He is indeed a strong swordsman, but within him lies another mysterious power. Some people even speculate that Shadowless is not just one person. If that's the case, then those hypotheses are useless. Then she burst out laughing. After all, don't you think it's still very difficult to conclude? I apologize for my naivety. But I also think there is a possibility. She smiled, her face showing curiosity as she said, I wonder what schemes my master Hyuk Muzang has. At the headquarters of the Bloodshed Brigade, Hyuk Muzang was standing on a rooftop across the street, observing everything inside the walls. He looked at the traps set all over the city walls along with the soldiers everywhere and thought, the guard is too tight. All the guards are top-notch experts. Not even an ant can crawl through anymore. He raised his hand to carefully put on the mask and thought, perhaps it's best if I go alone. In a flash, Hyuk Muzang had left his position. Before long, Hyuk Muzang safely landed behind the wall, out of sight of the guards. On the other side, one of the guards suddenly yawned. Suddenly from behind, a man appeared and said, Hey, are you tired? The guard jumped in fright and replied, No, sir. The man then stepped back. It's okay to be tired, yawning is normal. The guard was sweating profusely and immediately stood at attention, apologizing, I'm sorry. I just spoke out of turn. The guards nearby were also sweating because of this. The scary man from earlier returned, moving close to the guard and growled, Why don't I help you rest right here? Lying down to rest sounds so nice, doesn't it? The guard was so scared that sweat poured down like a stream, stammering, I'm sorry. The man heard this and pointed forward, shouting, Go patrol outside the city, don't doze off here. The guard replied loudly, Yes, and then staggered away. In the corner of the wall, Hyuk Muzang had heard everything that just happened. It seemed he was also waiting for the guard to run towards him. The guard quickly walked out of the city wall, where hundreds of weapons were mounted. Suddenly, his pupils widened, as if he had seen something very frightening. But there was nothing over there. It turned out he was surprised by the emptiness and the length of the city wall. he sighed. Ha, so wide. The shift is about to change. But I won't be able to return on time. Let's just consider it a stroll before sleeping. He started walking, but he didn't know that something was gradually revealing itself inside the wall. A moment later, Hyuk Muzang stepped out from the city wall. It turned out he had used some technique to conceal himself. He focused on smelling the fragrance that had been released earlier. He looked towards the tallest building in the distance and thought, that must be the direction. While he was still focused, two people suddenly approached from the other side of the wall. One of them said, "Yesterday I met a beautiful woman at." Hyuk Muzang immediately used a technique to become invisible. The two people seemed unaware of Hyuk Muzang's presence, still happily chatting with each other, saying that she seemed to like me a lot. Really? You don't believe me? Get a mirror. Hyuk Muzang was now also moving forward, heading straight towards the two guards. The guard replied, "You can see for yourself?" At this moment, Hyuk Muzang and the two guards were facing each other. Hyuk Muzang brushed past the two of them, one of whom seemed to sense something. He turned sharply and asked the other, "Do you feel anything?" The other replied, "No." Hyuk Muzang continued to move forward. A moment later, in another place, Hyuk Muzang's footsteps suddenly appeared right in the middle of the path. He sensed the scent of incense, and looked straight at the door of the last room, thinking, "I'll follow this path." Thinking that, he quickly sprang up and vanished from his position. Inside that room, the mysterious figure from earlier was kneeling in the middle, and everyone inside had their faces covered. The highest-ranking person among them was sitting upright, staring directly at the figure. He was the Dark Blood Clan, Gyeong the Death. He widened his eyes at the figure and asked, "Can the newcomers fight against Chai Gangdeok?" At this moment, Hyuk Muzang had entered inside, and upon hearing the question, he thought, "Oh no. Have we caused a big problem?" The figure respectfully replied, "That's right, they treat Chai Gangdeok like a child. Their techniques are very new, and even the subordinates can't keep up. The newcomers are not strong like that." He became cautious. "Do you know who they are?" "I apologize, but the Underworld Palace is making it difficult so." Gyeong raised his hand to his chin and thought, "Then let's be careful for now. I want to get them before others do." Hyuk Muzang thought from above, "It seems there is competition in the Underworld Palace as well." Suddenly, Gyeong sensed something, and his expression changed. He waved his hand, throwing something into the air. Instantly, 3 shurikens lodged firmly into the beams. It turned out he was throwing shurikens at the spot where Hyuk Muzang had been sitting earlier. Seeing nothing there, he wondered, "Is there no one?" The subordinates around also looked puzzled and asked each other, "What is happening?" Gyeong pushed the subordinates aside, walking forward while thinking, "It can't be. Just a moment, but I sensed a small force." He hurriedly went to the entrance, flinging the door open. But outside, there was not a single person. He looked around and thought, seeing nothing suspicious at all. "Am I just overly sensitive?" Behind him, a worried subordinate stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong, sir?" Gyeong immediately raised his hand to stop him. "It's nothing. I've just been a bit too sensitive lately. But just to be safe, have the soldiers patrol one more round." At this moment, Hyuk Muzang was hiding behind a door, thinking to himself, "This is surprising. I have concealed myself, yet he can still sense me. This means he must be at least as strong as the sect leader of the 9 major sections. Moreover, it seems he is not the strongest here. I really cannot be careless." Meanwhile, at Murong Jiamwa's location, she had also arrived at some place. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my! Are these all medicinal herbs for making aphrodisiacs?" In front of Murong Jiamwa was a vast garden full of glowing medicinal plants. The 3 of them, Murong Jiamwa, Yommuchi, and Gi Changdeok, were walking along a path lit by torches. Murong Jiamwa tiredly exclaimed, Another cave. How far do we have to go?" Gi Changdeok replied, "These materials can't just be placed anywhere, just a little further." Murong Jiamwa huffed, "Just like someone is trying to set a trap for us." Yommuchi, hearing this, stammered about that. After walking for a while, Gi Changdeok turned back and said, "We're here? This is the herb garden where the materials are grown." Murong Jiamwa was furious when she saw only a wall in front of her. What is this? Are you joking with me? Do you want to die?" He waved his hand and turned away. "This woman really, wait a moment. I need to open the door. I told you, the materials for making opium are very well protected. Saying this, he raised his hand to a torch nearby. He pulled the torch out of its holder and placed it into a holder right next to it. Immediately, the cave doors slowly opened. Gi Changyak turned back to Murong Jiamwa and asked, "Do you want to take a look?" Murong Jiamwa glanced around for a moment and replied, "Of course." Murong Jiamwa cautiously stepped inside, followed by Yom Wuchi and Gi Changyak. The light inside made Murong Jiamwa squint, and she had to narrow her eyes as she stepped inside. Before her was a garden of glowing plants, looking incredibly beautiful. She exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the material for making aphrodisiacs?" She thought to herself, "Even better than I imagined. If they are all refined and spread throughout the world." Yomuchi, standing beside her, was also astonished by the garden before his eyes. Behind them, the old man Gi Changyak unexpectedly turned and left, previously leaving behind a very ambiguous smile. Suddenly, the cave door slammed shut behind them. Murong Jiamwa quickly turned back to see what was happening. Over there, Gi Changyak was laughing gleefully. "Hee hee, you actually came here alone. What a fool." Yomwuchi's face turned pale upon seeing this. The old man Gi Changyak stroked his beard and continued, "The exit has been blocked. And there is a group of guards stationed here." The lights in the cave suddenly went out with a gust of wind. One by one, the lights in the cave were extinguished completely. Gi Changyak's voice rose again. "In other words, you have fallen into a trap." Murong Jiamwa cautiously reached for the hilt of her sword, as all around the cave were pairs of bright eyes staring at her. The old man Gi Changyak suddenly shouted, "Kill her!" At this moment, Yomwuchi's face was drained of all color. He thought to himself, "Why did I come here?" At this moment, in the Underworld Palace, Guiyong gestured to his subordinates, "I have to attend an important meeting, so I must go, continue patrolling this area." The man immediately responded respectfully with clasped hands. "Understood." Just then, Hyuk Muzang appeared behind them, following the retreating figure of Guiyong. He turned his back and left, thinking to himself, "So this is the headquarters of a powerful person like him. There must be something in here." He used a technique to pass through the wall. Stepping inside, Hyuk Muzang glanced around the interior. From the outside, there seemed to be nothing useful at all. He looked over to the other side, but that too was just ordinary items. Suddenly, Hyuk Muzang's eyes lit up, but he stared directly at a jar that was neatly placed to his right. From that jar emanated some kind of suspicious energy. Hyuk Muzang thought to himself, "I knew it." He gently pushed the table holding the jar. Indeed, that place opened up to a secret room. Hyuk Muzang was secretly delighted. "What I learned from old Shin is useful now." Thinking that, he slowly stepped inside. Then he placed his hand on a bookshelf, thinking to himself, "This place is quite tidy. Thanks to that, I was able to find it so quickly." He lifted a book, looked at its title, and was surprised, "The Cultivation Method of the Dark Blood Clan." Hyuk Muzang quickly flipped through the book, reading intently. Suddenly, Hyuk Muzang read something that made him extremely excited. His hands holding the book trembled violently. Their training ground is not only in the outside world but also in Gansu? Suddenly, another book caught Hyuk Muzang's attention. He reached out to take that book, thinking to himself, "The new secretary? Sounds childish. How could something like this be here?" He slowly flipped through the pages and carefully read the contents written inside that book. He thought to himself, "Which means the battle between the righteous and the demonic is not over yet." In the meeting room of the 100 Years Assassination Guild, one person there spoke up. "The most suspicious suspect in the assassination of the Blood Lord is Wu Ying. On the left side is the leader of Yoru from the 100 Years Assassination Guild. The man resting his chin is the leader of the Blood Martial Spirit." The Death Spirit Yaoling spoke up, "But information about him is very limited. Through his contributions in the war, it seems Wu Ying belongs to the Martial Alliance. If so..." She cautiously looked up. "What do you think about ordering the Heavenly Demon Sect to search for records in the Martial Alliance, my lord?" Guiyong was also present. He thought to himself, "The Heavenly Demon Sect. Although considered to have disappeared, their influence still spreads everywhere. They even have spies in the Martial Alliance, the headquarters of the righteous sects." The Death Spirit Yaoling said they would easily obtain the records in the Martial Alliance. "But," the highest-ranking person in this meeting room spoke up, "it cannot be done." He tapped his finger on the armrest and said, "After the incident with the Shemin sect, our 100 Years Assassination Guild has lost its reputation. If we ask them to help with this, the Underworld Sect Lord or the Heavenly Demon Sect will demand more from us. It seems we have to investigate ourselves. This person is the leader of the 100 Years Assassination Guild, the Black Cloak Guild Master, the Dark Death. Outside, a sudden voice rang out, distress signal. The rescue team is coming immediately. The Dark Death seemed to feel very uncomfortable hearing such noise. He stepped out, flung the door open, and shouted, "What is all this noise about?" The soldiers outside, upon hearing this, were taken aback and stammered, "The thing is..." He pointed outside and said that it seemed there were troublemakers in the herb garden. The black-clad man, upon hearing this, also showed a change in expression. "Experts have entered the herb garden causing chaos. Gather immediately." Inside the hideout of Guiyang, Hyuk Muzang also heard the commotion outside. Hearing this, Hyuk Muzang thought, "Is it Jianhua?" Over there, Murong Jianhua was currently panting heavily. This place was now a scene of chaos, with the bodies of soldiers lying scattered on the ground. Looking at the corpses of the soldiers, Murong Jianhua sighed, "These guards are stronger than I thought." She looked at the newly arrived soldiers and thought, "But there are even more of them. There weren't this many when I first entered. Where did they all come from?" The old man Gi Changdiok smiled slyly and looked straight at her. He pointed at her and said loudly, "1 against 100, it seems you are quite tired now." Murong Jianhua's eyes suddenly lit up. "I don't care about the others, but I swear I will kill you, you scoundrel." Hearing this, Gi Changdiok's face turned pale. He angrily shouted, "Quick, kill her!" Immediately, the soldiers behind him rushed forward with weapons towards Murong Jianhua. The group continuously attacked Murong Jianhua, but every move was blocked by Murong Jianhua. Suddenly, from behind, another soldier rushed in to ambush her. Just as the soldier's blade was about to hit her, Murong Jianhua leaped up to avoid it, and was able to swing her sword, decapitating him. She stepped back a few paces but bumped into a wall. So was this the end? As soon as they saw Murong Jianhua in a difficult position, the soldiers immediately rushed in to attack. Murong Jianhua unleashed a powerful sword strike. That blow knocked all the incoming soldiers back. Their arms and legs fell, piling up on the ground. Murong Jianhua looked at the battlefield ahead, panting, feeling frustrated. "Tch. These cunning ones. They are getting more numerous. I have exhausted my internal energy. In front of me, the assassins are increasingly gathering, soon surrounding Murong Jianhua." Murong Jianhua's sword strikes were unleashed again. From left to right, as many as they charged, that many were defeated. But Murong Jianhua finally got hit by a blade. She looked at him in shock and thought, seeing her own people harmed while he showed no signs of concern at all. These are the hardest ones to deal with, those who disregard their own lives. I am in a difficult position now. She immediately shouted, "It hurts, you bastard," and then launched another attack, knocking the assassin away from her. Old Gi Changdiok watched the scene before him, sweating profusely. Huh? How is this bitch doing this? She was clearly exhausted but showed no signs of slowing down. Her movements were on par with those of the warriors from the Underworld. Where did this woman come from? Suddenly, Murong Jianhua spoke up. "Have you forgotten?" He was astonished, staring at her wide-eyed. Murong Jianhua then accelerated, ignoring the minions. She then pointed her sword straight at old Gi Changdiok, shouting, "I have sworn that at the very least, I will kill you." Suddenly, from her left, a hidden weapon whistled through the air towards Murong Jianhua. Murong Jianhua quickly turned and deflected the hidden weapon away. However, due to the unexpected attack, Murong Jianhua fell into a passive position and slid backward. A voice suddenly called out, "Everyone fall back." Old Gi Changdiok saw him and stammered, Sir Hack?" The newcomer was the chief of the Iron Eagle Guard, Hack Keelik. He looked at Murong Jianhua and said, "I was wondering why you all took so long. Good thing I came out here." "You're not ordinary at all, are you?" Murong Jianhua gritted her teeth, warily assessing him. "This guy is completely different from the others. Even if I fight with all my strength, I'm not sure I can win." Hack Keelik looked at Murong Jianhua with a disdainful gaze and said, "No matter how skilled you are, you're still not worth my effort." He then raised his hand to command, "Go, 3 sound Underworld hounds." Immediately, 2 large, muscular men with iron claws barked a few times and charged forward to attack. One of them struck, swinging his hand down hard onto the ground. The slashes on the ground raced quickly towards Murong Jianhua. She raised her sword to block, her face showing horror. These guys are not easy to deal with either. This strength. She glanced back, where another beast man was charging towards her, secretly terrified. Their movements were like those of wild animals. They were completely synchronized. At this moment, all three beast men were raising their claws and lunging towards Murong Jianhua to strike. She gritted her teeth and said, "TSK, it seems like I have no other choice. This is not the time to worry." Right after that, Murong Jianhua immediately used a technique called the Heavenly Break Sword Secret Technique, Heavenly Break. The technique carried a force like thunder. Instantly, Murong Jianhua rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. She struck down all three of the dog men. Hak Keelik's eyes widened in shock. That sword technique? It belongs to the Murong family, right? At this moment, he looked at Murong Jianhua flying towards him, thinking it was her father charging at him to attack. Truly a tiger father begets tiger son. A flash of lightning appeared. In an instant, Murong Jianhua had glided behind him. The sword in Hak Keelik's hand had already been chopped off at one section. Blood streamed down his face, and Hak Keelik spoke, "The heavenly sword technique. If you were still full of energy, my head would have surely rolled off by now." A wound had appeared on his face. But behind him, Murong Jianhua also collapsed from exhaustion. "Unfortunately for you, it seems you have exhausted your internal energy." At this moment, Murong Jianhua was exhausted, struggling to lean on her sword to sit up, breathing heavily. The man Gi Changdiak behind him spoke up, "Quickly kill her, Lord Hak. She is very dangerous. Am I not supposed to execute every intruder in the herb garden?" The old man replied, "No way. She is an important figure in the martial arts alliance. She might be useful to me. She is also the daughter of Murong Xiangji." He slowly walked towards her and said, "Even the lord of the Underworld Palace would not dare to casually touch the sword saint. This is not something I can decide lightly." He pointed at her and said, "We will capture her first." Murong Jianhua felt extremely angry as he pointed at her face, but right now she couldn't do anything. Suddenly, two of Hak Keelik's fingers were cut off, blood splattering everywhere. A swift slash with incredible speed passed by, and Hak Keelik's face showed a look of horror. "What is happening?" Murong Jianhua looked to the side and saw a person in blue clothing wielding a sword beautifully dispatching the assassins. She joyfully exclaimed, "Muzang." Gi Changdiak, seeing him appear, also fearfully shouted, "Lord Hak." Hyuk Muzang immediately turned to Murong Jianhua, using telepathy to communicate with her. "Are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? Can you move?" Murong Jianhua struggled to stand up and replied, "Humph. I'm like this just because I'm out of energy, but I'm fine. Let's get out of here first. They are about to come in again." "Wait, what about you?" "I found what I needed." After saying that, Hyuk Muzang immediately wrapped his arms around Murong Jianhua, causing her face to flush red. He flew away with Murong Jianhua in his arms, and old Gi Changdiak, seeing this, raised his hand towards them and shouted, "Ah! They are escaping." Suddenly, a terrified subordinate pointed towards the herb garden and shouted in fear, "Huh! Over there." Old Gi Changdiak, hearing this, also turned back in panic. It turned out that the spring herb garden had been engulfed by a terrifying fire. Gi Changdiak shouted in horror, "Fire! Spring herbs!" He was extremely furious, and Yomuchi, seeing that the situation was not good, quietly looked for a way to sneak away. Gi Changdiak growled, "Yomuchi." As soon as he heard this, he jumped in fright. Gi Changdiak's eyes lit up as he said, "This is all your fault." Yomuchi was now sweating profusely, placing his hand on his chest to explain, "How can this be my fault? I only brought them here because they said they were looking for spring herbs." Before he could finish his sentence, a hand shot up to cover his mouth. Gi Changdiak raised his fist, looking directly at Yomuchi and growled, "Shut up." Yomuchi was at a disadvantage and could not struggle at this moment. He had to close his eyes tightly, shedding tears as he braced for the blow that was about to come down, silently cursing, "Damn it." On Gai Young's side, he angrily slammed his hand against the wall. Looking at his secret room, he became even more furious. "Has someone entered my room?" The guard hesitantly replied, "It can't be, sir. The subordinates have been patrolling around here continuously." He clenched his fist, looking inside and thinking, "No, although it's very little, all these books have been moved. This means someone has infiltrated the Blood Clan." What I sensed during the meeting seems to be true. Even among martial arts masters, Very few have reached that level. If it is someone strong like that, then that person is the most suspicious suspect in the case of the Blood King's murder. Murong. He realized that they were targeting him, so he came here to strike first. Suddenly from outside, another man ran in shouting loudly, "Urgent report." Gu Young turned back to look at him and asked, "What happened?" "Someone has burned down the herb garden and fled after defeating almost the entire Underworld force." Gu Young's face changed dramatically. It must be that person. He is the only one who could infiltrate here and do such a thing. Gu Young immediately raised his hand to command his subordinates, block all routes to the world above and gather all those with the abilities of the Blood Clan. Search for any traces of them and pursue. The subordinates replied in unison, obeying the order. Gu Young watched the backs of his subordinates and thought, whether it is Murong or not, I will kill anyone who dares to underestimate the Blood Clan. In the business district, the Underworld, the people of the 100 Years Assassination Guild were patrolling every street. Their presence could be seen everywhere. Hyuk Muzang and Murong Jianhua were hiding in a corner out of sight. Murong Jianhua communicated telepathically, "The security is too tight." Hyuk Muzang replied, "Causing such a commotion, it's only right that it's tight. How do we get out now?" Hyuk Muzang looked up and thought for a moment. The entrance must be blocked. But there must be another way. Murong Jianhua nodded, "You are right." Hyuk Muzang looked up above him and said, "As I mentioned earlier, this is a completely enclosed area, so there should be smoke from those burning places. There must be a ventilation system around here somewhere." Murong Jianhua happily turned to him, "You are a genius. Even a blind person can see your intelligence." Hyuk Muzang raised his hand to his chin. "The problem is we have to find that system somewhere in this vast area, and we also have to escape from the soldiers. Surely no one will show us the way." While the two were still exchanging ideas, from behind, a familiar figure was tremblingly leaning on a cane and approaching them. Murong Jianhua and Hyuk Muzang heard the noise and turned towards it. It turned out to be Yomwuchi. He was trembling as he walked and angrily said, "I finally escaped. Chai Gangdiak, just wait, I will make you." He raised his face and caught the gaze of the two distinguished guests who were also staring at him. He was stunned. His hands dropped the cane. Hyuk Muzang and Murong Jianhua simultaneously turned to each other. They seemed to share the same thought, and then they brightly turned to Yomwuchi and smiled radiantly. The old man smiled in response, but inside he was screaming fiercely, "I'm dead."